Chapter 1 Strategy Guide. Chengdu. In a small low-rent apartment. What should I do? It's been more than a year since I graduated. I've spent all my savings and I haven't found a job. Ningfeng kept pulling his hair, feeling so powerless at that moment. Ding, life information detected, the system of seeing through everything is being activated. The system was successfully activated. What? System? The voice that suddenly popped up in his mind made Ningfeng's body tremble. Could it be that my luck has come? Because of reading novels, Ningfeng has come into contact with the system many times, and the system is a magic weapon that can turn a loser into a tall, rich, and handsome man. System, what abilities do you have? Hello, host. This system can see through everything. For example, it can read the secrets in people's hearts, appraise treasures and gamble on stones, etc. It can do everything. Yeah. Ningfeng slapped his thigh and stood up excitedly, but it was this shout that attracted the attention of the female landlord outside the door. Ningfeng, you little brat, you didn't answer my knocking just now. Open the door quickly. If you don't pay this month's rent today, pack up your things and get out. Oh no. Ningfeng shrank his neck. He was so excited that he forgot that the landlord might not have gone far. But now I have my own system, so I'll try to see if this system is really that powerful. With the intention of giving it a try, Ningfeng opened the door with a playful smile on his face. Hey, hello, Sister Yen. You little brat, don't play the emotional card with me. Although you are an old tenant, you only paid the rent on time in the first month you moved in. So you have to pay the money today no matter what, otherwise get out of here. Sister Yen put her hands in her eyes and glared at Ningfeng angrily. But Ningfeng did not move at all because of Sister Yen's anger, because what he saw made him very excited at the moment. Name, Jiang Yen. Age, 28. Favorability, 30, the higher the favorability, the more obedient she will be. Inner secret, she was abandoned by her ex-husband, which led her to no longer believe in love. She worked hard to run a rental house and her life was okay, but deep down she longed for true love. Strategy tips, you can make her completely surrender by touching her heart. So that's how it is. Ningfeng smiled brightly and said, Sister Yen, who made you angry? You are sweating all over, you must be exhausted, right? Why don't you come in and sit for a while? Seeing Ningfeng's disgrace, Jiang Yen said unhappily, it's because this building is too old. The wiring in the corridor always has problems. But don't play tricks on me, kid. Pay the rent quickly, or get out. Ding. Congratulations to the host for triggering the strategy mission, help Jiang Yen repair the corridor line. Mission reward, 50 favorability points and 10,000 yuan. Oh my goodness. Can I get 10,000 yuan this way? Sister Yen, you are so unfair. We are neighbors living in the same building, but you didn't ask me for help when you had a problem. It's settled. I will pay you the rent later, and I will help you fix the line first. Ningfeng said seriously. In fact, he just wanted to verify in his heart whether he could really get 10,000 yuan for completing the task. Perhaps it was because there were very few men like Ningfeng, whose words were full of dominance and a little concern. Jiang Yen felt moved and spoke a lot more quietly. Don't say I don't care about you. If you can really fix the line, I'll waive your rent this month. Don't worry, Sister Yen, leave this little thing to me. Since Ningfeng majored in electrical engineering, it was not difficult for him to repair the circuits. He found the problem in just 1 minute. Then he turned off all the power supplies, replaced the problematic wires, and soon the lines in the corridor returned to normal. Ding, congratulations to the host for completing the mission, Jiang Yan's favorability plus 50. Ding, congratulations to the host for completing the task, 10,000 yuan has been deposited into your bank card. Chapter 2 Creating a Romantic Atmosphere. Listening to the notification tone in his mind and the vibration of his mobile phone, Ningfeng was very excited. It seems that the system is not deceiving. Xiaofeng, you must be exhausted. I'll wipe the sweat off your face for you. Because Ningfeng completed the task, Jiang Yan's favorability towards him increased significantly, resulting in Jiang Yan liking Ningfeng more and more. No need, Sister Yen. Now that the line has been repaired, I'd better pay your rent first. I've delayed it for several days. I feel bad. As he said that, Ningfeng took out his cell phone and was about to pay Jiang Yan. Jiang Yan pretended to be angry and said, Xiaofeng, I just said that I won't charge you rent after the line is repaired. If you do this again, I will be angry. Sister Yen, this is so embarrassing. Ningfeng was a little uncomfortable with the sudden 180-degree change in attitude. It's settled. You helped me solve the problem, and I have to thank you very much. How about this? It's almost time for dinner. I'll invite you to the restaurant downstairs for dinner. At this point, Jiang Yan emphasized her tone and said, "Don't refuse, otherwise you will look down on me." "Okay, but Sister Yan, please wait for me for a moment while I change my clothes." After saying that, Ningfeng rushed into the rental house, rummaged through the closet and took out a cheap suit. "I bought this a year ago, planning to wear it when I made a lot of money. But this time I was going to have dinner with the beautiful Jiang Yan, so I thought I was making the best use of it." After putting on his clothes, Ningfeng washed his face before going out with Jiang Yan. Soon the two arrived at the door of a Western restaurant, which was full of French romance. "Xiaofeng, just order whatever you want to eat. Don't be polite with me." Jiang Yan kept stuffing the menu into Ningfeng's hands, but her eyes never left Ningfeng's face. Why didn't I realize Xiaofeng was so handsome before? He is considerate, domineering yet elegant. He is such a good man. It's a pity. As she thought about it, Jiang Yan couldn't help but reveal a look of loss. "Ding, congratulations to the host for triggering the mission strategy. Make full use of the surrounding environment to create a romantic atmosphere and awaken Jiang Yan's inner emotions. Mission reward, favorability plus 10, bonus 100,000 yuan. Quest help, 1 master level violin skill experience card. 100,000. Ningfeng couldn't help but blurt out, but found that Jiang Yan was looking at him with strange eyes, so he hurriedly made up a lie. Ningfeng quickly glanced around and raised his lips. "Sister Yen, the dishes are for the noble ladies, and to thank Sister Yen for her hospitality, I will present a romantic Irish song to Sister Yen." After saying that, Ningfeng walked towards a violinist not far away with what he thought was an elegant step, and after discussing with him, he took the violin. "Today is a day worth remembering, and I will dedicate a song to the noble Ms. Jiang Yan to express my feelings for her." As soon as Ningfeng finished speaking, he immediately attracted the attention of many couples. "Wow, so romantic. That handsome guy is so handsome and romantic. Who is that lucky Jiang Yan? If there is such an outstanding boy chasing me, I would be willing to follow him and eat steamed buns every day." Some crazy girls showed envious looks. "TSK, what is this boy pretending to be? He's wearing cheap clothes and he really thinks he knows violin? He'd better not make a fool of himself." A boy was dissatisfied with his girlfriend's words and retorted. But just as he finished speaking, his girlfriend rolled her eyes. "What do you know? This is called low-key yet elegant. Even if that handsome guy doesn't know how to play the violin, just for his kindness, he is the man of my dreams." At this moment, Ningfan was sitting on a high chair, ready for everything, and using the experience card given by the system. Then, the elegant Irish tune resounded throughout the restaurant, and everyone fell into a state of fascination. Jiang Yan, who had been in a state of shock for a long time, actually began to tremble with both hands. "Is this prepared for me? This feeling is just like falling in love, it makes me happy. Elegant Irish ditty, coupled with overbearing tenderness, this is the love I pursue." Jiang Yan's voice was so soft that only she could hear it. She wanted to quietly enjoy this romantic song that belonged to her. Soon, Ningfan's performance came to an end. He looked at the infatuated couples around him with satisfaction, and finally his eyes fell on Jiang Yan's face. At the same time, Xu Luo and the two looked at each other. "Ding, congratulations to the host for completing the mission, Jiang Yan's favorability plus 10. Ding, congratulations to the host for completing the task, 100,000 yuan has been deposited into your bank card." Chapter 3 I have the talent to be an actor. Knock off. Hee, it seems that I really have the talent to be a movie emperor. Ningfeng said secretly. Ningfeng returned the violin and went back to his dining table. "Sister Yan? Why haven't you ordered yet?" "Oh." Jiang Yan finally came back to her senses, her face flushed, and she handed the menu to Ningfeng somewhat embarrassedly. Xiaofeng, you should order it." Ningfeng was a little hungry before, so he didn't refuse and ordered a few romantic dishes at random. As soon as the food was served, Ningfeng started to wolf it down. About 10 minutes later, Jiang Yan stood up carefully and was about to pay the bill, but Ningfeng pulled her back and said in a somewhat overbearing tone, "Sister Yan, paying the bill is always a man's job, let me do it." "Okay." Jiang Yan didn't know why, but she had a feeling that she couldn't refuse, as if the man in front of her made her feel irresistible. The most important thing is that she felt a little bit of joy in her heart, as if she was announcing to everyone in the restaurant, "Look, my boyfriend is great, isn't he? Wow, that handsome guy is so gentlemanly. If I had a boyfriend like him, I would be willing to die," screamed a certain crazy girl. "Handsome guy, I want to give birth to a baby for you. Handsome guy, can you add me on WeChat?" In response to these screams, Ningfeng just smiled indifferently, quickly paid the bill, and left the restaurant with Jiang Yan. "Wow, this handsome guy is so affectionate. I really like him, but it's a pity. Alas." A certain infatuated girl had a look of disappointment on her face. At the restaurant entrance, Xiaofeng, what are you going to do next?" Jiang Yan asked shyly. Ningfeng rubbed his head and said, "Sister Yan, I've made up my mind. I plan to find a job this afternoon. After all, it's not a good idea to just sit there like this." In fact, Ningfeng is also very excited now. He has tried the benefits brought by the system for the first time, which has given him a great sense of conquest. He always has a feeling in his heart that he should conquer more beauties and make more money at the same time. Why not? Going to work? At this moment, Jiang Yan wanted to stay with Ningfeng all the time and was very reluctant to leave. "Why don't you stop working? The rent I collect every month can support you and me." Jiang Yan mustered up her courage and expressed her inner desire. "What? From what I heard, Sister Yan is going to support me? I would never have dared to think about this in the past. Sister Yan, I appreciate your kindness, but I am a man after all, and I want to start my own business." After saying that, Ningfeng didn't dare to stay any longer and ran over. Feng. Jiang Yan was reluctant to see Ningfeng leaving. Not long after Ningfeng left, he came to the most famous cosmetics company in Donghai City, Maru Beauty. It was not for any other reason, but because Ningfeng came here to apply for a salesperson position, but was told by the cold female president Wang Lia that he was poorly dressed and was thrown out on the spot. "Wang Lia? Watch how I conquer you." Ningfeng now has a full sense of conquest because he has tasted the benefits brought by the system for the first time. However, he feels that it is boring without challenges, so he chose the cold and aloof president who was well known in this city. Just after noon, when the HR staff came to work, many applicants came in, and Ningfeng followed the crowd in. But because there were too many people queuing, Ningfeng started wandering around. Because he didn't know the way, Ningfeng accidentally came to the bathroom. When he was looking at which side was the men's restroom, a beautiful woman walked out. Seeing Ningfeng's wavering eyes, the beautiful woman's first impression of him became extremely bad. Who would go to the toilet after having nothing to do after eating? Abnormal. "Hey, why are you swearing?" Ningfeng retorted. "Don't you know what you did? Did I scold you wrongly?" The beautiful woman suddenly became furious and simply stood there arguing with Ningfeng. But Ningfeng saw an incredible secret. Chapter 4 Baby Pain Relief Gloves. Name, Xin Yao. Age, 22. Favorability, 0. Inner secret, she followed her mother to her adoptive father when she was young. Unexpectedly, her adoptive father was a gambler. Every time he lost money, he would beat and kick her and her. All these experiences caused her to no longer trust men, and she developed a resistance to men in her heart. Tips for conquering a character: when the favorability reaches 80, you can try to ease the family conflicts and then conquer the character. Ding, congratulations to the host for triggering the strategy mission. Xinyao's period has been tormenting her for 5 consecutive days. You can try to help her solve this problem. Mission reward, favorability plus 50 and 100,000 yuan. Task help, baby pain relief gloves, can solve girls' physiological problems. Damn it, even though I have no interest in a woman like you who might have a twisted mind, I'll fight for $100,000. You're still looking, you bastard. I really don't know how you got a job at Marume, but I will definitely report you and have them fire you. Chen Yao roared angrily. Ha, it's a pity that I'm not an employee of your company. You can't fire me even if you write 10,000 reports. You. Shen Yao was shaking with anger. She had been weak for the past few days, and she suddenly felt a huge abdominal pain. Her face turned pale and she squatted in the corner. You look like you're on your period, right? Women should be more gentle. I heard that the more angry you are, the more pain you will feel. Ningfeng took out the baby pain relieving gloves with a wicked smile. According to the system's instructions, one only needs to put on the gloves and stick them on the lower abdomen to eliminate the pain. What are you going to do? Shen Yao had an instinctive aversion to men, especially Ningfeng, who looked disgusting to him, so he immediately became alert. Take it, if you don't want to continue feeling pain. What is this? You rascal, what else do you want to do? You've already hurt me enough. Although he didn't want to explain anymore, Ningfeng couldn't refuse the mission reward, so he said with a dark face, stick it to your abdomen, and your pain will be relieved. By the way, judging from your current condition, I think you don't have much strength left. I advise you to save your energy. It won't be too late to scold me after the pain is gone. You can't speak softly to this kind of woman. She has been tortured since she was a child. Only by making her angry can it be effective. You bastard. Shen Yao roared, but still grabbed the baby pain relief gloves and staggered back to the bathroom. After a while, Shen Yao came out, and her complexion seemed to have improved a lot. Ding, congratulations to the host for completing the mission, Shen Yao's favorability plus 50. Ding, congratulations to the host for completing the task, 100,000 yuan has been deposited into your bank card. Finally got it done. Ningfeng breathed a sigh of relief. Although he didn't care about her favorability, he couldn't give up the real money. Just now, thank you. Shen Yao said with a blushing face. You're welcome. Ningfeng forced a smile and then planned to go back to the Human Resources Department. After all, Shen Lia was his goal, and the prerequisite for achieving this goal was to work at Marume. But at the moment of turning around, Shen Yao spoke again. You just said that you are not an employee of Marume, are you here to apply for a job? Strange, why do I suddenly care about him? Yes, I am applying for the job. Do you want to tell your colleagues not to hire me? Ningfeng said coldly. Shen Yao quickly shook her head and said, no, you misunderstood. I wanted to tell you that if you want to apply, you can come with me and you don't have to queue up. Consider it as a thank you fee for giving me this thing. Shen Yao said as she shook the baby pain removing gloves in her hand. Could it be that this guy is from the Human Resources Department? Never mind, since I don't have to queue it's a good thing. Ningfeng pondered for a moment and said, okay then. The two of them walked one after the other, bypassing the long line of applicants and going straight into the office. Hello, Manager Chen. A staff member immediately stood up to greet her, and was surprised at the same time. Isn't Shen Yao usually cold to men? Why did she bring a man here today? Xiaolu, please see if there is any suitable position for my friend and arrange one for him. Friend? Chapter 5 Final Strategy appears. The little girl called Xiaolu was stunned. She thought that with Shen Yao's personality, she would not say it out loud even if they were friends. Who knew she would say it in front of so many people? Xiaolu looked at Ningfeng in surprise and said with a smile, I just happen to have a vacancy in the Human Resources Department. It's relatively free. You just need to come to work on time. What? Ningfeng always felt something was wrong. If I really come to work in the Human Resources Department, won't I be managed by this twisted woman? But before Ningfeng could refute, Shen Yao spoke up, okay, Xiaolu, you can prepare his employment report later. Then he looked at Ningfeng and said, come with me to the office, I will explain some regulations of the Human Resources Department to you. Without caring whether Ningfeng agreed or not, Shen Yao walked straight towards the office, while Xiaolu gave Ningfeng a look of admiration. It seems to be saying, dude, that's great. You've even managed to seduce the famous cool lady in the HR department. He. Ningfan smiled bitterly and followed Shen Yao into the office. Shen Yao's office was very simple. Apart from some office materials and supplies, there was almost nothing else. But it can be seen that she is very busy at work, and her desk is full of office materials. Ding! Congratulations to the host for triggering the mission strategy. Since there are many new employees during this period, Shen Yao is busy with work. The host can help Shen Yao organize the employee information table to improve her favorability. Mission reward, favorability plus 30 and 200,000 yuan. Mission help, advanced computer technology experience card X1. It seems that there are quite a lot of rewards this time. It seems that the final strategy can be completed when the favorability reaches 80. I wonder what rewards will be given when the strategy is completed. Although he found Shen Yao annoying, Ningfeng was very curious about what the final reward for the strategy would be. Sit down. Shen Yao pointed to a chair beside her and took out a stack of employee rules. Let's take a look. After all, Marume is a big company. Although we are friends, we still have to follow the basic procedures. Who is your friend? Ning Feng rolled his eyes helplessly, and at the same time marveled at the power of the system, which could change a person's opinion of another person in such a short period of time. With nothing to do, Ning Fan flipped through the employee code of conduct, while Chen Yao began her busy work. However, due to her menstrual period, even with the pain-relieving gloves, it was still not suitable for her to work at the computer for a long time. Ning Feng threw away the employee rules, walked to Chen Yao's side and said, "I think you should take a rest." "No, I have to finish this work today. I have to submit it to the president for review tomorrow." Because of family reasons, Chen Yao has been stubborn since childhood, but the pain in her body is very real. "Forget it, just consider myself a good person for once. I'll help you organize the employee information sheet. You should go and have a rest." After saying that, without caring whether Chen Yao agreed or not, he pulled her away from the computer and sat down himself. Use the experience card. As Ning Feng spoke in his heart, a huge amount of information flooded into his mind, and he became more and more proficient in operating the computer. Chen Yao, who was about to get angry just now, was stunned. "You used to be a programmer?" "I guess so." Ning Feng was too lazy to explain and began to organize the information carefully. But Chen Yao had already been fascinated. From the moment Ning Feng gave her the baby pain-relieving gloves, Chen Yao's heart quietly changed. Because she grew up under the beating and scolding of her adoptive father, he regarded all men as unreliable, which is why she worked so hard. But a woman is a woman after all, and she also has moments of weakness, such as during her menstrual period. She dare not show it, and she wishes she had a man's shoulder to lean on. All right. After pressing the last enter key, Ning Feng completely sorted out all the employee information. Ding! Congratulations to the host for completing the mission. Chen Yao's favorability plus 30. Ding! Congratulations to the host for completing the mission. 200,000 yuan has been deposited into your bank card. Ding! Because the favorability has reached 80, the host has triggered the final strategy, help Chen Yao resolve the conflicting family relationships. Task reward, increase favorability by 20 points, 100 points, successfully complete a strategy to unlock and participate in the mall lucky draw, reward of 500,000 renminbi. My goodness, this reward is so generous. Chapter 6 Fong Hao. Woo woo. For some reason, Chen Yao suddenly choked up. Please, stop shedding tears all the time. I hate seeing women cry the most in my life. Ning Feng rolled his eyes helplessly. Can you listen to my story? Chen Yao finally mustered up the courage. Haha, buddy, do you need to listen to this? The system has clearly told me that you are a weird woman with a twisted mind. Seeing that Ning Feng didn't say anything, Chen Yao calmed down and spoke slowly. I was born in a single-parent family and my mother remarried when I was young. It was unknown how long it had passed before Chen Yao finally spoke out all the grievances in her heart. Ding, the host has successfully listened to Chen Yao's story, triggering an extra reward of RMB plus 10,000 yuan. Oh shit. Are you kidding me? This is okay? But the vibration alert sound of the mobile phone told Ning Feng that this was the fact. Thank you for listening to my story. Not sure if it was out of shyness or embarrassment, Chen Yao's face suddenly turned red. This was the first time she told her story to someone else, and the person was the man she used to hate the most. To thank you, can I treat you to dinner tonight? Are you kidding me? Isn't this the topic of the male protagonist in the TV series? Could the system explain to me what is going on? Host, the greatest ability of this system is to make girls like you and do many strange things to you. Moreover, agreeing to their requests will help you complete the final strategy mission. Okay. I give in. In order to get the reward for the final strategy, I will bear with it a little. All right. Very good. I don't know if it was because she was too excited, but Chen Yao jumped up suddenly, her face flushed, and she pulled Ning Feng out. Isn't this too impatient? I always feel like something is wrong. Although it was a bit strange, Ning Feng still followed Chen Yao obediently to a restaurant called Michelin. Hey! Isn't this manager Chen Yao, the cold queen who claims to be indifferent to men? I guess the rumors may not be true. As the two reached the door, an unfriendly voice came from behind. It's just that his taste is too bad. He actually aided Michelin with a poor loser who was wearing cheap clothes. Could it be that manager Chen wanted to support him? As the words fell, the man walked in front of Ning Feng and Chen Yao, wearing a brand-name suit, with his right arm around a pretty girl, acting like a millionaire. Feng Hao, please keep your mouth shut. Ha, if you dare to do something, you must dare to take responsibility for it. Shen Yao, don't pretend to be so saintly all day. I know all the dirty things going on in your family. I really don't know what your adoptive father did to you that makes you seem to like the feeling of being abused. Fang Hao disagreed. His eyes fell on Shen Yao with excitement in his eyes. But when his gaze shifted to Ning Feng, there was a hint of contempt. Tisk, you're just a poor loser. He probably has more strength at night and got excited by beating me up. After leaving the last words, Fang Hao hugged the beautiful girl and entered Michelin. But Ning Feng's expression suddenly turned cold. He has quietly used the system to completely grasp Fang Hao's secrets. Name, Fang Hao. Age, 25. Favorability, 0. Inner secret, because of her wealthy family, she has been very willful since she was a child, even pursuing excitement. She was willing to spend a lot of money to pursue Li Yan, but in order to pursue higher excitement, she had relationships with different men and even experienced the feeling of being whipped. TSK, you said Shen Yao was a bit crazy, but I don't think you are much better, you are actually interested in men. Ding. The system senses the host's anger and identifies Fang Hao as the host's enemy. It specially gives him a strategy mission: expose the video of Fang Hao being whipped and ruin his reputation. Mission reward, 300,000 yuan. Chapter 7 Living on Freeloaders. Task help, download Fang Hao's video, do you want to download it? Download. Ning Feng didn't hesitate at all, not for any other reason, but because this kid was too arrogant. If he didn't teach him a lesson, he would really think that losers were easy to bully. His name is Fang Hao, he is the son of the boss of Tianhong Group. He pursued me before, but I didn't agree, so he is a little hostile to me. At this point, Shen Yao stole a glance at Ning Feng and said cautiously, I'm sorry for making you feel wrong just now. It's okay. Although Ning Feng said this on the surface, he was already eager to try it in his heart. He really wanted to know how Fang Hao would look when he saw the video. Shen Yao pursed her lips and said, how about, let's go eat somewhere else? No, we'll just eat here. Ning Feng's expression straightened up, and he pulled Shen Yao into Michelin and sat at the table next to Fang Hao. At first Fang Hao's face twitched, but soon it calmed down. Oh, I didn't expect a pretty boy like you to be so thick-skinned. You're brazen enough to eat gigolo meals in broad daylight. Ning Feng glanced at Fang Hao and sneered, one is willing to fight, the other is willing to be beaten, it's better than you, Mr. Feng, who spent a lot of money but couldn't touch a hair of the other person, this is a shame. You. Fang Hao's face turned red with anger, but due to his background, he has always been good at disguising himself. Boy, that's interesting, but a loser is always a loser and will never understand the meaning of romance. Bang! Fang Hao snapped his fingers and a waiter came over. After Fang Hao whispered a few words in his ear, he took the USB flash drive from the waiter's hand and went downstairs. After doing all this, Fang Hao tidied his clothes. Boy, learn something. Today, I, Fang Hao, will teach you what romance is. Of course, romance requires money, and a poor loser like you will never be able to create it in your lifetime. At the end, Fang Hao emphasized the words poor loser and looked at Shen Yao. It seemed to be saying, you stinky bitch, you are destined not to enjoy your brother's romance in this life, so go and regret it. Or, let's go somewhere else. Shen Yao felt a little uncomfortable when Fang Hao looked at her. Her body kept shaking and she seemed very scared. Don't be afraid, the fun has just begun. Ning Feng whispered in Shen Yao's ear, although I don't like you, I hate Fang Hao even more. You order the dishes first, and I promise to satisfy you later. After saying that, Ning Feng ignored other people's eyes and walked towards the second floor of Michelin, which was where the waiter had gone before. Humph, poor loser, are you trying to say something nice to get others to help you? It's a pity that this world talks with money. Fang Hao glanced at Ning Feng with disdain, then turned to have dinner with his female companion. Not long after, a waiter with a big belly and a big smile on his face spoke into a microphone at the railing on the second floor. Today is a special day because the young master of Tianhong Group is going to propose to the beautiful Miss Lin Lan at our Michelin. As soon as he finished speaking, countless eyes turned towards Fang Hao. Oh my god, he's actually the young master of Tianhong Group. Is he a young master with a fortune of over 100 million? I originally thought that rich second generations wouldn't do anything romantic, but it seems I was wrong today. I think that girl named Lin Lan must be very happy. Listening to the discussions around him, Fang Hao suddenly felt that the 100,000 yuan he had just spent was worth it. Not only could he win the heart of a beautiful woman, but he could also make Ning Feng, the loser, feel humiliated. Most importantly, he could also humiliate Chen Yao. It really kills three birds with one stone. Mr. Fong specially recorded a special VCR to express his love for Miss Lin. Let us witness this beautiful moment together. As the waiter finished speaking, a huge screen in the center of the hall lit up. Fong Hao didn't expect that a rich young man like you would like this. The video started playing, and in the screen, a man was seen holding it in his hand, while the other one was Fong Hao, squatting in the corner. Chapter 8 Losers Counterattack. What's going on? Fong Hao, who had been holding his head high with a proud look on his face, suddenly could not sit still. He looked at everything on the screen in horror. At this time, Ningfeng staggered over from the corner, glanced at the unbearable scene, and said with a wry smile, "Master Fong, your way of expressing romance is really special. I really can't learn it." You. Fong Hao was about to explode when Lin Lan, who was sitting opposite him, could no longer sit still. She stood up suddenly and slapped Fong Hao in the face. "I really didn't expect you to be such a person. You showed me such a disgusting thing and said it was to express your love for me? I trusted you so much. You are simply a beast." After saying that, Lin Lan rushed out of Michelin like an angry little rabbit. Oh, this rich boy is a rich boy. He can even take out something like this to express his love. That's right. I didn't expect he would like this. If I were a woman, I would be disgusted to death. The people around started talking again, making Fong Hao's face turn blue and purple. "Waiter, turn off the video for me, turn it off." Okay. The pot-bellied waiter nodded and bowed, then hurriedly ran into the playback room. But it was just this delay that allowed the 3-minute video to be finished. Oh. Master Fong, you really are a very generous person. I was just a gigolo just now, but now you are really embarrassing your ancestors. After all, your father is a well-known and powerful man. You are going too far. Ningfeng continued to provoke. It must be you who did this, right? Catch the thief and take the dirty tricks, Mr. Fong, please don't spit blood at me. Okay, I will definitely find evidence. However, the East China Sea has been unstable recently, so you must be careful when you go out. After saying this, Fong Hao no longer had the courage to stay and rushed out of Michelin. At this moment, the system prompt sounded. Ding, congratulations to the host for completing the strategy mission. 300,000 yuan has been deposited into your bank card. Readily. This can be considered a loser-esque counterattack, right? In fact, Ningfeng just followed the waiter upstairs and secretly replaced the USB flash drive, which led to the scene just now. Thank you. Chen Yao's expression finally eased. Just now, she felt proud. And her intuition told her that all of this was done by Ningfeng. You are welcome. Ningfeng stared at Chen Yao with a smirk and said, "But I am curious about one thing. Fong Hao said that you have been. He's talking nonsense." Before Ningfeng could finish, Chen Yao interrupted him, but she felt guilty and quickly changed her words. "In fact, it's just that our adoptive father is not good to us. The rest is just nonsense." I see. Ningfeng seemed to be thinking about something. Soon the dishes ordered by Chen Yao came up. After all the trouble just now, Ningfeng was already hungry. After a whirlwind of eating, the weather outside had darkened. Go back early, and remember not to be late for work tomorrow. As soon as she reached the door, Chen Yao spoke. Ding! Congratulations to the host for successfully triggering the hidden strategy mission. Send Chen Yao home and crack the final strategy. Mission reward, Chen Yao's favorability plus 20, and a reward of 500,000 yuan. Mission help, it's dark and windy, so it's easy to run into danger. I'm giving the host a set of Tiger Fist. Chapter 9 The Power of Terror. Oh my god. He even used boxing skills. I originally thought that this system would at most allow me to have endless money, but who knew it could also teach me boxing skills? It was truly an unexpected bonus. But Ningfeng didn't show it. It's so late, it's not safe for you to be alone as a girl, why don't I take you home? Will you take me there? Chen Yao suddenly felt a little secretly happy. To be honest, many boys wanted to send her home, but they all had dirty thoughts. Her intuition told her that Ningfeng was different. At least his actions today proved that he was a gentleman. Let's go. Then Ningfeng stopped a taxi in front of Michelin and drove directly towards Chen Yao's house. It takes about 20 minutes to drive from Michelin to Chen Yaojia. During this time, Chen Yao was shy and kept playing with her mobile phone. But Ning Feng found something wrong. Because the driver did not follow the navigation completely, but drove to remote places. The most important thing is that the BMW behind has been following since it came out of Michelin. There must be a problem. But fortunately, the system gave me a set of tiger boxing in advance, which should be able to deal with the danger at hand. Master, I suddenly thought of buying something. How about you find a commercial street to park? Ning Feng said this deliberately. Hey, kid, isn't it too much to think about getting off the car now? Having left the bustling city, the driver no longer pretended and pointed to the BMW behind him and said, "Someone behind us said that we must deal with you today. It's Feng Hao, right? Boy, you are smart. You made Master Feng look bad in Michelin today. Now it's time for you to pay the consequences." Chen Yao, who had been absent-mindedly playing with her phone, also reacted. Aren't you afraid of going to jail? Hee, jail? With the Feng family's financial resources, they can easily get us out. I think you should just accept your fate. It's your fault for offending young Master Feng. After saying that, the driver slammed on the brakes and brought the car to an abrupt stop. In the BMW behind, Feng Hao's originally gloomy expression began to turn ferocious. He lit a cigarette and said to the driver, "Take out your weapons. I'll beat them to death later. Remember, show no mercy." Okay, Master Feng. The BMW also stopped. Several bald men in the car got out with a wicked smile, came directly to Ning Feng's side, and opened the car door. Kid, I advise you to be smart and get out of the car by yourself, so as to avoid us taking action. A bald man with a big gold chain sneered. Ning Feng, what should we do now? At this moment, Chen Yao's body couldn't help but tremble. After all, there were 5 or 6 people on the other side, and Ning Feng would definitely not be able to defeat them. Ning Feng patted Chen Yao on the shoulder and comforted her, "Don't be afraid, stay away from her later, I will solve the problem." He. The bald man laughed. Boy, you want to play the hero and save the damsel in distress? I think you should think about how to suffer less. Just you? Do you want me to suffer? Ning Feng said disdainfully. Having learned the Tiger Fist, Ning Feng could deeply feel the power in his body. You are looking for death, kid. The bald man was furious and grabbed Ning Feng's collar, trying to pull him out. Unexpectedly, as soon as he stretched out his hand, it was quickly grabbed by Ning Feng. Crack! Ning Feng didn't hesitate. He exerted force with his palm and crushed the big man's wrist. Bang! Then he kicked the big man in the abdomen, and under the huge force, the big man flew backwards several meters. Are you kidding? The bald man's companions were all stunned and stood there at a loss as to what to do. This scene happened to be seen by Feng Hao. Damn, you bunch of losers. 5 or 6 of us can't even deal with a young boy. Come on, come to me quickly, or I'll tell your brother Ba. Feng Hao roared. When the gangsters heard the name of Brother Ba, they finally came to their senses. Compared to Ning Feng, they were more afraid of Brother Ba. After all, he was their real boss. Brothers, this guy is just a little stronger. If we attack together, we will definitely be able to defeat him. Okay, let's go together. The remaining bald men calmed themselves down, walked towards Ning Feng together, and prepared to attack at the same time. Chapter 10, Shocking the Audience. At this moment, Zhang Ningfeng suddenly jumped out of the car and punched the man in front with a heavy punch. Bang! There was no doubt that this ordinary gangster would not be able to withstand it and flew backwards immediately. The several bald men who were huddled together suddenly lost their backbone, but it was too late to retreat. Ning Feng has already launched his attack, and every strike will take away a bald man. After a moment, the few people who had just come so aggressively all fell to the ground. This guy is a monster. Feng Hao was full of confidence at the beginning. His expression did not change since the first big man was knocked down, but the situation before him became one-sided. How is it possible? 6 people are no match for this guy. Who is he? Feng Hao was so stunned that he didn't react until the cigarette butt burned out. Master Feng, I won't make things difficult for you today. I hope you'll learn your lesson and stop having any thoughts about Chen Yao next time. Otherwise. Having said that, Ning Feng punched the BMW. Bang! The door of the BMW was actually smashed into place. Monster, a monster. Feng Hao finally reacted and tried to start the car in a panic, but found that his hands were not under his control at all. Coward! After glaring at Fang Hao, Ning Feng returned to the taxi. Since there was no driver, Ning Feng took on this position. On the way to Chen Yao's house, Ning Feng didn't say anything, which made Chen Yao even more embarrassed. The most important thing was that she could no longer see through Ning Feng. Clearly possessing powers far beyond those of ordinary people, why would he apply to be an ordinary employee at Marume? Could it be that he came here specially for me? If that's the case, shouldn't I feel very happy? Pa. Chen Yao shook her head, trying to put these messy thoughts behind her. After a while, the car arrived at Chen Yao's house, and Ning Feng stopped the car steadily. Thank you so much for tonight. You're overthinking it. Fang Hao was also planning to cause trouble for me tonight, and I was just taking advantage of the situation to deal with him. By the way, if there's nothing else, I'll go back first. After all, it wasn't a good idea to go to someone's house so late at night. Even if he wanted to complete the final strategy, Ning Feng planned to wait until tomorrow. Don't you want to stay and have a cup of tea? Shen Yao's face flushed, and she took a long time to utter these words. No, it's too late. I'd better go back first. After saying that, Ning Feng was about to start the car, but at this time he heard a noise coming from Chen Yao's house. Where did you hide the money, you old man? Take it out now, or I'll kill you. I really have no money left. Louis, I beg you, please stop gambling. I'm going to beat you to death. You dare to meddle in my business? I'm going to beat you to death. The noise became louder and louder, and Shen Yao's expression began to become frightened. Finally, she squatted on the ground and burst into tears. What's wrong? Ning Feng couldn't leave at this time, so he got out of the car. My adoptive father is beating my mother again. All men are bad. All men are bad. Then why don't you go and mediate the fight? Ning Feng's face was full of confusion. There was a quarrel going on inside. What was the point of crying here? Don't want. Suddenly, Chen Yao stood up and rushed towards Ning Feng, choking with sobs. Please, Ning Feng, help me. I don't want my mother to be bullied anymore. Please help me. It seems that he was scared by being beaten by his adoptive father since he was a child and dared not to stop the fight. But I'm just an outsider. Can you pretend to be my boyfriend? Please, help me. I really don't want my mom to be bullied anymore. Shen Yao's eyes were full of tears, her eyes were filled with despair, yet also with some anticipation. Maybe she has been pretending to be cold just because of family reasons, which makes her afraid of being bullied. This can also be considered a disguise. Chapter 11 Ning Feng's anger. Okay. Ning Feng agreed without hesitation. After all, this was Chen Yao's final strategy. Thank you, Ning Feng. Shen Yao burst into laughter. She didn't know why, but she always felt that as long as this man was by her side, her heart would calm down. Without saying anything else, the two of them went straight into Chen Yao's home. This is a 3-bedroom, 1 living room house with relatively old decoration. It can be seen that there are no good things in the house, probably because Louis loves gambling. Bang! As soon as the two entered the room, a stool fell over. Fortunately, Ning Feng reacted quickly, otherwise he would have been hit hard. Louis was seen grabbing the woman's collar with one hand and punching and kicking her. Dad, I beg you, please don't hit my mom anymore, okay? Shen Yao begged in pain but didn't dare to go over. Bah! So it's you, you damned girl, who's back? What? You still want to meddle in my business? Do you want to get beaten? After saying that, Louis raised his hand and was about to slap Chen's mother in the face. That's enough. Ning Feng glared at Louis and scolded, a man always beats his wife, what kind of thing is that? Oh. Louis raised his eyes and stared at Ning Feng. I was wondering why this damn girl dared to talk back to me today. It turns out that she has the support of a pretty boy. Uncle Lu, aren't you going too far by talking like that? Ning Feng frowned, feeling unhappy. What I say is none of your business. You little brat, get out of here if you know what's best for you and don't get involved in our family affairs. Dad, he is not a stranger, he is my boyfriend. Chen Yao said courageously. He. Louis said coldly, what's wrong with my boyfriend? Not to mention my boyfriend, even your husband can't control the affairs between me and your mother. If I hadn't taken you in out of pity, you would have starved to death on the street. Now I just want some money, but your mother won't give it to me. If I don't beat her, who should I beat? After a burst of roars, Louis's expression became ferocious. Bang! He slapped Chen's mother directly in the face. Mother Chen had already burst into tears and choked up as she said, "Yaoer, take this young man and leave quickly. This is all what I owe your Uncle Lu." Louis smiled smugly and said, "Did you hear that? This old woman deserves a beating. Get out of here right now, or we'll beat her up together." After saying that, Louis raised his hand and was about to hit again. "That's enough." Ning Feng was really angry. He rushed forward and grabbed Louis's arm. "Little bastard, let me go." Louis glared at Ning Feng and tried to break free from Ning Feng's restraints, but found that it was of no use. Bang! Ning Feng exerted force violently, pushed Louis away, and then helped Chen's mother to the sofa. "Aunt Chen, are you okay?" "Thank you, young man. I'm fine," Mother Chen said gratefully. "Mom!" Chen Yao immediately rushed over, like a child who had suffered a great injustice, and lay in her mother's arms. Damn it! Because Ning Feng did not hold back, Louis almost fell to the ground, and a nameless anger suddenly surged up in his heart. So he picked up a stool and threw it at Ning Feng. "Little bastard, I'm going to kill you." Bang! The stool fell down directly, but was blocked by Ning Feng's arm. How is this possible? Louis looked at Ning Feng in horror, as if he were a monster, and was at a loss for a moment. Bang! Although Ning Feng was not a good person, he couldn't stand this kind of incompetent man who liked to beat his wife, so he punched the madman into pieces. His other hand grabbed Louis's neck and lifted him up. "What are you doing, little bastard?" "What?" Ning Feng showed a cruel smile and said, "Don't you like beating your wife? Today I will let you experience the feeling of being beaten. You dare! What am I afraid of?" Ning Feng tilted his head, looked at the trembling Chen Yao and said, "Come here." Chen Yao looked at Ning Feng with some fear, but did not dare to move. "Don't you want to get rid of the pain? Then come here. As long as you beat Louis today, I promise that he will never dare to bully you and your daughter again." Chapter 12 New Skills Musical Genius. Can I really? Chen Yao stared blankly at Ning Feng, who had a murderous look on his face, as if he was even angrier than herself at the moment. However, the man's words seemed to have magic power, and Chen Yao couldn't help but walk over. "You, what are you doing? You little bastard." Bang! Under Louis's horrified eyes, Chen Yao suddenly slapped him, leaving a scarlet slap mark on his face. "This slap is for my mother who has been bullied by you for many years." Bang! "This slap is for you not fulfilling your family responsibilities over the years." Bang! "This slap is for my cowardice in showing my confidence. From today on, don't even think about bullying my mother and me again." Bang! "This slap." Only at this moment did Ning Feng realize how terrible an angry woman was. It seems that what they say on TV about women being tigers is absolutely true. Woo woo. After doing all this, Chen Yao burst into tears like a wrong child. Louis was already dumbfounded. He never thought that the mother and daughter who had been bullied by him for 20 years would actually rise up in resistance. All this was caused by this brat in front of me. "You little bastard, I'm going to kill you." Louis came to his senses and began to resist with all his strength, but his resistance was still useless. Ning Feng threw him aside and said coldly, "Wake up, Louis. You have never had a job in these years and have almost always lived on gambling. If it weren't for the fact that the mother and daughter were timid and didn't dare to leave you, I'm afraid you would be worse than a beggar on the street now." Bullshit. Louis frantically climbed up and was about to take action, but Ning Feng moved and punched him hard in the abdomen. Bang! In just a moment, he felt as if struck by lightning and fell on the sofa, unable to move. "What a pathetic and bastard you are, but that's enough. From now on, Chen Yao and her daughter will no longer be manipulated by you." After saying that, Ning Feng helped Chen Yao up. "Are you still planning on staying here?" "No, I want to take my mother away and start a new life." "Very good." Ning Feng smiled with relief. Ding! Congratulations to the host for completing the final strategy for Chen Yao. The reward is an increase of 20 in favorability. Ding! The host Gongzi has successfully completed the strategy, and 500,000 yuan has been deposited into the bank card. Ding! Since the host successfully completed a final strategy and obtained 100 points, the lucky draw mall is successfully opened. Do you want to spend 100 points to draw a prize? Lottery! Ding! Congratulations to the host for successfully obtaining the exclusive talent Musical Genius. What the hell? The points lottery mall is full of skills that assist the host in making strategies. For example, the music genius can give the host the strongest musical talent. Okay, even though these are some relatively useless skills, as long as they are helpful to the strategy, they are incredible things. After all the money in Ningfeng's bank card came from strategy rewards. So what are you going to do now? Although Chen Yao now has enough courage to leave this home, an orphan and a widow still need a place to settle down. Feng, I will listen to you in everything. Chen Yao wiped away her tears and looked at Ningfeng with affectionate eyes. Why do you involve me? Damn, no way, the favorability has reached 100. I always feel that Chen Yao has a special feeling for me. The most important thing is when she lies on me. Oh, is this what the system said, that the higher the favorability of a person, the more likely they are to behave strangely towards you? TSK. This is too scary. Yes, Xiaoyao is right. I should listen to you. At this time, Chen's mother had also recovered a lot, as if she was relieved and felt relaxed. She walked over slowly, put Ningfeng and Chen Yao's hands together and said, "Young man, I'm very happy that my daughter can find a boyfriend like you who is devoted to her, so we will listen to you from now on. What is this special code called?" They had clearly agreed at the beginning to pretend to be boyfriend and girlfriend, but now, with the help of Chen's mother, it seems like the real thing. Chapter 13 Jiang Yan is jealous. In that case, why don't you guys rent a room from me for now and we can talk about other things later, okay? No problem. As long as it's Feng Yu who makes the decision, I will obey unconditionally. Chen Yao blinked her big eyes, looking excited. Yes, just listen to me, your good son-in-law. We all support you. Chen's mother also quickly agreed. What the hell? Ningfeng didn't know whether he should be happy or sad, but he didn't think too much about it. He helped the mother and daughter pack their things and took them back to the building where he rented a house. Xiaofeng, who are they? Jiang Yan looked at the two people behind Ningfeng with confusion. Oh, this is my boss. Something happened at home, so he wanted to rent a house here. Does Sister Yan have any better rooms? Ningfeng hurriedly explained, fearing that Jiang Yan would misunderstand. But unfortunately, this fake mother-in-law came to assist again. Yes, my son-in-law is right, my wife is also a boss. What? Xiaofeng, this. The atmosphere suddenly became weird, and Ningfeng clearly smelled the smell of gunpowder. Sister Yan, I'll explain to you later. Can you please clean up a room first? Ningfeng kept blinking. Fortunately, Jiang Yan is not an unreasonable woman. Coupled with the high favorability level of 90, Jiang Yan is submissive to Ningfeng from the bottom of her heart. This is the key to 302. You can move in after cleaning it yourself. After saying that, Jiang Yan threw the key to Chen Yao. By the way, something in my room is broken. Xiaofeng, can you help me fix it? Jiang Yan gave Ningfeng a meaningful look. Since Jiang Yan is not very old and takes good care of herself, she has a special charm for a young boy like Ningfeng. No problem. Ningfeng responded, then turned to Chen Yao and said, "Well, you must be tired, go wash up and go to bed." To be honest, Ningfeng really doesn't know how to address Chen Yao now. Well, Feng, you should rest early after you finish your work. Okay. Ningfeng made an okay gesture, and only breathed a sigh of relief when he saw Chen Yao and her daughter enter the room. Okay, Sister Yan, is something broken at home? I'll fix it for you right away so that you don't have to use it anymore. Ningfeng had just finished speaking when Jiang Yan pulled him into the room. Bang! Then he quickly closed the door. Sister Yan, what are you doing? Ningfeng asked at a loss. Xiaofeng, do you dislike me? Sister Yan, looking at what you said, how could I possibly dislike you? Ningfeng answered as he stepped back. Jiang Yan pretended to be angry and said, I noticed just now that you have a special relationship with Chen Yao. You must be disgusted by my age, so you went to find such a beautiful woman. This. Ningfeng was speechless. Who can tell the truth about this? Ding, congratulations to the host for successfully activating Jiang Yan's final strategy, using a soft and cute way to resolve Jiang Yan's misunderstanding of Chen Yao. Strategy reward, 100 lottery points, 10 Jiang Yan's favorability, and 500,000 yuan reward. What the hell is this? How do you want me to resolve the jealousy between these women? How about a beautiful tenderness? But it is clearly stated above that this is not allowed. It seems I can only use my cheesy love words. But it's good to complete the final strategy. I have discovered that only when the favorability level is 100 will they not have any doubts about themselves. Sister Yen, I think you misunderstood. How did I misunderstand? I saw it all, you and that Chen Yao were flirting with each other. If you don't give me a satisfactory answer today, don't even think about leaving me. Jiang Yan also made up her mind. No matter what, she must get Ningfeng tonight. After all, there are not many such good men. Chapter 14 I am a man. Sister Yen, Chen Yao is actually very miserable. So Ningfeng told Jiang Yan everything he saw and heard today. Of course, he only told Jiang Yan what happened when he went to Jiang Yan's house. At this point, Ningfeng looked aggrieved and said, I just didn't expect Sister Yen to distrust me so much. Sister Yen, don't you understand my feelings for everything I did in the restaurant? If this is true, I feel so wronged. I summoned all my courage, but all I got in return was Sister Yen's doubts. Sister Yen, do you know that I have been locking myself in my room for a while because I was secretly learning music? I know that Sister Yen likes to listen to I Only Love You in my life, so even if my voice is hoarse, I still practice desperately. Ningfeng spoke indignantly, and Jiang Yan seemed to be really moved. Her eyes were already wet. Here comes the opportunity. It seems that the musical talent that I won in a lottery not long ago will finally come in handy. Ningfeng chuckled inwardly, and began to sing in a pretentious manner. If beauty is only for a love, let my whole life be just for this love. Love only one person in your life. I only have one kind of sorrow in my life. My slender little hand for you to hold. As soon as the song ended, Jiang Yan was already mesmerized. I'm sorry, Xiaofeng, Ningfeng covered Jiang Yan's mouth and said softly, Sister Yan, I know you may have some misunderstandings about me, but I am serious about your feelings. Do you understand? Xiaofeng, stop talking. It's all my fault. I shouldn't have misunderstood. Ningfeng smiled and said, Sister Yan, I don't blame you. It's enough for you to know how I feel about you. I know. I know now. Jiang Yan held back her tears, not daring to let them fall. Because of a little doubt, she almost lost the man she loved most and fell into endless self-blame. Ding, congratulations to the host for successfully completing the final strategy. Jiang Yan's favorability increases by 10. Ding, congratulations to the host for successfully completing the final strategy. 500,000 yuan has been deposited into your bank card. Ding, congratulations to the host for successfully completing the final strategy and obtaining 100 points. Done. Ningfeng was secretly happy, but he didn't dare to stay any longer. After all, with a favorability of 100, he couldn't guarantee what Jiang Yan would do to him next. Sister Yan, I'm really tired today. Can I go back and rest? Yes. Jiang Yan blushed and said, Xiaofeng, don't be too tired in the future. If it doesn't work, I can support you. Sister Yan, I am a man. After saying that, Ningfeng left Jiang Yan's room. In room 302. Chen Yao and her daughter finally finished washing up and lay down on the bed. They couldn't remember how long it had been, but this was the first time they felt so at ease. Xiao Yao, there is something I have to say as a mother. Yes. Chen Yao nodded and said, Mom, you go ahead. Regarding Xiaofeng, I always feel that the landlord is interested in him. You have to keep an eye on this son-in-law for me. If you lose him, you won't be able to find him again. It was because of Ningfeng that Chen's mother had hope in life, so she loved Ningfeng very much. Mom, what are you talking about? For some reason, Chen Yao suddenly felt a sweet feeling in her heart. At the same time, I kept telling myself in my heart, I must be with Feng for the rest of my life, no matter what the cost. The next morning, Ningfeng got up early because he had to go to work. He ate some breakfast and drove the car he had driven last night to the company. Of course, Chen Yao did not hide it this time. Amidst the horror of everyone, she took Ningfeng's hand and entered the company. Oh my god, has the cool and arrogant lady in our HR department really been taken down by someone? What kind of luck does this kid have? I heard that many rich second generations can't pursue Chen Yao. Do you think this kid is just pretending to be a pig and eating the tiger? Is his family actually very rich? Looking at the backs of the two, a group of onlookers expressed their opinions. Chapter 15 Counterattack System. What are you all doing here? Suddenly, a voice with a hint of majesty appeared behind everyone, scaring them. Hello, Manager Lin. Manager Lin, we're going to get busy first. The crowd of onlookers scattered as if they had seen a ghost. The man was called Lin Fan, the deputy manager of the Human Resources Department. He saw the intimate behavior between Chen Yao and Ning Feng just now. Moreover, he always regarded Chen Yao as his goddess. Now that he saw his goddess being snatched away by another man, a nameless anger suddenly surged in his heart. "Brother Lin, do you want me to teach this kid a lesson?" A man with a crew cut and shifty eyes whispered. "No, if you go and cause trouble for that guy, it will be troublesome if Chen Yao finds out." Lin Fan frowned and suddenly came up with an idea. "By the way, isn't Chen Yao's adoptive father a gambler? Think of a way to lend him more money, and then, Gao, you are worthy of being Brother Lin. I will do it right away." The man gave me a look that I understood and left. At the same time, after Ning Feng entered the Human Resources Department, he separated from Chen Yao. After all he had to do in the company was recruiting personnel, and he couldn't sit in the office like Chen Yao. But it's okay, Ning Feng's work is basically not very demanding. Just when he was sitting at his desk, bored and playing with his mobile phone, someone knocked on his desk. "Kid, what are you doing during work hours?" Ning Feng looked up, and it could be someone else but Lin Fan. However, Lin Fan didn't quite understand why this person seemed unfriendly to him. Name, Lin Fan. Age, 29. Favorability, 0. Inner secret, as the deputy manager of the company's Human Resources Department, he can be considered to be both talented and virtuous. The reason why he is still unmarried at the age of 29 is mainly because he covets Chen Yao, and he can even say that he is crazy about Chen Yao. Ding, it is detected that Lin Fan is hostile to the host. It is not recommended to attack. Do you want to start the anti-attack mode? Open. Ning Feng had nothing much to say about this kind of loser. He just wanted to humiliate him, because the other party would not give him face anyway. "Oh, it's Manager Lin. What are you doing here?" Ning Feng pretended to be very excited. "Don't try to get close to me. Don't you know what you should and shouldn't do during working hours?" Lin Feng said with a straight face, "I really don't know how someone like you got into the company. It seems necessary to tell Manager Chen to fire you." Manager Chen recruited me, and she assigned me this job. The most important thing she assigned me was to have a good rest and not be too tired." "What?" Lin Fan's eyes widened. He had thought that the relationship between Chen Yao and Ning Feng was just slightly better than ordinary friends, but who knew that things would develop to this point? "It seems like we need to kick this guy out of the company as soon as possible. Although Manager Chen arranged it this way, the company has a rule not to keep idle people. I see that you have nothing to do, so why not help the cleaning lady clean up? This way, you won't be eating for free." Lin Fan's voice was very loud, as if he was telling everyone in the office that this was the consequence of going against me. It looks like this kid is going to be in trouble. Lin Fan is going to take action against him. That's right. Lin Dan has been pursuing Manager Chen for several years. How can he not be angry when Ning Feng got there first? But cleaning is too degrading, isn't it? These are colleagues we see every day. Some people felt sorry for Ning Feng, while others were just looking for a good show and were discussing the matter. Ding, congratulations to the host for triggering the counter-attack mission. Get the cleaning tools from the cleaning lady and clean up Lindan. Task reward, 10,000 yuan. Mission penalty, Lin Fan's favorability will be reduced by 50. TSK, the favorability is already 0, why would I care about it becoming negative? Thinking of this, Ning Feng walked to the cleaning lady and took the mop and a bucket of dirty water. "Humph, this is what happens when you go against me." Looking at Ning Feng's actions, Lin Fan couldn't help but reveal a smug look. Chapter 16 You Can't Learn. It seems that Ning Feng also knows that the arm cannot twist the thigh. Alas, this is bullying. We, as employees, are angry but dare not speak out. I really hope someone can teach Lin Fan a lesson. This guy is really abominable. Many people sighed, after all, they were often bullied by Lin Fan. By the way, after you finish cleaning the office area, remember to help me clean my office as well, remember? Lin Fan acted condescendingly. When he was about to turn around and leave, he felt a chill on his back. Oh my god, what did I see? Is Ning Feng crazy? Many people cried out in surprise because they saw something very scary. Just as Lin Fan turned around, Ning Feng, who was holding a mop and a bucket, suddenly ran over and poured the dirty water directly on Lin Fan. TSK. This kid is so fierce. I am beginning to admire him more and more. Fuck. This is the first time I see Lin Fan being treated like this. Take a picture and post it on Weibo. After saying that, the guy actually took out his cell phone and secretly took a picture. Lin Dan, who had become a drowned rat, suddenly felt a surge of nameless anger in his heart. Ning Feng, what are you doing? You are openly disrespecting the company's leaders. Do you know the consequences of doing this? Lin Fan roared angrily. Hey, Manager Lin, didn't you just ask me to clean up? I took a look and you're the dirtiest person in the entire office, so let's start with you. Go! Ningfeng suddenly raised the mop and started to help Lin Fan clean up, but Ningfeng did not hold back and stuffed the mop into Lin Fan's mouth several times. Fuck, this guy is so fierce. I thought what just happened was exciting enough, but it turns out the excitement is just beginning. Ningfeng is really my idol. I wish I could be as fierce as him one day. At the same time, in order to avoid being cleaned by Ningfeng with a mop, Lin Fan kept pushing back, but he couldn't escape Ningfeng's cleaning until he reached the wall. So much so that in the end, Lin Fan collapsed in the corner like a beggar. Hey! Manager Lin, do you think I cleaned it well? If not, shall we continue? Clean, clean. Lin Fan didn't dare to say anything else, for fear that he would make Ningfeng unhappy and be abused again. Then, is Manager Lin satisfied? Satisfied. Ningfeng looked thoughtful and said, since Manager Lin is satisfied, I will do this job in the future. As long as there is any dirt in the office area, I will clean it up immediately. Hearing this, Lin Fan's expression turned pale. He knew exactly what this meant. No, Brother Feng, you just need to go to work normally from now on, just be normal. The dramatic farce finally came to an end, and Ningfeng returned to his desk and continued playing with his phone. The colleagues around him showed envy and admiration. In response to this situation, Ningfeng could only smile slightly. You can't learn it. Lin Fan didn't feel comfortable staying there any longer, so he rushed into the company's host room, not caring whether the person living inside was a man or a woman, and took off his clothes to take a shower. Fuck, am I seeing right? A man ran into the female dormitory? Sisters, hurry up and get this pervert out of here. Sisters, go ahead. I don't know who yelled, but all the girls who were working the night shift woke up. At this moment, Ning Fan was only wearing a pair of shorts. Just as he was about to take a shower, he was taken off by a girl weighing over 180 pounds. Sisters, beat him up for me. About half an hour later, Lin Fan had been beaten badly and someone recognized him. Fuck, isn't this Manager Lin from the Human Resources Department? It turns out he's a pervert. Among the group of roaring girls, the one weighing over 180 pounds was the one who screamed the loudest and the loudest. Suddenly, Lin Fan became famous. HR manager Lin Fan broke into the dormitory with bad intentions. Is this a sign of human depravity or was he forced into a corner? Ning Feng, who was sitting in the office playing with his phone, accidentally saw this post on a colleague's WeChat moments, along with several pictures of Lin Fan. Chapter 17 A Woman's Heart. TSK, this Lin Fan is really fierce. He actually dared to break into the girls' dormitory. He must have become a celebrity in the whole company now. Ningfeng put his phone on the table, ready to take a nap, but he didn't expect that Lin Fan had already changed his clothes and came back. He ran into Chen Yao's office angrily. After a while, Chen Yao came out and said with a smile, "Dear Feng, if you are not busy, can you come to my office?" "No problem." After saying that, Ningfeng followed Chen Yao to the office. At the same time, employees in the office were in an uproar. It seems like this matter has gotten out of hand. Guess who will be punished? It's hard to say. Even if Ningfeng and manager Chen have a special relationship, he is still a deputy manager after all. That's not necessarily true. Don't forget how big of an impact Lin Fan had when he broke into the girls' dormitory? Oh, stop guessing, you'll know the result soon. In the office. Manager Chen, this is what happened. Although I, Lin Fan, am the second in command, I am not someone who can be insulted by an employee. Lin Fan angrily told Chen Yao everything, hoping to use this opportunity to expel Ningfeng from the company. Then how do you think I should handle this? Offending Ningfeng, especially since Lin Fan wanted to kick Ningfeng out of the company, wouldn't that mean Chen Yao's little trick would go awry? So her tone also turned cold. I want him to apologize to me in front of everyone in the company, then strip naked and run around the female dormitory, and finally get out of the company. Lin Fan roared. That's impossible. Lin Fan, who had been confident of victory, suddenly froze in his expression. Why? As far as I know, the whole thing was instigated by you. And the fact that you, Manager Lin, went to the female dormitory has caused an extremely bad impact on the company. I think if I punish Ningfeng, many people will definitely be dissatisfied, so. What do you mean? Lin Fan also realized that something was wrong. Manager Lin, don't be nervous. President Wang just called me and said that although the impact you caused this time is very bad, you have also made a lot of contributions to the company, so you only need to write a self-criticism. Chen Yao said truthfully. That's impossible. Chen Yao sneered and said, then we have to follow the rules. Manager Lin will have to find another way out. Damn. Lin Fan's anger suddenly surged up. He always felt that something was wrong. It was obviously me who was being criticized and wronged, so why was I the one being punished in the end? I understand. Ha, Manager Chen, you really are protecting your pretty boy. Very good. I will write the examination report. At this moment, Lin Fan finally understood that if he wanted to take revenge, he could not leave the company first, so even if it was a great humiliation, he accepted it. Manager Lin, you are really magnanimous. I admire you. At this time, Ningfeng, who had been lying on the sofa without saying a word, stood up and gave Lin Fan a thumbs up. We'll see. Bang! Without stopping any longer, Lin Fan slammed the door and left. At this moment, there were only 2 people left in the office. Feng, what do you think of what I did just now? Chen Yao asked shyly. You did a good job, but I'm curious, you said that the punishment for Lin Fan was really issued by Wang Lia? I lied to him. Chen Yao showed a quirky smile and said, Boss Wang doesn't have the time to deal with this matter. But even though I was just pretending to convey the imperial decree, Lin Fan didn't dare to really ask Boss Wang. After all, with Boss Wang's temper, Lin Fan would definitely get kicked out. Fuck, you're so mean. Is this what a woman's heart is like? She actually forged an imperial edict just to get me. Chapter 18 Despicable Louis. This isn't bad. This is just a small punishment for Lin Fan. He has bad intentions towards you. Okay. Ningfeng held his forehead and saw that it was already noon, so he took Chen Yao to a more luxurious Chinese restaurant. But just after ordering the food, I saw a disgusting figure. He walked into the restaurant with a flattering look on his face and went straight to Ningfeng and Chen Yao's table. Feng, how about we? Ningfeng knew what Chen Yao was going to say and interrupted her directly. Let's take a look at the situation first. Besides, you have already severed ties with him, so why should you be afraid of him? Okay. Chen Yao nodded repeatedly like a well-behaved young wife. Soon, Louis came to Chen Yao's side and said with a smile on his face, Xiaoyao, I know I was wrong before. I came here to apologize to you and your mother. I promise that I will never do this again in the future. My mother and I have been listening to your nonsense for 20 years. Do you think I will still believe it? Chen Yao said coldly. Louis's face became extremely embarrassed, and even his smile froze. He had mustered up his courage before coming here and had thought about every possible situation. But the only thing she didn't expect was that Chen Yao actually dared to speak to her like that. It's a pity that Louis had no choice. This time he came to ask for help. Xiaoyao, I know what I did before was wrong. Can you please stop holding a grudge against a villain like me? Louis continued to flatter. Impossible. You. Louis didn't have a good temper to begin with. He had been enduring it again and again but finally couldn't bear it anymore and was about to explode. At this time, Ningfeng spoke. I think you must have a purpose for coming here today? Louis's eyelids twitched, and he said coldly, You are really smart, little bastard. I came here today for a purpose. Otherwise, do you think I would kneel down and apologize to this stinky girl? In an instant, Louis's true nature was exposed. If he hadn't been afraid of Ningfeng, he would have attacked Chen Yao. I'm telling you, Chen Yao, don't think you're great just because you have a man backing you up. Although your mother and I are remarried, we have a marriage certificate. We are protected by the law. If you don't let your mother come back, I don't mind making a scene. Shameless. At this moment, Chen Yao also lost her mind and picked up a glass of water and splashed it on Louis's face. Ha, shameless? What's that? I'm telling you, I lost a lot of money these days, and the other party asked me to pay back the money today, otherwise they would kill me. My life is about to end, why would I care about this? Louis finished speaking, wiped the tea off his face with his hands, and sneered. Louis, you are indeed quite capable, but do you think you can threaten us like this? Snort. Louis said disdainfully, indeed, I can't do anything to you, but I will use legal means to bring Chen Yao's mother home. Anyway, I won't live much longer, so it's not bad to have someone to take the blame for me. But Chen Yao, don't forget, she is your biological mother. If you don't want her to be tortured by me, just give me 1 million and this matter will be over. 1 million? Chen Yao opened her mouth wide. She was just a small department manager, where could she get so much money? What? Are you reluctant to part with the money? Louis raised his eyebrows and said with a wicked smile, then there is another way. The loan shark who lent me the money told me that as long as you are willing to stay with him for one night, the debt will be forgiven. Well, think about it carefully. Louis, are you still human? For some reason, Chen Yao's tears just flowed down. On one side was her mother who gave birth to her, and on the other side was her own innocence. Ha, I'm not a human being? Louis changed the subject, pointed at Ningfeng and snorted, if it weren't for this kid making trouble, your mother would still make money for me obediently. Now that my source of income is gone, who else can I turn to if not you? Anyway, I'm leaving it at that. Either you give me 1 million, or you can just wait to collect your mother's body. Chapter 19 Don't you have any idea? At this moment, in a corner of the restaurant. Ma Zi, you did a good job. I want to see how Chen Yao can show off her power this time. In the morning, after leaving Chen Yao's office, Lin Fan received a call. This guy named Ma Zi met Louis in the casino and lost a lot of money. So Lin Fan had an idea and asked Ma Zi to keep lending money to Louis. As a result, Louis lost more than 100,000 yuan in the end. Ma Zi found a group of thugs and threatened Louis, which led to the scene just now. Hey, brother Lin, when have I ever been on a business trip to do what you asked me to do? Yes. Lin Fan said with a satisfied smile, once Louis's matter is over, I will let you be the head of the Human Resources Department. Hey, thank you brother Lin. 1 million. Ordinary people don't know how long they have to struggle to get 1 million, but Louis asked for 1 million right away, which is simply insane. Even Ningfeng couldn't bear to watch it anymore. Then you can do it through your own means. I tell you, there is no money at all. Ningfeng, what nonsense are you talking about? Saying this was simply to irritate Louis. What else could he not do? Chen Yao became anxious. Don't worry, I have my own way. Ningfeng whispered in Chen Yao's ear, this Louis is a greedy person. Think about it, in the past 20 years, how much money has he taken from you using the same method? Boom! Chen Yao was stunned for a moment. Indeed, Louis was a very despicable guy. Since she started working, he would ask her for money almost every month. If she didn't give him money, he would beat her mother. But Chen Yao's brows were filled with worry. Don't worry, leave it to me. Ningfeng patted Chen Yao's shoulder and comforted her. Boy, do you know what you just said? Louis, who had been confident of winning, was stunned for a moment. He thought that even if Chen Yao did not give him 1 million, she would at least give him hundreds of thousands, which would at least be enough to pay off the loan shark. Who knew this kid would? Didn't you hear me? Get out of here right now. You can take legal action, but the consequences won't be something you can afford. Boy, you have guts. Louis's face was extremely gloomy. He pointed at Ningfeng and said, let's wait and see. After saying this, Louis left angrily. On the other side, Lin Fan, who was hiding in the corner, also saw this scene. This loser Louis, damn it. Mac, go catch up with Louis and teach him a lesson. He. Brother Lin, I understand. Ma Zi smiled sinisterly and left. After everyone left, Chen Yao finally couldn't hold it in anymore. After all, the matter involved her mother. Feng, are you really sure? Don't worry, I promise that Louis won't get any benefit from this. Is the system here? If I remember correctly, Ningfeng remembers that the system has more than just the ability to attack strategies. Exist. System, is there any way to get Chen's mother and Louis's marriage certificate? This is easy. All the host needs to do is give the order to copy it. Then Louis's marriage certificate will become fake. Very good. Copy. As soon as Ningfeng finished speaking, a small red notebook suddenly appeared in his palm. With this thing, Lui's idea was basically unsuccessful, but Ningfeng didn't intend to let Lui go. After dinner, Ningfeng and Shen Yao returned to the company. Since there was nothing important, Ningfeng started playing with his mobile phone again. "Hey, brother Feng." Suddenly, a colleague sitting next to Ningfeng came over and said with a smile, "My name is Chen Chang. I really admire your courage. Can you share your experience with me? How did you win over Manager Chen?" "Yeah, style, please share your experience." "Brother Feng, you are my idol. I really admire you so much." In an instant, 4 or 5 onlookers gathered around. Ningfeng smiled bitterly and said, "Do you really want to hear it?" "Of course I did. Brother Feng, just tell me quickly. Every time I date a girlfriend, they always say I'm not good enough. I don't know what's wrong with me. Can you research it for me?" Puff. Everyone burst into laughter. This guy is really stupid. What's wrong? Don't you know it yourself? Ningfeng looked at the door carefully. Its arms and legs were thin. Could it be that he had no idea what was going on? Chapter 20 Unity is Strength. "Hey, what are you laughing at?" That guy was also pure, holding his hair with an innocent look on his face. "Forget it, I won't tease you anymore." Ningfeng pretended to be serious and said, "There is only one secret to chasing women. Since we are colleagues, I will teach it to you today." "What's the secret?" Several onlookers became interested. There are only 2 things to pursue a woman. Either you satisfy her spiritually. At this point, Ningfeng glanced at the onlookers and said, "But judging from the way you guys look, I guess you don't have the financial resources." Several onlookers gave them admiring looks. Indeed, they were just ordinary employees. After paying rent every month, they had no money left to chase girls. So we have to talk about the second method, which is to satisfy them physically and mentally. "Brother Feng, isn't it just sex? But my girlfriend still ran away." The thin man seemed to disagree with Ningfeng's words. "Ha ha." At this time everyone laughed. They all looked at him with contempt. "Your girlfriend ran away. Isn't that normal? So you all understand, right?" Ningfeng said with an unfathomable expression. "Hi. Brother Feng, it seems that you have already reached a certain level of understanding in pursuing girls. It would be great if we could have met you earlier. Brother Feng, you are my idol. Brother Feng, from what you said, you must have satisfied Manager Chen both physically and mentally, right? No wonder she is so devoted to you. Brother Feng. Depend on these guys. I had originally just made up a reason to fool them, but when they didn't find it, they got excited and kept discussing it. What are you doing?" At this time, Lin Fan suddenly appeared in the office area, and several onlookers were so scared that they hurried back to their workstations. But after what happened last time, Lin Fan didn't dare to do anything to Ningfeng and could only vent his anger on the others. "During working hours, if you don't work hard, 200 yuan will be deducted from your salary. And Skinny, hand me the revised new employee onboarding procedures before you leave work today, or you'll be fired. Old 5, and you, have you finished the recruitment work for the Human Resources Department today? Why don't you hurry up and do it? And you." Speaking of which, Lin Fan was really impressive. He scolded everyone in the office to their heart's content, and then returned to his office with his hands behind his back. After being scolded, the few people who were just watching the show were extremely depressed. "Hey guys, do you want to take revenge on Lin Fan?" "I want to." The thin man leaned over and whispered, "But Brother Feng, you also know that we are just small employees of the company. How dare we go against him even if we don't have a strong backer?" "That's right, Brother Feng, you've seen it too. This guy takes it out on us all the time, and we have no way to stop him." Ningfeng pretended to be mysterious and said, "I have a way to help you." "What is the solution?" A few more people came over. "The reason why Lin Fan dares to order you around is because you are not united enough. If you go to his office now and each of you give him a letter of resignation, I guarantee that he will never dare to order you around again. Brother Feng, is this okay? If he really fires us, it will be hard to find a job like this. At Marume, although the salary is not high, the HR department is relaxed. You are just too timid." Ningfeng asked with a look of disappointment, "What special skills did you have to be recruited by the company? And how many years have you worked there?" The thin man scratched his head and said a little embarrassedly, "I am ashamed to say that I don't have any other skills. I am just very good at software programming. Ordinary people really can't complete my work. It's also my fault that I am useless. I have been working for 4 or 5 years, and I am still an ordinary employee. Isn't that it? Not only the skinny guy, but also you guys. I've seen your work, and a lot of it is quite difficult, and most people can't do it, so you just need to pull together and quit collectively. This will definitely get to the president's ears. Who do you think will suffer in the end? I see. The thin man slapped his thigh, looked at Ningfeng gratefully and said, I'll go write my resignation letter right now. I'm going to kill this Lin Fan this time. I'm going to. Brother Feng, just wait for my good news. Yeah. Ningfeng said indignantly, unity is strength. I believe your resistance will eventually pay off. Chapter 21 Wan Lia. About 10 minutes later, Skinny and the others finished writing their resignation letters and entered Lin Fan's office. What are you doing? Rebellion? Don't you have to work anymore? Lin Fan glared at everyone. The thin man grinned and threw the resignation letter on the desk. Lin Fan, you're right. I'm quitting. And me. In an instant, Lin Fan's desk was piled with nearly 20 resignation letters. Lin Fan, we have been fed up with you for a long time. Don't you always threaten us with expulsion? This time we will grant your wish and expel us all. Yes, Lin Fan, I beg you to fire us, okay? Everyone was talking at once, not taking Lin Fan seriously at all. Are you crazy? Lin Fan stood up and roared, even if we have to resign, is it necessary to do so? If President Wang finds out about this, how will you let me explain it? He. The thin man said disdainfully, what do you say? It has nothing to do with us. Hurry up and sign your resignation letter to us. That's right, sign it quickly. We don't want to work for a pervert who breaks into the girls' dormitory naked. Yes, we can't afford to lose this person. As soon as these words came out, Lin Fan's face turned the color of liver. However, he has been working in the industry for so many years, so he still has some cunning skills. Everyone, how about we discuss this matter again? What the hell are we discussing? The thin man grabbed Lin Fan's clothes and punched him in the eyes. Bang! So much so that Lin Fan was beaten into a panda eye on the spot. Is there nothing to discuss now? Seeing this, the rest of the onlookers raised their arms and surrounded Lin Fan. You, what are you going to do? Beat you. I don't know who shouted, but the rest of the people just ignored it and put all their strength into the attack. The battle lasted for more than 10 minutes. When everyone dispersed, they saw that Lin Fan was already in tattered clothes, with bruises all over his face, like a wandering beggar. Sign or not? The thin man asked coldly. But he was very excited in his heart. Damn, it turned out that I was right to listen to Brother Feng. This guy is easy to be bullied. If we all unite, Lin Fan is nothing. Brothers, can you let me call the president and tell him? Then hurry up. Believe it or not, we will beat you to death. A strong middle-aged man waved his arms and shouted. I'll call right now. Lin Fan fumbled to take out his cell phone from his pocket, but the screen was broken because of what happened just now. But there was no other way. Lin Fan fiddled with it for a long time and finally dialed Wang Lia's number. Hello, Mr. Wang, I'm Lin Fan. Then Lin Fan told Wang Lia the whole story. What? Wang Lia, who was sorting documents in the office, suddenly became furious. What do you do for a living? There's a mass resignation going on? Do you still want to work as a deputy manager? Mr. Wang. Shut up and talk when I get here. After saying that, Wang Lia hung up the phone, stepped on a pair of high heels, and rushed out of the office with a murderous look on her face. Okay, brothers, I've already made the call. Please stop beating me, okay? Lin Fan raised his broken cell phone with a pitiful look on his face. Bah! What a coward who only bullies the weak and fears the strong. Exactly. Can you be a deputy manager in this condition? You must have used connections to get in. There are many different opinions. At this moment, Ningfeng was sitting at his desk, enjoying a good show in the office. Hey, Lin Fan, let's see if you can survive this time. Click, click. Suddenly, there was a sound of hurried footsteps. Wang Lia was wearing a professional shirt, a hip skirt, and big wavy hair. She was simply the incarnation of a goddess. Hey, you finally showed up? Wang Lia is Ningfeng's main target for this time when he enters Marume. Ningfeng couldn't help laughing when he thought that this icy female president would submit to him. Chapter 22 Domineering Wang Lia. Name, Wang Lia. Age, 23. Favorability, 15. Inner secret, her parents instilled business ideas in her since she was young, so that at a young age she was in charge of a cosmetics company with a market value of billions. Although it looks glamorous on the surface, deep down she longs for a domineering man to conquer her. So that's how it is. It turns out that this icy female CEO likes domineering men. No wonder she threw me out when I applied for the job last time. Why are you laughing? Suddenly, Wang Lia's cold voice interrupted Ningfeng's thoughts. Hey, it's okay. Ningfeng smiled awkwardly. Snort. Wang Lia glared at Ningfeng and walked towards Lin Fan's office. Not sure if it was an auditory hallucination, but Ningfeng actually heard some incredible words. Men are all duplicity. Damn it, just wait for me to conquer you. Ningfeng secretly made up his mind that no matter how difficult it was, he must conquer this icy female president. At the same time, Wang Lia had entered the office. Lin Fan, what's wrong with you? As the deputy manager of the Human Resources Department, don't you even care about your basic image? At this moment, Lin Fan's clothes were already torn, which made Wang Lia even more angry. Mr. Wang. Let me just say the most important thing. If your employees hadn't resigned en masse, I wouldn't have the time to listen to you. Lin Fan looked at Wang Lia, then at Skinny and the others. For a moment, he really didn't dare to speak. Perhaps he was scared by Skinny and the others, and he was pitifully asking for Skinny's opinion. Tell the truth and remember not to miss a single word, otherwise I'll beat you to death. The thin man raised his fist and warned. Of course. Boss Wang, it's like this. After a while, Lin Fan finally told how he punished the employees and what happened in the office. Wang Lia's face became more and more ugly. Lin Fan, I don't know how you became the deputy manager, but who allowed you to deduct employees' wages at will? Mr. Wang. Just shut up. Wang Lia glared at Lin Fan fiercely and said, Lin Fan, it's okay that you are irresponsible in your daily work, but you have been causing problems recently. Last time, you even broke into the girls' dormitory. Do you really think I don't know about this? Boom. Lin Fan was so frightened that he was shaking. He never thought that Wang Lia would know about this. In view of your recent behavior, I will deduct 1 month's salary from you, and then you can write a letter of apology and sincerely apologize to them. Do you accept this? Wang Lia pointed at Thin Man and others. I accept. Lin Fan didn't dare to say a word of objection. He was able to enter Marubi Company because of luck. After years of hard work, he became a deputy manager. If I really left Marumi, I would definitely not be able to find such a leisurely and high-paying job. Very good. I hope this won't happen again. Otherwise, you can just pack up and leave. Tell the people in the finance department to give each of these guys an extra 500 yuan in salary. This must be done today. From the time Wang Lia came in until now, she has always had a domineering aura, which is why she can be in charge of a company at such a young age. From Lin Fan's departure to giving employees a pay raise, everything seemed to be a natural progression. I understand, Mr. Wang, I understand. Lin Fan kept nodding and bowing. After taking a final look at Lin Fan, Wang Lia left the office. Skinny and the others were overjoyed. They had not originally planned to quit their jobs, they just wanted to scare Lin Fan. Who knew they could get a raise? This was something they had never dared to think about before. Afterwards, Thin Man and the others left the office satisfied. You see, our President Wang's aura is so strong that ordinary men can't control it. If I could marry a woman like Ms. Wang, I would be willing to shorten my life by 10 years. But Mr. Wang is really reasonable and clear about rewards and punishments. Chapter 23 Troubles. Well, I didn't lie to you, did I? At this time, Ning Feng came over with an unfathomable look. Brother Feng, you are amazing. I, Skinny, admire you from the bottom of my heart. Skinny raised a thumbs up. Brother Feng, you don't know. Just now, President Wang said nothing about Lin Fan in the office. It was so cool. Brother Feng. Hey, you little brats, stop flattering me. Ning Feng waved his hand and said, okay, it's almost time to get off work, I'll leave first. Brother Feng, are you planning to bring Manager Chen with you again? The thin man said with an expression that said I understand. Go! 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 Afterwards, Ning Feng went to Chen Yao's office and took her off work because there was still an important matter that had not been resolved. Not long after Ning Feng left, Lin Fan, looking embarrassed, poked his head out of the office door. He heard everyone's conversation just now. It turns out that all this was caused by Ning Feng. I will fight you to the death. After saying that, Lin Fan angrily took out his cell phone and struggled for a long time before making a call. Hey, Motzi, how's it going? Brother Lin, don't worry. I promise that this time, I will make sure that couple will pay the price. Very good. Lin Fan showed a cruel smile and then hung up the phone. As for Ning Feng and Chen Yao, they went straight back to their rented house after work. As soon as I reached the third floor, I saw two staff members in uniform. Excuse me, are you Miss Chen Yao and Mr. Ning Feng? A middle-aged man with a square face and a height of about 1.75 meters asked. It's me, what's wrong? Chen Yao was a little confused, as she didn't know the two men in front of her. We are from the Civil Affairs Bureau. The man took out his ID and said, My name is Chung Kai, and this is my assistant Xiao Lu. Today we received a report from a man named Louis, saying that you are trying to alienate him and his wife. Is this true? It's pure nonsense on his part. Chen Yao couldn't help herself and said with a red face, Would I harm my own mother? That Louis is worse than pigs and dogs. He never treated my mother as his wife. He would fight whenever he was not satisfied. We just couldn't stand it, so we moved out. Miss Chen, don't get excited. Chen Kai explained, according to what Mr. Lu said, he and his wife have been married for 20 years and have a marriage certificate. Their marriage is legally binding, so even if you are her biological daughter, you have no right to separate them. Ridiculous. Are we just waiting for that beast Louis to beat my mother to death? Chen Yao roared angrily, Where is Louis? I need to explain it to him. As soon as he finished speaking, a man suddenly walked out of room 302. Who else could it be but Louis? He had a bruised face and nose, as if he had been beaten. Hey, my dear daughter, you are so anxious to see me, what's the matter? Put away your face, Louis, you are a beast. Ha, Xiaoyao, please don't talk nonsense. You have tried every possible means to separate me from your mother. You even got people to beat me up. But I don't care about these. As long as you can let your mother and I spend our old age in peace, that's enough. After saying that, the guy actually pretended to be aggrieved and shed tears. When did I ask someone to beat you up? Can you please stop talking nonsense? It's him. Louis pointed at Ning Feng and said, Not long ago, in order to prevent your mother from seeing me, you asked this kid to warn me. I refused to obey, so he took action. But I don't care about these. As long as I can be with your mother, I am willing to endure any hardship. After this guy finished speaking, he actually started wiping his tears with his hands. If someone didn't know the truth, they would probably be fooled by him. Chapter 24 Final Evidence. Louis, are you still a human being? How can you say such a thing? I've seen shameless people, but I've never seen someone so shameless. Chen Yao is almost going crazy. I just want to be with your mother. Am I wrong? It seemed that he had really suffered a great injustice. Louis actually started yelling, so much so that Chen Kai and the other man who came to solve the problem didn't know what to do. Ning Feng patted Chen Yao on the shoulder, indicating that he should solve the problem himself. You too, since you believe Louis's words so much, even if Louis really has the right to bring back Chen Yao's mother, he should also produce the marriage certificate, right? Ning Feng asked Chen Kai. Well, according to legal procedures, we should confirm it. After that, Chen Kai said to Louis, Take out the things. Good. Louis directly took out two small red notebooks from his pocket. This was the evidence of his marriage with Chen's mother. Now you all see it, right? Can I take my wife away? It is indeed possible to follow the legal procedures. Chen Kai nodded. Thank you, leader. After saying that, Louis was about to enter room 302 and wanted to take Chen's mother away. Etc. What else are you going to do? Louis, who had just stepped into the room, turned around and yelled at Ning Fan, I really don't know why you want to stop me from being with my wife. Damn. This guy is really a natural actor. He can handle the self-torture tactics and emotional drama with ease. If I hadn't been prepared today, I really would have been defeated by him. Two leaders, if their marriage certificates are fake, will they still have legal effect? Ningfeng sneered. Chiang Kai and Xiao Lu looked at each other and said in unison, a fake marriage certificate certainly has no legal effect. Okay then. Ningfeng gave a wicked smile, then dodged the marriage certificate in Lu Yi's hand. Please look at these two marriage certificates. Although they look like the real ones, they don't have the seal of the Civil Affairs Bureau. What legal effect do these marriage certificates have? It's really fake. I was almost fooled by you. In an instant, Chiang Kai's anger surged up. Impossible. Louis quickly snatched the marriage certificate and began to check it. His expression became more and more ugly because there was really no stamp on the two red books. In other words, it has no legal effect. It must be you who did something. In a flash, Louis was about to take action, but Ningfeng got there first and grabbed his wrist. Crack! There was a crisp sound of bones breaking, which made people shudder. Louis, I've already told you that if you insist on doing it, I won't let you off. By the way, comrades, if someone uses a fake marriage certificate to beat up the family of another party and tries to use the law, what crime is this? Without waiting for Chiang Kai to speak, Xiao Lu spoke first. Of course he will go to jail. Xiao Lu had a bad temper to begin with. After he found out he had been cheated, his eyes were spitting fire, and Louis was so shocked that he even forgot the pain. Then if Louis beat the people severely and forced them to give him money to let him gamble, what crime is this? Of course, they have to undergo labor reform, which can last for 10 years at the lightest and 20 years at the heaviest. Louis's crime was of course a serious crime. He tortured Chen's mother and Chen Yao for 20 years. So when he heard this, his eyes almost popped out. But this kind of thing requires evidence. Words are not enough, Chiang Kai explained. Louis seemed to have found a savior, and quickly agreed, yes, you have no evidence at all. The most I did was to use a fake marriage certificate to deceive others. I will be released after a few days of detention. Ha ha. Any evidence? Ningfeng took out a small USB flash drive from the opening. This was something Ningfeng had secretly asked the system to create. The evidence is right here. You two comrades can take your time to look at it. Having said that, Ningfeng looked at Louis with a sneer. As for you, it will take you at least 20 years to get out. After 20 years, you will be nothing but an old skeleton, and there will be no one to see you off when you die. Boom! Louis was struck by lightning, as if she looked 10 years older in an instant. Chiang Kai took the USB drive and said with a smile, we will hand over today's conversation, Louis, and the USB drive to the police. If the evidence in the USB drive is sufficient, this guy will be in jail for at least 20 years. Then I'll have to trouble you too. Ningfeng bowed to show his gratitude. Let's go. Chiang Kai glanced at Louis coldly, as if he was dragging a dead dog. Because Chiang Kai is in charge of marriage matters, he doesn't have a good face towards scumbag like Louis. Chapter 25 The fake mother-in-law assists. Chen Yao didn't react until the three figures completely disappeared on the third floor. What happened just now? How could the marriage certificate between Lu Yi and her mother be fake? She saw them go to the Civil Affairs Bureau in person to get it. Ningfeng smiled wickedly and took out two identical red books from his pocket. This is the truth, but it doesn't matter now. Lu Yi has been arrested, and you and Aunt Chen are completely free. Thank you, Feng. Shen Yao suddenly felt extremely happy for this man whom she had only known for less than 3 days. Because in these 2 days, this man saved himself and his mother from the clutches of the devil. What are you going to do with these two things? Ningfeng shook the two marriage certificates. To hell with it. Rip. Shen Yao took the marriage certificate and tore it into pieces. Maybe this is the best outcome. By the way, it's so late and everyone is hungry. Let's take Aunt Chen out to eat. I'll listen to you. Chen Yao sweetly took Ningfeng's arm and entered the rented house. Mother Chen heard everything that happened outside just now. She didn't know whether she was moved or really relieved. She just sat there and cried silently. Mom, no one will be able to bully us anymore. Well, after 20 years of hard times, it's finally over. Mother Chen wiped away her tears, followed Chen Yao and Ningfeng out of the room, and went to eat. At the same time, Lin Fan, who was sitting at home feeling smug, suddenly received a call. Brother Lin, this is bad. That idiot Louis has been arrested. What? At this moment, Lin Fan, who originally thought he had one, could not help but become furious. Didn't you say that we would definitely succeed? What's going on now? Lin Fan roared.
Brother Lin, now is not the time to talk about this.
I heard that Louis will be sentenced to at least 20 years in prison this time. Will this kid bite his teeth and give us all away? Boom.
Lin Fan then realized that the reason why Louis was in jail was because of the trap he had set.
What if he said something he shouldn't have? Ma Zi, if something really happens, I'll give you 200,000 yuan to help me deal with it, okay?
At this point, the only way to avoid disaster is to spend money.
Fuck you, Lin Fan, are you talking like a human being? 200,000? Are you sending away beggars? Ma Zi got angry immediately. If he went to jail, he would have to stay for several years at least, right? What is the use of 200,000? Then how much do you say?
Lin Fan lit a cigarette for himself with trembling hands and took a deep breath.
It was just that because the yin and yang pulses were jumping so fast, he was so nervous that he even forgot to spit out the cigarette. One price, 1 million. Mr. Lin, if you can't afford it, let's go to jail together. Bang. Ma Zi didn't say any more nonsense and hung up the phone directly. Mad. 1 million? Bang.
Lin Fan threw the cell phone he had just bought to the ground.
It's all Ning Feng's fault. If he hadn't suddenly appeared, nothing would have turned out like this. Ning Feng, one day I will kill you myself. A warm restaurant. This is a local cuisine restaurant. I heard that people who come here can eat spicy food.
But it is also very warm here, and you can see families having dinner together everywhere. Ning Feng and the other two are also here. Ordered a large table of dishes. Chen Yao, like a good and obedient wife, kept picking up food for Chen's mother and Ning Feng.
That's enough, I can't eat this much anymore.
Mother Chen quickly asked Chen Yao to stop, pointing at Ning Feng and said, "It's all thanks to Xiaofeng that we can regain our freedom this time.
We should let him eat more."
No, auntie, I'm just trying to help as much as I can.
That's right.
Mother Chen put down her chopsticks and said with a smile, "But it is a blessing for my Xiaoyao to marry a responsible man like you.
I am really happy." Forehead. Here we go again.
This fake mother-in-law of mine is really a great help all the time.
Mom, what did you say?
Chen Yao looked at her mother with some reproach, full of shyness.
After all, there are many people watching the restaurant. Isn't this the talented little brother from last time? Suddenly a girl noticed Ning Feng.
She had seen Ning Feng play the violin for Jiang Yan last time, so she was very envious. She just didn't know why Ning Feng had a new girlfriend this time.
This is probably the charm of this little brother.
The infatuated girl spoke to herself. This made her boyfriend sitting opposite her very angry.
Xiaofeng, does that person know you? Mother Chen seemed to smell a sense of danger and asked.
After all, Ning Feng did not complete Chen's mother's mission strategy.
Auntie, you misunderstood. That girl is so beautiful, how could I know her?
She must have recognized the wrong person.
Oh. So that's how it is. But Xiaofeng, as a man you have to take responsibility.
You mustn't cross that bastard Louis.
He. Ning Feng just had one sentence left unsaid. Aunt Chen, you've made a mistake again this time. I am a man with a system. I may be even worse than Louis in the future. If you knew, would you still marry your daughter to me? Chapter 26 Wang Fei.
After dinner, in order to give Chen Yao and Ning Fan some space to be alone, Chen's mother went straight home. When she left, she also gave an order that they could not go home before 12 o'clock. In contrast, Ning Feng could only laugh in his heart. If there were more mothers-in-law like this, good days would come for men.
But since Aunt Chen gave the order, Ning Feng could only accompany Chen Yao out for a run.
Suddenly, an Audi TT stopped in front of them. The door slowly opened and a girl about 23 or 24 years old, dressed in trendy clothes, walked down slowly with a man about 40 years old, with a bald head.
Hey, isn't this Chen Yao?
The girl looked Ning Feng up and down, and said with a hint of disdain, "I can't believe that after so many years, your taste hasn't changed. So many rich second generations pursued you, but you refused them all and chose a poor loser whose clothes cost less than 200 yuan. After saying that, the girl held the old man more intimately, as if showing off her achievements.
My choice is my business, Wang Fei, can you please not be so harsh? Wang Fei is Chen Yao's high school classmate.
When they were in school, she liked to compare herself with others, especially with Chen Yao, who was better than her in every aspect. So after entering society, she tried her best to hook up with a millionaire, the Mediterranean man next to her.
Ha, too much? Wang Fei said coldly, am I wrong? Look at this poor boy. And then look at my old Yang. Wang Fei pointed at the Mediterranean man and said, do you know? Since I followed Lao Yang, I have a car and a house.
But the poor boy next to you probably won't be able to afford an Audi TT in his lifetime, right?
Puff.
Ningfeng couldn't help it and sprayed water on Wang Fei, making her clothes look dirty.
I'm sorry, I couldn't help myself just now.
Wang Fei got angry on the spot, pointing at Ningfeng and yelling, you must have done this on purpose, you little bastard?
Do you know how much my clothes cost? 3,000 yuan. You made a mess. Hurry up and compensate me. Pay me.
After that, Wang Fei looked at Lao Yang with an aggrieved look on her face, and said in a coquettish voice, dear, look at him, he has soiled my clothes, you must teach him a lesson for me. Lao Yang patted the back of Wang Fei's hand and said with a smile, young man, since you are Xiao Fei's boyfriend, I won't embarrass you.
This dress is worth 3,000 yuan. You pay 3,000 yuan and we'll let it go. 3,000? Ningfeng opened his mouth in pretended surprise, his face full of disbelief.
In fact, Ningfeng had seen this clothes in a trendy brand store before, and it cost no more than 1,000 yuan. It was obvious that the other party was trying to blackmail him. However, Ningfeng did not expose it on the spot, wanting to see what tricks Wang Fei would play next. I know that a poor boy like you can't afford it, but I tell you, not a penny less than 3,000 yuan. Shen Yao also thought that Ningfeng had no money. After all, he had only been working for 2 days and had not received his salary yet. So he wanted to help Ningfeng out.
3,000 yuan, I'll compensate you. Please take the money and leave immediately.
As she said that, Shen Yao was about to take out the money.
Hey, are you feeling sorry for your boyfriend?
Wang Fei said with disdain, I know, judging from your boyfriend's appearance, he is just an ordinary worker, and his monthly salary is only 2 or 3,000, right?
TSK. Shen Yao, you are so pitiful. You found such a loser boyfriend.
Then, she looked at Ningfeng and said, but since we are old classmates, I will help you. As long as your boyfriend is willing to kowtow and apologize to me, I will let you pay the 3,000 yuan.
In addition, I will ask my husband, Lao Yang, to find him a job. What job?
Ningfeng pretended to be excited.
Cleaning job. You can only do some cleaning. 4,500 a month.
Yes, young man, you should take responsibility for your own mistakes.
Relying on your wife is a coward. If you work hard in my company, you will be successful one day. Old Yang echoed Wang Fei. He.
They really are birds of a feather. Ningfeng could hardly hold back his laughter.
Wang Fei, you're going too far.
Shen Yao took out some money from her wallet and was about to give it to Wang Fei to end the conversation.
Xiaoyao, no need.
I made a mistake and I will take responsibility for it myself. Old Yang said with a look of satisfaction, young people are able to bend and stretch.
I believe that one day you will be as successful as me. Thanks. Ningfeng changed the subject and pointed at Wang Fei's skirt and asked, excuse me, did you buy this skirt just by paying the money? Yes. So now I have soiled her clothes, and you want me to pay for it. Does that mean that if I give you money, the clothes should belong to me?
Suddenly, a bad feeling came over Wang Fei, but Lao Yang remained serious and nodded continuously. That's true, but young man, $3,000 is a lot for you, so don't try to save face.
Chapter 27 One hand for money and one hand for goods.
3,000 yuan is indeed not a lot, but it's worth it to be able to buy clothes that a beautiful woman has worn. As he spoke, Ningfeng fumbled for a long time and took out 3,000 yuan in cash from his pocket.
Oh, just in time. Here's $3,000. Can you give me the clothes now? G.A.
Wang Fei was stunned on the spot. At the beginning, she dared to say that because she thought Ningfeng had no money, but now he has taken out all the money.
Do I really have to take off my clothes on the spot? What are you standing there for? Hurry up, you have to take the money.
If you don't give me the clothes, it will be robbery and you will be taken to the police station for questioning. Ningfeng rubbed his hands, changed his embarrassed expression, and started to urge.
This. Ningfeng's words really scared Wang Fei.
If someone gave him the money but didn't give him the clothes, it could really be considered robbery.
But this is in public. Lao Yang, why are you still standing there? Everyone is asking your wife to take off her clothes. In desperation, Wang Fei could only ask Lao Yang for help. Cough, cough, cough. Young man, we will give you the clothes. Can you wait a moment? No.
Ningfeng took out his cell phone and pressed the play button, and immediately the conversation between the few people just now appeared. There is also a conversation in which Lao Yang confidently agrees to pay the money and deliver the goods.
Did you hear that?
You said it yourself. If you don't give me clothes, I will hand this recording over to the police and make you stay in jail for a few days.
I think Mr. Yang, as a millionaire, must have affected your reputation, right? Young man, can we negotiate?
We don't want the money, and you don't want our clothes either. When Lao Yang heard this, he was a little scared and immediately started to say nice things.
That won't do.
Ningfeng's attitude changed and became extremely tough.
Considering the consequences of this matter, Lao Yang really hesitated.
After all, Wang Fei was not his real wife. If he was caught in the trap, his affair with Wang Fei would be exposed.
At that time, the tigress at home. Thinking of this, Lao Yang's face turned cold. Xiao Fei, you should take off your clothes. Old Yang, are you crazy?
Wang Fei widened his eyes and said in disbelief, "This is on the street, you have no shame, but I still have it."
This.
Old Yang was stunned for a moment. Usually when he was with Wang Fei, she always looked like she was trying to please him. I didn't expect him to become so ferocious all of a sudden. Boss Yang, you see, this is the goddess you spent a lot of money to support.
She is just greedy for your money.
Ningfeng glanced at Wang Fei and said coldly, "Since you don't dare to take it off, forget it.
In fact, I don't want the stinky clothes you have worn. I just can't stand you going too far. You guys?" Wang Fei was so angry that he couldn't say anything.
Are you trying to say that I'm just a poor loser?
So what? At least I'm not as superficial as you seem.
Also, everything I have I've fought for myself.
You don't always show off to get what you want. Okay, talking to a gold digger like you makes me feel sick from the bottom of my heart. I'm leaving now.
Ningfeng waved his hand, and at this time Chen Yao affectionately held Ningfeng's arm, and the two disappeared into the darkness.
After a long while, Wang Fei finally came back to his senses and glared at Lao Yang. Are you still a man? Your wife was bullied and you didn't say a word? Humph.
What that kid said just now is right.
You don't like me at all. You just covet my money. I don't want a woman like you. Bang.
Old Yang slammed the car door and drove away.
Chen Yao and that stinky loser, I'm not done with you guys.
Looking at the car lights going further and further away, Wang Fei knew that everything he had worked hard for over the years was gone. At this moment, a huge sense of revenge rose in her heart.
Okay, very good. Tomorrow is the day for the class reunion.
I want to see how long your love can last.
When the time comes, I will make you lose face completely. Chapter 28 Class Reunion. The next day.
Ningfeng had just finished washing up and was about to have breakfast as usual, when there was a knock on the door.
Who is it? Wind, it's me.
Chen Yao's voice came from outside the door. Ningfan thought he was being asked to go to work, so he opened the door immediately.
But as soon as I opened the door, I was stunned.
Chen Yao is dressed particularly beautifully today, wearing a long t-shirt on the upper body, slightly fashionable flared pants on the lower body, and simple canvas shoes, giving her the feeling of a girl next door. Today, Chen Yao seemed to have put on light makeup and had long, shiny black wavy hair.
Oh my god. This is simply the incarnation of a goddess. Feng, why are you staring at me? Is there something on my face?
Chen Yao felt a little uncomfortable being stared at. She thought she had done something wrong and asked with a blushing face. No, it's just that you are too beautiful today. Ningfeng blurted out without thinking.
Chen Yao grinned and said, as long as you like, I can dress like this every day, okay? Okay. Etc. The Chen Yao I knew never wore makeup before, and usually wore professional suits. What happened today? You are dressed so beautifully today, it should be more than just for me to see, right?
Ningfeng asked with a little confusion. After we came back last night, I received a call from my junior high school classmate Wang Shanshan, saying that there was a class reunion today. We haven't seen each other for a long time, so I have to go over today.
So that's how it is. Ningfeng thought.
Suddenly, Chen Yao hugged Ningfeng's arm and said in a slightly pleading tone, Feng, they heard from somewhere that I have a boyfriend.
can you go with me? Of course you can, but don't you have to go to work today? I've already called the company and asked for leave for you, so you don't have to go to work today. Chen Yao explained. So that's how it is. Okay then, wait for me for a moment.
After all, he was attending someone else's class reunion, so Ningfeng still tried hard to dress up and took out his only suit that he had bought at a cheap stall. Then the two of them took a taxi to the meeting place.
Hermann Hotel.
Located in the city center of Chengdu, both the decoration and service here are of the standards of a 5-star hotel.
It can be said to be a place frequented by wealthy people.
As soon as Ningfeng and Shen Yao arrived at the Hermann Hotel, a girl in casual clothes and a ponytail came to greet them at the door.
Yao Yao, you are finally here. Is this your boyfriend? Yes.
Shen Yao smiled and pointed at the girl and said, her name is Wang Shanshan, my best friend in high school.
Hello.
Ningfan extended his hand politely, and Wang Shanshan seemed to be very familiar with him. After shaking hands with Ningfan, she put her arm around Shen Yao and whispered in her ear.
Yao Yao, you are so lucky that your boyfriend is willing to accompany you to the class reunion. I am so miserable because I found a workaholic. That's still making money for you.
At least he's a man you can rely on.
Hee hee, that's right. Wang Shanshan made a face mischievously and then said, let's go in too.
All the classmates should be here, except for the two of us.
Okay. After that, the three of them walked into the Hermann Hotel. Big hotels are different. They have everything to eat and play.
Of course, consumption here is also extremely expensive.
Wang Shanshan said that this class reunion was organized by a rich second-generation guy from his former class.
On the 3rd floor, in a private room called Blue Rose. Xiao Fei, you seem to be doing well recently.
These clothes and jewelry are not cheap, right?
Xiao Fei, I heard that you found a millionaire husband.
Is there a suitable job for him? Can you introduce him to someone?
At the dinner table, Wang Fei was surrounded by people, who kept chattering and asking questions. At first she was still upset about what happened last night, but later she began to enjoy the feeling of being superior to the crowd. She touched a ring on her hand and said with a smile, I'm just trying to get by.
Don't talk about being a millionaire. It's a different era now. I've just gotten out of poverty.
As soon as she said this, some people were envious, some thought she was showing off, but no one showed any displeasure. After all, she was really rich. At this time, Wang Fei spoke again, by the way, we were all in the same class before.
Don't blame me for not reminding you that there are few good men nowadays.
You should find someone with good conditions, otherwise you will suffer for the rest of your life.
Chapter 29 Proud Wang Fei.
What Xiao Fei said makes sense.
We girls are originally a vulnerable group. We need to find a husband who can lead a good life.
Oh, if only I had met Xiao Fei earlier, otherwise I wouldn't have married a useless man. A woman weighing 150 kilograms and about 1.5 meters tall sighed.
If there really are around women in this world, this is probably the one I'm talking about. Hey, you don't have to be too pessimistic. If we talk about the person with the worst vision in our class, it's definitely not you. Who is that? The fat woman suddenly became interested. Shen Yao. No way?
She was the campus belle of our school. I heard that there were many rich second generations chasing after her.
How could she marry a loser?
That's right, this is incredible.
Everyone exclaimed immediately. All of this was exactly what Wang Fei wanted to see.
She vowed last night to make these two people lose face at the party.
What's impossible about this? Wang Fei gave a smug smile.
Suddenly, the door of the private room was opened again, and Ningfeng and his two companions came in. When Ningfeng first saw Wang Fei was there, he frowned, but after thinking about it carefully, he felt that this kind of person was not worth his attention at all.
Wang Fei pointed at Ningfeng and whispered, see? That's Chen Yao's boyfriend. Look at what he's wearing. It's all cheap stuff. It only costs 200 yuan.
I also heard that Chen Yao is supporting him now.
Do you think this kind of man is a loser?
Everyone looked at Ningfeng carefully and found that he looked very bad, just as Wang Fei said.
Ah, I never thought that the former goddess would become like this. That's right. It's really like a flower stuck in cow dung. What a pity. Everyone looked at Chen Yao and sighed.
Wang Fei, who was hiding in the crowd, smiled brighter and brighter.
This is just the beginning, you will be in trouble soon. Ningfeng didn't care about what people were saying. Instead, his stomach started to growl because he hadn't had breakfast yet. Ha ha.
Everyone heard it as well and immediately burst into laughter. I can't believe there are such cowardly men in the world who don't even notice the occasion.
I don't know how he got Chen Yao.
Some boys did not agree with Wang Fei's statement at first. After all, many of them had achieved nothing. But compared to Ning Fan's actions just now, they suddenly felt a little more confident. Soon, the banquet began, but today's organizer was nowhere to be seen, and everyone was wondering where he was. Wang Fei was determined to teach Chen Yao and Ningfeng a lesson, so she suddenly had an idea and said to a girl at the next table who was dressed up in fancy clothes, "Hey, Shelly, the bracelet on your hand is made of Haitan jade, right? This thing is worth at least over 100,000 yuan in the market, right?" Shelly covered her mouth and sneered, "This is a gift from my damn husband before we got married. It can't compare to the diamond ring on your hand." Wang Fei raised her hand to the table, and the shining diamond ring immediately attracted many people's attention.
"You're talking about this?"
"Coincidentally, I was the one who was angry that year, and that damn guy in my family gave me a surprise. He suddenly proposed to me romantically at 5:20 in the afternoon."
"Wow, your husband is such a romantic. I really envy you, Xiaofei."
"TSK, what is there to envy?
Why don't you tell us that your husband is Mediterranean?"
Of course, Ningfeng didn't know at this moment that Wang Fei had been kicked out by Lao Yang. Wang Fei seemed to have found confidence and looked at Ningfeng with a sneer, as if saying that you will be in trouble later.
"What's there to be envious of? It's just a diamond ring. If my husband hadn't begged me with tears and even took me to Paris for a month, I wouldn't have agreed to it." "Wow, you actually went abroad for your honeymoon. That's so romantic. If my husband would treat me like this, it would be worth dying for." Wang Fei smiled and said, "That's nothing. I receive many gifts every year on my birthday.
They are all carefully prepared by my husband.
Unlike some people, I'm afraid they have never received any gifts from their boyfriends in their entire lives, right? It's not her fault.
I can only say that the man is such a loser that he can't even give others the most basic things." When Wang Fei said this, he was looking at Ningfeng, and everyone followed Wang Fei's gaze and looked at Ningfeng.
Chapter 30 The purpose of the banquet.
Ningfeng acted as if he was not the one being talked about and ate the food in front of him with big mouthfuls.
Alas, what a pity that the goddess chose such a foodie. That's right, I can't bear to watch it anymore. Some losers showed expressions of pity. "Wang Fei, what does it have to do with you whether my boyfriend gives me a gift or not? Please don't make personal attacks, okay?"
Chen Yao put down the dishes in her hands and scolded.
He. Wang Fei had a hypocritical look on his face. "Can I take it that you're jealous? I wonder why you should protect a loser who didn't even give you a birthday present." At this point, Wang Fei raised her eyelids and said, "If I remember correctly, today should be your birthday too. Look at your useless boyfriend, he probably didn't even remember your birthday, right?" Boom!
When such a time bomb was suddenly thrown out, everyone was stunned.
Really? Even if you have limited financial resources, you should at least say happy birthday, right? This is even worse than a scumbag. Bah, if I had a boyfriend like that, I would have thrown him out long ago.
At this moment, Chen Yao's face was becoming more and more ugly.
Her birthday was today, and not many people knew about it. But she didn't expect Wang Fei to make a big fuss about it. Bang!
At this moment, Ningfeng suddenly put the bowl and chopsticks in his hands on the table.
"Excuse me, you wanted to go out for a while."
After saying that, Ningfeng walked out of the private room. Chen Yao was about to follow him, but was stopped by Ningfeng.
"I never thought today is also Chen Yao's birthday."
It's normal not to know the birthday of someone you've only known for a few days, but I didn't expect someone to take advantage of this.
"Ha ha. Then I'll have some fun with you guys."
Ding, it is detected that the host has been physically attacked.
The anti-attack system is officially activated.
Ding, congratulations to the host for successfully triggering the counter-strategy mission. Carefully prepare a perfect birthday party for Chen Yao, leaving others speechless. Mission reward, God of Cooking Skills. As a man who can cook, this will give you extra points when you are attacking.
Mission help, 5 million cash. Are you asking me to show off and slap myself in the face?
At this moment, a smug smile appeared on Ningfeng's lips, as if he had seen the shocked expressions of others. Thinking of this, Ningfeng went straight to the person in charge of the hotel and told him his thoughts. Then he returned to the private room. However, just as Ning Feng walked in, a man in a suit, smiling and looking extremely wealthy, also walked in.
Everyone, I'm sorry, I was delayed by something just now. I'm really sorry.
As soon as this man came in, almost all the women's eyes were on him.
Wow, it's Huang Feng. I thought she wouldn't come today.
I heard that he organized this party to get white with someone.
I don't know if it's true or not. Oh my god, who is so lucky?
In contrast, there is a group of male losers.
Tisk, isn't it just that your family has some money? Why are you so arrogant? If you have the guts, why don't you treat us to dinner every day? I'm going to eat you bankrupt, and then we'll see how you can pretend to be cool.
After a while, the discussions in the private room gradually subsided.
Huang Feng walked directly to Chen Yao with a smile on his face. Yao Yao, long time no see.
As he said this, he stretched out his right hand, but Chen Yao did not shake hands with him. Huang Feng frowned slightly, but quickly adjusted himself.
Yao Yao, today's dishes are all carefully prepared for you. Do you like them? Boom.
After hearing this, everyone understood that Huang Feng was 80% going to the party today for Chen Yao.
Thank you for your hospitality. Chen Yao smiled awkwardly. Tisk, why are you pretending?
At this moment, Wang Fei became furious.
She could never have imagined that Huang Feng's target was Chen Yao. But this is what makes it exciting.
If Chen Yao is moved by Huang Feng, I don't think you, a coward, will have the nerve to stay here any longer. Chapter 31 Huang Feng. At this time, many male compatriots cast sympathetic glances at Ning Feng. After all, one is a poor loser and the other is a rich second generation.
This is not a contest of the same level. Oh, by the way, Yao Yao, if I remember correctly, today should be your birthday.
For this reason, I specially found the best cake chef in the country to order a luxurious cake for you.
Pa.
As Huang Feng clapped his hands, a waiter from the hotel walked in pushing a super luxurious cake. This cake has 9 layers in total, and each layer is wrapped with 11 roses, which is extremely luxurious.
Oh my god, a cake like this must cost tens of thousands, right? Huang Feng is really well prepared.
Many people exclaimed in surprise, but Chen Yao remained unmoved and didn't even look at it.
Why are you pretending to be so noble? Wang Fei muttered softly on the side. Pa.
Huang Feng clapped his hands again, and another waiter came in pushing a cart. The cart was filled with all kinds of gorgeous jewelry, with a total value of $500,000. Immediately, someone who knew the business recognized the value of the item.
Oh my god, isn't that a limited edition Chanel perfume?
And this, a crystal bracelet, should cost at least 100,000 yuan.
This Huang Feng is really generous.
However, Huang Feng did not stop.
Pa.
As the sound fell, everyone's emotions were ignited to a surging height. Because at the door a few waiters carefully carried in a white wedding dress, which was very beautiful. Huang Feng quietly walked to a step that had been prepared long ago, and the light in the room became dim.
Yao Yao, actually I admired you very much when we were studying, but at that time you took study very seriously, and I always regarded you as my goddess.
In the darkness, Huang Feng, dressed in a suit, spoke with deep emotion, and he walked over slowly like a prince, and it was unknown when he had a diamond ring in his hand. No one in the room dared to say a word, for fear of interrupting this romantic proposal. Soon Huang Feng knelt in front of Chen Yao and held up the diamond ring.
Yao Yao, can I help you put on your wedding dress myself? Boom. At this moment, everyone's emotions reached their highest point. Marry him, marry him. Marry him. Some girls screamed.
Alas, it seems that Ning Feng might be cuckolded today.
As expected, a loser can't beat a tall, rich and handsome guy?
The men lowered their heads, unable to bear to watch any longer. At this moment, they were actually praying in their hearts that Ning Feng would teach Huang Feng a lesson.
But, is this possible?
I'm sorry, I can't accept your kindness. Chen Yao's weak voice suddenly sounded, and Huang Feng's originally confident expression was stunned.
Why? Huang Feng asked, puzzled. Chen Yao pulled Ning Feng over and said, I already have a boyfriend, so.
Before Chen Yao finished her words, Huang Feng suddenly stood up and roared, You reject me just for such a loser?
I really don't know what's so good about him. I've already investigated him.
He's just an ordinary employee of your company, a man who can't even afford a birthday present.
What is there for you to cherish? Hee, the show is about to begin. This scene is exactly what Wang Fei wants to see.
I like him, and this has nothing to do with money, so don't waste your time on it.
Do you really think this poor boy can bring you happiness? Huang Feng said unwillingly. That's enough.
Ningfeng didn't want to say anything originally, but just now a text message suddenly came on his phone.
Mr. Ning, we are ready. May I ask if we can start the birthday party?
Ningfeng replied without any hesitation.
Open. So next, it's time for the fun to really begin. Chapter 32 Plot Reversal.
Boy, you have no right to speak here, shut up. Huang Feng was very angry with his love rival, especially since he asked him to shut up.
He. Ningfeng sat on the chair nonchalantly and sneered, didn't you just say that I couldn't afford a gift? What right do you have to say that?
And I really don't think you can impress a girl by giving her a bunch of junk.
How dare you look down on me? Huang Feng's expression suddenly turned extremely cold.
From childhood to adulthood, he had always been the apple of his parents' eyes, and no one had ever spoken to him like this.
I just despise you. Boom. Everyone was furious again.
Why do you look down on others, you coward?
Don't you see how ugly you are? The 150-pound fat woman roared. That's right, he is a rich second generation. What about you? Someone questioned. Well said.
Ningfeng raised the corner of his mouth and said with a smile, I will never be a rich second generation in my life, so I can't compare with him.
I can only be the father of a rich second generation. Is this kid crazy?
The male compatriots who had been secretly cheering just now began to look at him with contempt.
You are too pretentious, kid.
Oh, how pitiful.
Maybe he got hurt and has a problem with his brain?
However, Ningfeng did not answer them again, but snapped his fingers confidently.
Bang!
Then, the lights in the room came on, and a handsome man walked in with a microphone in his hand.
Hello everyone, I'm Wu Xiaofan. I'm honored to be invited by Mr. Ningfeng to host Miss Chenyao's birthday party. What? It really is Wu Xiaofan himself. He is a big star.
Many girls were drooling. At this moment, Wang Fei frowned.
What's going on? Ningfeng invited Wu Xiaofan? I heard that his appearance fee is as high as 1 million? How did he do it? Obviously no one answered Wang Fei's question because everyone's attention was on Wu Xiaofan.
Today is a memorable day because Mr. Ningfeng specially ordered a limited edition ring from a jewelry store to express his love for Miss Chenyao. Treasure your love for a lifetime. Although this amount of money is nothing to Mr. Ning, I have to tell you that cherishing a lifetime is worth 2 million.
Boom. Is this still the poor loser that everyone mentioned before?
Many people who had scolded Ningfeng lowered their heads. If Ningfeng, who spent 2 million diamond rings and 1 million to invite Wu Xiaofan to host his wedding, was a poor loser, then what were they?
As he spoke, Wu Xiaofan came to Ningfeng and handed the microphone and an exquisite box to Ningfeng.
Now, let's hand the microphone over to Mr. Ning and see what he has to say to Miss Chenyao on this important day. Ningfeng took the microphone, and his expression became serious at this moment.
If there is love at first sight in this world, then I believe my other half must be you, Chenyao. I'm sorry that I couldn't attend your previous birthday parties. I'm very sorry for that. I apologize for not getting to know you earlier. We've only known each other for 3 days. I didn't have time to attend your previous birthdays, so I can only accompany you on every one of your remaining birthdays.
Having said that, Ningfeng bowed deeply to Chenyao.
Good.
I don't know which onlooker shouted, but it immediately resonated with everyone. It turns out that Ningfeng has only known Chenyao for 3 days.
No wonder he hasn't given her a birthday present.
I don't know who made us mistakenly believe that such an affectionate man is a coward.
That's right, this is pure rumor. This kind of person is just petty.
The noise of discussion naturally reached Wang Fei's ears, and her face turned pale and blue at this moment.
How is this possible? Is he still the coward who dared not talk back when scolded? How come he suddenly has so many more?
It was useless to be unwilling, Ningfeng continued.
To express my apology, can I give you my lifelong love? Yeah. Chenyao nodded shyly. Thanks.
Ningfeng kissed her hand affectionately and then helped her put the ring on it.
Chapter 33 The truth comes to light.
At this moment, Chenyao was so excited that she shed tears.
Wind, I. Shoo.
Ningfeng stretched out a finger to block what Chenyao was about to say next.
I know I can't be involved in your past, so I can only do my best to make you happy. Promise me not to cry, okay? Um,
Although she was trying hard to hold back her tears, Chen Yao's eyes were already bloodshot. But this moment was the happiest in her life.
wow, that's so touching. Who said that Ningfeng is a loser and doesn't understand romance?
I think he is the most perfect man in my mind.
My dear, I don't mind being the younger one. Are you willing to accept another one?
If Huang Feng's previous behavior made everyone excited, then what Ningfeng did just now completely crushed him and pushed everyone's emotions to an explosive peak. Moreover, whether in terms of language or the importance attached to the gift, Huang Feng was far inferior.
How is that possible? Huang Feng's eyes widened.
Before he carefully prepared for this banquet, he had already inquired about everything about Chen Yao, including Ningfeng.
Isn't he just an ordinary employee? Where did he get so much money?
I used to mock him for being a poor loser.
A deep feeling of powerlessness surged into Huang Feng's heart. But is that all there is to a birthday party? This is certainly not Ningfeng's style.
Since we choose to show off, we must make everyone drop their jaws. So Ningfeng took out a key from his pocket.
Yao, originally I was going to secretly give you this Porsche 911.
After all, it hurts to see you taking the bus to work every day. Now that things have come to this, just consider it as my birthday present to you.
Oh my god. There are even gifts.
Everyone can see it clearly, there is really a Porsche logo on the car key.
Feng, this is not good. In Chen Yao's heart, she knew that Ningfeng was just an ordinary employee. Where did he get so much money to buy these things?
Although doubtful, it is full of sweetness.
Take it. Do you want to let me down? Ningfeng pretended to be angry. Thank you, Feng.
Chen Yao no longer knew how to express her inner feelings.
The things that happened today were often scenes that only appeared on TV.
At this moment, she felt like a princess who had found her prince.
That's enough.
At this point, because the development of the situation had gone beyond Wang Fei's expectations, she could no longer bear it.
Chen Yao, we are all classmates, there is no need for you to show your affection here openly, right? And didn't you say before that your boyfriend is just a wage earner? Do you think it's fun to deceive us?
Hey! As soon as Wang Fei finished speaking, he was met with a wave of eye rolls.
What are you looking at? I'm protesting to you.
Seeing everyone like this, Wang Fei suddenly felt guilty. The 150-pound girl laughed coldly. Wang Fei, that's enough.
It was you who said Ningfeng was a poor boy. How dare you say that?
Wang Fei didn't expect the fat man to talk to her like this.
Her face turned pale and blue, and she didn't know how to refute. He.
At this time, it was too late for Ningfeng to do what he should do. He knew from the moment he entered the private room that Wang Fei must have bad intentions. The reason he didn't expose her was that he wanted to see what she was going to do.
Now I see through it.
It's nothing more than trying to arouse public anger and make fun of myself.
Wang Fei, if I were you, I would find a hole to hide in. A girl in her 20s married a man in his 40s. It seems like you are still a mistress.
There was a hint of sarcasm in Ningfeng's words.
Oh, there's one more thing I forgot to tell you.
The so-called husband he mentioned is actually a Mediterranean.
Just yesterday.
Then Ningfeng told everyone what happened last night.
Oh my god, is this true? Wang Fei is actually someone else's mistress? And she shamelessly announced it to us in public? We trusted her so much before, but Wang Fei, you are really going too far when it comes to spending 3,000 yuan on clothes.
And Ningfeng, if I were you, I would ask her to take off her clothes.
What's the point of talking about classmate friendship with such a person?
After knowing the truth, everyone felt sorry for Ningfeng and criticized Wang Fei harshly.
Chapter 34 The banquet ends. It's over. It's all over. Faced with everyone's instructions, Wang Fei's strength seemed to disappear and he collapsed to the ground.
Ningfeng walked up to her and said with a smile, "Remember, the reason why I ignored your gossip before was that I never took you seriously."
Boom! Wang Fei's brain was like being struck by lightning.
Only then did she realize that she was just being self-righteous and that others didn't take her seriously at all. As for Huang Feng, he had already disappeared when Ningfeng took out the key to a sports car worth more than 1 million yuan. But no one cared, because the protagonists had already become Ningfeng and Chen Yao.
Huang Feng is just a joke. Since everyone is so happy, why don't we go sing a song?
I don't know who shouted it, but it immediately resonated with everyone.
The facilities of the Hermann Hotel are quite complete. There is a restaurant on the third floor and a KTV on the fourth floor. After a while, everyone arrived at a private room.
Those losers came forward and took out their famous songs, trying to win the girl's favor. Ningfeng secretly left the private room alone. Ding, congratulations to the host for successfully completing the counter-attack mission and obtaining the cooking system. The moment the system finished speaking, a large amount of cooking information suddenly flooded into Ningfeng's mind. Now, I should be able to compete with top chefs. Ningfeng showed a proud smile. Just then, the door of the private room suddenly opened and Wang Shanshan rushed out.
Ningfeng, why did you come out alone? Everyone is having so much fun, why don't you go and sing a song?
Okay. So Ningfeng walked into the private room again and ordered a little love song on the song ordering system.
Soon everyone was immersed in Ningfeng's soulful singing. This is a simple little love song that sings the twists and turns of people's hearts. I think I am very happy when the air around your warm feet turns. This is a simple little love song that sings the white doves in our hearts.
The singing voice is beautiful, and the song also implies beautiful love, which moved everyone again.
You sang so well, Yao Yao. I really envy you. Wang Shanshan wiped away the tears from the corners of her eyes and looked at Chen Yao with envy.
I also think that I am very lucky, but Shanshan, you will be happy one day.
Chen Yao comforted. Thanks. Not long after, the birthday party finally ended.
After saying goodbye to their classmates, Ningfeng and Chen Yao were originally going back to the rental house, but Chen Yao received a call from Wang Lia halfway. Helplessly, the two hurried to the company and came to Wang Lia's office.
Boss Wang, do you have something to do with us?
Chen Yao also realized that something was wrong, because besides the three of them, there was another person in the office named Lin Fan, who was looking at them with a smirk on his face.
See for yourself.
After saying that, Wang Lia threw an envelope directly on the table. Chen Yao took it and looked at it, and it was full of photos of her and Ningfeng.
Boss Wang, what are you doing?
The bad premonition became more and more serious, so much so that Chen Yao frowned.
But Wang Lia still looked aloof.
Someone reported to me that you two were dating in the company, and that manager Chen abused his power, shielded your boyfriend, and arranged a job for him that did nothing.
Is that true? Boss Wang, this is pure slander.
Chen Yao was very anxious and wanted to explain, but was interrupted by Lin Fan beside her.
Manager Chen, are these photos all fake? Is it you? Lin Fan sneered, so what if it was me? If you don't want others to know, then don't do it. Manager Chen used his power to protect your man.
Although there is no evidence, you two had sex during work hours.
Am I kidding?
Lin Fan pointed at the photo and smiled even more.
Chapter 35 New mission triggered.
Because of the successive failures, Lin Fan's hatred towards Chen Yao and Ningfeng had reached its peak, so he came up with this idea.
Let us see what you have to say this time. Wang Lia hates relationships between men and women in the company the most.
Lin Fan sneered in his heart.
Shame on you.
Faced with such strong evidence, Chen Yao was at a loss for a moment.
Okay.
Wang Lia frowned slightly and said with a slightly unhappy tone, as a member of the company's management, Chen Yao, you really went too far this time. However, considering your past contributions to the company, you can arrange for Ningfeng's resignation later and forget about this matter.
No. Chen Yao firmly objected, Boss Wang, even if you are in a relationship in the company, it doesn't mean you should be fired, right? Humph, Chen Yao, you actually dare to question Mr. Wang's decision. Do you want to be fired too?
Lin Fan said sarcastically.
Lin Fan, you're going too far.
Chen Yao's eyes were red, but she was helpless. Besides, Ningfeng had just given her a romantic birthday party. If she couldn't help him solve such a small problem,
how can I have the face to be his woman?
The most important thing is that if Ningfeng is no longer by his side, he will easily be snatched away by other women.
That's enough.
Wang Lia tapped the table, and after a moment, seemed to have made a decision.
Manager Chen, this is the company's rule.
If you violate it, you will be punished. Chen Yao wanted to continue fighting, but Ningfeng patted her shoulder and signaled that he should do it.
Boss Wang, can we talk alone? Wang Lia glanced at Ningfeng. I don't think we have anything to talk about. If you do something wrong, you should be punished.
Seeing the other party's tough attitude, Ningfeng's temper also flared up. In the surprised eyes of several people, he moved a chair over and sat down opposite Wang Lia. With an extremely confident look, he sneered, Boss Wang, last time Lin Fan made such a big mistake, you didn't fire him.
Does that mean he has the right to do so just because he is the leader? The company has always been fair.
No matter what, Lin Fan has made contributions to the company, so I didn't fire him.
Okay then. Ning Fan said with the corner of his mouth, then if I also do something beneficial to the company, can I be exempted from this punishment? Ning Feng, who do you think you are? You're just an ordinary employee. Do you really think you can bring customers to the company like me? Lin Fan couldn't help but sneer.
But he didn't expect Ning Feng to suddenly turn his head and look at him with an extremely cold expression.
I was talking to Mr. Wang, but you answered. Do you think you can make decisions on behalf of Mr. Wang?
Lin Fan's eyelids twitched, and he didn't know what to do after hearing these words.
Call. At this time, Wang Lia took a deep breath and said slowly, okay, Shen Yao, Lin Fan, you guys go out first. Okay, Mr. Wang. Lin Fan looked at Ning Feng unwillingly and left the office.
Shen Yao was a little worried, but she saw great confidence in Ning Feng's eyes.
Maybe he really has a solution.
However, Shen Yao secretly made up her mind that if Ning Feng was really fired, she would also write a letter of resignation.
Thinking of this, Shen Yao also left the office.
At this moment, a system prompt sounded in Ning Feng's brain. Ding, congratulations to the host for triggering the strategy mission. Recently, there was a problem with a project between Marume Company and Qingqing Liring Company. The host can help Wang Lia complete this project. Mission reward, Wang Lia's favorability plus 5, bonus 500,000 yuan. Mission help, the host can selectively enhance the effectiveness of skin care products.
Haha. This task is quite interesting. But system, what does this selective improvement of the effects of skin care products mean?
The host can alter the effects of skin care products themselves and reduce the time it takes for the effects to show up as desired.
Oh my goodness, this effect is really amazing. Chapter 36 Conversation with Wang Lia. Okay, now they're all out, just say whatever you want to say. Wang Lia didn't believe that Ning Feng really had any ability.
The reason she gave Ning Feng this opportunity was because she didn't want others to accuse her of protecting the company's management.
Boss Wang, does our company have any cooperation projects with Allure Beauty recently? How did you know? Wang Lia's face suddenly turned cold. This was a secret among the company's top management, how could an ordinary employee know it?
It seems that this is indeed the case.
Ning Feng was delighted. Then he said, it doesn't matter how I know this. What matters is that I know this project is very important to the company. You really have a knack for it. No wonder you're able to win Shen Yao's love. But just knowing this doesn't seem to change your fate of being fired, right? Ning Feng raised his eyebrows and said, what if I help the company negotiate this project?
In fact, Ning Feng didn't mind being fired at all. What was important was that his goal in coming to Marume was Wang Lia. If he left Marume, it would be difficult for him to successfully conquer her even with the help of the system.
Do you think I will believe it?
Regarding this project, Marubi sent almost all of its senior executives but still failed to get the project. But in Wang Lia's eyes, Ning Feng was just a guy who lived off women and had no such ability at all.
Is this the cosmetics that the company plans to sell to Qingqing Liren this time? Ning Feng picked up a bottle of whitening liquid on the table. Wang Lia nodded, which was considered as her answer. Then I wonder why the other party rejected our cosmetics.
Wang Lia seemed a little impatient, and her tone began to become impatient. People say that our whitening liquid does have a whitening effect, but after people use it, their complexion will become unnatural.
So that's how it is.
System, help me change its ingredients so that it looks more natural after use. Ding, congratulations to the host for successfully changing the composition and effect of the whitening solution.
Okay.
Ning Feng pretended to fiddle with the whitening liquid for a while, then called Chen Yaowen and used the whitening liquid.
The effect is quite different from before.
How did you get here? Wang Lia stood up excitedly, her eyes full of excitement.
This is a secret. I want to ask Mr. Wang, am I qualified to discuss this project now?
Wang Lia pondered for a long time and replied, okay, but if you don't win this project, you will still be fired. That being said, Wang Lia saw another potential in Ning Feng at this moment, that is, he was able to mix cosmetics. If Ning Feng really failed in the negotiation, she really didn't want to fire him.
Don't worry, Mr. Wang. Leave this matter to me.
After saying this, Ning Feng and Shen Yao left.
By the way, what did you talk about with Mr. Wang just now? Nothing.
I just chatted with her for a while and talked about the company's project. I promised to help her get the project, and she wouldn't fire me.
Project? Chunyao looked at Ningfeng with half belief and half doubt.
A collaborative project with Allure Beauty.
What?
Chunyao opened her eyes wide and said in disbelief, Feng, it looks like we will all be fired this time.
The person in charge of contacting our company at Qingcheng Liren is an old stubborn man. Many senior executives in the company have hit a wall. Let's not make ourselves unhappy. Let's just write a letter of resignation. Are you so unconfident about me?
Ningfeng touched Chenyao's nose and said affectionately, by the way, the old stubborn man you just mentioned, could he be a guy in his 50s or 60s?
No.
Chenyao stuck out her tongue and explained, she's actually just a woman in her 30s. She's still unmarried because of her bad temper, so we call her old stubborn.
So that's how it is.
Ningfeng said thoughtfully, but I am confident that I can win this cooperation project this time.
Don't worry, Yao Yao. I will definitely not let Lin Fan succeed in his evil plan. I believe you, Feng.
The two talked for a while, then Ningfeng left the company and took a taxi to Alluring Beauty.
Chapter 37 Mary. Stunning beauty.
It is a large company with a market value of over 10 billion. It is said that their branches have been opened overseas and are very large. Ningfeng originally wanted to go directly to Molly, the stubborn old woman who was responsible for the cooperation with Marumi, but he was turned away when he asked about the situation at the front desk.
I'm sorry, sir.
If you don't have an appointment, you won't be able to see Manager Ma, the receptionist kindly reminded.
Ningfeng really didn't know about this. Does he need to make an appointment to see her? Beautiful lady, can you please be flexible? I'm sorry, there's nothing we can do about this.
The receptionist curled her lips helplessly. While Ningfeng was talking to the front desk, a young man in a suit and tie, who looked very energetic, walked into the building again.
He came directly to the front desk. Hello, my name is Chung Yi.
I have already made an appointment with Manager Ma.
Can you tell her? The girl at the front desk looked through the appointment records and quickly found the information about meeting Chung Yi. Please wait a moment. I will contact Mr. Ma right away.
After that, the girl at the front desk called Molly, and soon a middle-aged woman in her 30s who still had charm walked into the hall.
Is this Manager Chang from Li Mei Company? I've been waiting for a long time. Come with me.
After saying that, she looked at Ningfeng again, and the smile on her face immediately disappeared.
You are from Marumi, right? Your CEO Wang showed me your photo and told me to talk to you no matter what. Since we have been working together for many years, you should come along as well. Knock on the mother. What are you showing off for?
Ningfeng followed the two of them and walked towards the elevator, and at the same time used the system to obtain Ma Li's secret.
Name, Mary. Age, 30. Favorability, 20. Inner secret, when I was young, I rejected many men's love confessions because I was too playful. As a result, I am still unmarried at the age of 30.
I once secretly tried to use whitening products to make myself look younger, but I couldn't find a suitable product.
Recommended strategy, it can help Molly whiten her skin and improve her favorability. So that's how it is.
I never thought that this old stubborn man was also a popular guy when he was young.
Soon the three of them arrived at Mary's office. Molly quickly closed the door and said to Chung Yi, Manager Chang, have you brought the things? I have it, I guarantee you will be satisfied.
As she spoke, she took out a small bottle of cosmetics from her bag, with the Li Mei logo on it.
Manager Chang, is this really as magical as you said?
Chung Yi smiled mysteriously and said, Manager Ma, don't worry. This is the latest skincare product developed by our company. It can moisturize the skin and revitalize it.
I guarantee that you will look 10 years younger after using it. That's great.
Mary couldn't wait to unscrew the bottle cap and started applying the cream in front of a small mirror.
I have a bad feeling.
Ningfeng, who had been left aside, frowned.
He hadn't even made a move yet. Was he going to fail?
At this moment, the system seemed to have heard Ningfeng's thoughts, and a line of information appeared in front of Ningfeng.
Product name, Li Mei Beauty Cosmetics.
Uses, just apply it on the skin to achieve whitening and beauty effects and restore skin's firepower. Side effects, most of the chemical drugs added to the product can easily cause allergies and cause skin ulcers if used for a long time. Ding, congratulations to the host for triggering the strategy mission, stop Molly from using cosmetics. Mission reward, Molly's favorability plus 50, reward 10,000 yuan.
No mission help available.
Although the bonus is not much, the 50 points of favorability are quite a lot.
It should be easier to talk to her about the contract then.
Thinking of this, Ningfeng stood up and said, Manager Ma, there is something wrong with this bottle of whitening liquid.
You can't use it. Chapter 38 Rivals.
Molly was just about to squeeze out the whitening liquid and apply it on her face, but when she heard this, she stopped immediately.
What's the problem with that?
She is the manager of the business department. Most of the cooperation projects will come to her, but they never dare to bring any problematic items as samples. This thing can whiten your skin, but the chemical ingredients in it are too strong and it will cause problems if you use it, Ningfeng explained.
Unexpectedly, Changyi got angry and glared at Ningfeng, saying, Boy, what are you talking about? How could I let Mr. Ma use something with problems? I'm here to negotiate a contract, so I still have some sincerity.
Seeing Changyi speaking so confidently, Molly also felt that Ningfeng was really causing trouble.
Mr. Ning, I let you in because of Mr. Wang's face. If you keep making trouble, please get out.
That is. Changyi echoed, negotiating a contract depends on your own ability.
Do you think my products are better and you can't compare, so you deliberately make trouble, right?
Let me tell you, Mr. Ning, our Line is also a big company.
If we really want to compete, we are not afraid of your Marumi.
For a moment, Changyi and Molly actually formed a united front.
It seems that Mr. Ma will not believe what I say today. Don't blame me for not reminding you.
If something goes wrong, it will affect you. With this final warning, Ningfeng had done his best. Even if the contract was not successfully negotiated this time, Ningfeng was not afraid. At worst, he could go back and write a letter of resignation.
He didn't want that job anyway. Then he left the office.
Seeing Ningfeng leave, Cheng smiled and said, Boss Ma, don't worry and try it. I guarantee that our product will not have any side effects and you will see immediate results after using it.
Thank you, Manager Chang.
At this time, Ma Li's mind was focused on the effect of the product. Without thinking too much, she started applying it on her face. It feels so cool, Manager Chang, you really didn't lie to me. As soon as she applied it, Molly felt the whitening liquid seeping into her skin, and she felt moisturized by water. This made Molly very excited and she looked at herself in the mirror for a long time. It really works.
Because of the hydration, Molly feels a lot younger. Then Manager Ma, our contract. As soon as Changyi saw the opportunity, he took out the contract and asked Molly to sign it.
Just when Molly was excited and about to sign the agreement, the icy feeling suddenly disappeared, replaced by a burning feeling. Molly scratched her face casually, but it became more and more itchy, so much so that in the end, her whole face turned red.
What's going on?
Molly looked at herself in the mirror with a look of fear on her face. The incident happened suddenly and Changyi was also panicked.
Mr. Ma, don't panic.
This may be a side effect of the whitening solution.
I'll call back and ask. Then hurry up.
Molly was anxious at the moment, afraid that something might go wrong with her. If I had listened to Ningfeng just now, it would have been fine. Unfortunately, there is no medicine for regret in the world.
Changyi hurriedly took out his mobile phone and contacted the company.
After a moment, Changyi's face turned extremely pale.
What's going on? Tell me quickly. Molly shouted angrily.
Changyi trembled and said, Boss Ma, I just asked the company, and they said that our new product is not perfect yet and can only be used on some special skin types. If ordinary people use it, their skin will slowly fester.
What? Ma Li's eyes widened, her face full of horror. How dare you bring imperfect cosmetics to discuss business? Do you know what the consequences of doing this are?
If Molly had not used it today, more people might have been harmed. After all, the sales of Allure Beauty are very wide.
Mr. Ma, I'm sorry. I don't want this to happen either.
Being able to cooperate with Qingcheng Liren was an opportunity for Changya's not-so-small company. In order to improve his status in the company, he brought the newly developed product to try out, which led to such consequences.
Chapter 39 Molly regretted. So what does your company say? Is there any solution? Mary urged frantically.
The company said that there is no solution for the time being.
What? Changyi, you should know that I have used your product. If it cannot cure my current condition, I have every right to take you all to court. Boom! Changyi was struck by lightning.
He didn't expect that his greed for small gains would lead to such a big trouble.
By the way, Mr. Ma, don't panic. The young man named Ningfeng just noticed the problem with the cosmetics. He must have a way to solve it. Then hurry up and call him back. I tell you, Chang'e, if you can't find Ningfeng, you'll have to spend the rest of your life in jail. Bang! In a rage, Molly pushed Chang'e out of the office and slammed the door. As for Ningfeng, since the contract was not negotiated, he went straight back to Marume and wrote a letter of resignation. When he was about to go to Wang Lia's office, he ran into Lin Fan. Hey, kid, you were so capable when you went out just now, weren't you? Why are you like a lapdog now? Are you going to quit and leave? What I do seems to have nothing to do with you, right? Ningfeng said coldly. Cut. Lin Fan thought he had finally won against Ningfeng. He held his head high and said disdainfully, "It doesn't matter. I came here to tell you that a wage earner is just a wage earner. You will never be able to compare with people like us who have made achievements. What a pity. A loser like you who has been supported by women, if you leave the company, I'm afraid no one will even want you to pick up trash." Lin Fan's tone was full of sarcasm. At this moment, Wang Lia, who was reading documents in the office, suddenly received a ring from her phone. When she saw the phone number, she frowned slightly, but still pressed the answer button. Mr. Ma, did my people cause trouble for you? Wang Lia thought this way because Qingqingliren is a large company and usually does not take the initiative to contact its partners. No, Mr. Wang, you misunderstood. I just had some business with a client and didn't properly entertain Xiaoning, who came to discuss the contract. Now I've finished my business. I think your whitening liquid is pretty good. Can you ask Xiaoning to come over and discuss the contract again? In fact, Molly didn't want to make this call. Who knew that Chang'e was just an ordinary salesman who was afraid that he could not get into Marume Company, so he asked Molly to make the call herself. Oh, so that's how it is. I'll go find Ningfeng now and ask him to come over right away. After saying that, Wang Lia hung up the phone, but she felt a little curious about Ningfeng. Even I have never enjoyed such treatment before. Forget it, it looks like this kid still has some abilities. Thinking of this, Wang Lia left the office and went directly to the Human Resources Department, where she was seen by Lin Fan, who was mocking Ningfeng. Hello, Mr. Wang. I knew Ningfeng was not a good guy. He always delayed the company's work. Lin Fan was proudly belittling Ningfeng, but he didn't expect Wang Lia to suddenly snatch the resignation letter from Ningfeng's hand. Rip! It was torn into pieces. Boss Wang, what do you mean? Why did you tear up Ningfeng's resignation letter? Wang Lia did not answer Lin Fan's question. Instead, she said to Ningfeng, "Boss Ma called just now. She said she was very embarrassed and hoped that you could forgive her and go over to discuss the contract with him." Why should I go there? It's because she didn't listen to me and used problematic cosmetics. She asked me to go so that I can solve the problem for her. Ningfeng snorted coldly. What? Did I hear that correctly? Lin Fan on the side was confused. It seemed that things were not what he thought. The other party actually apologized to this kid? Wang Lia frowned and said unhappily, "What do you want in exchange for going? This is a big contract that concerns the core interests of the company. As an employee of the company, can't you consider the company?" He. Ningfeng snorted coldly, "When Lin Fan complained to you and wanted you to fire me, why didn't you say that I was an employee of the company? Now that I'm useful, you remember me? What do you want in exchange for going? Just tell me and I'll satisfy you." Wang Lia gritted her teeth and spoke. Chapter 40 Fire him. That's what you said. I'm not a stingy person. Since I'm part of the company, I'll naturally contribute to the company. It's just that this guy yells in front of me all day, which makes me very unhappy. Ningfeng looked at Lin Fan with a smirk on his face. Okay, I'll fire him now. Without any hesitation, Wang Lia agreed. After all, she could tell what kind of people a company needed. Mr. Wang. Lin Fan looked at Wang Lia in horror. He didn't expect things to turn out like this. No need to say more. As a member of the company's management, you know how many ridiculous things you have done. Also, our company needs capable people like Ningfeng. As for you. Wang Lia raised her eyebrows and said coldly, "If I remember correctly, you have been in the company for 5 years and have basically done nothing." He was just mocking Ningfeng, but was immediately defeated by the other party. Lin Fan could never have imagined that the result would turn out like this. Wang Lia then asked, are you satisfied with this result? He he.
Ningfeng said with a wicked smile, Boss Wang, I am not an unreasonable person. Although Lin Fan has some opinions about me, he is a veteran of the company after all.
Firing him would be disheartening. How about you temporarily remove him from his position as deputy manager?
If he is willing to correct his mistakes, it will be a good thing for the company.
What? Removed from office? This is more cruel than being fired.
Lin Fan gritted his teeth, his expression extremely gloomy. Okay, I'll do as you say. Remove Lin Fan from his position, and let Ningfeng take over his position as deputy manager from now on.
Thank you, Mr. Wang.
Ningfeng glanced at Lin Fan and saw that he was shaking with anger, but he didn't dare to say a word.
Humph, I asked you to go against me, and this is what happens.
Afterwards, Ningfeng left the company directly and went to Alluring Beauty, while Wang Liye returned to the office, leaving behind Lin Fan, who looked extremely embarrassed.
Ningfeng, you are still a good guy. Did you keep me here just to humiliate me? I will definitely find a way to avenge this.
The stunning beauty inside the office of Molly.
3 hours had passed since she applied the whitening lotion.
At this moment, she was anxious but helpless. Just when she could no longer bear it, the front desk called.
Boss Ma, Ningfeng, who didn't make an appointment, is here again. Should I let him in? Who gave you the courage to leave him at the front desk? Hurry and let him come up, quickly.
No, to show my sincerity, I will go and answer it myself.
Please ask Mr. Ning to wait for me. After that, Molly hung up the phone and quickly left the office.
The reason why she had to go to pick him up in person was to prevent Ningfeng from getting angry, otherwise she would be embarrassed.
How is it? Ningfeng asked. Boss Ma asked you to wait a moment, she will come to pick you up in person.
The waiter was stunned by what Molly said. She was the one who said before that no matter who it was, they had to make an appointment to see her.
Why did her attitude suddenly change so much? Thank you then.
Ningfeng smiled slightly, found a seat to sit down, and began to look around.
Soon Molly went to the first floor.
Maybe something happened to her face and she didn't want to be seen by others, so she wore a mask. Mr. Ning, I'm so sorry to have kept you waiting for so long. It was all my fault before. I hope you can forgive me.
Boss Ma, you underestimate me, Ningfeng. I'm not such a stingy person. Ningfeng was just being polite.
In fact, she hated Molly so much.
If she hadn't promised Wang Liye, she would never have come back. Boss Ning is really generous. Why don't you go to my office first and talk about it?
After saying that, Molly ignored the difference between men and women and pulled Ningfeng towards the elevator, almost making the girl at the front desk drop her jaw. I am not seeing things. Manager Ma, who usually looks cold, is actually so enthusiastic towards men.
Chapter 41 Acid Base Mixture.
Soon the two of them arrived at Molly's office, and Sheng Yi came up to them with an embarrassed look on his face. Boss Ning, it was all my fault before. Please don't take it to heart.
It's okay. The most important thing now is to solve the problem first. Ningfeng smiled and said, I think Manager Ma must have had problems with your cosmetics, so that's why she's wearing a mask, right? Boss Ning, you are amazing.
Sheng Yi said happily, it's all my fault that I was so careless that I brought the company's incomplete product here, and it almost caused a big problem. But since Mr. Ning knows that there is something wrong with this cosmetic, there must be a way to treat it, right? Sheng Yi said with a glimmer of anticipation. Ningfeng pondered for a while. He actually had an idea in mind, but he didn't know if it would work.
Can Mr. Ma take a look at your face?
Molly took off her mask immediately, and there were more rashes on her face, which looked particularly scary.
It should be that the chemical irritation is too severe and I am allergic. System, does this have any burst healing?
The rash on Molly's face is mainly caused by too much alkaline oxide in the cosmetics. The host only needs to adjust the acidic oxide in the cosmetics to a balance with the alkalinity on her face to solve the problem.
Very good.
Ningfeng did not hesitate. He directly adjusted the acidic oxide in the cosmetics he brought and handed it to Molly.
Mr. Ma, you just need to apply this. Is it that simple? Molly took the whitening liquid with some doubt.
Although she had some suspicions, she had no choice but to give it a try. So she applied whitening lotion all over her face.
It really works, a cooling feeling. In an instant, Molly felt the itchy feeling disappear, replaced by the feeling of her skin absorbing moisture.
The rash on her face disappeared at an incredible speed. After a while, the rash completely disappeared. Looking at the baby-like skin in the mirror, Molly said excitedly, "Boss Ning, you are amazing.
How can I buy this kind of cosmetics? I am willing to pay any price."
At this moment, Molly's face looked as if she was 10 years younger and exceptionally beautiful. Ningfeng then realized that when the system was reading her inner secrets, it was all true.
With skin as smooth as a baby's, Molly is truly a beauty. Mr. Ma, this is actually the product that our company originally wanted to sign a contract with you for.
What? Molly slapped her forehead and regretted it very much. She didn't cooperate with such good cosmetics and actually believed the words of Cheng Yi, the big liar. She was really blind.
Mr. Ning, let's sign the contract now. I believe the products you bring will be a big hit in the market.
After saying that, Molly took out a pen and signed on the contract as soon as Ningfeng took out the contract. Boss Ning, I promise you that from now on, as long as it is a Marumi product, our company will purchase it unconditionally.
Thank you, Mr. Ma.
Ningfeng took back the contract and was about to leave when he was stopped by Molly.
It's almost time for dinner. I've troubled Mr. Ning all afternoon. I wonder if he's free. Let's have dinner together. It will be my apology to you. Isn't this bad? Does Mr. Ning look down on me? Mary said cautiously.
Considering that he would probably have contractual dealings with Molly in the future, Ningfeng said, since President Ma is so polite, I will respectfully obey your orders.
Very good.
Molly jumped up like a child, and immediately walked in front of Cheng Yi, with a cold expression. Manager Chang, no.
Chang Yi, why are you still here? Do you want me to ask you to leave?
Cheng Yi suddenly realized what was going on and quickly apologized. I'll leave now.
I won't disturb Mr. Ma anymore. I'll leave now. Chapter 42 Conflict in the Vegetable Market. Boss Ning, let's go. As soon as Cheng Yi left the office, Molly took Ningfeng's hand and walked downstairs.
But what Ningfeng couldn't understand was that he hadn't completed the task, so why did Molly's favorability towards him reach 80 at this time?
System, what's going on?
Although the host did not complete the task, you successfully helped Molly solve her skin problem, so your favorability increased by 50.
So that's how it is.
Just as Ningfeng was thinking about something, the two of them had already gotten into Molly's Toyota Prado. Ningfeng was really shocked by Molly's hobby.
She is indeed a strong woman, even her car is so domineering.
What Ningfeng couldn't understand was that she actually drove the car directly to the vegetable market. Boss Ning, to express my gratitude to you, I decided to cook for you myself today. After saying this, Molly got out of the car to buy groceries.
This is like going to her house.
Inside the car, Ningfeng's eyelids were twitching.
There were already 2 women in the family. If there was another Molly, wouldn't that be a huge uproar?
Just when Ningfeng was in distress, a cry for help suddenly came from the vegetable market.
Robbery!
Ningfeng looked in the direction of the voice and saw a bald man in his 40s, holding a dagger and forcing a little girl into a corner.
Molly also saw this scene.
She seemed very angry and wanted to teach the bald man a lesson. Ding, congratulations to the host for triggering the extra strategy mission, subdue the robber. Mission reward, Molly's favorability plus 10, mission reward 300,000 yuan.
Mission help, knife mastery experience card X1. Warm reminder, the host can trigger the final strategy by completing this task. Very good.
There is a final strategy again, which means that points can be obtained immediately. Thinking of this, Ningfeng rushed out of the car. At this time, the bald man had forced the girl into a corner and was searching for valuables in her bag. Many people had gathered on the side, but they were afraid of the knife in the bald man's hand and did not dare to get close.
Mad.
The bald man threw the girl's bag to the ground and shouted angrily, "There's obviously nothing in the bag, why did you bring it out?" The girl trembled and pointed to a pack of sanitary napkins scattered on the ground, indicating that she had packed the bag because she was on her period.
Grass. The bald man grabbed the girl by the collar and said, "Are you kidding me? You carry a bag just to carry these things? Hurry up and hand over all the valuables on you, or I'll kill you." Perhaps she was frightened by the bald man. The girl quickly took out a bunch of change from her pocket and handed it over. "Brother, this is all I have. Please let me go." Bang! The bald man knocked the change out of the girl's hand and shouted angrily, "Are you kidding me? Is this all you have? Hand it over quickly, or I'll kill you. This guy is really too much." An old lady who was buying vegetables at the vegetable market couldn't help but say, "Robbery in public, do you still have any law?" Pooh. The bald man looked at the old lady with a ferocious look on his face and said, "I am almost dead. To tell you the truth, I have been wanted for more than a month before this. I am tired of this kind of life on the run. I came here to rob today just to get some money and have a good time. If I get caught in the future, I will admit it. Turns out he's a wanted criminal. He doesn't look like he's joking. Oh, this girl is so unlucky. How could this happen to her?" Some elderly men and women who were buying vegetables were talking in a low voice, but they were afraid that the bald man would be angered and implicate them, so they took several steps back. At this time, the only person closest to the bald man was Molly. Her face was cold and she was about to scold the bald man, but a hand was placed on her shoulder. "Don't be impulsive. It's you?" Molly was obviously surprised when she saw that it was Ningfeng. Chapter 43 Greedy Bald Man. "Yeah." Ningfeng nodded and said, "If you rush forward like this, you will probably anger that bald guy, and then it will be even more troublesome." "But the girl really has no money." Molly seemed anxious and blurted out, "The girl's name is Shiro. She is my next door neighbor. She grew up with her grandparents. Because her family is poor, she usually does odd jobs to supplement the family income besides studying. If this bald guy really gets angry and something happens to Shiro, her grandparents will definitely be very sad. So that's how it is." Ningfeng frowned and said, "Don't worry, I will make sure Shiro is safe." After saying that, Ningfeng looked at the bald man. "Hey, brother, don't you want money? Let that girl go and I'll give you money." Ningfeng took out a stack of cash from his pocket and said to the bald man. It was obvious that when the bald man saw the stack of cash, greed appeared in his eyes, but it quickly disappeared. "Boy, do you think I'm a fool? If I let this girl go, I'm afraid I'll be besieged by you guys right away, right?" The fact that he had been wanted for more than a month but had not been caught shows that the bald man had a very strong anti-reconnaissance awareness and he knew exactly what he should do. Ningfeng laughed awkwardly and said, "You dared to rob in public, are you still afraid of this? Don't try to provoke me. I won't fall for it." The bald man used Xiaoro as a shield, standing in front of him, and sneered, "But I want your money too." "That's impossible. Nothing is impossible." The bald man's face turned cold, and he exerted more force with the dagger in his hand, almost cutting Xiaoro's throat, but he controlled the strength very well. "Kid, as long as you listen to me and give me the money, I will take it and I will release the girl when I leave safely. How about that?" "Okay, I promise." After saying that, Ningfeng took the money and walked towards the bald man. No, this bald man is a wanted criminal. Nothing he says can be trusted. What if you go over to give him money and he changes his mind? Molly said worriedly. "That's right, young man. This guy's words can't be trusted. Let's think of another way." "Yes, young man, if it doesn't work we can call the police." Some kind-hearted uncles and aunts also advised Ningfeng not to do it, as it was too dangerous. Ningfeng knew very well that he couldn't call the police. A cornered dog would do something crazy. No one could guarantee what crazy thing the bald guy would do. Ningfeng patted Molly's shoulder and said confidently, "Don't worry, I will be fine. Yes, kid, I just want money and don't want to hurt anyone. Just send the money over here." The bald man grinned evilly, and even his eyes became unusually ferocious. "Okay." Ningfeng responded, walked over slowly and handed the money to the bald man. Unexpectedly, at this moment, the bald man's face became extremely greedy and he pounced directly towards Ningfeng. "Ah, kid, you look like you're very rich. Originally I just wanted to make some money to enjoy myself, but you gave me hope. If I can get more money from you, maybe I can still have a chance to live on." The bald man acted quickly, accurately and ruthlessly, heading straight for Ningfeng's throat, apparently intending to subdue Ningfeng with one blow. "This is terrible. I told you that this wanted criminal's words can't be trusted. Now another young man is involved. Oh, this young man is too confused. There is no need to sacrifice himself to save others." The uncles and aunts were so nervous that their hearts were in their throats. Molly's expression was also extremely embarrassed. She wanted to help Ningfeng, but she had no idea how to do it. "I can only pray silently in my heart. Nothing must happen." Chapter 44 The Quirky Sharo. Just as everyone was shaking their heads, the knife in the bald man's hand was almost approaching Ningfeng's neck. Use the Swordsmanship Mastery Experience card. Boom!
At this moment, Ning Feng's aura became fierce, like a sharp blade coming out of his body. He dodged the bald man's attack by leaning sideways and reached out to grab the bald man's wrist.
Playing with a knife? You're still a little naive. Bang!
Ning Feng raised his other hand and slapped the bald man's wrist.
Crack!
A crisp sound of bone breaking was heard, and the bald man could no longer hold the dagger, so it fell down.
Ning Feng took the opportunity to catch the dagger and pressed it directly against the bald man's neck. Damn, this young man is really amazing, isn't he?
No wonder he dared to come forward, he turned out to be a martial artist. Seeing this scene, the uncles and aunts finally felt relieved.
But the bald guy was not so lucky.
His wrist was broken. He didn't react just now, and now the severe pain made him sweat coldly.
I'm going to fight you. Bang!
The bald man wanted to resist, but Ning Feng punched him in the abdomen, almost knocking him unconscious. At this moment, Ning Feng picked up the bald man as if he was grabbing a dead dog, and spoke in a cold tone.
It's despicable enough that you robbed a little girl. If you had taken the money and kept your promise, I might have ignored it, but you actually wanted to do something to me.
After a pause, Ning Feng revealed a sinister smile.
What do you want to do?
Ning Feng glanced at the uncles and aunts gathered in a circle and sneered, I think you won't resist at all now. If I leave you here, those uncles and aunts will definitely serve you well, given their hatred for you.
No.
At this moment, the bald man even wanted to call the police.
At least no one would beat him up in the police station. But it's too late now. If you do something wrong, you should be punished.
Ning Feng didn't even look at it and threw the bald head aside, while the uncles and aunts who had been ready to go rolled up their sleeves. Everyone, come together and beat this scum of society to death. I don't know who shouted, but the old men and women rushed forward and soon the bald man was submerged in the crowd. Ning Feng helped Xiao Rou up and comforted her, it's okay.
Thank you, brother.
Xiao Rou finally burst into laughter, but when she saw Ning Feng's childish face, her face turned red, as if she was a little shy.
Don't thank me, thank that sister instead.
While he was talking,
Molly had already come over. Sisterly?
Xiao Rou looked at Molly in surprise, then looked at Ning Feng, as if she knew something.
So the older brother is your boyfriend?
Girl, what are you talking about? Molly quickly glared at Xiao Rou, signaling her to stop talking, but Xiao Rou stuck out her tongue and held Molly's arm.
Ahem.
In order to hide his embarrassment, Ning Feng coughed and said, by the way, Xiao Rou must have been frightened just now. Mr. Ma, take her back to the car and wait for me. I'll go buy some groceries and make delicious food for you when I get home.
You can also cook?
Molly looked at Ning Feng with doubt. I used to do it by myself when I was alone. In fact, Ning Feng had never cooked before, but last time he acquired the skills of a god-level chef and now fully understood every step of cooking, even better than the senior chefs in big hotels.
By the way, Xiaorou's grandparents are old, so why not invite them over for dinner tonight?
Xiaorou said shyly, this is not good.
It will disturb the world of two people between you and Sisterly. Forehead.
What's in this little girl's head at such a young age?
Ning Feng didn't know what to say.
In order to hide his embarrassment, he simply went to the vegetable stall to buy some vegetables. Molly hadn't said anything just now, and there was even a hint of loss in her eyes. Because she heard it very clearly, Ning Feng often said this when he was alone, and the implication of this was that Ning Feng now had a girlfriend. Molly gritted her teeth and made a heavy decision in her heart, no matter what, I will fight for it. I have missed too much in all these years.
I must not miss Ning Feng again. Chapter 45 became a hot item.
By this time, the old men and women had almost finished dealing with the bald guy. Some of them called the police, while others were waiting there, fearing that the guy would run away. The remaining part is what gives Ning Feng a headache.
Young man, would you like to buy some vegetables? My vegetables are cheap.
Just as Ning Feng was passing by a small stall, an old lady called him. Ning Feng thought that the old lady might not be well off, so she was still selling vegetables here so late, so he stopped.
By the way, auntie, how much are you selling these radishes for?
The aunt seemed not to have heard Ning Feng's words. She looked at Ning Feng cheerfully and said, young man, you are not from here, but it doesn't matter.
My daughter doesn't mind long-distance relationships. I can buy you a house in the city when the time comes. Ning Feng finally understood.
It turned out that the vegetable-selling lady must have seen him saving someone just now and thought he was a good person, so she wanted to introduce her daughter to him. My goodness, Ningfeng was so scared that he dropped the radish and ran away from the stall.
Hey, young man, don't run away. If you think the betrothal gift is too little, I will give you another car.
Behind me, the old lady didn't seem to want to give up and was still shouting from a distance. Ningfeng stopped and gasped for breath. Just as he was about to buy vegetables and leave the market quickly, someone patted him on the back. Young man, I see you have peach blossoms in your eyes.
You must have something happy this year. Do you want me to introduce my daughter to you?
Ningfeng turned his head and saw an old man in his 60s looking at him with a smile on his face.
That's really not necessary, uncle.
Ningfeng took a look and saw that the uncle's daughter was at least in her 30s, so he quickly said, Uncle, I have something else to do, so I'll leave first.
Hey, young man, don't be anxious. Even if you don't like my daughter, it doesn't matter. I will be your matchmaker today.
These old women selling vegetables behind me all want to marry their daughters to you. As long as you say the word, I will get it done for you immediately.
Yeah.
As soon as the old man finished speaking, all the vegetable selling ladies looked over here and nodded.
Oh my god. Ningfeng slapped his forehead, not knowing what to say. Are all parents nowadays so open-minded? Do you want to marry your daughter off at every turn? But now is not the time to think about this.
Ningfeng was really afraid that if he stayed for too long, something might go wrong, so he bought some vegetables and went home with Molly and the others.
The moment he entered the door, Ningfeng's expression became excited.
Ding, congratulations to the host for triggering the final strategy mission, make a delicious meal to impress Molly. Mission reward, Molly's favorability plus 10, reward 500,000 yuan, 100 reward points.
System, I love you so much.
I thought this final strategy would be a little difficult, but I didn't expect it to be as simple as cooking.
And the most important thing is those 100 points. I'm really looking forward to what the prizes will be in the next draw. Okay, I'll go to the kitchen to cook.
You guys wait for a moment. After saying that, Ningfeng walked towards the kitchen. Originally, Molly wanted to help, but after seeing Ningfeng's knife skills, she came out with a red face. At this moment, she deeply felt that all the cooking she had done over the years was in vain as she lost to a man. About half an hour later, Xiaorou's grandparents also came, and Ningfeng brought up the dishes he had prepared.
You did all this?
Mary opened her mouth wide, looking surprised.
Yeah, what's so strange about that? Just pretend I didn't say anything. Seeing Ningfeng's casual look, Molly was completely conquered.
The dishes on this table were not inferior to those of top 5-star chefs in terms of color and taste.
This made Molly curious. What kind of monster was this guy? How could he know everything?
Okay, sisterly, and brother Feng, stop showing off your affection.
I'm hungry. Ouch.
But just as she finished her words, her grandmother tapped Xiaorou on the head, glared at her, then turned to look at Ningfeng and said, By the way, I heard Xiaorou say today that if it weren't for Lily and little brother's help, she might have been in big trouble today.
I really don't know how to thank you. Yes, Xiaorou is our lifeblood.
If something happened to her, we really don't know how we would go on living.
Thank you so much. Xiaorou's grandfather also stood up, his face full of gratitude. Ningfeng quickly stood up and said, Second old lady, you are too polite. This is what I should do. What a good kid. Xiaorou's grandmother secretly winked at Molly, indicating that Molly must catch Ningfeng well. Just this, Molly almost choked.
So this nice meal became a dinner party that the old couple arranged for Ningfeng and Molly to meet up.
Chapter 46 New Skills God Driver.
Almost an hour passed before everyone finished their meal. At this time, a system prompt sounded in Ningfeng's mind. Ding, congratulations to the host for successfully completing the mission, Molly's favorability plus 20. Ding, congratulations to the host for winning 300,000 yuan. Ding, congratulations to the host for getting 100 points.
Do you want to start the lottery? Open.
Ding, congratulations to the host for obtaining the skill God Driver. I didn't expect that the skill this time would be driving skills.
Ningfeng, what's wrong with you?
Molly, who had just finished washing the dishes, came out of the kitchen and saw Ningfeng standing there in a daze. She was worried that something had happened, so she hurried over to ask.
Oh, it's okay. It's getting late now and I have to go to work tomorrow, so I'm leaving now. Can you please not leave?
Seeing that Ningfeng was about to leave, Molly mustered up her courage, grabbed Ningfeng's wrist and said, Don't leave tonight, okay?
This.
Looking at Molly's expression, as if she was begging Ningfeng, he immediately felt a pain in his heart.
What is going on? Isn't this bad? I have to go to work tomorrow. I can support you, phone. I really don't want to leave you.
As she spoke, Molly's eyes actually turned red.
Have to. Another one who wants to support me. I really don't know whether it is lucky or unlucky.
But Ningfeng knew in his heart that he had to leave tonight.
I am a man. If I have to rely on a woman to live, can I still be considered a man? Ningfeng asked back. Boom.
Molly's heart suddenly trembled violently. She also felt that Ningfeng was right. The reason why she fell in love with Ningfeng was entirely because of his domineering nature.
He never backed down even in the face of danger. Moreover, if a man can cook, it means that he will do a lot for the woman he loves. I'm sorry, phone, I was too impulsive.
Molly said with a slightly blushing face.
Fine.
Ningfeng patted Molly's hand, and she let go. After leaving Molly's house, Ningfeng took a taxi directly back to his rented house. To be honest, he was tired that day, so he took a shower and went to bed early. The next day, as usual, Ningfeng and Shen Yao returned to work. And Lin Fan's previous office has now become Ningfeng's exclusive office. Since the deputy manager had little to do, Ningfeng started playing with his mobile phone in the office.
Boom, boom, boom. Just then, someone knocked on Ningfeng's office door. Ningfeng looked up and was surprised to find that it was Wang Lia. Mr. Wang. Ningfeng quickly stood up. Have you finished the contract with the alluring beauty?
It turned out that he came to get the contract.
Ningfeng took out the contract from the drawer and handed it to Wang Lia.
After a careful inspection, Wang Lia nodded and said, "You did a good job on this matter.
I will give you a reward."
When Wang Lia was talking, her mind was obviously not on the contract. She kept looking at Ningfeng, seemingly confused.
Mr. Wang came to me for more than just the contract, right?
If he just wanted the contract, she could have asked her secretary to get it. There was no need for her to come in person.
You are really smart, kid. Although she was a little unconvinced, Wang Lia had to admit that Ningfeng was indeed good.
I heard that the reason you were able to get this contract yesterday was because the whitening lotion on your hands helped Molly cure her skin allergies, but from what I understand, our products do not have this effect.
After a pause, Wang Lia continued, if we supply them with ordinary whitening liquid, I think they will definitely not be happy. What do you mean?
Ningfeng raised his eyebrows.
It's simple. I want to know what you did to the whitening solution. I need your formula.
Having said this, Wang Lia did not intend to beat around the bush and directly stated her purpose.
Mr. Wang. Wang Lia frowned and said, I know this thing may be very important to you. I am willing to spend a lot of money to buy it, as long as you make an offer. This is not a question of money. Ningfeng did not add anything to the whitening liquid, he just changed the ingredients. Even if Wang Lia offered a higher price, Ningfeng could not sell it. 50 million. Wang Lia stretched out a hand and said,
Mr. Wang, your price is indeed very tempting, but I really can't give you the formula.
100 million. My goodness, this is money that an average person could never spend in 10 lifetimes, right? Boss Wang, I told you, no matter how much money you pay, I really don't have a formula. To tell you the truth, I just changed the ingredients in the whitening liquid, and this method is something only I can do. Wang Lia was skeptical and asked, do you think the money I gave you is too little? You can make an offer, and if I can accept it, I will agree to it. Mr. Wang, I still say the same thing. Only I can change this factor.
If you don't believe me, please leave. After saying that, Ningfeng made a gesture of invitation. If it were someone else, Wang Lia would have lost her temper long ago, but Ningfeng was indeed a talented person, so she endured it.
Chapter 47 Lin Fan's Revenge. Things have come to this point.
Wang Lia knew that no matter whether what Ningfeng said was true or false, no matter how much money she offered, the other party would not agree, so she walked out of the office. Boss Wang, if you really want to change the quality of that batch of cosmetics, you can come to me. I won't charge you a penny.
Thanks. Shortly after Wang Lia left, Skinny and others rushed into Ningfeng's office. Brother Feng, you were so handsome just now. You should be the first person who dares to ask the president to leave your office, right? Brother Feng, are you still going to accept me as your younger brother? I admire you so much. Skinny Guy and others served tea and poured water. TSK, can't you see?
The president is interested in Brother Fong, otherwise why would he demote Lin Fan and make Brother Fong the deputy manager, said a fat man with admiration.
Go, stop talking nonsense. Be careful that Mr. Wang hears you and fires you too.
Ning Fong glared at the fat man.
Master, that kid called again. Suddenly, Ning Feng's cell phone rang.
He pressed the answer button and a familiar voice came from the other end.
Ning Feng, you've been doing really well lately. You've taken my place. Lin Fan?
Thank goodness you still remember me, but it doesn't matter, I called you this time just to give you a surprise. Just as Lin Fan finished speaking, a woman's voice came from the other end of the phone.
Xiaofeng, save me. Sister Yan? Ning Feng was stunned.
He didn't expect Lin Fan to be so cruel and crazy. Lin Fan's voice was heard again from the other end of the line. Ning Feng, I have no choice but to do this.
You have really pushed me into a dead end this time. Lin Fan sneered. Ning Feng frowned and asked, what do you want? I don't want to do anything, I'm just a little broke lately.
I heard that you spent 5 million to pursue Chen Yao, so I wanted to ask you for some money. If you don't want your little beauty to get into trouble, go to the abandoned factory in the eastern suburbs at 10 a.m. today. Bring $1 million.
Remember not to call the police. Beep, beep. There was a sudden busy tone on the phone. Brother Feng, what's the matter?
The thin man saw that Ning Feng looked strange and asked hurriedly.
It's okay, I'll go out for a while.
It is already 9 o'clock, and it takes at least half an hour to get to the abandoned factory in the eastern suburbs. In order to prevent accidents, Ning Feng did not call the police, but went directly to the bank. After withdrawing the money, Ning Feng took a taxi to the abandoned factory in the eastern suburbs. It was exactly 10 o'clock. Oh, President Ning is really a man of his word.
No wonder so many women like you.
Lin Fan sat on the chair with a dagger in his hand, and next to him was the tied-up Jiang Yan.
I have brought the money. Should I release Sister Yan?
Ning Feng said, shaking the pocket in his hand.
Bang! Suddenly, Lin Fan stood up quickly, kicked the chair away, and said in an extremely crazy tone, do you think I care about your little money? I tell you, if you hadn't interfered, I would have used Louis to get Chen Yao successfully. Now, Louis has been arrested and has betrayed Ma Zi. If I don't pay 1 million, Ma Zi will put me in jail, you know that?
At the end of his speech, Lin Fan's eyes became abnormally red, which was very scary. It turns out that Louis's previous behavior was arranged by you. Ning Feng then realized that Louis was a coward. After he taught him a lesson for the first time, he didn't dare to say a word. The reason why he was able to blackmail Ning Feng was because Lin Fan was behind it.
So what?
Lin Fan sneered, I'm not afraid to tell you that Louis threatened you with the marriage certificate because of me. I also asked him to frame you with a self-torture trick, but I didn't expect that Louis was so stupid that he failed. At this point, Lin Fan can be said to be in disgrace, and his hatred for Ning Feng has reached its peak. But after saying so much, Ning Feng felt that he was a complete waste.
Okay, I don't want to bother about what happened before. Now that I have the money, can you let me go? Release them? Hee hee.
Lin Fan walked towards the tied-up Jiang Yan with a wild laugh. As her mouth was also blocked by tape, Jiang Yan was unable to speak and could only watch as Lin Fan put the knife to her face.
I'm not afraid to tell you the truth. I have nothing left. I invited you here today because I had no intention of escaping successfully. Chapter 48 Angry Counterattack. What do you mean? Suddenly, a bad premonition came to Ning Feng's heart. It's nothing, I just got so badly treated by you some time ago, today I want to take everything back. Bang!
Lin Fan sneered and snapped his fingers.
Boom!
The gate of the abandoned factory that was originally open suddenly closed, and a man walked out from a dark corner of the gate.
Who else could it be but Ma Zi? Ha, Ning Feng, you are really a passionate man.
But Brother Lin told me today that he must make you live a life worse than death, and then the 1 million will be mine.
Ma Zi walked over with a gloomy face. Do you really think you can enjoy this million peacefully? Ning Feng raised his eyebrows and stared at Ma Zi.
Although this guy is only about 1.7 meters tall, his explosive muscles are particularly eye-catching.
Hey! Ma Zi grinned and said, we're going to have to rely on Brother Lin's help.
He said he would handle everything today by himself. Perhaps he was getting impatient. Lin Fan roared, pockmarked, why are you still talking nonsense?
Hurry up and kill him for me. I can't wait any longer.
Brother Lin, don't worry.
When have I ever let you down?
After saying that, Ma Zi picked up an iron rod from the ground and rushed towards Ningfeng.
Lin Fan, you don't really think a pockmarked man can really deal with me, do you?
Hee, Ma Zi may not be your opponent, but I have a hostage in my hand.
If you dare to move, I will kill him. But before that, I will treat the woman you love well in front of you.
Lin Fan's smile became increasingly crazy. He held a dagger and was cutting Jiang Yan's clothes one by one. Seeing that something was about to happen, when Ningfeng was about to rush over to rescue Jiang Yan, Ma Zi had already arrived. Ningfeng, you should first take care of your own safety. As soon as he finished speaking, Ma Zi raised the iron rod in his hand and smashed it hard at Ningfeng.
Go to hell. Ma Zi used all his strength in this attack.
At this time, Lin Fan also stopped what he was doing and began to watch the fight here with a joking look. Just when both of them thought that Ningfeng was doomed, Ningfeng suddenly exerted force on his feet and took a step forward to close the distance between him and Ma Zi.
Looking for death.
Ma Zi seemed to see Ningfeng lying in front of him and smiled ferociously.
That's not necessarily true.
At this moment, Ningfeng's body seemed to have eyes, and he dodged the attack of the iron rod at an incredible angle.
Ma Zi was shocked and wanted to continue swinging the iron rod, but his wrist was held tightly by Ningfeng. Crack!
Ningfeng exerted force with his hands, crushed Ma Zi's bones, and snatched the iron rod from his hand.
How is that possible?
Lin Feng, who had just been watching the fun, opened his mouth wide, and couldn't believe that this was the power possessed by humans. At this moment, Ningfeng seized the opportunity and threw the iron rod in his hand towards Lin Fan.
Bang!
The iron rod seemed to have eyes and pierced right into Lin Fan's hand holding the dagger.
Ah!
After screaming, Lin Fan collapsed to the ground. Looking at Ma Zi again, his face looked extremely ugly at the moment. His pain nerves had not yet reacted to the moment when his bones were broken. Now the cold sweat on his forehead was like rain and he couldn't stop it at all. Only now did he realize how stupid Lin Fan's behavior was, as he had actually provoked such a terrifying guy.
I've already told you that you can't enjoy this million peacefully. Finally, after giving Ma Zi a cold look, Ningfeng walked towards Jiang Yan and helped her untie the rope. Feng.
At this time, Jiang Yan was in tears and threw herself into Ningfeng's arms.
I knew you would come to rescue me. Okay, Sister Yan, we are safe now. Ningfeng comforted. Xiao Feng, I'm really scared.
Just when Lin Fan tried to do something to me, I was thinking, if I was really insulted by this beast, I would die to atone for my sin. In Jiang Yan's eyes, although she is not a complete woman, she absolutely does not allow herself to have a relationship with any man other than Ningfeng.
Sister Yan, don't say such discouraging words. I have already called the police on the way here.
The police will be here soon. These two guys will definitely not have a good ending. At this moment, Lin Fan stood up while enduring the pain. The blood had already stained his clothes, and his face became extremely hideous.
Ningfeng, you are really great.
Lin Fan laughed crazily. I thought my plan was perfect, but in the end, I still failed at your hands.
You are wrong for using a woman to threaten me.
Although Ningfeng is not a hero, he has a principle that no one can touch his woman, so Lin Fan is destined to fail this time.
Chapter 49 I accept your challenge.
Okay Ningfeng, I finally understand why Chenya follows you so wholeheartedly, but one day you will be defeated by yourself. Lin Fan leaned against the wall as if he had collapsed.
At least you will never see what will happen to me in the future.
As Ningfeng finished speaking, the door of the warehouse was opened from the outside and a dozen policemen rushed in immediately. The team leader was a girl in her 20s with a bit of heroic spirit.
When her eyes swept over the injured Lin Fan and Ma Zi, she couldn't help but frown. You did all this?
Ningfeng replied, Yes, officer.
The female police officer glanced at Ningfeng, then said to her men, Take everyone back. Yes. The male police officers responded and then took everyone to the police station.
If women are the most unreasonable creatures, then this female police officer is the best of the best. Inside the interrogation room at this moment.
Officer, are you mistaken?
I called the police to ask you to help me, not to interrogate me. At this moment, Ningfeng was overwhelmed.
Bang!
The female police officer slammed the table, stood up suddenly, and said in a cold voice, It was indeed you who called the police, but when we arrived at the scene, the person who was injured was the robber you mentioned.
This is very abnormal. They are no match for me, so it's normal for them to be injured by me, isn't it?
Ningfeng curled his lips and said helplessly, Besides,
this is legitimate defense, and I didn't break the law, right?
We rely on evidence when handling cases.
What evidence do you have to prove that what you said is true? Hold the fuck. Ning Feng was about to explode with anger. I'm clearly the victim, why do I act like a kidnapper?
But when Ning Feng saw the data given by the system, he finally understood what was going on.
Name, Ouyang Qian. Age, 25. Favorability, 10. Inner secret, growing up in a military and police family, he has a heart that sympathizes with the weak. He often helps the weak and upholds justice. He will never show mercy to evil forces, but sometimes he does wrong things because he is too impulsive. Strategy tips: the host can try to fight violence with violence and conquer Ouyang Qian. TSK. Ning Feng was stunned. He didn't expect that this woman was such a simple-minded person. Hey, did you hear me? If you keep pretending to be stupid, I have every reason to believe that you are the real kidnapper and you called just to cover up your tracks. Ouyang Qian stared at Ning Feng coldly, as if she saw through him. It feels like being stared at by a pair of sharp eagle eyes. Okay, I'll give you evidence. With a thought, Ning Feng directly asked the system to copy the conversation between Ning Feng and Lin Fan and threw it on the table. Ouyang Qian looked at the USB flash drive on the table suspiciously, but still handed it to his other colleagues. After a while, a male policeman ran in cautiously. Sister Qian, according to our verification, Ning Feng is indeed the victim. The male policeman said respectfully. I understand. You can go out first. The male policeman then breathed a sigh of relief and hurried out of the interrogation room. Ning Feng looked at Ouyang Qian with a smug look on his face and said, What do you think, officer? I've given you the evidence. Can you let me go now? No. Why? Sometimes Ning Feng really wondered if Ouyang Qian was sick. She didn't investigate the real kidnapper over there, but insisted on targeting herself, the victim. Ouyang Qian glanced at Ning Feng and said disdainfully, With your small body, I don't believe you can handle those two robbers. Indeed, compared to the muscular Ma Zi, Ning Feng's thin arms and legs are indeed not very attractive. Then how do you want me to prove it? Damn, is this girl sick? Unless you can defeat me, I have every reason to believe that you have other accomplices, and Lin Fan and Ma Zi just fell into your trap. Having said this, Ouyang Qian showed a strange smile. Damn, this woman is definitely sick, and her illness is very serious. Ning Feng secretly complained in his heart, but at this moment he heard a system prompt sound in his mind. Congratulations to the host for triggering the extra mission, accept Ouyang Qian's challenge and defeat her. Mission reward, Ouyang Qian's favorability plus 10, bonus 1 million yuan. Mission help, Tai Chi experience card X1. Seeing Ning Feng didn't speak, Ouyang Qian thought he was afraid, so she sneered and said, Why? Don't you dare? But as soon as he finished speaking, a strange smile appeared on Ning Feng's face. I accept your challenge. Chapter 50. This is Tai Chi. On the other side, the crowd outside the house were discussing the interrogation of Ouyang Qian. Ah, this guy is really unlucky. He is clearly a victim, but he was caught and interrogated by Sister Qian. That's right. All the prisoners interrogated by Sister Qian in the past never had a good ending. After all, she is a famous female tyrant here. Shoo. One of the guys made a gesture to keep quiet, then looked around and said with relief, Keep your voice down, if Sister Qian hears us, she will organize us to fight again. When they heard about combat training, the others felt a chill on their faces. They had suffered a lot during combat training before. But I'm a little curious. In the past, when Sister Qian interrogated prisoners, she would teach them a lesson appropriately, and most of those people couldn't last more than a minute under Sister Qian's hands. At this point, the man said with a fascinated look, I wonder how long Ning Feng can hold on. I don't think this matter is that simple. Didn't you see the robber? He was strong and healthy, but it seemed that Ning Feng easily dealt with him. It's hard to say for sure. How about we make a bet? Let's bet. I bet $100 that Sister Qian will win. I also want Sister Qian to win. Me too. Most of the onlookers had seen Ouyang Qian's strength, so almost all of them bet on her to win. At this time, the guy who bet on Ning Feng to win had a black question mark face. Bang! While everyone was placing bets, there was already movement in the interrogation room. Ouyang Qian just gave a sidekick, directly kicking Ning Feng's neck. Damn! This guy is really merciless. If I didn't have the help of the system, I really wouldn't be your opponent. Use the Tai Chi experience card.
Ning Feng's mind moved, and suddenly an extremely light feeling surged into his heart.
At this moment, Ouyang Qian's fast and fierce attack seemed extremely ordinary to Ning Feng.
Ning Feng stretched out his hand and blocked Ouyang Qian's attack from the side, but the explosive power of Ouyang Qian's whip kick was strong enough that Ning Feng almost flew out.
But at this moment, Ning Feng's other hand grabbed Ouyang Qian's ankle.
Under the huge inertia, Ning Feng pushed Ouyang Qian out with the force.
Bang! Ouyang Qian lost her balance and bumped into the wall.
What's your trick?
Ouyang Qian was both angry and anxious.
In her opinion, such a skinny guy could actually fight back. Moreover, it seemed as if the strength he had just exerted had been removed, which was extremely strange. Ning Feng struck a pose that he thought looked handsome.
I call this Tai Chi. You're lying to the devil. Tai Chi is used by the elderly for fitness. Ouyang Qian doesn't think it has such great effects.
Naturally, she thinks Ning Feng is deceiving her, and her anger becomes even greater for a moment. She rushed towards Ning Feng again and punched him in the face with a heavy punch.
My goodness, you are going to kill yourself.
Seeing that the opponent was ruthless, Ning Feng no longer held back. Just when Ouyang Qian's fist was about to hit his face, he took a step back more than 10 centimeters, then quickly grabbed Ouyang Qian's fist with both hands and exerted force hard. Ouyang Qian fell to the ground like a little rabbit that had lost its balance.
Ning Feng stepped on her waist and said with a wicked smile, "How is it? Are you convinced? I don't accept it. What kind of weird moves did you use? I've never seen them before. I told you, this is Tai Chi."
Ning Feng squatted down with interest. No way, that kind of weak and powerless fitness boxing can possibly compare to my 9th degree black belt in Taekwondo.
Ouyang Qian's face flushed red. On the one hand, she was very angry because she lost to Ning Feng. On the other hand, she was actually stepped on by Ning Feng, and this boy was looking at her with ill intentions. She felt scared just thinking about it. Chapter 51 teach you a lesson on behalf of your parents. Who says Tai Chi is only for fitness?
Ning Feng smiled evilly and said, Tai Chi is our national martial art. A true Tai Chi master is much better than the Taekwondo you mentioned. Having said that, Ning Feng suddenly seemed to remember something and slapped Ouyang Qian on the head.
And is it really okay for you to be so worshipful of foreign things? Asshole.
Ouyang Qian wanted to explode, but found that no matter how hard she tried, she could not break free from Ning Feng's restraints. And the most hateful thing is that this guy slapped himself as if nothing had happened.
I'm just teaching you a lesson on behalf of your parents. After saying that, Ning Feng slapped Ouyang Qian on the head again. You bastard, let me go. Bang. If you hit me again, I'll kill you. Pa. I'll fight you. Bang.
I don't know how long I resisted. Ouyang Qian really had no strength left, and she really had no other way out.
I'm sorry, I was wrong. I will never worship foreigners again. Please be kind and let me go. Ouyang Qian said weakly.
The moment she finished speaking, a prompt sounded from the system.
Ding, congratulations to the host for successfully completing the mission, Ouyang Qian's favorability plus 10.
Ding, congratulations to the host for successfully completing the mission.
1 million yuan has been deposited into your bank card. This reward is really rich. Since the system has indicated that the task has been completed, Ouyang Qian must have truly given in.
Thinking of this, Ning Feng let go of Ouyang Qian, dusted himself off, and swaggered out of the interrogation room.
Holy shit, what did I see?
A policeman noticed Ning Feng, and he found that there was not a single scar on Ning Feng's body.
A bad premonition suddenly came to his mind. Where's Sister Qian? Why is this kid the only one out? Could this kid really have defeated Sister Qian?
Everyone's expressions were uncertain, or perhaps they simply could not accept this fact.
Thinking back to the beginning, several of them were no match for Ouyang Qian. If Ning Feng could subdue Ouyang Qian alone, it would be too embarrassing for them. Officer, the interrogation is over. Is there anything else? If not, I'm leaving.
Ning Feng walked to the place where the procedures were handled and asked.
The policeman finally reacted and said, I'll go ask Sister Qian if there's anything else.
After saying that, the man quickly ran to the interrogation room. When he saw the situation in the interrogation room, he was shocked. At this moment, Ouyang Qian was covered in dust and dirt, as if she had just been beaten up. Sister Qian, can Ning Feng leave now? The man asked cautiously. Although Ouyang Qian was no match for Ning Feng, these young policemen were definitely no match for him, so her tone became cold again. Let it go quickly, or keep it for the new year. Yes, yes. The man hurried out of the interrogation room and completed the procedures for Ning Feng, then he breathed a sigh of relief. Oh my god, guess what I just saw? A group of people immediately gathered around and asked, what did you see? By the way, who won? Hey hey. The man smiled mysteriously and said, I tell you, this time, Sister Qian may have suffered a great loss. I just saw Sister Qian was covered in dirt and dust. I guess she was beaten up by that kid Ning Feng. At this time, the guy who bet on Ning Feng to win came out and said excitedly, really? I said that Ning Feng is good, but you just didn't believe me. However, this guy can actually beat Sister Qian so easily, which is beyond my expectation. Cut. Everyone rolled their eyes. What are you doing? Don't you have to work? In that case, go to combat training. If no one can defeat me today, don't have dinner. At some point, Ouyang Qian came out of the interrogation room. He was very unhappy about being beaten up by Ning Feng, so he planned to vent his anger on these guys. No, Sister Qian? Sister Qian, please spare my life. Gather at the training ground in 3 minutes. If you don't come, you will have to run around the police station for the whole day. Chapter 52 Extra Strategy. At this time, Ning Feng had completed the formalities and just walked out of the police station when he saw Jiang Yan, who looked anxious. Xiaofeng, are you okay? Fine. For some reason, Ning Feng suddenly felt warm in his heart. When he was a poor boy, he always felt that he would be satisfied if he could talk to Jiang Yan. But now that he had the ability, he ignored Jiang Yan. Sister Yan, how about we go shopping today? Really? Jiang Yan jumped up excitedly like a child who had received a great benefit. Real. Maybe this will reduce some of the guilt. Ning Feng then brought Jiang Yan directly to the commercial street in Rongqing, intending to buy some suitable clothes for Jiang Yan. Finally, we stopped at a store of a big international brand called Little Fairy. Xiaofeng, let's go somewhere else. I heard from my friends that the clothes of the fairies are quite expensive. Boom. Ning Feng felt as if his heart was being pulled out. In the past, he might not have been able to buy the clothes here for Jiang Yan, but now the last thing Ning Feng lacked was money. No. Ning Feng scratched Jiang Yan's nose affectionately and said softly, Sister Yan, although I, Ning Feng, am not a rich second generation, I will not let my woman suffer any grievances. Come on, let's go to the ferry. Wind. Jiang Yan was so moved that tears welled up in her eyes, but she held them back. Ding, congratulations to the host for triggering the extra strategy task. Help Jiang Yan pick out 3 sets of clothes you like from the Little Fairy. Task reward, 100 lottery points. Mission help, 500,000 yuan. What's going on? System, isn't the final strategy for Jiang Yan completed? Why is there still a mission? Completing the final strategy is just the basic condition to trigger the additional tasks. Only by completing the additional tasks can you get the lottery points. I see. But in this way, the points will come in continuously. This task is also quite interesting. I get to pick 3 sets of clothes that I like. Doesn't that mean any clothes will do? Thinking of this, Ning Feng took Jiang Yan directly into the Little Fairy, and a waiter came up to greet them immediately. What do you need to buy? It was obvious that when the waitress saw Ning Feng's clothes that cost less than 200 yuan, her expression paused, but out of professional ethics, she did not show anything. Nothing, let's see for ourselves. Ning Feng smiled at the waiter and started shopping with Jiang Yan. It can be seen that Jiang Yan is a relatively conservative woman. The clothes she likes are also relatively conservative and also relatively cheap, basically under 1,000 yuan. And all this was seen by the waitress. Tisk, poor bastard, you have no money but still come to our ferry to buy clothes, this kind of people is really enough. The price of clothes is linked to the waiter's salary commission, and for big brands like Little Fairy, the waiter's salaries are generally better, so it is inevitable that some people will be jealous. Hey, Xiaolan, who did you call the poor guy just now? Another waiter came over and started asking about the situation out of gossip. Xiaolan pointed at Ning Feng and said, see? That man and woman. The man's outfit is probably worth only 200 yuan. He has the nerve to bring a girl to buy clothes here. Isn't he afraid that he won't be able to pay the bill later? Another waiter agreed, that's true, but this girl is really stupid. She is so pretty, why does she have to live with such a poor guy?
What a pity.
The two were talking in a loud voice, and since they were relatively close to Ningfeng and the others, Ningfeng and Jiang Yan could hear them very clearly.
Xiaofeng, I don't want to buy clothes here anymore, let's go somewhere else.
In Jiang Yan's heart, Ningfeng is always the first. Others say she can do it, but they say Ningfeng can't do it. No need, Sister Yan, let's buy clothes at Little Fairy today, and we have to buy the most expensive ones. After saying that, Ningfeng pulled Jiang Yan towards the VIP area.
Chapter 53 Gold Card.
The VIP area of the Little Fairy is usually an exclusive area for rich people. The cheapest clothes in it are 5,000 yuan each, and the more expensive ones can cost up to 100,000 yuan.
Xiaolan, please go over and take a look.
I heard that poor boys like these love to do petty thefts. It will be troublesome if their clothes are lost.
Another waiter urged. What bad luck. Xiaolan's face fell instantly and she walked towards the VIP area very reluctantly.
At this time, Ningfeng took a fancy to a light purple dress, which was priced at 28,000.
Sister Yan, try this. It will definitely look good on you. I'd better not buy it. Jiang Yan was stunned when she saw the price.
The price of this dress was enough for her to collect rent for several months.
It's just too expensive.
Ningfeng said seriously, Sister Yan, I told you, when I buy something for you, I never think about whether it's expensive or not. After that, Ningfeng said to Xiaolan, waiter, take this dress down, we want to try it on. Xiaolan took a look at the price and said reluctantly, Sir, I think you should take a look at the price first and confirm whether you have the money before deciding whether to give it a try.
He.
It seems that this woman looks down on me from the bottom of her heart.
Ningfeng directly took out a bank card, handed it to Xiaolan and said, then can you help me confirm it, please? Cut. Xiaolan took the bank card very reluctantly, but when her eyes fell on the bank card, her pupils dilated infinitely. It's actually a gold card.
Having worked at Little Fairy for a long time, Xiaolan naturally knew the significance of the gold card, which meant that there were at least several million in Ningfeng's card. Sir, you are indeed qualified to buy clothes in our VIP area.
At this time, Xiaolan's attitude took a 180-degree turn. So can we try on clothes now?
Ningfeng said with a sly smile.
Yes.
It was obvious that Xiaolan's attitude had changed a lot, and she quickly took off her clothes. Although Jiang Yan was a little confused, she still went to the fitting room to change clothes. When Jiang Yan came out, Ningfeng's eyes suddenly became hopeful.
Seeing this, Xiaolan quickly agreed, this dress is imported from the Yamadiao country. Wearing it really shows one's temperament.
Quite. Ningfeng suddenly interrupted Xiaolan and said with a hint of displeasure, I admit that Sister Yan's temperament is indeed good, but you have to understand that this dress is only 20,000 yuan and is not worthy of Sister Yan at all.
Can't you, a waiter, see it? Xiaolan's eyes rolled and she thought that she had met a big client today. I'm sorry, sir. This dress really doesn't suit this lady. I'll pick another one for you.
No need, just bring the most expensive clothes in your store and my sister Yan will buy the one she likes.
Okay.
In the VIP area, Xiaolan only meets people as generous as Ningfeng a few times a year. Her heart was pounding and she quickly bought a dozen pieces of clothing.
The cheapest one among them is 150,000.
Although Jiang Yan had no idea what Ningfeng was doing, she still cooperated very well and tried on the clothes.
However, the price on the note made her heart tighten. After a while, Jiang Yan tried almost all the clothes. Waiter, what's wrong with you? I asked you to pick some clothes, but you can't even pick one yourself? How can such rags match the temperament of my sister Yan? Gentlemen. Needless to say, if you can't come up with decent clothes again, I will definitely complain about you. Ningfeng said angrily.
At this time Xiaolan also understood that the other party was obviously playing a trick on her, and her temper flared up.
Boy, I've had enough of you. If you weren't a little young, no one would want to serve you. He. Has his true nature finally been exposed? Is this the attitude of the waiter in Little Fairy?
Ningfeng said with a playful smile.
So what? I don't know if you stole the gold card from outside. You are wearing all this rags. Who the hell do you think you are? Xiaolan said angrily, if you don't have money to buy clothes, get out of here right now, or I'll ask the security guards outside to kick you out. Chapter 54 Conflicts escalate. Then I really want to see how you are going to throw me out.
Ningfeng folded his arms and sneered.
Jiang Yan was a relatively conservative woman, and she was also timid.
Seeing that something was wrong, she quickly pulled Ningfeng's clothes and whispered, "Xiaofeng, I think we should just forget it.
After all, this is someone else's territory." "It's okay, Sister Yan, just wait and see." Ningfeng comforted. Xiaolan didn't say anything.
At this point, she knew that Ningfeng would not buy clothes anymore. In anger, she called 2 security guards over. Since they all came from the security company, these 2 guys were extremely burly. They were about the same height as Ningfeng, around 1.8 meters, but they were 2 heads taller than Ningfeng.
"That's them, Along, Ahu. I'll leave this matter to you. Sister Lan, when have we ever let you down?"
The 2 guys called Along and Ahu immediately rubbed their hands together, and their joints made crackling sounds, which was extremely shocking.
"Hey, kid, you brought your girlfriend here too, so I'll give you some face.
Kneel down and kowtow to Sister Lan, admit your fault, and then get out of here."
That's the end of it. Just you guys?
Ningfeng's eyes turned cold and he looked at the 2 of them coldly.
"Ha, Ahu, it seems that this kid won't cry until he sees the coffin. What do you think we should do?"
"Then beat him up and throw him out like a dead dog." Along and Ahu smiled at each other, then each threw a punch at Ningfeng.
"Careful."
Just as Jiang Yan screamed, something incredible happened. Ningfeng stretched out both hands at the same time and tightly clasped the fists of the 2 men.
"I told you, you are not qualified yet." Crack.
Ningfeng exerted force with his wrist, and Along and Ahu seemed to be electrocuted. Their faces turned pale and they knelt on the ground in pain.
Bang.
Immediately afterwards, Ningfeng kicked them twice fiercely, and the 2 men lay on the ground motionless like 2 dead dogs. During this period, Ningfeng only took 3 seconds, so that Xiaolan's smile froze on her face.
"No. It's impossible. How could this skinny guy beat Along and Ahu?" Xiaolan looked horrified.
After doing all this, Ningfeng clapped his hands, as if everything had nothing to do with him, and walked straight towards Xiaolan.
"I said, never look down on anyone, because among the people you look down on, there may be people you can never afford to offend."
Xiaolan didn't know if it was intuition, but at that moment she felt an extremely powerful murderous intent enveloping her, causing her to stagger and fall to the ground.
Kill someone."
Many people had already noticed the commotion here, and Xiaolan's shout directly startled the manager of the store.
"Sir, what's going on?" the manager asked with a frown. "What else can I do? I just come to buy clothes and then."
Then Ningfeng told him everything that had happened before.
Anyone who can become a manager of the Little Fairy chain store must have something extraordinary. He immediately understood the whole story. "I'm sorry, sir.
This happened because of my poor supervision."
"I'm very sorry for this."
The manager bent down with full sincerity.
He.
Ningfeng sneered and said, "Little Fairy is an international brand after all.
If your employees do something wrong, can you just apologize?"
After a pause, Ningfeng continued, "If that's the case, then the service attitude of the Little Fairy really disappoints me.
Most importantly, sooner or later, its reputation will be ruined by you, the waiters who have no quality, right?" Boom.
The manager's brain seemed to be struck by lightning and he stood there in a daze for a long time. After a moment, he finally reacted and said to Xiaolan coldly, "We don't need unqualified employees like you here, pack up your things and get out."
Manager. No need to say more. The same is true for these 2 security guards. I hired you to protect the safety of the customers in the store. I didn't expect you to dare to attack the customers. I will tell your security company the truth about this matter. If I can't get a satisfactory answer, I will report it to the Little Fairy headquarters and will never cooperate with your security company again." Along and Ahu, who had just woken up, happened to hear the manager's words. They were so shocked that they fainted again. Chapter 55 Miracle Doctor Experience Card.
After a scolding, the manager looked at Ningfeng with an apologetic face and said, "Sir, I will pay attention to the service attitude of our store in the future.
I am willing to compensate you for the loss caused to you this time. Whenever you come to our store to buy clothes, you will get a 30% discount."
Little Fairy is a chain store that is notorious for not offering discounts, and this time the manager has tried his best to restore the brand's reputation.
"Thank you, manager."
Then Ningfeng took Jiang Yan to the store and bought 3 sets of clothes. Jiang Yan was originally reluctant to buy a sailor suit, but Ningfeng immediately frowned and said that it was for sleeping at night.
There are also 2 more normal sets of clothes.
The total price was 300,000, and after the discount it cost 200,000.
But Jiang Yan still felt very distressed.
After everything was done, the system prompt sounded in Ningfeng's mind. Ding, congratulations to the host for completing the extra strategy mission and obtaining 100 points. Compared to these 100 points, Ningfeng felt that making Jiang Yan happy was the most important thing. The two of them walked around for a while before returning to their rented house.
It was already past 7 o'clock in the evening.
Ningfeng originally wanted to take a shower and have a good sleep, but suddenly his phone rang.
I picked up the phone and saw that it was Molly calling. Hello, phone, are you there? Xiaoro's grandfather is in trouble. Do you have time to come over?
As soon as the phone was connected, Molly's anxious voice was heard.
Okay, I'll be right there.
When Ningfeng thought of the old man's gentle face, he was reminded of his grandfather who had passed away long ago.
So without hesitation, he asked Qinyao for the car keys and went straight to Qinyao's house. What's going on?
As soon as Ningfeng entered the door, he saw an old man lying on the ground, dying.
His wife had already fainted from crying, and Xiaoro, who didn't know what to do, was beside him. Do you remember the man we sent to the police station? I remember.
It was Ningfeng who robbed Xiaoro.
Molly frowned and said, not long ago, a strange man broke into Xiaoro's house.
He smashed things without asking why, and even asked Xiaoro's grandfather to tell him where you were.
You know, the old man is stubborn by nature.
He has always been grateful to you for saving Xiaoro, so he didn't say anything.
In the end. Bang!
Ningfeng punched the table, making a big hole in it. It was a pity how angry he was at that moment.
Did the man say who he really was?
He is the robber's brother, named Huang Wu, and he came to avenge his brother.
Molly explained.
What a pair of good brothers.
Ningfeng's expression gradually became gloomy.
He didn't expect that just one day had passed and the old man had become like this.
Ding!
Congratulations to the host for triggering the extra strategy mission, cure Xiaoro's grandfather's illness and capture Huang Wu. Task reward, 100 lottery points, 100,000 yuan in prize money.
Mission help, Miracle Doctor Experience Card X1. Use the Miracle Doctor Experience Card.
Without any hesitation, Ningfeng directly used the Miracle Doctor Experience Card. After all, the old man was in critical condition.
Let me check on Xiaoro's grandfather's condition first. After saying that, Ningfeng walked directly to Xiaoro's grandfather, undressed him and took a look.
He saw several shocking scars that made people shudder.
How vicious! He actually hit an old man with a blunt object. Brother Feng, is my grandpa dying soon?
A weak voice came from the side. She grew up with her grandparents and had thought about repaying them when she grew up, but who knew it would turn out like this? After all, the little girl had never seen such a thing, and she couldn't help but shed tears. Ningfeng touched Xiaoro's head and comforted her. Don't worry, Xiaoro, your grandfather will be fine.
I will treat your grandfather right away. Brother Feng can also cure diseases? Is Brother Feng a doctor? Xiaoro asked pitifully.
Ningfeng nodded, which was considered as his agreement. He began to take the old man's pulse in an orderly manner, but his expression became more and more serious. The old man already had heart disease and had been taking medication for years. This time he was injured by a blunt object and his heart is in trouble. Ningfeng slowly opened his eyes and told his diagnosis.
Heart disease? Xiaoro said in disbelief, why didn't Grandpa tell me?
No wonder I saw Grandpa secretly taking medicine a few times.
It turns out. Xiaoro finally understood that Grandpa did this because he didn't want her to worry. Chapter 56 9 Needles for Prolonging Life.
This made Xiaoro even more uncomfortable, and she kept begging, Brother Feng, please cure my grandfather, I beg you. I'll do my best, but you need to get out first.
Wind. Molly hesitated to speak, looking worried. Don't worry.
Ningfeng showed a confident smile. Seeing this, Molly took Xiaoro and her grandmother out of the room. According to Ningfeng's memory, acupuncture is needed to treat the old man, but he doesn't have any silver needles at all. If he is sent to the hospital now, the old man may die on the way. System, is there any way to help me get the silver needle? The host can spend points to redeem auxiliary roads in the Points Mall. Very good. Ningfeng's mind moved, and suddenly many different types of silver needles appeared before his eyes. Ordinary silver needles, only for ordinary acupuncture use, costs 50 points. BNK silver needle, silver needles once used by the great Dr. BNK, which have a 30% bonus on curing illnesses and saving lives.
It costs 100 points.
Hua Tuo's Magic Needle, a magic needle used by the legendary Dr. Hua Tuo. It has a 50% bonus to curing diseases and saving lives.
It costs 200 points. It's too expensive.
Ningfeng originally wanted to exchange for the best silver needles. After all, he would have a better chance of getting it, but now he only has 100 points.
Never mind, I'll just use you. Exchange for BNK's silver needle.
Ding, congratulations to the host for obtaining the BNK silver needle, points 100. As soon as the casual system finished speaking, a pack of silver needles suddenly appeared in Ningfeng's hand.
Ningfeng could clearly feel the accumulated vitality of the silver needle.
But at this moment, the old man's face became even paler, and there was no more time for Ningfeng to use the BNK silver needle. He carried the old man to the bed and stripped him completely of his clothes. Then, he took out a silver needle and slowly inserted it into the big acupoint on the old man's chest. Since it was his first time using acupuncture, Ningfeng was very nervous, because if he was not careful, the needle could make the old man die on the spot. As time went by, Ningfeng's acupuncture skills became faster and faster, and his technique became more and more skillful.
Cough, cough, cough. Until the last silver needle fell, the old man let out a slight cough, and even his breathing became much more even.
Seeing that it was almost done, Ningfeng called Xiaoro and others in.
Brother Feng, what happened to my grandpa? Xiaoro asked anxiously.
Don't worry, he's fine now, but you must not remove the silver needles from his body for the next 2 days. What Ningfeng used just now was a long-lost acupuncture method, the 9 life-sustaining needles. It is necessary to use silver needles to stimulate the 9 major acupoints on the old man's chest.
There must not be any deviation, otherwise all the efforts will be wasted. Thank you so much, Brother Feng. When Xiaoro grows up, I will definitely repay you.
Xiaoro burst into laughter and looked at Ningfeng foolishly.
Xiaofeng, you have been so kind to our family. I have no way to repay you. I can only kowtow to you.
Xiaoro's grandmother had also gotten much better by this time. When she heard that the old man was fine, she knelt down and kowtowed to Ningfeng.
Fortunately, Ningfeng reacted quickly and helped Xiaoro's grandmother up and said, "You are too polite.
After all, this happened because of me, so this is what I should do. By the way, Xiaoro, take care of your grandpa with your grandma.
I have something to ask your sister Molly. Brother Xiaofeng, do you feel like you've been away for 3 years for just 1 day?" Xiaoro suddenly said in a mischievous way.
Not to mention Ningfeng, even Mali's face turned red.
She quickly glared at Xiaoro and pulled Ningfeng out of the door. If you have something to say, just say it. Ningfeng nodded and said, "Do you know what Huang Wu, the man you just mentioned, does he do? I've learned about it.
He used to be an ordinary worker like his brother. He didn't want to work for others all his life, so he started robbing people. However, Huang Lu took care of everything, so Huang Wu didn't fall into the law." Ningfeng said thoughtfully, "It seems that the relationship between the brothers is pretty good. They know that they are in danger, but they still dare to come out and cause trouble.
But since it has come to me, I won't be so lucky this time." Chapter 57 Fortune Comes. Wind? What are you thinking about?
Suddenly, Mali interrupted Ningfeng's thoughts and looked at him strangely.
Nothing.
I was thinking it's time to take some measures against Huang Wu, otherwise he will really think I'm a soft persimmon. Ningfeng came back to his senses and smiled. Molly pursed her lips, but still spoke out the question in her mind. "Feng, I'm really curious, with the strength you have shown, how could you possibly be a small employee at Marume? If you are willing, many places should be willing to pay a very high price to hire you."
Still been discovered?
Indeed, my performance during this period was indeed somewhat unbelievable. But when it comes to explaining it, I really don't know how to start. Ningfeng touched Mali's head and said with a smile, "I'll tell you about this later." Mali pouted like a child who had been wronged.
"Feng, do you particularly hate me? How is that possible?"
If it was at the beginning, Ningfeng really hated Mali's self-righteous and contemptuous attitude, but after 2 days of getting along with her, Ningfeng realized that Mali's domineering behavior in front of others was just to protect herself. At least judging from her attitude towards Shiro's family, she is definitely a good person.
"Then would you please stay tonight?" Mali looked at Ningfeng with a slightly pleading look. She didn't dare to look him in the eye.
At the same time, her heart was beating fast, fearing that she would be rejected.
Brother Feng, can you please stay here?
At this time, the smart little Xiao appeared out of nowhere. I don't know if my grandfather's condition will get worse.
Brother Feng, I beg you, please stay.
Ningfeng originally wanted to refuse, but after seeing Xiao's pitiful appearance and Ma Li's begging, he finally made a decision.
If you don't stay, are you still a man? Yes. Ningfeng nodded, indicating that he agreed. Very good.
Xiao jumped up excitedly, but in just a moment, she started yawning continuously.
No, Brother Feng, I'm really too tired. I have to go back and rest with Grandma.
Without waiting for Ningfeng to answer, Xiao pulled her grandmother and left like the wind.
Feng, shall we take a rest too?
Ma Li blushed and asked Ningfeng for his opinion, while she kept questioning herself in her heart.
Isn't this what you want? If I miss this opportunity, they might just run away.
Thinking of this, Ma Li plucked up her courage and took Ningfeng's arm.
All right. Although Ningfeng has no experience in living together, he has seen pigs run even though he has eaten pork, right?
So Ningfeng worked extra hard that night until he was exhausted and fell asleep. The next morning, Ningfeng called Chen Yao to ask for leave, and then took Ma Li out. According to the information Ma Li received, Huang Wu seemed to have disappeared from the world since he broke into Xiao's house. He did not even return home. If you want to find him, you must find a middle-aged man named San Yi. That guy is the leader of the gangsters in this area, and Huang Wu follows him. The place that San Yi liked to visit the most was a casino called Kaiyun Guanglai. At this time, Ningfeng had already brought Ma Li to the door of Kaiyun Guanglai.
Feng, do you really want to go in?
Ma Li held Ningfeng's arm with some concern, and leaned her head on Ningfeng's shoulder, just like a little bird.
After last night, she had been completely conquered by Ningfeng.
The reason she asked this was not because she doubted Ningfeng's strength, but because she was afraid that Ningfeng would be hurt.
This is the only way to find Huang Wu. Don't worry, nothing will happen. Ningfeng patted Ma Li on the shoulder and walked straight into Kaiyun Plaza. Chapter 58 Win Every Gamble.
Although it was morning, a lot of gamblers had already gathered here, or rather, they did not go home at night and were gathered here.
How can we force the third master out?
The third master is a shareholder of Kaiyun Guanglai and normally he would not show up in public.
Ding!
Congratulations to the host for successfully triggering the extra strategy mission: kill everyone in the casino, attract the attention of the third master, and learn from the third master where Huang Wu is going.
Mission reward, points plus 300, bonus 1 million yuan. Mission help, win every gamble experience card X1.
Win every time you gamble, whether you can gamble or not, as long as you use this experience card, you will win every time you gamble.
Very good.
Ningfeng snapped his fingers and showed a smug look. Feng, it seems that the third master is not here today.
Ma Li reminded. Don't worry, I have my own way.
Ningfeng raised the corner of his mouth, asked someone to exchange chips for 100,000 yuan, and then came to a gambling table. During this period, Ningfeng used the experience card. At this time, Ningfeng was already sitting next to the gambling table, and on the surface of the table, a group of people were playing blackjack. The rules of this game are very simple. The dealer deals 3 cards to each player. The one with the higher points wins.
Of course, if the points exceed 21, you lose.
Before the game even started, Ningfeng bet 100,000 yuan directly. As long as the dealer and Ningfeng have the same points, Ningfeng wins.
Of course, the probability of this happening is extremely small. Ningfeng's move immediately attracted countless people's disdain. Young man, do you know how to gamble? How can you bet on a tie? Isn't this just giving away money? That's right. You want to buy 100,000 at once? You'll be crying later.
Ningfeng thought for a while, then smiled and said, "This elder brother is right. In order to prevent me from regretting it later, I decided to buy another 400,000.
What? Are you crazy?
It's $500,000 altogether.
I'm afraid you have too much money and don't know where to spend it."
Facing everyone's doubts, Ningfeng did not answer again. Instead, he asked Ma Li to exchange 400,000 chips and bet all on the winning number. "Today, I will use these 500,000 to bet the 5 million in front of you." Ningfeng looked at the 5 million chips in front of the dealer and said with a smile.
This time, the dealer was completely confused. "Why are you still standing there? Deal the cards," Ningfeng reminded.
"That's right, this guy is clearly giving money to your casino, so you better deal the cards quickly." Someone was already impatient and urged. The dealer then started playing cards. A total of 10 copies were distributed, of course including the dealer's copy. Ningfeng didn't even look at them, he just turned over two of them, one was 10 and the other was 9. This kind of cards was very particular. If it was a flower, the chances of winning were very high, but if it was more than 3 points, then he would definitely lose.
Oh, so unlucky, it's just 1 point.
At the side, a man in his 30s turned over his cards. It was obvious that he could not win as long as the dealer did not bust. Then the rest of the people turned over their cards, and the points were basically not big. If nothing unexpected happens, the dealer will win this time.
Hey, brother, why don't you open your cards quickly?
Someone urged Ningfeng.
No problem.
Ningfeng grinned and turned over the last card.
It's a 4, and it's obvious that Ningfeng has exploded.
23 o'clock, brother, you are sure to lose this time.
Your 500,000 is just a waste. Someone sighed.
Everyone was a gambler and came here with the attitude of winning money. Many people also lost a lot of money here and they all looked at Ningfeng with sympathy.
That's not necessarily true.
When I came here today, a blind man told me my fortune and said that I will win every time I gamble today.
As long as the dealer also busts, then I'll win, right?
Ningfeng was neither anxious nor slow, as if he had everything under control.
But it looks different to other people. You can just brag. If someone can predict things accurately, why would you be a fortune teller?
You would have made a fortune a long time ago.
That's right, young man. If you lose, you lose. Don't be stubborn. Everyone who comes here has lost before. You are too confident, young man.
I don't think you are suitable to come to the casino. Everyone expressed their opinions, and some even called Ningfeng worthless, a prodigal, a fool, and all sorts of other things. But Ningfeng remained unmoved, because he knew that he would win every bet today.
Chapter 59 Sao climbs the tree. Who knows what the outcome will be until the end?
Ningfeng slowly opened his 3 cards.
778. Look at you bragging, this time it's too late. If you can win like this, then I am sure to win too?
As the man spoke, he also revealed his cards.
235. 10 o'clock.
It's already a very small card. This immediately caused everyone to laugh.
However, everyone's real attention was on Ningfeng.
After all, 500,000 was not a small amount of money. The dealer smiled and said, "Sir, it seems that you can't take the 500,000 yuan with you." After saying that, he turned over his cards.
994.
At this moment, everyone's eyes were fixed.
It actually exploded. No way, this kid's luck is too good.
Ningfeng, the person involved, just smiled, as if he already knew the result.
It seems that I am lucky. Since I said I would win all your 5 million, I will buy another 1 million. Boom! Everyone was furious again. Does this kid really think his luck is always so good? Let's not buy anything anymore, let's just watch the show first. Everyone gathered behind Ningfeng with an attitude of watching the fun.
The dealer's eyelids twitched. He didn't expect that Ningfeng had guessed it right this time.
Sir, not every round of luck is so good.
Ningfeng sneered and said, "I told you, I will win every bet today." Arrogant, overbearing, as if everything is so confident. Just now Ningfeng used 500,000 to buy a tie and directly won 1.5 million. Minus the 1 million he just used to buy a tie, he still had 1 million left.
Deal the cards. Good luck to you, sir.
A cruel smile appeared on the dealer's lips, and he gave 3 cards to Ningfeng and himself respectively. Ningfeng didn't even look at it and directly revealed his trump card.
333.
Hey kid, this isn't poker, there's no such thing as a leopard.
Someone held his stomach and almost laughed out loud.
It's impossible for a deck of cards to have 6 threes, so you're doomed to fail. I think you should find some time to find that blind man who told you your fortune and give him a good lesson. 1 million, just wasted like that. In this situation, everyone seemed to be adding insult to injury and collectively bombarded Ningfeng. I said, no one knows the outcome until the end. Ningfeng remained calm, because he had a winning experience card, so he knew he would not lose.
But the dealer didn't know that his smile got even bigger.
Sir, you are too confident.
If you can win this hand, I will climb a tree like a sow to show you. Bang!
Having said this, the dealer suddenly turned over the 3 whole cards, and at this moment, his eyes were filled with fear.
225. It's exactly the same as Ningfeng's points. And we are together again. Fuck, is this even possible? Boy, where is that fortune teller? I'll go get him someday to do my fortune telling. All the people who had doubts about Ningfeng just now showed flattering smiles. After all, that was a good way to make money. Ningfeng ignored everyone's questions. Instead, he stared at the dealer and said word by word, "Sorry, I won again." You're cheating. How could there be such a coincidence in the world? I have been working as a dealer here for several years, and this is the first time I have encountered a tie, and twice. No way? I only beat you twice, and you said I was cheating? Could it be that your casino doesn't allow people to win money? After a pause, Ningfeng continued, "By the way, you just said you were learning to climb a tree like a sow, does that still count?" The dealer's face turned purple. If you're willing to accept defeat, isn't that just like a sow climbing a tree? Hurry up, someone said. That's right, don't you think your casino has any credibility at all? If that's the case, I won't come tomorrow. They are bullying me. They say the other party cheated after winning the money, but they don't keep their own words. Do they really think that all of us gamblers are idiots? Chapter 60, A Big Gamble. This commotion caused quite a bit of a commotion. Although the dealer was not convinced, he had no choice but to imitate a sow and throw a beam in front of everyone, which made everyone laugh. You guys are really trustworthy, I will come to play with you next time. Such a big commotion did not attract the third master. Ningfeng thought it would be better to keep quiet, otherwise the tree would stand out in the forest. Ningfeng still understood the principle of a tree stands out in the forest. Wait a minute, sir, didn't you say that you always win when you gamble? Why are you planning to run away just after winning a few million? I think you are just luckier. The dealer said in a cold voice with a gloomy face. Ningfeng, who had just stood up, sat down again. Pointing at the 500,000 chips in front of the dealer, he said, "You only have 500,000. What can you bet with me? If you lose, are you going to do the sow climbing a tree again?" After a pause, Ningfeng continued, "I am not that superficial. It is enough for me to see something funny once. Seeing it again, even if it is free, will not arouse my interest at all." Ha ha. Everyone burst into laughter again, as if all the resentment from losing money here some time ago had dissipated. "Sir, you underestimate our good fortune. As long as we have customers, we will pay them back regardless of whether they win or lose." Pa. After saying that, the dealer clapped his hands twice, and immediately two guys who looked like thugs came over with a basin of chips. "Sir, here is 15 million, do you dare to bet with me?" 15 million. Ningfeng said thoughtfully, "It seems interesting. I'm betting 5 million against you for 15 million, and the fortune teller said that I will win every time I bet today, so there's no reason not to follow." Boom. Everyone was completely excited. Damn, this is called a big bet. I've been here for several years, and this is the first time I've seen such a big bet. It's so exciting, so exciting. The atmosphere was immediately raised to its highest point. All the gamblers in the casino stopped what they were doing and even their breathing almost stopped, for fear of missing out on this great show. Then sir, shall we continue? Of course continue. Ningfeng didn't even blink and pushed the 5 million directly to he. Sir, good luck doesn't come 3 times. Although it seemed like a well-intentioned reminder, everyone could see that the departure clerk's expression had turned sinister. Maybe I just have such good luck. At this moment, Ningfeng was neither humble nor arrogant and looked mysterious. This is a true master. Someone praised. However, the more people were optimistic about Ningfeng, the angrier the dealer became. In a casino, every dealer is specially trained, which means that they can change the arrangement of the cards at any time because they will hide the cards. Things had come to this point, so the dealer didn't delay any further and directly let Ningfeng play cards with himself. For the first 2 cards, the dealer got 5 and 7, while Ningfeng got 9 and 2. Judging from the cards, the dealer had the upper hand over Ningfeng. Moreover, the dealer secretly changed the last card and gave Ningfeng the 2, while he himself took a 9. No matter what tricks Ningfeng used, it was impossible to tie this hand. "Sir, you are the guest, you open the cards first." The dealer smiled proudly. Before Ningfeng got excited, the crowd of onlookers started to get excited. Heads. Heads. No need to shout, it must be a head.
Ning Feng smiled at the crowd and said, "The fortune teller said that I will win every time I gamble today.
He won't lie to me." Bang!
After saying that, Ning Feng suddenly flipped open his own page.
2 of spades. Ha ha. The dealer laughed wildly. "Sir, it seems that the fortune teller you mentioned is not accurate. Only 13?
Ning Feng frowned and muttered to himself, "That doesn't make sense.
He clearly said that I will win every time I gamble today."
"Sir, this is the truth." The dealer smiled cruelly and said, "Even if this fact is cruel, you have to accept it." As the dealer finished speaking, he suddenly turned over his whole cards.
Chapter 61 Adding fuel to the flames.
At this moment, a plum blossom suddenly appeared in front of everyone.
It's actually an ace. Fuck, it's a tie again. This fortune teller is amazing.
At this moment, the dealer's smile had frozen on his face. "Impossible, impossible, you must be cheating, I clearly." Before the dealer could finish his words, Ning Feng suddenly interrupted him.
"You obviously didn't send yourself an A, right?"
Ning Feng sneered and said, "But I'm curious, how do you know your own trump card?
Could it be that you are the one who cheated?" "Boy, what nonsense are you talking about?"
The dealer realized that he had said the wrong thing and immediately glared at Ning Feng.
"It's no use trying to threaten me. I'm not the only one who heard it,"
Ning Feng said indifferently.
"Yeah, do you take us all for fools? I was wondering why I never win in this fortune plaza.
It turns out you bastards are cheating.
Damn, if you don't give us an explanation today, we will never let you go."
The dealer was indeed scared, but he quickly calmed down. After all, this was his territory.
"What are you doing? Don't you know whose place this is?"
"If Master San gets to know about this, do you know the consequences?" the dealer roared.
"Third master."
As soon as this name was mentioned, everyone's voices became quieter, and some people even shut their mouths. After all, the third master's name is well known in this area, and no one dares to bring bad luck upon him.
He.
Ning Feng stood up, looked at the dealer with cold eyes and said, "You didn't allow others to cheat, but when you were caught cheating, you brought up the third master.
Do you want the third master to help you when you did something wrong?" After a pause, Ning Feng continued, "Besides, you are just a small dealer, how can you make decisions for the third master? Do you want to replace the third master?" Boom!
As one big hat after another was put on him, the dealer's face became more and more unsightly.
"Boy, don't talk nonsense, I don't have such an idea." "You don't have such thoughts? Then why did you bring up the third master to scare us just now?"
"We came here to play, to put it bluntly, we came here for the third master's fame."
"What you said just now really makes us feel a little disappointed." "Yes, you'd better give us an explanation for this matter." "That's right. You're just a small dealer. Do you really think you're a big shot?"
Ning Feng's words immediately ignited the crowd.
They didn't seem to be so scared anymore and kept making a fuss. "You."
The dealer was about to say something when suddenly a hand was placed on his shoulder.
The dealer turned around and his expression looked much better. "Third master. Okay, let me handle this matter."
The third master pushed the dealer and looked into Ning Feng's eyes, but the dealer was not convinced. After all, he lost 20 million, which was not a small amount of money. "Third master, this kid cheated us out of 20 million.
Bang!
As soon as he finished speaking, the third master slapped him in the face.
"If you accuse someone of cheating, you need evidence. If you do it without any evidence, won't you ruin my reputation?" "Third master, I."
The dealer suddenly felt extremely aggrieved. It goes without saying that you must stand at attention when you are beaten and be punished for doing something wrong.
"This is what you little guys should do."
After that, the third master winked at a thug next to him and said, "Drag this guy out and deal with him as you should."
"Yes." The thug bowed and took the dealer away.
It wasn't long before the dealer's horrific voices could be heard from the back of the casino.
The third master said dangerously, "Young man, are you satisfied now?"
Third master is worthy of being the third master. He is fair in everything he does.
It seems that my trip was worth it,"
Ning Feng said dangerously. Chapter 62 Battle against the third master.
"Okay, everyone, go away and have fun.
As for today's matter, I'll treat you all to a meal when I have time after I've dealt with the miscellaneous matters at the casino."
"Thank you, third master. I have to say that the third master is really capable.
From the time he came out until now, he has settled the conflict that Ningfeng had been creating for half a day with just a few words. He is a ruthless person. But this kind of opponent is interesting. Since the third master still has things to deal with, I'll leave first.
Wait.
The third master stretched out his hand, blocked Ningfeng's way and said, "Boy, I'm curious about why you came to the casino today, because I can't see any desire for money in your eyes."
He is indeed an old fox. Just here to have some fun.
Ningfeng said with a smile.
Oh?
The third master showed a surprised look and said, "You come to the casino to have fun, so I guess you have some skills."
What do you think? Are you interested in gambling with me? That's what I want.
The purpose of coming to the casino this time was to find San Yi, because only he might know the whereabouts of Huang Wu.
Pai Gao, Mahjong, poker, dice.
The third master pointed at the items on the table and said, "Since you are a guest, choose one."
Thank you, Master San. Since we have already played poker, and Pai Gao and Mahjong are not that interesting, why don't we gamble with the dice?
When talking about dice, Sanya's expression changed obviously, if for no other reason. Everyone who knew him knew that he made his fortune through gambling, and what he was most proud of was the dice. He once won 100 million yuan in one night by gambling dice, so people gave him a nickname Three Hands. Because someone once wondered why Sanyi was so good at playing dice, and suspected that he had hidden the dice on his body, but no one knew where he was hidden. They both took their seats. The crowd on the other side was already boiling with excitement.
This kid is really fierce. He actually dares to challenge the third master's dice. I heard that the third master has never lost in the dice game. It's hard to say. This kid is pretty lucky. He got 3 ties. Maybe he can compete with Master San.
I heard that third master hasn't taken action in many years.
I'm really lucky today to see him take action.
Here, the crowd was talking about it, but no one dared to speak on Ningfeng and the third master's side.
Guests come first. Thank you, Master San.
Ningfeng suddenly picked up the sieve and shook it vigorously a few times, but he discovered a problem: the third master's ears were always moving intentionally or unintentionally.
Perhaps this is the legendary method of determining location by sound. Bang!
Ningfeng placed the dice cup on the table. Here, the third master also started shaking the dice cup, but his movements were more shocking. He slammed the table suddenly, and the whole dice cup jumped up.
He grabbed it, quickly put the dice into the dice cup, and shook it. Just like the god of gamblers on TV.
The third master is indeed the third master. It would take decades of practice to do this.
I guess that kid is in trouble this time. Among the onlookers, some were excited and some were disappointed. Bang!
At this time, the third master had finished shaking the dice, put the dice cup on the table, and opened it to take a look.
666. Obviously, this is the maximum point. You're pretty good, kid. You actually got 566. But you're still a step behind me.
Oh my god, the third master knew the number without even looking at Ningfeng's dice.
Who can beat such a scary guy? Someone exclaimed.
Even Mary, who didn't know how to play dice, frowned. She knew that 3 sixes was the highest number and it could not be exceeded.
Chapter 63 Overwhelming Skills.
I, Ningfeng, am honored to receive the praise from the third master, but I still believe in my luck. Ningfeng raised the corner of his mouth and opened his sieve. The third master, who had been confident of victory, was stunned for a moment. Sanyi had indeed guessed the number 566 correctly, but what he didn't figure out was that there was a half-size 2 dot next to the 5 dot. That means Ningfeng's total points are 17.
After a long time, the third master took a deep breath. I never thought that after spending my entire life with sieves, I would be defeated by a junior. Wonderful, wonderful. Someone actually managed to use the impact force of the dice cup to perfectly split a dice into 2. I, Xia Lao San, deserve to lose. What?
When the onlookers heard what the third master said, they were all shocked to the extreme.
Impact force? Split into 2? Are they filming a movie?
But after thinking about it carefully, everyone finally realized something horrible.
Did Ningfeng really just calculate his fortune and come here to gamble? Or is this guy born to be a gambler? One game decides life or death.
It is obvious that Ningfeng won, and won beautifully. He stood up slowly, bowed and said, "Third master, I'm grateful for your help."
I am short-sighted.
The third master smiled bitterly and said, "A young master like this has come to my casino, and I shamelessly asked to play a bet with him.
But what makes me most curious is that you don't seem to be interested in gambling. From the moment you came in until now, your attention seems to be focused on me. He is indeed an old fox. Ningfeng couldn't help but admire him.
I came to see you this time mainly because I wanted to find someone here.
Who are you looking for? Huang Wu.
The moment Ningfeng finished speaking, the third master's expression immediately turned cold.
Little brother, I think you've come to the wrong place. I don't have such a person here.
Ningfeng sneered and said, Third master, let's not beat around the bush.
Since I came here, I must have known some information. With your status, it's not good to protect someone like this, right?
Boy, you dare to question the third master. In an instant, the two men beside the third master surrounded Ningfeng, as if they were ready to attack if they disagreed. Ningfeng glanced at the two people beside him and said to Xie San, Is this how you, Mr. San, treat your guests?
Everyone, step back. The two subordinates looked at Ningfeng unwillingly and retreated one after another.
At this time, Xie San stood up and looked at Ningfeng with confused eyes. Boy, you dare to come to me, Xie San Lai, to ask for someone with a woman.
Aren't you too arrogant? He. Who would dare to go to Liangshan without the ability to gamble? Before I showed off my gambling skills, didn't everyone look down on me?
Xie San took a deep breath and found that he was increasingly unable to understand the young man in front of him. Both his strength and courage surpassed those of when he was young.
Come with me.
Waving at Ningfeng, Xie San walked up to a small room on the second floor.
Wait for me here.
After giving some instructions to Mali, Ningfeng followed Xie San into the small room. At this moment, Xie San was holding a painting in his hand, on which was a beautiful jade ring.
Do you know what this is? Xie San looked at the exquisite ring in the painting with a hopeful look. System, help me check it.
Ding, congratulations to the host for successfully detecting the jade ring in the painting. As the system finished speaking, a huge amount of information flooded into his mind. If my guess is correct, this is a leopard-spotted jade ring from the Tang dynasty. It is as precious as a national treasure. Xie San's eyes were a little dazed for a moment, but soon returned to normal, but there was a hint of appreciation in his eyes.
You are indeed not an ordinary person. Even many experts cannot recognize this jade ring. It can be said to be the best of the best. What does this have to do with Huang Wu? Ningfeng asked puzzledly. Bang!
Xie San slammed his fist on the table and said angrily, The Huang Wu and his brother you mentioned were just two thieves. I felt sorry for them and they looked honest, so I let them follow me.
Who would have thought that a thief is always a thief?
They stole my leopard-spotted jade ring which I had treasured for decades while I wasn't paying attention.
I finally understood that a dog will always eat shit. Chapter 64 Xie San's secret. With the power of the third master, couldn't he have captured them? Ningfeng then understood why Xie Sanyi was so angry when he heard Huang Wu's name. Who could tolerate betrayal and having the things they cherish most stolen?
Uncle Xie sighed and said, Chengdu is a big city, and I am nothing. In order to avoid my arrest, the two brothers willingly gave the ring to another gangster leader named Feng Hu. Feng Hu was very happy at the time and threatened on the street that anyone who touches the two Huang Wu brothers would be his enemy.
Are you just going to let it go? After all, Xie San is the boss, there is no way he can tolerate such a thing. Of course not. The reason why I, Xie San, was able to rise from poverty to my current position is because I am loyal and merciless to my enemies. That time, Feng Hu and I had a big fight. We had many fights, but in the end, neither of us could do anything to the other.
Well. At this point, Xie San sighed and said, Until now, I am old and no longer have the energy I had back then. I don't want to fight Feng Hu anymore, but I am unwilling to give away the leopard-spotted jade ring like this.
So that's how it is. It seems that things are not as simple as imagined. Ding!
Congratulations to the host for triggering the extra strategy mission. Help Xie San find the leopard-spotted jade ring.
Task reward, 500 lottery points. Damn, what is going on? System, isn't it true that only the final strategy will have points reward?
However, the system did not respond to Ningfeng's words, but only a bunch of data appeared.
Name, Xie San. Age, 52.
Favorability, 100. Since the host's gambling skills shocked Xie San, the favorability directly soared to 100. Inner secret, from having nothing to being successful now, Xie San gained a lot, but also lost a lot, even his beloved fiancée. He was so heartbroken that he never got married and regarded the leopard-spotted jade ring he once gave to his fiancée as his spiritual support throughout his life.
Ningfeng was not surprised by the favorability issue. Instead, he admired Xie character. At least he is upright and consistent.
Third master, if you believe in me, I have a way to help you find the leopard-spotted jade ring.
Are you really willing to help me?
If Xie or his men went to Fenghu to get the ring, the situation would definitely become serious.
But it would be different if Ningfeng went because he was just an outsider.
I'm not afraid to tell you that Huangwu and I have an irreconcilable conflict.
So Ningfeng told the story of Shiro's family again. Bang!
After hearing this, Xie face changed again and again, and he shouted angrily, "He can do such a thing, he is really a guy worse than pigs and dogs. By the way, little brother, if you need my help, just tell me. If Fenghu dares to embarrass you, I will never let him off easily."
Ningfeng bowed and said, "Third master, you are too polite. Just call me Ningfeng. Don't call me little brother. It sounds unpleasant." Ha ha.
After hearing this, Xie laughed and said, "Brother Ning really has the same demeanor as I did back then. It is worth it for me, Xie, to have a close friend like you at this age. This old man is really generous." This made Ningfeng admire him even more.
"Okay, third master, I have something else to do with my friend. If there is any news about the leopard-spotted jade ring, I will inform you as soon as possible."
"Then I'll have to trouble you, little brother." After a round of pleasantries, Ningfeng returned downstairs, left the casino with Molly, and told her about his conversation with Xie.
"Feng, isn't this too dangerous?"
After all, Xie was the person who couldn't do anything to her, and Molly was afraid that something might happen to Ningfeng.
"Don't worry, I will handle this matter. Besides, do you think a man like Feng who can have any influence on me?"
Ningfeng scratched Molly's nose affectionately and said, "Okay, it's getting late, I'll take you home first." After saying that, the two got in the car and drove towards Molly's house.
Chapter 65 Wonderful Driving Skills. Ding ding.
Ningfeng was thinking about how to deal with Fenghu, when suddenly a hurried horn sounded beside him.
He turned around and saw a beautiful face appear in his sight. "Hey, isn't this Captain Ouyang? What do you want to talk to me about?"
Ouyang Qian was seen driving a red Ferrari 599, looking at Ningfeng with a smirk on her face. "It's only been a few days since we last met, and you've already changed your girlfriend.
You really are not a good person."
After saying that, Ouyang Qian stepped on the accelerator, and the red figure rushed out directly.
"Hold the fuck. What do you mean I'm not a good person? You have to apologize to me for this. I didn't offend you." Ningfeng complained, stepped on the accelerator and caught up with Ouyang Qian. However, Ouyang Qian's driving skills were really good.
She kept trying to block Ningfeng from various angles. Looking at Ningfeng, who was feeling frustrated behind her, she showed a smug smile.
"Humph, if you want me to apologize to you, you have to catch up with me first." Ouyang Qian stepped on the accelerator, engaged the clutch, and shifted gears in one go.
At this moment, the Ferrari was like a charging tiger, rushing out and leaving Ningfeng far behind.
Hee. Are you going to race with me?"
Ningfeng raised the corner of his mouth, and he demonstrated the operation of a standard racing driver. Although compared to Ouyang Qian's Ferrari, her own 911 is far inferior in terms of performance and operability. Dao Ningfeng acquired the skills of a driving god not long ago.
"Shaoli, hold on tight."
Turning around and smiling gently at Molly, Ningfeng's expression immediately became serious. With a step on the accelerator, Ouyang Qian's originally widened distance gradually decreased. On a road like this guy actually increased the speed to 140 miles per hour.
He's absolutely insane.
But he can't catch up with me just by going this fast. Ouyang Qian raised the corner of her mouth, and relying on the high performance of the Ferrari, she slowed down very quickly at a turn, and then drove slowly to the right. Through the rearview mirror, Ouyang Qian found that Ningfeng's car speed had not slowed down, and a smug smile appeared on the corner of her mouth.
"I got beaten up by you last time, let's see how you can fight me this time." Boom boom boom.
However, Ouyang Qian's smile did not last long, as the 911 behind her accelerated again, reaching 150 miles per hour.
Is this guy crazy?
Driving at such a fast speed and still trying to turn is almost like committing suicide. As they were almost at the bend, Ouyang Qian felt a little regretful about racing with this madman. If something went wrong, it would be troublesome. In 911, Ningfeng did not show any fear. Instead, he looked excited. The moment he stepped into the curve, he suddenly turned the steering wheel. Under the huge inertia, the car made a gorgeous turn on the ground. Then Ningfeng stepped on the accelerator again, and the 911 flew out like an arrow. Crack! Immediately afterwards, Ningfeng slammed on the brakes and forced Ouyang Qian to stop. However, all these operations were done smoothly and in one go, which was even more terrifying than that of a professional racing driver.
Ouyang Qian's expression was extremely wonderful.
The corners of her mouth trembled slightly as she said, "He is simply a madman."
Ding ding ding. Ningfeng honked the horn, poked his head out of the side window, and said with a sly smile, "Well, Captain Ouyang, are you convinced now? Shouldn't you apologize to me?"
No, this guy is even scarier than a madman. He fought so hard just now, just for a word of apology from me.
Ouyang Qian's heart was beating violently. "I'm sorry, but you're still a scumbag."
Ouyang Qian bit her lip, started the car, and went around Ningfeng. When the two of them crossed paths, Ouyang Qian said coldly, "I was just careless for a moment, but I still don't accept it. If you really want to prove your driving skills, follow me.
Come if you want, no one is afraid of you."
There are not many roses with thorns like Ouyang Qian in the world today, which makes Ningfeng feel a sense of conquest. So he stepped on the accelerator and followed.
Chapter 66 Provocation.
About half an hour later, the two stopped at the foot of a mountain. At this time, there were already a dozen high-end sports cars parked there, the cheapest of which was a McLaren 625C worth more than 3 million yuan.
It looks like they are all rich young men who come here specifically for racing? Hey, Ouyang, you're finally here. I thought you didn't dare to come.
A man with dyed yellow hair and wearing sportswear came over, looked at Ningfeng and Molly, and said with a smile, "What's the matter?
Are you afraid of losing to me today? Did you deliberately find a cheerleader to cheer you up? Ningfeng, don't be too harsh. When have I, Ouyang Qian, ever been unable to afford to lose? Besides, do you really think you can beat me?"
The man called Ningfeng glanced at Ouyang Qian, licked his lips, and said playfully, "Ouyang Qian, you are still so stubborn. I admit that your driving skills are better than mine, but I have invited a professional racing driver from abroad to help me today.
When you lose, don't forget the agreement between us." Pa!
Ningfeng clapped his hands, and a blonde, blue-eyed man who looked particularly imposing walked out of the McLaren immediately.
"Hello, Miss Ouyang, it's an honor to race with you this time. My name is Li Bai."
Ouyang Qian did not shake hands with Li Bai, but looked at Ningfeng coldly.
"What do you mean? We agreed on a race, why did you hire foreign players?" He.
My dear Miss Ouyang, I said before that I would race with you, but I didn't say that I couldn't ask for help.
At this point, Ningfeng glanced at Ningfeng and said disdainfully, "Didn't you bring someone with you? You can also ask him to help you compete.
Or are you too scared to accept my challenge? If that's the case, you'll have to stay with me tonight."
"Who said I don't dare?" Ouyang Qian's face flushed.
Even a strong and violent girl like her fell for Ningfeng's provocation and was about to get in the car.
I fell into the trap. Ningfeng was secretly happy.
Ningfeng on the side also held his forehead.
The opponent was obviously well prepared. Ouyang Qian still dared to accept the challenge. Isn't this just asking for death?
No, this is just giving away first blood.
Ding.
Congratulations to the host for triggering the strategy mission, replace Ouyang Qian in the competition and win the game. Mission reward, Ouyang Qian's favorability plus 10, reward 1 million yuan. As soon as the system finished speaking, Li Bai's personal information appeared in front of Ningfeng. Li Bai started racing at the age of 13. His amazing racing talent attracted the attention of top foreign racing teams and eventually joined the strongest team in F1 history, War Spirit. He quickly rose to prominence with his amazing talent and defeated countless famous players. He is the youngest and most powerful driver in racing history. At this moment, Ningfeng stopped Ouyang Qian and told her the information detected by the system.
If Ouyang Qian really got on the car, then Ningfeng would definitely win this time.
Boy, you know Li Bai's information, it seems you have some skills, but this can't change anything.
If Ouyang gives up, I will still be the winner. Ningfeng sneered. Do you really think you've won?
Ningfeng raised his eyebrows and sneered, I've already said it at the beginning. If you can ask for help, Captain Ouyang can do the same. As soon as these words were spoken, they were immediately met with a burst of ridicule.
Is this kid crazy about showing off? He knows Li Bai's identity and still dares to show off? This kid won't cry until he sees the coffin. He doesn't even consider his own status. He drives a rubbish 911 and wants to race with Li Bai? Everyone's discussions made Ouyang's face change again and again.
Ningfeng, you don't have to worry about this. If I lose today, I'll just consider it my bad luck.
You are definitely not his opponent, let me do it. Ningfeng looked at Ouyang Qian with confidence.
To be honest, Ouyang Qian knew that she would definitely not be able to beat Li Bai, but she couldn't let go of her pride. Compared to herself, letting Ningfeng take action would give her a better chance of winning.
It's just that her natural spoiled girl temperament makes her very stubborn.
Seeing Ouyang Qian's expression change, Ningfeng said, and don't forget, if you lose, you have to accompany others.
Are you willing to do that?
Chapter 67 The game begins. Only a fool would be willing to accompany Qin Feng. Ouyang Qian muttered something in her heart, but ultimately said nothing more. Boy, there will be no good results if you try to stand out. Qin Feng smiled cruelly at Ningfeng, and finally made a gesture of wiping his neck. But Ningfeng walked straight towards his 911.
Damn, this guy doesn't think that this 911 can compete with the McLaren, does he? A country bumpkin is a country bumpkin.
He doesn't understand the performance of a car at all, yet he dares to show off. This time, Qin Feng is sure to win. Faced with everyone's ridicule, Ningfeng remained indifferent and drove the car to the same starting line as Li Bai. At this time, Qin Feng walked to the side of the two cars and said loudly, "Country bumpkin, don't blame me for not reminding you. The rule is that whoever runs from here to the top of the mountain first and then runs down from the top of the mountain wins.
Don't try to steal the chicken. I have arranged people to watch over it.
It's just racing with a professional team member.
I don't need to steal chicken."
Ningfeng said coldly, then started the engine and shifted gears in one go.
At this moment, the 911 was like a bull ready to go. Then I wish you good luck. Start. Boom.
In an instant, Li Bai and Ningfeng released the clutch at the same time, and the car rushed out.
However, it was obvious that McLaren had an absolute advantage on this uphill section.
Just after starting, he had already left Ningfeng far behind. Hey, kid, everyone can brag, but it takes real strength. Looking at Li Bai, who was far ahead, Qin Feng was already imagining how to humiliate Ningfeng, and then if Ouyang Qian fulfilled her promise, he would be able to truly get this thorny rose.
The car was getting farther and farther away and could hardly be seen anymore.
At this moment, Ningfeng had been left behind by Li Bai by nearly 1 kilometer, which is the distance that determines the outcome of a race. But Ningfeng remained calm and continued to maintain his original speed.
Haha, has this kid given up?
Li Bai looked through the rearview mirror and found that Ningfeng could hardly see his taillights. However, as a professional racing driver, he did not relax. Instead, he stepped on the accelerator, used the huge inertia to draw a perfect arc on the ground, and rushed into a curve. As expected of a professional racing driver, he really has some skills.
It seems like if he doesn't show some real skills, he will lose.
Ningfeng raised the corner of his mouth and stepped on the accelerator to the bottom. The car rushed out like a stream of light at a speed of 200 miles per hour.
After turning a corner, I finally saw Li Bai's taillights. Hey, this kid doesn't think he can catch up with me like this, right?
Seeing that Ningfeng had caught up with him, Li Bai was not panicked.
Instead, he accelerated again.
Because of the stable performance of the McLaren's body, he could reach a speed of 250 miles per hour with one step on the accelerator. Soon, Li Bai reached the top of the mountain. According to regulations, he accepted a banner from the people on the mountain. When he returned, Ningfeng had just reached the top of the mountain.
Sorry, you are doomed to lose,
Li Bai said in his not-so-fluent language, and at the same time made a gesture of wiping his neck. After doing all this, McLaren rushed directly down the mountain. This is the terrifying thing about foreign racing drivers, they don't know fear, they only know how to seek excitement, so even when going downhill, they still maintain a speed of 250 miles per hour.
Do you really think you've won?
Ningfeng also took the banner from the man, turned a corner, and rushed down the slope. Since there were no deceleration measures, Ningfeng's car speed quickly reached 230 miles per hour due to inertia. Looking at Li Bai again, he was also putting all his strength into it, holding the steering wheel tightly and rushing down the mountain. But the strange thing is that the original speed of 250 miles per hour is now slowing down very slowly, and Li Bai is totally unaware of all this.
Chapter 68 Air Car.
Compared to the road up the mountain, the speed of going down the mountain is faster, so after turning a few bends, Li Bai's car has appeared in everyone's sight.
Ha, it seems that Li Bai is sure to win this time. My Miss Yang, you actually dared to entrust such an important matter to a fool. Could it be that you have a crush on me and deliberately asked me to do it?
If nothing unexpected happened, Qin Feng felt that Li Bai had already won, so he spoke with great pride.
No one can tell who will win or lose until the end. Ouyang Qian clenched her teeth.
She was extremely nervous at this moment. If Ning Feng lost, it would mean that she would have to accompany Qin Feng tonight.
You must not lose.
In fact, according to the current situation, Ning Feng is bound to lose if nothing unexpected happens. Whether it is the car or the driver, Li Bai is definitely the top one, and Ning Feng has not appeared in everyone's sight until now.
What on earth is this kid doing?
Why is he so slow?
Qin Feng sneered and said, Miss Ouyang, don't have any more unnecessary expectations. Let's not talk about Li Bai being a top driver. It's just the gap between McLaren and 911.
After a pause, Qin Feng continued, if a car worth more than 3 million yuan cannot compare to a car worth more than 1 million yuan, I guess only a fool would buy a McLaren.
Ning Feng.
The moment Qin Feng finished speaking, Ouyang Qian screamed.
Don't struggle.
I guess Ning Feng has been left far behind by Li Bai.
Fuck, what did I see?
Qin Feng rubbed his eyes hard, as if he had seen a ghost. I saw the 911 rushing down the mountain at an incredible speed and was about to overtake Li Bai.
At this time, Li Bai also found something wrong.
The original speed of 250 miles per hour had been reduced to 200 miles per hour. Looking at Ning Feng's speed, anyone with a discerning eye could see that it had already exceeded 250 miles per hour and was almost reaching 300 miles per hour.
Damn it, what the hell is going on? Qin Feng widened his eyes and watched all this in disbelief. At this time, Ouyang Qian finally smiled. Mr. Qin, what did you say just now? If the 911 can surpass the McLaren, what kind of fool would buy a McLaren? Can you say it again? Qin Feng's face turned green. Isn't this just shooting himself in the foot? Li Bai, what the hell are you doing? If you lose today, I will never let you go. Qin Feng roared angrily. Fuck. Li Bai slammed the steering wheel a few times and yelled, what the hell is going on? Why is my speed decreasing? How can that broken 911 become so fast? Of course, no one answered his question.
At this moment, Ning Feng had completely surpassed Li Bai. He gripped the steering wheel hard and turned into the last bend. If nothing unexpected happened, the car's speed would have reached 300 miles per hour and it would be impossible to slow down and stop.
It seems that this is the only way.
Ning Feng simply released all the devices that might slow down the car. Just as the car jumped over an uphill slope, it completely flew up and rushed directly to the finish line.
Oh my god, what the hell did I see? Is this a stunt?
As everyone was horrified, Ning Feng's car completely crossed the finish line and crashed heavily to the ground.
Bang!
Under the tremendous pressure, even the ground was shaking slightly, and the 911 had already been deformed by gravity. Crazy, this guy is simply crazy.
At this time, Li Bai also rushed to the point.
The first thing he did after getting out of the car was to walk to the dilapidated 911 and cursed, fuck, this is not racing at all?
It's just playing with your life. Chapter 69 I'm always here for you. Qin Feng's eyelids twitched. He didn't expect that the winning situation would be ruined by someone.
But when he saw the 911 that had already been deformed, he felt much better.
Congratulations, Ouyang.
You did win this round, but your friend seemed to be trying too hard. The body of the car was deformed and all the facilities inside were already in tatters.
If nothing unexpected happened, the people inside would surely die. Ouyang Qian had thought of this a long time ago. Her face was extremely gloomy at the moment.
When she was about to warn Qin Feng, Molly walked over with a frosty face.
He said coldly, if anything happens to Feng, I will never let you go.
Although Molly is just a business manager at Allure, the strong network of contacts she has built over the years does have a huge influence. After all, Allure is a giant enterprise and countless people want to please her.
Who the hell are you? Why don't you let me go? Don't think that just because I don't dare to touch Ouyang, I won't dare to touch you.
Qin Feng was already in a bad mood because he lost the game and the fat meat that was about to fall from his mouth flew away. He also noticed that the relationship between Molly and Ning Feng seemed unusual, so he took out his anger on Molly. He just raised his hand to slap Mary.
If you slap me like this, I guarantee you'll die miserably.
Suddenly, an extremely cold voice came from the shabby Porsche. Even Qin Feng, who was far away, couldn't help but shiver.
Is that you, Feng? Molly ran towards the 911 with anticipation on her face.
At that moment, a crackling sound was heard from inside the 911.
Bang!
Immediately afterwards, the car door was kicked open from the inside, and Ningfeng crawled out with a dusty face.
I knew you would be fine. That's great, Feng.
At this moment, Molly couldn't help it anymore.
Tears as big as beans flowed down her face.
She hugged Ningfeng like an octopus.
Cough, cough, cough. Because of the excessive force, Ningfeng couldn't help coughing twice. Molly then realized that she was too excited and let Ningfeng go.
Don't worry, I won't get into trouble because of this. Patting Molly's shoulder, Ningfeng looked at Ouyang Qian with a slightly playful smile and said, Captain Ouyang, this time I lost a car worth more than 1 million yuan to help you.
Do you think you should buy me a better one?
After a pause, Ningfeng pointed at the McLaren next to him and said, I think this thing is pretty good.
I didn't break the car, isn't it too much for you to ask me to pay for it?
Ouyang Qian pretended to be angry, but soon a smug smile appeared on her face again. But I'm happy today, so I'll reimburse you for this car later.
Remember, don't buy a McLaren.
Young Master Qin said that only fools would buy that kind of car.
It was not until now that Ouyang Qian had finally gotten rid of the anger in her heart.
She was in such a good mood that she couldn't help but start teasing Qin Feng.
That's enough. Qin Feng roared, stop singing the same tune. Do you really think I, Qin Feng, am made of mud? Although I dare not do anything to Ouyang Qian, but you just said that you want me to die miserably, right? I want to see what you are capable of.
In an instant, more than 10 people gathered around Qin Feng. They all seemed to be experts, and each of them had explosive muscles.
Qin Feng, what are you going to do?
Ouyang Qian stepped sideways, blocking Qin Feng and the others and said, Ningfeng is my friend.
If you want to touch him today, I, Ouyang Qian, will never let it go. Tisk, stop trying to scare me. Do you really think your Ouyang family will cause trouble for my Qin family because of an outsider? Forget it.
After a pause, Qin Feng shouted at Ningfeng again, Boy, if you are a man, stand up and don't hide behind a woman all day like a turtle.
Hee. This is interesting. Ningfeng walked straight in front of Ouyang Qian, lowered his head, glanced at Qin Feng and said, Want to fight?
I, Ningfeng, am always ready to accompany you.
Chapter 70 Warning. You are really brave, kid.
Qin Feng sneered, Since you are so brave, I will grant your wish.
Come on. Following Qin Feng's order, a dozen strong men including Li Bai surrounded Ningfeng at the same time.
Go to hell, kid. One of the bigger guys punched Ningfeng in the face. At this moment, Ningfeng also stretched out his hand.
Bang.
There was a dull thud, and Ningfeng stood still. Looking at the big man again, his huge fist was caught by Ningfeng. No matter how hard he tried, it was of no effect.
You think you can embarrass me with this kind of bastard? Master Qin, you underestimate me, Ningfeng.
Ningfeng grinned and exerted force on his wrist.
Crack. The big man's arms immediately made crackling sounds.
At this moment, even a fool would know what happened.
What are you all just standing there for? Hurry up and attack. Are you going to wait for him to defeat us one by one? Qin Feng roared, waking up the stunned crowd. Everyone come together.
No one knew who shouted, but the others also plucked up their courage and punched Ningfeng one after another.
You came just in time.
Ningfeng had no intention of defending. After such a long time, he had already learned a series of punches such as the Tiger Fist from the System Horsepower, so it was very easy for him to deal with these barbarians. He kicked the big man who was kneeling on the ground with a sudden kick, and lifted him up above his head as if he was lifting foam. When everyone's fists came, they all hit the big man. Bang! After the other party didn't dare to attack at will, Ningfeng threw the big man out and punched the person closest to him. One person was knocked down, and the rest became confused, with Ningfeng at the back basically forming a one-sided situation.
Qin Feng is going crazy. What the hell did I see? One person is beating up more than a dozen people? What on earth is going on?
Qin Feng, who had originally had a good chance of winning, now looked pale. More than a dozen people were no match for Ningfeng, and he had even provoked him before.
Wasn't that courting death? Bang!
When Ningfeng knocked down the last big man with one punch, Qin Feng's heart sank to the bottom.
What do you want to do? Don't come over here, I'm...
But before he could finish his words, he was grabbed by the collar and lifted up. I don't care which family you are from, but it's a mistake for you to touch my woman.
Bang!
As soon as he finished speaking, Ningfeng punched Qin Feng on the forehead, and then threw him to the ground like a dead dog. Glancing at Qin Feng, Ningfeng said coldly, "Remember, my name is Ningfeng.
If you want revenge, you are always welcome.
But you have to be mentally prepared, otherwise I might accidentally destroy the backer you rely on."
After saying that, Ningfeng did not stay any longer and took Ouyang Qian and Molly into the car. Ding!
Congratulations to the host for completing the mission.
Ouyang Qian's favorability plus 10. Ding!
Congratulations to the host for completing the task, and the reward is 1 million yuan.
Finally got it done.
Only then did Ningfeng start the car and slowly drove away. Looking at the taillights of the car going farther and farther away, Qin Feng stood up with all his strength and gritted his teeth and said, "Ningfeng, I will fight you to the death."
Half an hour later, the car arrived at Ouyang Qian's home.
Looking at the huge villa in front of him, Ningfeng finally realized that this girl's family background was indeed very rich.
Okay, we're home. Ouyang Qian got out of the car, but suddenly remembered something. By the way, I'm very curious, what on earth did you do to be able to defeat Li Bai? Not to mention Li Bai's quality, even a blind man would know that how could something worth 3 million be worse than something worth 1 million?
Li Bai's failure was doomed.
McLaren is indeed the best among sports cars, but he overlooked one problem.
After reaching a certain speed, the body of the McLaren car will automatically reduce the speed. Compared with the cheaper 911, there is no such insurance method at all. At this point, Ningfeng raised his lips and added, "Also, Li Bai is a regular racing driver. Many times he will subconsciously compete according to the rules of the car. Compared to someone like me who has not received training, they certainly cannot accept my way of competing."
Ouyang Qian said thoughtfully, "It is indeed unacceptable that a car worth more than 1 million yuan is destroyed at any time. I think few people have the money to race like this. Oh, by the way, if you hadn't mentioned it, I would have forgotten about it."
Ningfeng then remembered that the reason why his 911 was scrapped was all because he wanted to help Ouyang Qian, so he stretched out his hand. "You promised me that you would reimburse me, you won't deny it, right? Would I be the kind of person who wouldn't admit my mistake? I'll call you later."
With a roar, Ouyang Qian rushed directly into the villa.
At the same time, she was secretly complaining, "I don't know how many people rushed to help me, but how come I ran into someone as bad as you?"
Chapter 71 Chenjiu.
After Ouyang Qian returned to the villa, Ningfeng and Molly returned home. At this time, Xiaorou's grandfather looked much better than yesterday, and could even speak with difficulty.
"Xiaofeng, thank you so much this time.
If it weren't for you, I might have lost my old bones."
"Stop talking nonsense, old man. You are in perfect health. You even saw Xiaorou getting married," Ningfeng said jokingly. When Xiaorou was mentioned, the old man's expression darkened noticeably. Alas, Xiaorou has a miserable life.
She has never had her parents love her since she was young. She has suffered a lot with us old couple. I feel so sorry for her." As he spoke, the old man began to cry. It was obvious that he felt very guilty towards Xiaorou.
"Grandpa, Xiaorou is not afraid of hardship. Xiaorou just wants our family to be safe and sound." Xiaorou was quite sensible. She wiped her grandfather's tears with a tissue and comforted him. "Grandpa, you must take good care of yourself. Xiaorou will repay Grandpa and Grandma when she grows up." "You kid." A hint of relief appeared on the old man's cheeks, but it quickly faded away. No one knew what he was thinking.
"By the way, old man, you said Xiaorou grew up with you, so where did her parents go?
Haven't they come to look for Xiaorou in all these years?" Ningfeng asked puzzledly.
Speaking of this, Xiaorou's head suddenly drooped.
Which child in the world doesn't want to grow up under the care of his or her parents? Well, the old man sighed and said, "It's better not to mention this matter." It's better not to mention it.
Seeing that the old man didn't want to mention this matter, Ningfeng didn't ask any more questions. Then he and Molly went to the vegetable market to buy some vegetables, cooked themselves, and made a large table of delicious food. By the time everyone had finished their meal, it was already evening. Ningfeng was tired after a whole day of running around, so he and Molly went to bed early. It was not until the next morning when Ningfeng wanted to go to the company to take a look, but Third Master called and said that his men were singing in a KTV last night and caught a few gangsters who were close to Huang Wu, so he asked him to go over.
So Ningfeng called Chen Yao and asked for leave.
Molly wanted to go with him, but she was very busy at her company, so Ning Feng refused. By the time we arrived at the KTV, it was already past 10 o'clock, and Uncle San had been waiting for a long time.
Third Master.
Ning Feng bowed respectfully.
Brother Ning, you are embarrassing me. There is no need for so many formalities between you and me.
After that, the third master pointed at the gangsters who were tied up and said, they were the ones who were very close to Huang Wu in the past, so I would like you to come and take a look. Ning Feng carefully looked at the three tied-up thugs. One had dyed yellow hair, one was bald, and the other looked gentle, but there was a hint of ferocity in his eyes.
You are very familiar with Huang Wu, right? Ning Feng asked.
Very. The yellow-haired guy was about to speak when he was glared at by the gentle guy. It seemed that among the three people, the ugly guy was the boss. Ning Feng simply found a chair and sat in front of the three people.
He looked at the unprepossessing guy and sneered, "What's your name? Since we have been arrested by you, we have accepted it, but as a gangster, we must be loyal.
I will never betray my brothers." Having said that, the gentleman gritted his teeth and seemed to have made a decision.
So whether you want to beat me or kill me, it's all up to you. He. This guy is interesting.
It seems that he doesn't even intend to say his name. Thinking of this, Ning Feng asked the system to scan the boy's information. Qinjiu, because your parents died early, you have been dependent on your grandmother since childhood. You dropped out of school at the age of 16 and followed a guy named Huang Wu to do petty thefts. You did all this just to make more money to treat your grandmother's illness.
Am I right? Qinjiu's expression changed obviously. How do you know? Ning Feng smiled and said, "How do I know that? But do you think Huang Wu is really doing this for your own good when he takes you to do those sneaky things?"
If your grandmother knew, I think she would be very sad.
Shut up.
As if he had touched Qinjiu's sore spot, the boy suddenly raised his head and roared, "Things on the underworld should be solved on the underworld. What kind of ability do you have to use despicable means?"
Good.
Ning Feng's expression turned cold. He lifted Qinjiu's chin and said expressionlessly, "Since you said so, then I will explain the rules of the martial arts world to you.
When you are beaten, you must stand at attention. When you do something wrong, you must admit your mistakes. When you are caught, you must admit your mistakes. Which of these have you done?"
Qinjiu gritted his teeth and said, "At least I won't betray my brothers."
He. Do you really think Huang Wu treats you as a brother?
You are 23 years old this year and have been with him for 6 years. If he is really a good boss, your grandmother's medical expenses would have been collected long ago.
You wouldn't be drinking in a KTV because you can't collect the medical expenses now, right?
Chapter 72 Life and Death Strange Needle.
So what if you know all this?
I, Qinjiu, have not done anything wrong, and you can't do anything to me. Anyway, I will not betray my fifth brother.
Qinjiu said seriously. Don't jump to conclusions so early.
From what I know, your grandmother has a terminal illness. Even if you raise enough money for the surgery, you can only extend her life for half a year at most. At this point, Ning Feng raised the corner of his mouth and said proudly, "But if you tell me the whereabouts of Huang Wu, I promise that I have a way to completely cure your grandmother's illness."
What? Once this bombshell was dropped, Qinjiu could no longer remain calm. His grandmother is the closest person to him in this life.
She raised him with great difficulty since he was a child. The reason why he stole things was to give his grandmother a good life.
Who knew that fate would play such a trick on him? His grandmother fell seriously ill and needed a lot of money.
The doctor said that he could only prolong her life but not cure the disease. Such a result made Qinjiu very disappointed for a time.
You're lying to me, right?
The doctors at the big hospital have said they can't cure it.
What's your reason?
If you don't believe me, I can help your grandma heal her illness first. When she's cured, you can tell me Huang Wu's whereabouts.
Is that okay? Are you really sure you can cure my grandma's illness?
Seeing Ning Feng's confident look, a glimmer of hope arose in Qinjiu's heart. If you can really cure my grandma's illness, I promise to tell you where Huang Wu is. Compared to Huang Wu, Qinjiu certainly felt more sorry for his grandmother, so he didn't think about it for too long.
It's a deal.
After saying that, Ning Feng stood up and walked to the side of the third master. Then please lend me a car so I can go to Qinjiu's house.
Ah. Brother Ning, you are too polite.
As soon as the third master waved his hand, a younger brother immediately brought him a key. Then Ning Feng took Qinjiu and others directly to his house. His home was very shabby and he lived in a slum. There were no valuable things in the house, only some tables and chairs, and an old wooden bed. At this moment, an old lady in her 60s was lying on the wooden bed. Even though he was several meters away, Ningfeng naturally felt that the old woman's deliberate move was already very weak. "You guys go out first.
Don't come in unless I call you," Ningfeng ordered.
Chen Jiu looked at Ningfeng doubtfully, but still obeyed and took his two younger brothers out of the room. Ningfeng carefully examined the old man's condition. He was in the late stage of lung cancer, which is called pulmonary tuberculosis in traditional Chinese medicine.
"It seems like it's been a while."
Ningfeng flipped through the memories in his mind and finally came up with a method to treat lung cancer.
The life and death needle.
Silver needles need to be inserted into the major acupuncture points all over the old woman's body to stimulate blood flow and restore vitality to her lungs. It sounds simple, but it is extremely difficult to do, even more serious than Xiaoro's grandfather's situation. Fortunately, there are still 9 BNK silver needles left from the last exchange, which should increase the success rate a lot. At this point, Ningfeng began to insert needles into the old man's acupuncture points. However, because the old man was lying in bed and his muscles were atrophied, the acupuncture points were abnormal and strange.
Some of them have even moved.
If Ningfeng didn't have eyesight far beyond that of ordinary people, it would be hard to tell. Just when Ningfeng inserted all 9 silver needles into the old man's acupuncture points, the vigorous vitality in the silver needles actually poured into the old man's body like a surging river.
The originally pale complexion immediately showed a slight improvement. It seems that one acupuncture treatment is not enough.
We need more BNK's silver needles, or Hua Tuo's magic needles. The effect will definitely be better. After the vigorous vitality of the silver needle had completely flowed into the old man's body, Ningfeng pulled out the silver needle, and a black liquid immediately flowed out from it. After everything was done, Ningfeng called Chen Jiu in.
"What did you do to my grandma? Why is she bleeding black blood?"
Chen Jiu became anxious on the spot, ready to start a fight if there was any disagreement.
"This is acupuncture.
What comes out is just the stain from the lung infection,"
Ningfeng explained. But how could Qinjiu, who knew no medicine, understand?
He just thought that Ningfeng was lying to him and just wanted to get information about Huangwu.
"I don't believe it. How can you treat patients like this? Ningfeng, I trusted you so much. If anything happens to my grandma, I will make you pay with your life. Josie, how can you treat others like this?"
Just as Chen Jiu finished speaking, the old man's weak voice came from behind him. At this moment, Chen Jiu's expression was extremely excited, as if he had heard the most pleasant sound in the world.
Chapter 73 Chen Jiu's change. "Grandma, are you really okay?"
At this time, Chen Jiu was crying with joy and looked at his grandmother excitedly, not knowing what to do.
"I feel much better now, and I feel relaxed."
The old man touched Chen Jiu's face and said lovingly, "Although I was lying in bed before, I could still feel the people and things around me. You must have found that miracle doctor. If it weren't for him, I would never have woken up in this life."
"Is it really him?"
Chen Jiu's face was full of surprise, and at the same time a little guilty. He had just mistaken someone for a liar, which was simply ridiculous.
"Yes, Grandma, I am a good friend of your grandson. I know a little bit about medicine.
This time, your grandson Chen Jiu asked me to treat you."
Surprisingly, Ningfeng was not angry.
Instead, he answered the old man's questions with a smile. This made Chen Jiu feel even more guilty.
"That's good. I can see that this little miracle doctor is a good person. It's an honor for my grandson to have a friend like you."
Chen Jiu's hand trembled, as if he felt a little guilty.
"Grandma, please take a rest first.
I still have something to say to this miracle doctor."
Okay, you go and do your thing, Grandma is fine."
After saying that, the old woman put down her hand and looked at Chen Jiu kindly. After the two men left the room, Chen Jiu suddenly knelt down and slapped himself hard in the face.
"I'm sorry for offending you before. I, Chen Jiu, kowtow to you and apologize." Bang, bang, bang.
Without waiting for Ningfeng to refuse, Chen Jiu kowtowed 3 times on the ground.
"This kid."
Ningfeng felt both amused and helpless, and helped him up.
"Don't be too happy too soon. Your grandma's condition is much more serious than I thought.
I may need to give her more injections."
"Dr. Ning, you don't have to say anything. I understand everything.
Doctors in big hospitals all said that my grandma couldn't be cured, but you have a way."
It just takes some time. I believe you.
Having said that, Shinjiu bit his lip and seemed to have made a decision. I promised you before that I would help you find Huang Wu's whereabouts.
Give me one day and I will definitely help you find him.
Because they don't have frequent contact, even Shinjiu needs to use their unique contact method to find Huang Wu.
This is also Chunjiu's greatest effort. I believe you. Ning Feng nodded. Thank you, Dr. Ning.
You cured my grandmother, and you are my lifesaver.
If you need anything in the future, just let me know. This guy looks pretty good.
It seems that I had to do the sneaky things in the past.
It's not a good idea to keep going like this. How about this?
You go find Third Master Xie and tell him that I asked you to find him.
Third Master Xie is a good man and I believe you can accomplish something. Mr. Xie-san's reputation is very loud in this area.
He is a righteous man and very kind to his brothers. Even the insignificant Shenjiu is well known to him.
Can I really follow Mr. Xie-san?
Shenjiu said with some disbelief. Sometimes, a person only needs to do one wrong thing to become bad and then he or she will never recover.
Sometimes, a person needs to do many good things to gain recognition from others.
I believe that you will be much better off following Master Xie than following that piece of shit Huang Wucheng. After a pause, Ning Feng smiled and said, besides, Master Xie will still give me this little bit of face.
Thank you, Dr. Ning.
Shenjiu originally wanted to kowtow to Ning Feng, but was stopped by Ning Feng.
Well, go and take care of your grandma. She is very weak now. Well. Shenjiu nodded stupidly and walked into the room with a smile on his face.
Watching Shenjiu's departure, Ning Feng couldn't help but mutter to himself, boy, you're lucky.
DNK's silver needles need to be exchanged with points.
If you don't help me find Huang Wu, I won't be able to exchange for the silver needles, and your grandmother won't have any hope of survival.
Chapter 74 I will defeat you with grappling and fighting.
Since he hadn't gotten accurate information about Huang Wu yet, Ning Feng planned to go back first and talk about it tomorrow. But suddenly he received a call from an unfamiliar number. After seeing that the call was from Chengdu, Ning Feng still pressed the answer button.
Hey, Brother Feng, please help us.
The voice on the phone was slightly excited, and had a hint of begging.
May I ask who you are?
Ning Feng tried hard to think about it in his mind, but it seemed that he could not find the memory of this person.
It's me. The last time you were in police station, it was me who handled the paperwork for you. My name is Delu.
After about a moment, Ning Feng finally understood what Delu meant. It turned out that last time these guys made a bet between themselves and Ouyang Chen on who would win, and Ouyang Chen found out about it, so she forced them to train every day. Lu and his men had no way to deal with Captain Ouyang, who was both handsome and powerful. This morning they had fighting training with Ouyang Chen, but that little hot pepper defeated them all. Ouyang Chen also threatened that if they were still like this tomorrow, they would have to double their training, but Ouyang Chen also gave them a chance to find someone who could defeat her to replace her as an instructor. In desperation, Lu called Ning Feng for help.
Ding! Congratulations to the host for triggering the strategy mission, defeat Ouyang Chen and become the new instructor of the police force.
Mission reward, Ouyang Qian's favorability plus 10, mission reward 1 million yuan.
Quest help, combat mastery.
Combat mastery allows the host to master various combat skills in a short period of time. Unexpectedly, an additional task was triggered. Ning Feng thought for a while and replied, okay, I'll come to your training ground right away.
Thank you, Brother Feng. Thank you, Brother Feng. Delu kept thanking Ouyang Chen on the other end of the phone. It was obvious that he was scared by Ouyang Chen.
After the two of them finished their phone call, Ning Feng took a taxi directly to the police training ground. At this time, Ouyang Chen was standing in front of the team members with a serious face, giving them a lecture.
Oh, Captain Ouyang is really heroic. Training here so early in the morning?
Ning Feng walked over and said with a smile.
Hearing this voice, Ouyang Chen frowned slightly, turned around and asked, why are you here?
Without waiting for Ning Feng to answer, Delu suddenly yelled.
Captain, I invited Mr. Ning Feng here. Didn't you say that as long as I can defeat you, I can replace you as our instructor?
As soon as Lu De finished speaking, the other team members looked at him with gratitude and gave him a thumbs up.
Clever.
Big Lu also became extremely proud, thinking that there was finally someone who could deal with Captain Ouyang. But before he could feel proud for long, Ouyang Chen approached him with a cold look, and even Ning Feng, who was far away, felt a chill. It seems that this kid Lu is going to be in trouble. As soon as Ningfeng finished speaking, Ouyang Qian grabbed Delu's arm with a grappling move, and Delu screamed in pain. I did say that anyone who can defeat me can replace me as an instructor, but it is limited to grappling and fighting.
Do you think that Ningfeng, whom you invited, is good at grappling and fighting?
I dare not say anything else, but grappling and fighting are Ouyang Qian's forte, and Ningfeng doesn't know how to do that at all.
Ouyang Qian is sure of this, so she is proud of it. Remember, this is just a small lesson. Men must always rely on themselves.
Ouyang Qian let go of Delu and said coldly, but since you made a mistake, you must be punished.
Go, circle the training ground 20 times. Captain, you are 30 laps.
If you can't finish before noon, add another 30 laps. Big Lu covered his mouth fiercely and looked at Ningfeng for help.
Since you seem to be an interesting guy, I'll help you.
Ningfeng strode forward and said with a smile, Captain Ouyang, according to what you mean, as long as I defeat you with grappling and fighting, I can replace you as the instructor, and Delu won't have to run those 30 laps, right?
For some reason, Ouyang Qian gets annoyed whenever she sees Ningfeng.
Yesterday, Ningfeng taught Qinfeng a lesson, and she had some good feelings towards him. But in the end, he even asked for money, which reduced her favorability towards Ningfeng to the extreme. But she did say this before, so she nodded and said, yes. A smug smile appeared on Ningfeng's lips.
Well, I will defeat you with grappling. Chapter 75, a real shock to the audience.
The atmosphere in the training ground suddenly became serious. A man who had never learned fighting said that he would use fighting to defeat an expert who had learned fighting since childhood. This in itself is an insult to a fighter, and Ouyang Qian is a person with a very strong self-esteem.
Ningfeng, this is your own choice. I will definitely beat you to a pulp this time. Last time in the interrogation room, Ouyang Qian didn't figure out Ningfeng's routine and was severely punished.
This time she wanted to teach Ningfeng a lesson in the same way.
Captain Ouyang, it's still unclear who will teach whom a lesson. Maybe your grappling and fighting skills are not as good as mine?
The moment Ningfeng finished speaking, Ouyang Qian's eyes suddenly became cold. She took a step forward, and with the huge inertia, she punched Ningfeng.
Fuck, it looks like the captain is serious this time. I wonder if Brother Feng can handle it. Brother Feng, you must not lose. Delu had a sad face.
In order not to run those 30 laps, he tried his best and kept cheering Ningfeng on.
This made Ouyang Qian even angrier.
At this time, Ningfeng remained calm and composed.
When Ouyang Qian's fist reached him, he still kept smiling.
Officer Ouyang, let me show you what grappling and fighting are like.
Arm throw. Ningfeng suddenly turned around and dodged Ouyang Qian's fierce attack. Then he stretched out his hands and grabbed Ouyang Qian's arms tightly. With the explosive power of his waist, he threw Ouyang Qian directly to the ground. Fuck, what did I see? Lu was stunned.
He thought it was going to be a fight between dragons and tigers, but his captain was subdued before it even started. However, Ningfeng's next move was what truly shocked the entire audience. He did not stop his movements, but instead displayed his grappling and fighting techniques to the fullest. He used a series of extremely lethal moves such as straight punches, side strikes, leg grabs, and back throws. In the end, even Ouyang Qian, who claimed to be a fighting expert, was stunned.
I lay on the ground and doubted my life. Can what I'm learning be considered grappling and fighting? Captain Ouyang, I'm sorry, I won.
Ningfeng extended his hand in a friendly manner, but was rejected by Ouyang Qian.
A strong woman is always a strong woman.
She would rather get up than accept Ningfeng's kindness. Humph, you are so cruel, Ningfeng. I hope that even if you take my place, you will not fool my team members, because if they go on a mission without a way to save their lives, they will be the ones who will be in trouble.
Having said that, Ouyang Qian left the training ground directly. He is really a guy with personality. You can't tell that he is cold on the outside but warm on the inside. Strengthening the training of team members will only make them bleed less when they go on missions. Quite interesting. Great. Brother Feng won. We don't have to endure the torture of the captain anymore. Brother Feng, I love you so much.
Brother Feng, thank you for letting me avoid 30 laps. Lu and his teammates cheered wildly. Ouyang Qian, who had already walked away, turned around at some point, with a cold face, and shouted angrily, Delu, as a soldier, you must complete every order issued by the commander, and before I completely leave the training ground, I am still your commander, so you still have to run 30 laps, otherwise you will be punished with an additional 30 laps this afternoon.
Brother Feng. Delu, who was very excited just now,
suddenly wilted and looked at Ning Feng with a bitter face.
I can't do anything about this. This is your rule.
Thinking back to what Ouyang Qian said, Ning Feng also felt that it made sense, and immediately said with a sly smile, "But don't worry, I won't let you run away alone. Everyone listen up, 30 laps around the training ground, and you must complete them before noon, or you will be punished with an additional 30 laps in the afternoon." When Ning Feng finished speaking, everyone was stunned, but an order is an order, so under the leadership of Dilu, everyone began training.
Ding!
Congratulations to the host for successfully completing the mission.
Ouyang Qian's favorability plus 10.
Ding! Congratulations to the host for completing the task. 1 million yuan has been deposited into your bank card.
At the same time,
Ouyang Qian saw everything from a corner at the edge of the training ground, and her originally gloomy face seemed to melt a little.
Although this kid sometimes misbehaves, he can at least distinguish the important from the unimportant. I'm starting to find him a little interesting. Chapter 76 Strange Jian Yan.
Ning Feng basically lay there playing with his phone the whole morning. He only went to eat after Dilu and others finished training. In the afternoon, Lu Damon no longer needed training, so Ning Feng took the time to go to Porsche's 4S store and pick up another 911. After all, he had damaged the previous one. When Ning Feng returned to the rented house, he caught a glimpse of Jiang Yan intentionally or unintentionally. At this moment, she was sorting her clothes, with faint traces of tears on her cheeks, and it seemed that she had just cried.
Sister Yan, what's wrong with you? It's Xiao Feng.
Jiang Yan forced a smile and said, I may have to go out for a few days.
If the tenants have any problems, can you help me take care of them? Where are you going, Sister Yan? Ning Feng was a little confused.
Jiang Yan hadn't been anywhere in all these years, and she must have cried today. She must have encountered some trouble.
Oh, it's nothing. My dad is sick and in the hospital.
No one is taking care of him.
I'm going to go see him.
While talking, Jiang Yan had already packed her things.
I see. Wait for me a moment.
I'll go change my clothes and go see uncle with you later. After saying that, Ning Feng was about to go home to change clothes, but was stopped by Jiang Yan.
No need, Xiaofeng. I may be away for a long time this time. I'll ask you to help me with the rental matter. Please. Jiang Yan said sincerely. All right then.
Since the other party had said so much, Ning Feng no longer insisted and returned to his rented house. But the voice of the system came from my mind.
Ding!
Congratulations to the host for triggering the extra strategy mission. Follow Jiang Yan secretly and find out the real reason why he left the rental house.
Task reward, 200 lottery points. There is indeed a problem.
The system certainly wouldn't be so bored as to let itself play such a stupid game as tracking. So Ning Feng quickly got up, and when he walked out of the rental house, he just saw Jiang Yan getting into a taxi. Ning Feng did not hesitate and followed Jiang Yan all the way to Rongqing First People's Hospital.
Is it really the system that's wrong?
Since Jiang Yan came to the hospital, it means that what she said to herself just now was not a lie.
Then why did the system still want to track Sister Yan? Forget it, I'd better follow and see.
When Ning Feng secretly came to the corridor on the second floor of the hospital, he suddenly heard a noise coming from the corner.
Brother, what's the situation now?
It was Jiang Yan who spoke, and Ning Feng recognized it immediately.
You heartless and ungrateful jinx, what are you doing here? A man in his 30s said angrily, you haven't come back to see that old man for so many years, what's wrong? Do you want to come back to share the family property now?
After the man finished speaking, a woman's sarcastic voice was heard again.
Goodness father, why are you talking to this jinx?
We have served you well for so many years, and there is no way we can give this jinx any of our family property.
That's right, Jiang Yan, don't you look at yourself? Do you want to divide the family property and give it to another wild man? I tell you, no way.
Jiang Yan explained, brother, sister-in-law, I am not here to divide the family property this time. I just want to see how much money our father needs for hospitalization and take care of him.
Pooh.
Jiang Yan's sister-in-law put one hand on her waist and pointed at the tip of Jiang Yan's nose with the other hand, and said sarcastically, you are not needed here to take care of it, and the doctor has already said that the old man's illness will cost at least 500,000 yuan. At this point, the woman held up 5 fingers and said excitedly, do you know? The old man's total assets are only 500,000. If we treat him, wouldn't our efforts over the past 10 years be wasted? So you had no intention of treating Dad?
Jiang Yan's eyes widened in disbelief.
Now that things have come to this, Jiang Yan's brother no longer has any reservations.
So what? Haven't we been waiting for this moment for so many years?
I say, you jinx, leave now if you know what's best for you, or don't blame me for disregarding our brother-sister relationship. As he said this, the man was about to raise his hand to slap Jiang Yan. At this moment, Ningfeng, who was hiding in the dark, finally knew the whole story, and at the same time, a nameless anger surged in his heart. Chapter 77 Hua Tuo's Magic Needle.
Ding!
Congratulations to the host for completing the task and obtaining 200 points.
Ding!
Congratulations to the host for triggering the extra strategy mission, help Jiang Yan cure his father's illness.
Task reward, 500 lottery points.
Hold the fuck. The reward this time is really generous.
But the most important thing now is to help Sister Yin first.
So Ningfeng rushed out directly and caught the man just in time before his hand fell. You are Jiang Yan's brother after all.
Don't you think this is too much?
At this point, Ningfeng suddenly remembered something and quickly added, oh, by the way, how could a beast who doesn't even care about his father's life or death care about these things? Jiang Yan's eyes were originally closed, but when this voice sounded, her eyes were filled with disbelief.
Xiao Feng. Sister Yin, I already know everything. Leave it to me. Ningfeng's words were so domineering that Jiang Yan even forgot to refuse.
The man tried to break free from Ningfeng's restraints, but found that he was like being clamped by an iron clamp.
No matter how hard he tried, it was of no use. You are Jiang Yan's wild man outside, right? What's the matter? Are you trying to scare me by coming with this jinx today?
Jiang Yan's sister-in-law also came up and said in a cold voice, Gooden's father, why are you talking so much to this pair of bastards?
Get them out.
The old man should be dying soon. As long as we get him to put his handprint on it, the 500,000 will be ours.
He really wants money but no shame. Ningfeng only now understood the meaning of this sentence.
Upon hearing that her father was dying, Jiang Yan could no longer hold back and begged her brother and sister-in-law with tears in her eyes.
Uncles, please let me go see Dad.
I'm not here to snatch Dad's inheritance from you this time.
I'm here to pay for Dad's medical treatment. I promise that the 500,000 will be yours. Do you take me for a fool?
Jiang Yan's sister-in-law looked at Ningfeng and her with disdain and sneered, You are so poor, can you afford to treat the old man?
I really have money. I really have money.
Jiang Yan quickly took out a bank card and the property certificate of the rental house from her pocket. This bank card contains my savings of these years, almost 100,000 yuan, and this property certificate. Because it is a rental house, it can be sold for 500,000 yuan.
Please let me see my father.
Jiang Yan was in tears, and at this moment she only wanted to cure her father's illness. Unexpectedly, his sister-in-law opened Jiang Yan's hand, and the bank card and real estate certificate flew aside immediately.
Who knows if what you said is true or not? Besides, do you really think that $500,000 can cure that old man?
I tell you, the doctor has already said that the old man has been suffering from years of coldness in his body.
He can't be cured at all.
He needs to come to the hospital for treatment every week, and each treatment costs $10,000. So even if you really have $500,000, we won't be stupid enough to let you treat the old immortal, because that would very likely spend the $500,000 we got. Jiang Yan's sister-in-law raised her voice several times and shouted angrily.
Forget it, Gooden's wife, let's get down to business.
At this moment, Jiang Yan's brother finally broke free from Ningfeng's restraints. He looked at Ningfeng vigilantly and pulled his wife into the ward. After hearing what her brother and sister-in-law said, Jiang Yan collapsed to the ground.
Sister Yan, if you believe me, I have a way to cure your father's illness. Seeing Jiang Yan's distraught look, Ningfeng couldn't help but speak. Xiaofeng, please stop comforting me.
My brother and the others have already said that Dad's illness is very serious and requires a lot of money. Besides, no one can guarantee how long he can last.
Jiang Yan smiled bitterly.
Scenes from her childhood emerged in her mind, and her tears kept flowing as the scenes changed.
Sister Yin, when have I ever lied to you? Everything I said is true.
In order to make Jiang Yan believe, Ningfeng directly spent 200 points to exchange for Hua Tuo's magic needle. When Ningfeng took out Hua Tuo's magic needle, a vigorous vitality burst out.
Can this really cure my father?
Jiang Yan also felt the abnormality of the silver needle and seemed to see a glimmer of hope. Of course I can, but before that, I have to help your father teach those two unfilial children a lesson.
Chapter 78 A shocking word.
At this time, in the hospital ward, Jiang Tao and his wife were discussing something with an attending physician.
Dr. Xiao, what have you thought about it?
I have already told you the conditions, and my father's current condition is no longer suitable for treatment.
I hope you can give it serious consideration,
Jiang Tao said with a serious face. That's right, Dr. Xiao, 50,000 yuan is a lot of money.
You're just a small doctor, so I'm afraid that's all you can earn in a year, right? The two of them continued to tempt Xiao Chang with this generous reward.
After a moment, Xiao Chang seemed to have made a decision. I promise you, but this matter must be kept secret, and...
We understand this.
Jiang Tao and his wife looked at each other, and he took out a red cloth from his pocket, which contained a thick stack of 100 yuan bills. Xiao Chang looked around and saw that there was no one around, so he immediately put the money into his pocket.
Don't worry, I'll prepare for the surgery right now and I guarantee you'll be satisfied.
While the three were making the dirty deal, Ningfeng had already overheard their conversation outside the ward.
No, I have to stop them.
Jiang Yan couldn't help it anymore. She stood up and was about to rush into the ward, but was stopped by Ningfeng.
Sister Yan, don't worry.
I promise that your father will be fine, and all three of them will pay the price. After reaching a deal with Jiang Tao and others, Xiao Chang returned to his office and hid the stack of cash in the cabinet. When he was about to pack up his things and go for surgery, he found a man looking at him with a smile.
Dr. Xiao, you are really good at this.
Just by making up a reason for the failure of an operation, you can get a generous reward of 50,000.
You are really amazing,
Ningfeng said with a smirk.
Xiao Cheng's expression changed obviously, but this guy had a very good psychological quality and quickly recovered. I don't know what you're talking about. Besides, I have an operation to perform right now and I don't have time to chat with you here. Dr. Xiao is really a busy man.
Ningfeng blocked Xiao Cheng's way with a USB flash drive in his hand. This was the conversation between the three people that Ningfeng asked the system to copy. But I still advise Dr. Xiao to take a look at the contents of the USB drive before deciding whether to continue the transaction between you two. Now Xiao Chang was really unsure.
Could it be possible that he really heard our conversation? If it is false, wouldn't it be a confession?
However, Xiao Chang did not have the courage to take a gamble.
If he failed, he might face a devastating blow.
Taking the USB drive from Ningfeng, Xiao Chang connected it to the computer and said coldly, I want to see what your so-called evidence is. If it is nonsense, I will let the police handle this matter properly. After saying that, Xiao Chang pressed the play button. When Jiang Tao's voice sounded, he slammed his laptop shut with fear in his eyes.
I wonder what will happen to Dr. Xiao if this recording gets out.
Ningfeng leaned against the doorframe, staring at Xiao Chang with a sly smile on his face, which made Xiao Chang feel even more frightened, because he could not see through Ningfeng at all. This kind of person was the most terrifying, and it was impossible to find any weakness in him.
Thump!
Xiao Chang suddenly knelt down, his face full of regret, and kept begging, Big brother, I beg you, you must not spread this matter. I was confused at the moment and agreed to those two ungrateful people.
I beg you.
Before Xiao Chang could finish his words, Ningfeng suddenly interrupted him.
Dr. Xiao, you don't think that this is all you need to do if you've done something wrong, right? If that's the case, then why do we need the police? Boom! At this moment, Xiao Chang was stunned as if he was struck by lightning. Chapter 79 Xiao Chang's choice.
Actually, this matter is not without a chance of turning around. Ningfeng suddenly changed the subject and looked at Xiao Chang with interest. I just don't know if Dr. Xiao is willing to cooperate with me.
Yes, of course. This is simply a life-saving talisman, Xiao Chang dare not hesitate at all. As long as you can save my life, I will do whatever you say.
Ningfeng smiled and said, Dr. Xiao, you are too nervous.
Actually, I don't need you to do anything. I just hope you can let me do the surgery today. What? Xiao Chang opened his eyes wide and said in horror, You want to do this operation? No one can succeed in this operation. The old man is already terminally ill. The success rate is only 1% at most. Don't worry about this.
Ningfeng patted Xiao Chang on the shoulder and walked out of his office. By the way, Dr. Xiao, the old man's condition is very serious.
I hope you can hurry up.
Before leaving, Ningfeng left a few words, and Xiao Chang stood up and immediately asked the nurses to send the old man to the operating room, while he waited at the door of the operating room with Jiang Tao and his wife. As for Ningfeng, after leaving Xiao Chang's office, he called De Lu again and asked him to bring two brothers over just in case. Then he and Jiang Yan came to the door of the operating room.
What are you two doing here? You are not welcome here, leave now.
As she spoke, Zhang Tao's wife was about to push Ningfeng and Jiang Yan out. Ningfeng pushed the woman away and said coldly, "I'm here to perform surgery on your father."
Why are you so anxious to drive me away? Is there any secret you can't tell anyone? The woman's eyelids twitched, and she turned gloomy and said, "What secrets can I have? I just don't want you to disturb my father. Besides, the surgeon today is Dr. Xiao. Who gave you the right to perform surgery on my father?"
At this point, the woman turned her gaze to Jiang Yan again. Could it be that this unlucky person is hoping that his father will die so that he can divide up the property and deliberately let you mess up? The woman's move was very clever. She directly put the blame on Ningfeng and Jiang Yan, but she underestimated Ningfeng's strength. At this moment, Ningfeng didn't say anything, but Xiao Cheng came up instead.
Mr. Ning is right. He is indeed the surgeon I invited.
He is in charge of this operation.
What?
Jiang Tao opened his eyes wide and shouted angrily, "Xiao Cheng, do you know what you are talking about?"
I know very well. Bang!
Xiao Cheng threw the red cloth wrapped with cash on the ground and said angrily, "You two shameless people actually want to bribe me to do things for you for the inheritance. You underestimate me, Xiao Cheng."
TSK, TSK, TSK.
Ningfeng on the side could see that these people were all experts. They would immediately shift the blame to others if they had the chance. But this dog-eat-dog scene is really interesting.
Zhang Tao was furious and pointed at Xiao Cheng's face and said, "Don't slander me. I have never done such a thing. You know whether you have done it or not. Mr. Ningfeng is the doctor I invited specially. He is very confident that he can cure your father. Then your little tricks will be in vain. You."
Zhang Tao's face turned red with anger, but he couldn't get angry.
Okay.
Ningfeng walked towards the operating room at this time. "I hope you all stop arguing.
Wait until I finish the surgery on the old man. Then everything will be clear."
Zhang Tao and his wife looked at Ningfeng coldly, their eyes almost sparking, but because there were too many people present, they didn't dare to say anything else.
"Just you? I've never heard of you as a doctor.
I now suspect that you deliberately performed the surgery to kill my father and help my sister seize the property." Zhang Tao also risked his life and roared at Xiao Cheng, "And you secretly let an outsider perform surgery on my father.
How can you, a mere doctor, be responsible for this? Yes, I am going to file a complaint now. I want to see your dean." Zhang Tao's wife said this while blocking Ningfeng.
This.
For a moment, Xiao Cheng really didn't know what to do.
Ningfeng frowned and said in a cold voice, "Dr. Xiao, help me stop this couple. If anything goes wrong, I, Ningfeng, will be solely responsible." Xiao Cheng thought about it for a long time. After all, Ningfeng had the handle in his hand. He gritted his teeth and asked a few nurses to stop Zhang Tao and his wife.
Ningfeng had already entered the operating room. Chapter 80 Evidence.
In the operating room, several assistant nurses were stunned when they saw Ningfeng coming in, then asked, "Who are you?
Where is Dr. Xiao? Isn't he the lead surgeon today?"
"I'm sorry, because the patient's condition is rather special, the hospital has temporarily decided to let me replace Dr. Xiao."
This. The assistants hesitated.
But they had heard before that the patient's condition was not special and was completely incurable, and the operation was likely to fail. For the sake of its reputation, the hospital let Xiao Cheng perform the surgery, and even if the operation failed, they planned to let Xiao Cheng take over. But they didn't know that Xiao Cheng had secretly reached an agreement with Zhang Tao. "Okay, my surgical method is rather special and I don't need any help.
You all can go out,"
Ningfeng said seriously.
"Don't want help?"
This is the first time I've heard that the more difficult the surgery, the longer it takes, and the more help from assistant doctors is needed.
And this kid doesn't need help?
Several assistant doctors looked at each other and saw excitement in their eyes. After all, if the operation fails, they as assistants will also be scolded by the hospital. Thinking of this, they all left the operating room. Seeing that everyone had left, Ningfeng took out Hua Tuo's magic needle. The vitality of the thick fog immediately filled the entire operating room, and even the old man on the operating table had a slight reaction.
Hua Tuo's magic needle is indeed powerful. Ningfeng was overjoyed. He walked to the old man and took off his shirt.
Even though Ningfeng had seen other people who were tortured by illness, he still frowned. Because the old man was as thin as a skeleton, it was very scary.
Call.
Ningfeng let out a long sigh and began to give acupuncture.
With every injection, the vitality of the thick fog would penetrate into the old man's body.
At first he was a little uncomfortable with it. After all, this was much more powerful than any tonic pills.
However, when Ningfeng gave him the third injection, the old man's expression obviously eased a lot.
Because the old man has been infected by cold for many years, the acupuncture points all over his body are in a closed state, blood circulation is blocked, and the nerves are compressed, causing this condition. So after Ningfeng sealed the important acupuncture points on the old man's chest, he started to insert needles from the soles of his feet. The effect is very obvious. The old man's skin has changed from pale to somewhat rosy. About half an hour later, all 18 Huatua magic needles in his hand were used up, and Ningfeng finally breathed a sigh of relief.
It looks like everything is fine.
The old man's wrinkled skin has begun to regain vitality, and all this is the effect brought by Huatuo's magic needle.
All you need to do next is to recuperate quietly and you will be back to normal. But before that, Ningfeng decided to deal with Zhang Tao's problem first.
Thinking of this, Ningfeng walked out of the operating room.
Ningfeng, what did you do to my father?
You even called all the assistant doctors out.
Tell me quickly, did you kill my father?
Zhang Tao and his wife came up to him in panic, as if they wanted to skin Ningfeng alive.
Of course, Ningfeng knew all their little thoughts. I'm sorry, I may disappoint you too, but your father is safe and sound. Zhang Tao's eyelids twitched, and he quickly retorted, I don't know what you are talking about, but since my father is fine, that's good, that's good. I don't think it's good at all. Ningfeng's words stunned Zhang Tao. What do you mean? He.
Ningfeng smiled wickedly, took out his cell phone from his pocket and directly took out the photos he had just taken.
Look at the wrinkles on the old woman's skin. It's obvious that she didn't get enough nutrition for a long time. I have every reason to believe that she was abused.
Having said that, Ningfeng changed another photo. It showed an old man's back, which was covered with marks of being whipped.
Really?
This must have been caused by a whip. Ouch, that scar is quite deep. The person who did it is so cruel.
Everyone was shocked and talked about it. Ningfeng, what do you mean? Do you think I would do such a thing? Zhang Tao argued.
He. If my guess is correct, the old man has lived with you all these years. If someone else did it, there is no reason for you not to know. When I took out the photo just now, you obviously looked a little unnatural, which means you didn't know. At this point, Ningfeng raised his eyebrows and said in a cold voice, if it was done by someone else, the old man would definitely tell you. There is only one reason why the old man didn't tell you, it was because you abused the old man and left it unintentionally.
Absurd! Zhang Tao roared, this is just your speculation. Besides, how could I do this to my father? That's right, you are slandering me. You will be arrested and reformed. Zhang Tao's wife also agreed. Chapter 81 The storm ends. He.
These two guys can really act.
Don't you think this is insufficient evidence? Then I'll give you some evidence.
After that, Ningfeng directly asked the system to copy the previous conversation with Zhang Tao and his wife. When Ningfeng took out the USB flash drive, Xiao Chang was obviously a little dazed. Maybe this guy thought Ningfeng took out the USB flash drive he had used before.
Dr. Xiao, please take down your computer. This. Xiao Chang didn't dare to take the computer. What if this USB flash drive was really the same one as before? Wouldn't he be dead?
Don't worry, it has nothing to do with you.
After hearing Ningfeng's explanation, Xiao Cheng finally felt relieved and quickly took his computer. When the recording on the USB flash drive sounded, Zhang Tao and his wife's faces turned green.
They could never have imagined that the conversation that was originally just to drive Jiang Yan away has now become strong evidence.
What a beast! How can there be such a person in this world? In order to get the inheritance, he didn't care about his father's life or death. Is this kind of person worthy of being a human being? This time even the onlookers were angry and kept pointing fingers at Zhang Tao. What do you want? Zhang Tao had a gloomy face, but he didn't dare to get angry. I don't want to do anything. I just want to send you to the police station to have some tea for a few days so that you can be reformed. Bang!
Ningfeng snapped his fingers. At this time, De Lu and his two colleagues, who had already entered the hospital, came over.
Feng. Instructor, I heard your conversation just now. We will teach this beast a lesson.
Big Lou had a playful look on his face, hoping to leave a good impression on Ning Feng. After all, their internal training had not yet ended.
Brother Ning, I beg you to forgive us this time. I will never do it again.
Seeing that the situation had become one-sided, Jiang Tao dared not argue anymore and knelt on the ground begging for mercy. His wife was a little unconvinced at first, but Jiang Tao pulled her to her knees and slapped her in the face.
Bang! You stinky woman, if you hadn't been blinded by money and forced me to do such a thing, how could I have done that to my father?
Why don't you kneel down and beg for mercy, quickly?
The woman opened her eyes wide.
She could never have imagined that Jiang Tao would hit her.
She became furious in an instant.
You coward, you pushed the blame onto me when something went wrong.
It was because you owed a lot of gambling debts that I came up with this idea.
I only owe tens of thousands of dollars, and I can pay it back in a year.
It has nothing to do with me. It's all your fault. You're greedy and vain. You insisted on buying a house in town. It's all your fault.
Looking at the two people arguing, Ning Feng winked at Lou.
Don't worry, instructor, leave everything to me.
Big Lou nodded and grabbed Jiang Tao up.
The other two colleagues also controlled his wife and walked out the door.
Ning Feng patted Jiang Yan's shoulder and said, "Don't worry, your father is fine now. He just needs to take good care of himself and he will definitely be back to normal."
Feng, thank you so much this time. Silly boy, why are you telling me this? Is our relationship so bad? Ning Feng stroked Jiang Yan's nose and said affectionately.
In such a public place, although Jiang Yan was very happy that Ning Feng said such words, her face turned red due to her conservative personality. But she still plucked up her courage and snuggled in Ning Feng's arms. Because Jiang Tao had previously arranged temporary hospitalization wards for his father in order to save money, Jiang Yan directly moved to the VIP ward in order to provide his father with a good hospitalization environment. When everything was almost done, Ning Feng went home, and Jiang Yan was ready to take care of her father in the hospital for a long time.
Chapter 82 Chen Jiao was arrested.
The next morning, Ning Feng wanted to finish breakfast and then go to work with Chen Yao. After all, he hadn't been to the company for several days. Unexpectedly, Chen Jiao called at this time.
It's really fast.
Ning Feng smiled and pressed the answer button, but the voice on the phone was not Chen Jiao's.
Who are you? Ning Feng asked puzzledly. Haven't you been looking for me all along?
But you are very stupid.
You actually let Chen Jiao come to find me.
I saw at a glance that there is something wrong with this kid Chen Jiao, and I am torturing him now.
Are you Huang Wu?
Ning Feng's voice was calm, yet it exuded a strong chill. Even Huang Wu on the other end of the phone could feel Ning Feng's anger.
Young people are just quick-tempered. It was you who sent my brother to the police station, so I should be the one to take revenge. Why do you make it seem like I'm the most evil person?
A loser like your brother should be in jail, and you shouldn't hurt Xiao's family. Ning Feng said coldly. Huang Wu stood up suddenly and shouted angrily, "Don't bother talking to me about this. You touched my brother, and this is the price you paid." At this point, Huang Wu took a deep breath and said, "By the way, Chen Jiao is in my hands now. If you don't want him to get into trouble, come to number 15 Guanyuan Road and we'll settle all the old and new scores. By the way, don't call the police." After saying that, Huang Wu hung up the phone.
Looks like things are getting interesting.
On the other end of the phone, Ning Feng put the phone in his pocket, then asked for leave from Chen Yao and went directly to Guanyuan Road.
In a small rental house at the moment.
Huang Wu sat on a chair in a disapproving manner, and in front of him was Chen Jiao, who had been tortured beyond recognition.
Why did you do that? Betray me? Do you know what the consequences will be?
Pooh. It was not until now that Chen Jiao saw Huang Wu's true face. It would be fine if you did not infringe on his interests, but once you infringe on his interests, no matter what your relationship with him is, you will not have a good ending.
Don't be complacent. Ning Feng will definitely send you all to jail. Bang! Huang Wu suddenly picked up an iron rod and hit Huang Wu on the forehead.
On the spot, blood dyed the iron rod red. After doing all this, Huang Wu put the iron rod aside, wiped the blood off his hands with paper, and said coldly, "Do you really think that kid can get out alive? I tell you, in order to avenge my brother, I specifically asked Tiger Lord for 20 good fighters.
As long as Ning Feng enters this building, he will die. Do you really think you can deal with Ning Feng just like this?" Suddenly, a hint of mystery emerged on Chen Jiao's face.
If for no other reason, how could a person who could convince him with just a few words, who mastered unfathomable medical skills, and who became close friends with Mr. Siasani, be simple? Let's see whose wrist is harder. Suddenly, a murderous intent burst out from Chunjiu. As for Ningfeng, he had already arrived at number 15 Guan Yuan Road. The two thugs at the door looked at each other and nodded, probably because they recognized Ningfeng.
I want to see Huang Wu.
Fifth brother is upstairs, but you didn't do anything tricky, did you? The gangster asked suspiciously.
Ningfeng laughed and said, This isn't a dangerous place, do I need to do anything fancy? After a pause, Ningfeng continued, Could it be that Huang Wu is a coward? He is afraid even when I come here alone? Fart. The little thug raised his head, glared at Ningfeng and said, Who do you think you are? Fifth brother is the person Tiger Lord trusts the most. How could he be afraid of a young boy like you? Go upstairs. Fifth brother is waiting for you on the second floor.
After saying that, the two thugs made way, and Ningfeng walked in as if nothing had happened.
Chapter 83 What must be done?
After a while, Ningfeng came to the second floor. At this time, Huang Wu was sitting on a chair with a cigarette in his mouth, looking at Ningfeng with interest.
Boy, you are quite courageous. Since you asked me to come, you won't let me stand while talking to you, right? Is this your way of entertaining guests?
Ningfeng spread out his hands, looking lazy.
Do you know who you are talking to?
Immediately, a gangster stood up and glared at Ningfeng fiercely, as if he was ready to attack him if they disagreed.
Ha ha.
A small gangster is a small gangster.
He is never good enough and can't even manage his subordinates well. Ningfeng shook his head and sighed. He didn't even look at the gangster from beginning to end. I'm going to kill you.
The gangster became furious and grabbed an iron rod, ready to attack, but Huang Wu spoke at this moment.
Stop it. Ningfeng is right. We are indeed small-time hooligans. I want to see what's so great about him, a kind-hearted man.
After saying that, Huang Wu winked at a younger brother beside him. The man immediately brought a chair over, and Ningfeng sat down on it without any hesitation.
As expected of you, fifth brother. I take back what I just said. You are better than the low-ranking hooligans. At least you know some rules. All right.
Huang Wu stood up, walked to Chenjiu's side, picked him up, and sneered, We are all sensible people, so I won't beat around the bush. According to the rules of the underworld, the son pays for the father's debt, and my brother was put in jail because of you.
I will avenge him today no matter what.
At this point, Huang Wu turned his gaze to Ningfeng, But you dare to come alone today.
I respect you as a man, so I will give you a chance to choose. Do you want to do it yourself, or let my brothers do it?
Huang Wu took a dagger from his younger brother and threw it in front of Ningfeng.
Do you really think that you can keep me here with just these few small fry?
Ningfeng glanced at the dagger on the ground and had no intention of picking it up.
Ha ha.
Huang Wu laughed like he had heard the best joke in the world, and even the gangsters beside him started laughing. After a while, Huang Wu finally stopped.
Boy, I know you have some abilities, but I didn't expect your brain is so useless.
Huang Wu stared at Ningfeng, his expression suddenly fierce. I said I would avenge my brother today, and I must have made sufficient preparations. Ningfeng raised his eyebrows and said with a smile, You are very confident, but I still say that if something is not up to standard, it is not up to standard. Even if you have arranged more than 20 thugs upstairs and downstairs, they are still vulnerable.
Did you find out?
Huang Wu's eyes widened, as if someone had seen through his inner secret. This building is so small, and your brothers are all idiots.
Anyone who is not blind should be able to see it.
Ningfeng spread his hands, as if he was telling a well-known secret. The more Huang Wu listened, the more nervous he became, but he quickly calmed down.
Kid, don't try to use the tiger's skin as a banner.
I don't believe that more than 20 of us can't kill you.
I'm just stating a fact, and there are two things I must do here today.
Ningfeng slowly stretched out two fingers with a confident look on his face.
Which two? Huang Wu asked with some confusion. First, I will take Chenjiu away today no matter what. Secondly, I want you to apologize to Shiro's entire family in person. Chapter 84 A Tiger. I'm sorry, I can't do anything you said just now. Huang Wu said with a gloomy face.
Ningfeng spread his hands, still looking indifferent.
So there's nothing to talk about? I'm not talking about your mother.
Suddenly, Huang Wu roared at his younger brother like an angry lion. Whoever kills this guy for me today will be rewarded 100,000 yuan by me personally. The little thugs surrounded Ningfeng as if they were injected with chicken blood. After all, 100,000 yuan is enough for these guys to eat and drink for several months. It seems that today we have reached the point where we have to take action. Ningfeng also stood up, and at that moment, he picked up the chair under him and threw it at a gangster.
Bang! He didn't hold back at all.
The chair broke into pieces as soon as it touched the gangster's head, and the gangster fainted on the spot.
Fuck, brothers, come on, let's kill this little bastard.
I don't know who yelled, but a dozen thugs with knives rushed in from the door and joined the fight.
This time, Ningfeng was surrounded and couldn't get out.
Huang Wu patted Chen Zhou's face and said with a smug look on his face, "See, this is the idiot you were willing to help. If nothing unexpected happens, he will soon turn into a pile of meat paste."
Huang Wu's smile contained a hint of cruelty and complacency, as if he was showing off to Chen Zhou.
This was the consequence of betraying him.
Pooh.
At this time, Chen Zhou was covered in blood, and he only persisted by relying on his tenacious perseverance.
Bang! Huang Wu punched Chen Zhou in the stomach and shouted angrily, "Do you trust this bastard so much?
Well, I'll let you see with your own eyes how he was hacked to death." Huang Wu pulled Chen Zhou over, held his eyes open with his hands, and forced him to watch the battle over there.
"I'll let you see clearly."
Just when Huang Wu's gaze turned over, his expression suddenly froze. Ningfeng was like a ferocious tiger at this moment. All his men could not stop his attacks at all. With every attack, one of his brothers would fall down.
What the hell is going on? Huang Wu's eyes widened as if he had seen a ghost. Ha ha.
Chen Zhou's eyes were bloodshot at this time, blood was still flowing from his mouth, and he looked like a madman.
"See?
I told you guys, a bunch of sinister villains are no match for Ningfeng. Just wait, you will soon receive the punishment you deserve."
Bullshit. Huang Wu roared, raised the iron rod and was about to smash it down. Whoosh.
At this critical moment, a broken stool leg flew over, making a sound of friction with the air.
Ah!
Before Huang Wu could react, he felt a chill on his wrist and the iron rod in his hand slipped down out of his control. After several seconds, a huge pain swept through his whole body, causing him to hold his wrist and roll on the ground. Looking at Ningfeng's side, the situation had become one-sided. There were only 4 or 5 of the more than 20 gangsters left standing. Their bodies were shaking, and all they saw in each other's eyes was fear.
Ghost, ghost. A gangster let out a strange cry and ran away immediately.
Seeing this, the others dared not stay any longer and ran away.
Bang!
Ningfeng kicked away a gangster who was blocking the way and walked towards Huang Wu coldly.
"No. Don't kill me, don't kill me." Huang Wu didn't care about the pain at this moment.
He kept kowtowing and apologizing until he felt Ningfeng came to him. "It will be no good if you kill me, please don't kill me." Ningfeng grabbed Huang Wu's collar and sneered, "I told you, I will make you apologize to Xiao Rou today, so I won't kill you." After hearing this, Huang Wu felt relieved. After all, it was just an apology, and losing face was better than losing his life. But Ningfeng's next words made him feel like he was falling into an icy cave.
"But after this I will bring you to Mr. Xiasan. I think he will be very happy." Chapter 85 Phone Whose Surprise. Boom!
At this moment, Huang Wu felt as if a thunder had exploded in his mind.
"How do you know Xiasan?
If I were you, I would worry about how to save my life.
You stole someone's priceless leopard-spotted jade ring. Your fate must be miserable." Ningfeng smiled and helped Chen Zhou up, asking, "Are you okay?"
Chen Zhou grinned, and although he was seriously injured, he seemed not to care at all.
"This little injury is nothing.
As long as I can help my benefactor, it doesn't matter even if I, Chen Zhou, die."
This guy. Ningfeng now admires Chen Zhou more and more.
This guy didn't have a good boss to lead him before, but now that he follows Master Xiasan, his future will not be bad.
Ding!
Congratulations to the host for completing the extra strategy mission and obtaining 100 lottery points.
Ding!
Congratulations to the host for completing the extra strategy mission. 100,000 yuan has been deposited into your bank card. After everything was resolved, Ningfeng heard a system prompt in his mind. This was the additional strategy that was triggered at Xiaorou's house before, and it has now been completed. So Ningfeng took Huang Wu to Xiaorou's home first. Under Ningfeng's coercion, Huang Wu finally paid 50,000 yuan in compensation. Finally, Ningfeng handed Huang Wu to Chen Zhou and asked him to take him to see Mr. Xiasan. In fact, Ningfeng had his own reasons for doing this. On the one hand, he could let Mr. Xia-san deal with Huang Wu himself. On the other hand, if Qinzhou sent Huang Wu over, Mr. Xia-san would definitely look at him more highly, which would be of great benefit to Qinzhou.
Ningfeng returned to Qinzhou's home.
The old man looked much better now, and his complexion had regained its rosy color.
He only needed one last acupuncture treatment to recover.
In order to make the old man stronger, Ningfeng directly spent 200 points to exchange for Hua Tuo's magic needle. When the vitality of the thick fog entered the old man's body, he became obviously more energetic. Seeing this situation, Ningfeng finally felt relieved. After all, he had promised Qinzhou, and a man should fulfill his promise. After finishing all this, Ningfeng was just about to go home, but he received a strange phone call. Before Ningfeng could even open his mouth, he was immediately greeted with a barrage of verbal abuse.
Ningfeng, what have you been doing these days when you took leave? Don't you know that the company is busy now? Don't you want to work anymore?
Ningfeng listened for a long time and found that there were not many people who could speak in this tone, so he asked cautiously, "Excuse me, is this Mr. Wang?"
If not me, then who else?
I'm telling you, Ningfeng, I'll give you 30 minutes.
If you can't get to the company, get out of here. Beep, beep.
Before Ningfeng could answer, a busy tone came from the other end of the phone.
Fuck, if it wasn't for the pleasure of conquering you, I wouldn't serve you.
After all, Ningfeng's net worth has already exceeded 10 million, but he is just relatively low-key. Being unhappy was one thing, but in the end Ningfeng still drove to the company. At the same time, in a gorgeous hotel suite, a middle-aged man in his 40s was lying on the sofa, and next to him was a beautiful and fashionably dressed young girl. Just as the man was enjoying himself, there was a knock on the door.
Boom, boom, boom.
What's up? No matter who it is, being disturbed while doing that will make you feel very bad, so the man's tone was very hot. Master Tiger, I just received news that Huang Wu seems to have been captured by Xia-san.
What? The man stood up suddenly and snorted. What does Xia-san mean?
I have already said that Huang Wu is my man, and he still dares to move.
Do you want to fight with me?
There was a sound from outside the door again.
It wasn't Xia-san who did it.
According to the information we received, it was a young man named Ningfeng who overthrew Huang Wu and the 20 thugs he had taken from you.
What?
Feng Hu opened his eyes wide, a look of disbelief on his face.
Are you sure about this? He defeated more than 20 people by himself? Is that guy so powerful?
As he spoke, Feng Hu opened the door and stared coldly at the little brother standing at the door. That's right, Master Hu, the guy named Ningfeng only appeared recently. He once caused trouble in Xia-san's casino, but somehow he became friends with Xia-san in the end.
It seems that Xia-san respects him very much.
The gangster explained truthfully.
Chapter 86 Furious Wang Lia. Quite interesting.
Feng Hu touched his chin, wondering what he was thinking.
Master Hu, do you want us to find someone to kill him?
The gangster became ruthless and made a gesture of wiping his neck. But he didn't expect to be slapped by Feng Hu.
What the hell do you know besides killing people? Can't you use your brain? What does Tiger Lord mean?
Feng Hu snorted coldly. Since this guy is so powerful, if I can use him, I believe the night in Rongqing will become even more exciting.
Go, find some time to make an appointment with Ningfeng. I want to talk to him. Yes.
As for Ningfeng, he had already arrived at Marume Company, but as soon as he entered the building, he felt a chill. Today, Wang Lia was wearing a professional shirt on her upper body, a hip skirt on her lower body, and high heels of about 7 or 8 centimeters. In addition, she tied up her long wavy hair, which made her look really different. The most important thing is that Ningfeng now feels pressured when standing next to her. After being dressed like this, she looks almost 1.8 meters tall and particularly imposing.
TSK. This is a real female president. Hello, Mr. Wang.
Ningfeng walked over with a grin on his face, looking flattering.
I thought you wouldn't come back even if I called you. Where have you been these days? Do you remember what you promised me?
A series of questions came out of Wang Lia's mouth, and Ningfeng said he was under a lot of pressure.
I have something to do at home, so I've asked for leave.
Ningfeng slowly raised his head and found Wang Lia looking at him angrily. He shuddered immediately.
Why do you need 3 days off? Wang Lia said angrily, do you know that the batch of goods contracted with Qingcheng Liren will be delivered soon? If it doesn't have the same effect as before, do you know how serious the consequences will be?
Wang Lia put her hands on her hips and stared at Ning Feng with her big eyes, making him look even more creepy.
Damn, why do I feel like I'm still wrong? It turns out that reasoning with a woman is an unwise move.
Okay, Mr. Wang, I was indeed wrong in this matter.
How about you take me there now?
Ning Feng said with a look of grievance. Wang Lia threw a car key to Ning Feng and said coldly, I have a client to visit.
You drive to the factory by yourself and get everything ready for me. All right.
Ning Feng took the key and was about to say something, but Wang Lia left without looking back. Although giving Ning Feng the car keys is no big deal, it looks different in the eyes of others.
Oh my god, what did I see?
Mr. Wang has never let other men sit in his car. This is not the most important thing.
Didn't you see that Mr. Wang gave all the car keys to that guy? Oh my god, who is that guy?
He has such a good relationship with Mr. Wang.
Could they be a couple?
Ning Feng heard everyone's discussion clearly, but he was too lazy to explain. But I didn't expect that it would come in handy in the future.
Of course, that's all in the future.
Ning Feng left the company and drove Wang Lia's red sports car directly to the factory. Since Wang Lia had already made instructions before, there were already people waiting at the factory gate. When the red trotting car stopped at the factory gate and Ning Feng walked out, the expression of Chen Xiao, the factory director in charge of the reception, changed noticeably.
Mr. Wang didn't come today? Not seeing Wang Lia, Chen Xiao's tone towards Ning Feng was obviously not so kind.
Oh, President Wang has something else to do, so she asked me to come alone.
By the way, where is the product? Let me go and check it out quickly. I have something else to do after I'm done.
Ning Feng parked the car and was about to walk into the factory. But he didn't expect to be stopped by Chen Xiao. This is no small matter. Every time a product leaves the factory, President Wang will personally inspect it. If she doesn't come, I won't let anyone touch the product at will.
Chapter 87 Open your eyes and watch.
Chen Xiao's attitude was firm, and he didn't seem to have any intention of backing down. You are such a stubborn guy. Ning Feng glared at him fiercely, took out his cell phone and said, I'll call Wang Lia right now and ask her to deal with you. But when the call was made, a busy tone was heard.
I knew you were a liar. Fortunately, I didn't let you into the warehouse, otherwise we would be in big trouble. Chen Xiao's expression darkened.
As Wang Lia's classmate and her suitor, Chen Xiao would rather give up many olive branches from high-paying companies, but so many years have passed and he has never even ridden in Wang Lia's car.
He didn't expect that today this unknown boy would actually drive Wang Lia's car. How could he not be angry? Therefore, his attitude towards Ning Feng was extremely bad. Then what do you want to let me in? The fact that I came here in Ms. Wang's car doesn't prove that she asked me to come?
Ning Feng was speechless. He actually met such an old stubborn man. Chen Xiao snorted coldly, It is because you drove Mr. Wang's car that I allowed you to make trouble here, otherwise I would have had you driven away long ago. After a pause, Chen Xiao continued, Actually, I can give you a chance. I heard from President Wang before that she will bring someone here to change the quality of the products.
If you can prove that you are that person, I will let you enter the warehouse. Is that all? Certainly.
Ning Feng raised the corner of his mouth and sneered, Then you better open your eyes and watch carefully, otherwise you won't be able to see clearly what I did.
Wait until you have proven yourself before you brag.
After saying that, Chen Xiao walked into the factory, and Ning Feng followed behind him. The two of them walked around the production workshop and came to Chen Xiao's office. There is a bottle of ordinary makeup remover on the table in the office. Chen Xiao pointed at the makeup remover and said, If you are really capable, let this bottle of makeup remover thoroughly clean the makeup on the surface of the skin. You should know that no matter how good the makeup remover is, it cannot completely remove facial makeup, because the foundation has already entered the pores and it is difficult to clean it out in one go. Ning Feng strode over, took the makeup remover in his hand, and a sly smile appeared on the corner of his mouth. System, help me change the ingredients of this bottle of makeup remover so that it can 100% clean the makeup on the skin surface.
Ding!
Congratulations to the host for successfully transforming the lotion.
It can remove makeup 100% and also moisturize the skin.
Very good. This really surprised Ning Feng. After using ordinary makeup remover, the skin on the surface of the human body will become extremely dry, so moisturizing products are needed. This modified one completely replaces moisturizing products and is truly a magic makeup remover.
Seeing Ning Feng standing there for a long time without moving, Chen Xiao urged, Are you going to change or not?
I don't have the extra time to mess around with you here.
I've done it.
Ning Feng shook the makeup remover in his hand.
Are you treating me like a fool? You clearly didn't do anything.
Chen Xiao was furious, which made him even more certain that Ning Feng was actually a liar.
I told you to open your eyes and see clearly. Now you don't see clearly, so you blame me?
Ning Feng said coldly, also, you denied me without asking anyone to try this makeup remover.
I don't know how you can be responsible.
It seems that I need to tell Mr. Wang to change the person in charge.
You.
This really frightened Chen Xiao.
Ning Feng looked like a high-level administrator.
He hesitated for a long time before speaking. Okay, I'll find someone to try it.
If this is still an ordinary lotion, I will definitely tell Mr. Wang that you are a liar. Chapter 88 Chen Xiao's anger. It's up to you. Ning Feng smiled evilly.
Soon Chen Xiao called his assistant over, a very delicate girl with light makeup on her face.
Try this makeup remover.
When the girl heard Chen Xiao's words, she was stunned at first, but she still picked up the makeup remover and started removing her makeup. Soon the girl's makeup was clear and clean, and her face became exceptionally smooth due to the special makeup remover.
I've become younger.
The girl touched her face in surprise. She was worried that her flaws would be exposed after removing her makeup. After all, anyone would look very old after removing makeup. Chen Xiao was a little unconvinced and walked up to the girl, but was stunned on the spot.
How is this possible?
He has been here the whole time and clearly didn't see Ning Feng make any changes to the makeup remover.
Ning Feng patted his clothes and said absent-mindedly, I told you, even if you watch my method, you still can't learn it. The most important thing is, if I can't do this, do you think Wan Liao will let me come alone? You.
Chen Xiao was so angry that he was speechless and his eyes widened, but Ning Feng didn't care about that.
Okay, I'm busy. Please take me to the warehouse now. If the delivery time is delayed, do you think you, a small production manager, can afford this responsibility?
After a pause, Ning Feng continued, by the way, please ask all your employees to leave the warehouse later so as not to affect my work.
Most importantly, they can't learn it either.
Chen Xiao gritted his teeth and said unwillingly, it's up to you. Soon the two arrived at the warehouse, and Chen Xiao took away all his employees. Ning Feng was the only one left in the huge factory. System, help me transform this batch of products.
Ding.
Congratulations to the host for the successful transformation of all products. At this time, at the warehouse door, some workers complained to Chen Xiao because they were dissatisfied with Ning Feng's approach.
Director, who is this guy? Does he think he has the ability to change the quality of the product? Director, the guy inside is too arrogant. I think he is just playing tricks. Since he is from our company, he asked us to come out. Is he afraid that we will learn his methods? He is really mean-spirited. That's right. I think we should talk to Mr. Wang about expelling this spirit.
As the workers talked, Chen Zhao's expression became even uglier. He has been working hard to run this team for several years, and he believes that in terms of production, the products he produces are already among the top cosmetics on the market. Who would have thought that he would be defeated by an unknown kid? If this continues, my status in Chen Zhao's heart will definitely decline. Thinking of this, Chen Xiao clenched his fists and said coldly, shut up, this is an order from above, we just need to listen.
The employees who were originally talking a lot shut up after hearing this shout.
At this moment, Ning Feng also walked out of the warehouse.
Don?
Chen Xiao looked a little strange. Putting aside other things, although he didn't understand Ning Feng's method, this was too fast. There were several thousand sets of products in it.
Why don't you try it yourself and find out?
Ning Feng smiled evilly, turned around and walked out, walking around Chen Xiao.
Director, this kid is too arrogant.
A worker was not convinced.
That's right, Director. I think this guy didn't do anything at all. He was just fooling people. Shut up. Chen Xiao roared, scaring the workers into shutting up immediately.
At first he also thought that Ning Feng did nothing, but after the experiment was completed, he was proved wrong.
It's really a strange one.
But I will definitely return today's insult double, Ning Feng, just wait.
Chapter 89 Mysterious Master.
After leaving the factory, Ning Feng was planning to go somewhere to have lunch, but as soon as he got in the car, several black cars blocked his way. I saw a middle-aged man with bare chest, buzz cut and who looked particularly strong getting out of the car in front.
What do you mean? Ning Feng frowned, a surge of anger rising up in his face. Mr. Ning, please don't get me wrong.
We are here today mainly to invite you to meet our boss and discuss business.
Ning Feng raised his eyebrows and snorted coldly, I don't think I know you guys? I'm not interested in discussing business with you guys. Mr. Ning, your refusal is too decisive, isn't it? Don't you want to think about it carefully?
As soon as the shaved man finished speaking, the rest of the people in the car got out, and each of them was holding an iron rod, ready to fight if they disagreed.
You guys don't want to tie me up?
The big man laughed and said, I did have this intention at first, but our boss said that we must be respectful to Mr. Ning, otherwise our lives will be in danger when we return.
What an obedient mad dog.
Ning Feng muttered to himself.
He really couldn't think of any memory about this group of people.
The big man bowed and said, Mr. Ning, you are joking.
We are just following orders.
After a pause, the big man continued, but before we came here, our boss also said that if Mr. Ning really refuses to cooperate with us, we can use some tough measures.
Just you guys? Ning Feng raised his eyebrows and said disdainfully, Didn't your boss tell you before you came that it was very dangerous to do this? I've already said that we're just following orders. Danger is not important to us.
The big man still had a smile on his face, but there was more or less murderous intent mixed in with this smile.
Want to take action?
With his keen intuition, Ning Feng sensed the murderous intent at the first moment. But Ning Feng didn't care. I am really curious now, who can train so many loyal mad dogs?
Then Mr. Loing will go with us.
The burly man with a crew cut bowed and returned to the car. Then Ning Feng followed the shaved man all the way to Tianhai Hotel. The moment Ning Feng stepped into Tianhai Hotel, he was stunned, because no matter the decoration, service, or equipment, they were all very luxurious, perhaps even surpassing that of a 5-star hotel.
Your boss is really generous. He chose a place like this to talk to people. Mr. Ning, please forgive me for making a fool of myself.
It's just that our boss's newly bought villa is being renovated, so we have no choice but to stay here temporarily.
What the hell?
He spoke as if he felt very aggrieved.
This made Ning Feng even more curious about that person.
Soon the two came to a room, and before the big man could open the door opened from the inside.
I guess this must be Brother Ning Feng.
The man who came out was wearing a suit and looked very neat, giving people a very friendly feeling.
Do we know each other? Don't we know each other now?
The man smiled slightly and welcomed Ning Feng in. There was a feast prepared long ago. The man made a gesture of invitation, Little brother Ning Feng, let's talk while we eat.
All right.
Ning Feng didn't say anything polite, after all, he hadn't even had breakfast today.
So he sat down and started eating with big mouthfuls. Instead, it made the man in the suit a little dazed. But he quickly reacted and sat opposite Ning Feng.
The man laughed and said, Little brother Ning Feng is really a skilled and daring man.
You dare to eat anyone's food. Now that I'm here, I might as well make the best of it.
I believe you took so much trouble to invite me here, you wouldn't do it just to poison me, right? Ning Feng smiled cunningly and continued to eat.
Well said.
The man in the suit laughed and said, You are worthy of being the person I, Feng Hu, am looking for.
You have courage. Chapter 90 This is advice. Feng Hu?
Ning Feng suddenly stopped what he was doing and began to look at the middle-aged man opposite him.
Yes, I am Feng Hu.
1/4 of the knights in Qingdu belongs to me. When Feng Hu said this, he had a proud look on his face and looked very confident.
So it's Master Hu.
If you had told me your name earlier, there wouldn't be any need to go through so much trouble.
Can't I do it myself?
Ning Feng said lightly, while his body was already leaning back on the chair.
You are so rude.
The burly man with the crew cut was about to lose his temper but was stopped. Feng Hu made a gesture, indicating that they should go out first.
Soon Feng Hu and Ning Feng were the only ones left in the room. Brother Ning, please listen to what I have to say. Feng Hu didn't look angry, instead he was still smiling.
The night in Qingdu is beautiful, but it is divided. Mr. Xia from the East District occupies the casino, Chao Hong from the West District runs various entertainment businesses, and Zhao Yan from the North District does not do anything because he is a local. He inherited his father's position when he was young.
He is very lucky. What about the South District that you manage?
Ning Feng said lightly.
Feng Hu was not angry. I don't have any skills or connections, I can't compare with them, I just sold a little powder. But you are the richest.
Ning Feng suddenly sat up straight, his eyes brightened.
Ha, I'm sorry to have made you laugh, Brother Ning.
Feng Hu's face turned serious as he spoke, and he continued, but you're wrong about one thing. I'm not only the richest, but also the most powerful in Rongqing. I want to make the Knights of Rongqing my world.
What a big ambition. Ningfeng was secretly shocked.
According to Feng Hu's idea, if he wanted to rule Chengdu at night, he had to eliminate the bosses of the other 3 districts at the same time.
This is your business, why did you ask me to come?
Feng Hu smiled and said, because I need a capable helper, someone as capable and intelligent as Mr. Ning to help me.
I think this will definitely work.
Ningfeng waved his hand and said, Master Tiger thinks too highly of me.
I don't have that ability. Even if I really have that ability, why should I help you? Feng Hu was not angry.
He touched the ring on his finger and said with a smile, I think you will definitely help me, just like you helped Xia-san catch Huang Wu.
As long as we take out something that satisfies you, you will agree.
It seems that this guy has investigated himself. However, the last bet with Mr. Xia-san was no secret, so it was not surprising that Feng Hu knew about it.
What if I say no?
Ningfeng raised his eyebrows. The moment Ningfeng finished speaking, Feng Hu's expression suddenly became gloomy, but he smiled again in an instant.
I think Mr. Ning will agree. Bang!
Feng Hu snapped his fingers, and suddenly a dozen big men in black rushed in from outside. Feng Hu pointed at them and said, These brothers are all carefully trained by me.
They are not like Huang Wu's mob. You want to use force? No, it's just a gift to Brother Ning.
Feng Hu winked at those people, and they immediately dragged a box in from outside the door. The moment they opened it, the full of banknotes was extremely eye-catching. This is 10 million. As long as Brother Ning nods, it's all yours. Ningfeng shrugged, others can give me these as well, and if I cooperate with you, I might end up in jail one day.
What nonsense are you talking about, kid?
One of the big men in black rushed to Ningfeng and put a dagger to his neck. People in their line of work are very wary of the police, which is why the big man in black took action and Feng Hu did not stop him.
I advise you to take out your dagger. This is a piece of advice.
Ningfeng calmly picked up a piece of watermelon from the table and stuffed it into his mouth.
Chapter 91 No dragon can cross the river. I want to see what you are capable of.
The big man groaned, exerted force with his wrist, and stabbed Ningfeng's neck directly. At this moment, Ningfeng's body seemed to have eyes and he dodged. Then he stretched out his right hand and fiercely grabbed the big man's neck.
Bang!
He threw the big man directly onto the dining table and he was instantly torn into pieces.
Who else wants to give it a try?
Ningfeng raised his eyebrows, stood up and looked at the other men in black. This move was indeed beautiful, but it was not enough to intimidate the big men in black.
They looked at Feng Hu and seemed to agree with him.
Immediately, they swarmed towards Ningfeng.
Court death.
Ningfeng grabbed the scattered stool legs and smashed them towards the big man in front.
Bang!
Under the huge force, the big man fell to the ground on the spot. But Ningfeng did not stop, and knocked down another one with his punch.
This period of time is only a few seconds. That's enough.
Feng Hu, who had been silent, also stood up at this time.
Everyone, step back. You can't do whatever you want to my guests. Go back and train harder. You are embarrassing yourself.
This shout immediately made the big men stop, as if what had just happened had not happened, and they retreated with the injured man in black. I'm sorry, Brother Ning, my men are used to being lazy and have bad tempers, please don't be angry.
Master Tiger is joking.
Ningfeng turned his head and looked into Feng Hu's eyes for a long time before he said, but Master Hu's subordinates are really unique.
It seems that I am not suitable to stay here. I think Master Xia's place is more suitable for me.
Oh? Feng Hu said with a cold face, Brother Ning, you must think carefully. Once you walk out of this door, you will be my, Feng Hu's, enemy. However, while Feng Hu was speaking, Ningfeng had already walked to the door.
I feel like Master Tiger doesn't quite understand what I mean.
I once promised Master San that I would help him get back the leopard-spotted jade ring in your hand.
I don't like to break my promise.
After a pause, Ningfeng continued, by the way, thank you Lord Tiger for your hospitality today, otherwise those disobedient lackeys might not be able to stop me. The voice echoed in the room for a long time, but Ningfeng had already left. After a while, a gentle and kind-looking man walked out from a corner of the room, but the aura he exuded was obviously a little gloomy.
How sure are you? Feng Hu asked the man.
The man held up 3 fingers and said, if you try your best, you may get another 20%.
Interesting.
Feng Hu suddenly laughed, I never thought that such a dragon would appear in Rongqing.
But a fierce dragon crossing the river, with its horns so prominent, isn't it afraid of having its horns chopped off?
At this time, wealth is coming to the casino. Third master, we received news that Feng Hu took brother Ning Feng away. A younger brother said in a serious tone. Xia San was originally resting with his eyes closed, but suddenly he slowly opened his eyes.
Feng Hu is courting death. Even a fierce dragon cannot cross the river. How can this group of rabble be compared to him? It seems that the night in Chengdu is going to be chaotic. It's really interesting.
As for Ning Feng, he didn't have a good meal in the hotel just now. After leaving the hotel, he found a small restaurant and ate and drank a lot.
It wasn't until 5 o'clock in the afternoon that his cell phone rang. Hello, Mr. Wang, what's the matter? Ning Feng pressed the answer button unhappily. After all, he was helping her. Who knew that he would be stopped by Qin Shao on his way to the production factory?
If it wasn't for the purpose of conquering Wang Lia, he would have left long ago.
Can you come to Donghu Villa District? This case is very important and maybe only you can solve it. Wang Lia's tone on the phone was very anxious.
Ning Feng wanted to refuse, but then he heard the system prompt sound.
Ding!
Congratulations to the host for triggering the strategy mission, help Wang Lia win a partner.
Mission reward, Wang Lia's favorability +5, reward 1 million yuan. Oh my god, is Wang Lia so difficult to capture? 5 points of favorability rewarded at once?
However, the more difficult it is, the more Ning Feng likes it.
Okay, I'll be there right away.
After hanging up the phone, Ning Feng drove directly to the Donghu Villa District.
Chapter 92 Wan Rongrong.
At this time, in a villa in Donghu Villa District, a man in his 50s was sitting in the middle of the hall, playing with a cane in his hand.
He looked quite imposing.
He was Wan Jinrong, a well-known business tycoon in Chengdu.
Gentlemen, I don't know anything about cosmetics.
I only know that in my industry, we must sell the best products at the lowest price. As soon as Wan Jinrong finished speaking, a middle-aged man sitting next to Wang Lia stood up and said with a smile, "Don't worry, Mr. Wan. Although our beautiful products have only been on the market for a few years, they have received a lot of praise.
As for the price, we can also negotiate." The man's name is Shen Lang, a very capable CEO of a company.
It was under his leadership that the beautiful girl he mentioned opened up the market and rose rapidly in a short period of time. Wan Lia did not want to give up this opportunity, so she stood up and gritted her teeth and said, "Boss Wan, our Marume is also an old company.
We have won unanimous praise from the market over the years. I promise that as long as you cooperate with us, I can give you the cost price."
Shen Lang glanced at Wang Lia and sneered, "Boss Wang, your Marubi is indeed a big brand, but it has been so many years, and the scale of your company has not changed. There are certain reasons for this, or your company is going downhill.
Do you think your products still have advantages?"
After a pause, Shen Lang continued, "But we are different.
We have just opened up the market and have great prospects.
As long as Mr. Wan cooperates with us, I guarantee that he can make at least 300 million every year.
Also, we are a new company and we are not looking for profit.
We can give our products to Mr. Wan for trial at 80% of the cost.
We can discuss cooperation after we make money." Shen Lang is indeed good at this. With just a few words, he described Wang Lia and Maru Mei in a disgusting way, showing his own advantages to the fullest. As expected of a rising talent, he is really amazing. Why hasn't Ning Feng come yet?
Wang Lia was anxious but helpless. At this time, Wan Jinrong stood up and said with a smile, "Boss Wang, you have heard the conditions proposed by Boss Shen just now.
It seems that you don't have any advantages.
In this case, I can only cooperate with Boss Shen. Wan Jinrong has worked in the business world for many years, and it is not without reason that he has become the richest man in Chengdu." At this time, Shen Lang was looking at Wang Lia with a smirk on his face, as if saying that in this battle without gunpowder, he would be the winner in the end.
The atmosphere in the room was very depressing. The other two were waiting for Wang Lia's attitude.
Either she would offer a lower price or she would just leave.
"Hey, Mr. Wang, what's wrong with you?"
At this moment, Ning Feng appeared at the door of the hall. When Wan Jinrong saw this, his face immediately darkened.
"Who are you? I don't think I invited you today."
Wang Lia quickly explained, "I'm sorry, Mr. Wan, this is a deputy manager of my company.
He has unique insights into cosmetics, so I asked him to come."
I thought he was some big shot, but he's just a deputy manager. Wan Jinrong said disdainfully, but since he's Mr. Wan's man, forget it. As soon as Ning Feng came in, he noticed that Wan Jinrong's attitude toward Shen Lang was obviously better, and he guessed the result in his heart. However, he still took a step forward and bowed to Wan Jinrong, saying, "Boss Wan, I came here today to bring a new cosmetic developed by our company. I guarantee that once it is released to the market, it will be sold out."
Oh? Wan Jinrong asked half-believingly, is there such a good thing?
Of course. Ning Feng took out a small bottle from his pocket calmly. This was a bottle of toner that he had improved. Seeing this, Shen Lang became anxious. "Boss Wan, don't trust this guy.
It's just an ordinary lotion. What effect can it have? Besides, Marume is not willing to pay 80% of the cost price. They are not sincere at all."
After hearing this, the interest on Wan Jinrong's face faded a little. Ning Feng glanced around the hall and saw that there was a room that was not closed and had a chain. A young-looking woman was sitting inside, but her face was covered with a veil, so she could not be seen clearly.
Name, Wan Rongrong. Age, 18. Favorability, 20.
Inner secret, she was bullied since childhood and was sensitive to urination, which caused frequent rashes on her face. More than 20 years have passed, and she still feels very inferior. Even though she has a wealthy father, she still longs for the day when she can see the light of day again. Recommended strategy: you can help Wan Rongrong find an anti-allergic cosmetic to help her overcome her inferiority complex. Ning Feng's gaze stayed in the small room for a few seconds, then he turned to look at Wan Jinrong and said, "Boss Wan, you get what you pay for.
No fool in the world is willing to do business at a loss. Boss Shen just said that he will let you sell it at 80% of the cost price. Do you really think such cosmetics are credible? What do you mean?"
Wan Jinrong raised his eyebrows. Ning Feng held the toner and said, "To be honest, this is not an ordinary toner.
It can treat allergic skin and the effect is definitely obvious." Chapter 93 The Cunning Shen Lang. Allergic skin? Really?
Suddenly, Wan Jinrong's eyelids began to twitch and his face turned slightly red. He breathed heavily, waiting for Ning Feng's answer.
Yeah. Ning Feng nodded.
Wan Jinrong seemed to have grabbed a life-saving straw. He walked to Ning Feng with a smile on his face and said, "Then Mr. Ning, please take it out quickly.
If the product you are talking about is really that powerful, I am willing to cooperate with you no matter how much money I pay." Wan Rongrong is Wan Jinrong's daughter.
Although he has earned a lot of money over the years, his daughter has always been a source of worry for him. Due to skin allergies since childhood, she has always been very inferior.
If this can be cured, it will make her happier than making more money.
The moment Ning Feng took out the bottle of beauty serum, Shen Lang also walked up. He couldn't bear to watch the cooked duck fly away.
Wait. Shen Lang interrupted their conversation and said with a smile, "Mr. Wan, I know you are very excited now, but have you ever thought about how a small cosmetic can treat allergic skin? This kind of thing should be taken to the hospital."
This one sentence interrupted Wan Jinrong's excitement.
Perhaps he was too happy just now.
"I took Rongrong to the hospital a long time ago.
There's no cure. It's congenital." Wan Jinrong sighed. Shen Lang raised his eyebrows and said, "Boss Wan, that's because skin allergies are also very sensitive to drugs, right?"
Yes. With just a few words, Shen Lang diverted Wan Jinrong's attention to himself.
Ning Feng couldn't help but be amazed.
This guy is really a tough opponent. Wan Jinrong put his hands on Shen Lang's arms and said excitedly, "Since Mr. Shen can see through the reason at a glance, you must have a way to treat my daughter, right?"
"Yes, I do, but..."
At this time Shen Lang pretended to be very embarrassed. Wan Jinrong was anxious and said quickly, "As long as Mr. Shen can cure my daughter's skin allergy, I am willing to buy your products at twice the factory price." As soon as these words came out, Shen Lang's face showed a brief moment of pride, but he quickly returned to his righteous look.
"Mr. Wan, you are too polite. This is not a question of money.
I just thought that since we are partners, I have an obligation to help you solve some problems." After saying that, Shen Lang took out a small bottle from his pocket.
"This is the latest product our company is currently testing. This skincare lotion is specially made for people with allergies. It will only take a little time, and I guarantee it will definitely cure your daughter."
That's great. Wan Jinrong took the bottle of skincare lotion and quickly called a maid to deliver it to Wan Rongrong. At this time, Ning Feng and Wan Lia had been completely left aside.
"What's wrong with you? I asked you to come here to help me, but you're pushing the business to someone else. Wang Lia was a little angry.
If Ningfeng hadn't mentioned the matter of allergic skin just now, Xunlang wouldn't have found such a big loophole, and she might have been able to fight for it.
It seems there is no hope now. Why are you in such a hurry? Ningfeng said calmly, do you really believe that Xunlang's bottle of skincare lotion is that powerful? What do you mean?
Wang Lia's eyebrows were twisted together.
It's nothing.
Ningfeng still looked mysterious, not in a hurry at all, as if everything was under control.
Chapter 94, Jaw-dropping. At this time, in Wan Rongrong's room. Miss, how do you feel? The maid Xiaofeng looked at Wan Rongrong anxiously.
After a moment, Wan Rongrong opened her eyes and a barely perceptible smile appeared on her face.
This lotion is really effective. I feel like my face isn't as uncomfortable as before. Very good. Xiaofeng was overjoyed and ran out of the room and told Wan Jinrong what happened.
After hearing this, Wan Jinrong's smile widened.
Mr. Shin, thank you so much this time. If it weren't for you, Rongrong would have to hide in her room all her life. To repay you, I will double the price of your cosmetics, and we will sign the contract right now. Thank you very much, Mr. Wan.
Xunlang glanced at Ningfeng with disdain, then took out the contract. Wan Lia, who was standing aside, had an extremely gloomy face, as if she wanted to eat Ningfeng. The key point is that this guy still looks like he is confident of winning.
I really don't know where you get your confidence from. I was so confused that I actually believed you. Wang Lia muttered softly.
But Ningfeng still turned a deaf ear to it.
At this critical moment, Wan Rongrong's terrified voice suddenly came from the room. My face.
Wan Jinrong, who was about to sign the contract, immediately put down the pen in his hand and ran in quickly.
What's going on? Rongrong, your face.
Wan Jinrong looked at his daughter in horror. He saw that her fair face was covered with red pimples, which were even more terrifying than before she used Xunlang's skincare lotion. At this time, Wan Jinrong could no longer care about so much.
He dragged Wan Rongrong to Xunlang and shouted angrily, Mr. Shin, what is going on? Didn't you say that you could cure my daughter's allergy? Xunlang's eyelids twitched. Well, Mr. Wan, I've said it before, there is only a chance to cure Miss Wan's condition.
Bullshit, you bitch. Wan Jinrong didn't care about his status at this moment, and cursed, Mr. Shin, if anything happens to my daughter today, I promise you will be in big trouble. Wan Jinrong's voice was very loud, and he lingered in the house for a long time. At this moment, Wang Lia felt a sense of inexplicable relief in her heart, and she couldn't help but look at Ningfeng with some gratitude.
Fortunately, this guy didn't make things worse, otherwise the consequences would be serious.
But just as this thought came to his mind, Ningfeng patted his clothes and walked straight towards Wan Jinrong.
Boss Wan, I've said it before, I'm the only one who can help your daughter. The rest of you will only make things worse. Cut. Wang Lia glared at Ningfeng, thinking that this boy was too pretentious.
But what happened next made Wang Lia drop her jaw in shock. Perhaps out of desperation, Wan Jinrong actually regarded Ningfeng as his life-saving straw.
Mr. Ning, I was too reckless just now. I promise you now.
As long as you cure my daughter, I promise to sign a 20-year contract with Marume. As long as it is your product, I will promote it heavily and buy it at double the price.
Mr. Wan, you are too polite.
Ningfeng glanced at Xunlang with disdain, only to see that this guy's face looked extremely ugly. After a pause, Ningfeng continued, but there is no need for President Wan to do this. We at Marumi will not take advantage of others. I will handle Miss Wan's situation. As for our cooperation, we can proceed with normal procedures.
Mr. Ning, you.
By now, Wan Jinrong's attitude towards Ningfeng has also changed. Regardless of whether he can cure his daughter, just this attitude makes him a friend worth making.
I was really blinded by greed just now. Mr. Ning, you are so magnanimous.
Wan Jinrong felt extremely guilty at this moment.
Chapter 95. Then you'd better watch it carefully.
In response to Wan Jinrong's words, Ningfeng just smiled faintly and turned to walk towards Wan Rongrong. Because of her health problems, her inferiority complex reappeared and she kept covering her face with a scarf. Miss Wan, to be honest, I am confident that I can cure your condition, but I still need your cooperation if you don't want to spend your whole life in a dark little room abroad. Ningfeng said calmly.
In fact, Wan Rongrong didn't want to be like this.
She had lived for 18 years, and although she had fine clothes and delicious food, she lived a life that she dared not see the light of day. This was more uncomfortable than eating steamed buns and pickled vegetables.
Believe me.
Seeing that Wan Rongrong was moved, Ningfeng took the initiative to reach out and take Wan Rongrong's scarf.
Unexpectedly, Wan Rongrong did not resist at all.
Ningfeng took a closer look at Wan Rongrong's condition and found that it was more serious than he had imagined.
It seems that this is the only way.
Ningfeng had an idea and spent 100 points in the mall to exchange for a pair of BNK silver needles.
Mr. Ning, what are you doing? Wan Jinrong was very anxious.
Ningfeng explained, Mr. Wan, you don't have to worry.
This is called acupuncture. Miss Wan's situation is very special.
Because she has been allergic since she was a child, and you have given her a lot of medicine, so a lot of toxins have accumulated in her body. I can only help Miss Wan if I can expel them all. It is already the 21st century, and this theory of traditional Chinese medicine has long been abandoned by the world.
Wan Jinrongzhen was still satisfied and accepted Ningfeng's approach.
Don't worry, Mr. Wan, nothing will happen. At this time, Wan Rongrong also mustered up the courage. Dad, instead of living a dark life, it is better to listen to Mr. Ning.
Well. Wan Jinrong couldn't help but sigh.
His daughter had already said so, and it would be useless for him as a father to worry any further.
Okay.
Wan Jinrong nodded heavily. Since everyone had agreed, Ningfeng had no more scruples and began to give acupuncture on Wan Rongrong's face. When the majestic vitality emanated from the silver needle, Wan Rongrong was obviously a little surprised. Ningfeng still had no expression as he slowly inserted the BNK silver needle into the acupuncture points on Wan Rongrong's face. Soon, 18 silver needles had pierced into Wan Rongrong's face, but there was no change. Instead, Wan Rongrong looked like a hedgehog at this moment. Seeing this, Shenlang at the side couldn't help but laugh and said, Boy, I was fooled by you just now, but it turns out you were just bluffing.
Didn't Miss Wan change as you said? Do you really think so?
Ningfeng raised the corner of his mouth and sneered, but a greedy and snobbish person like you certainly can't see the mystery clearly, so today I will make an exception and let you see the truth behind it.
Oh, you better keep your eyes open.
After saying that, Ningfeng flicked the silver needle on Wan Rongrong's face with his right finger. The silver needle immediately made a buzzing sound. As the silver needle moved, the acupuncture points on Wan Rongrong that were pierced by the silver needle began to ooze out black liquid, which was extremely smelly.
Mr. Ning, what is going on?
Wan Jinrong had never seen this before, and his heart was immediately in his throat.
Ningfeng smiled and said, I'm helping Miss Wan to expel the remaining drugs.
Having said that, Ningfeng began to pull out the silver needles from Wan Rongrong's face. As the silver needles fell off, more and more black liquid flowed out, which was particularly creepy. After a while, Ningfeng had pulled out all the silver needles and said to the maid Xiaofang, Now take Miss Wan to take a bath quickly, and don't forget to use our Marumi skin care lotion on her later. Ningfeng took out another small bottle from his pocket and handed it to Xiaofang. Xiaofang glanced at Wan Jinrong, then at Ningfeng, and finally took Wan Rongrong to the bathroom in the villa.
Chapter 96 Wan Jinrong's invitation.
About half an hour later, Wan Rongrong returned to the hall again. At this time, the rash on her face had completely disappeared.
Wan Jinrong looked at his daughter and tears of excitement flowed down his face. Mr. Ning, you are truly my lifesaver.
Ningfeng smiled and said, Mr. Wan, you are too polite.
As a partner, isn't it my duty to help you solve this problem?
Yes. Wan Jinrong slapped his forehead and said with a smile, I was so excited just now that I almost forgot about this.
I am so lucky to have a partner like Mr. Ning in my life.
At this point, Wan Jinrong glanced at Shenlang intentionally or unintentionally, and snorted coldly, I don't want to be like some people who have no ability at all, but are always trying to be strong, and almost hurt my Rongrong. I, Wan Jinrong, will never forget this grudge.
Boss Wan.
Shenlang was frightened by Wan Jinrong's terrifying look, but he didn't even have the courage to explain.
He could only smile bitterly and said, If everything is fine, I'll leave first. Then why are you still standing here? Why don't you just go away? Do you want me to send you off personally?
Wan Jinrong roared, and Shenlang fled in panic like a little mouse. Wang Lia was also amused when she saw this, but because Wan Jinrong was present, she held back. As for Ningfeng, he looked confident of winning from the beginning to the end. Even now, if it were an ordinary person, his tail would have been sticking up to the sky. Wan Jinrong saw all of this.
I wonder if Mr. Ning is interested in coming to my company to help?
Ningfeng was caught off guard by Wan Jinrong's sudden olive branch, but he felt a pair of eyes with strong murderous intent looking at him.
Ning Feng shrugged and said, "Boss Wan, isn't this a bad idea?" "Oh."
As an old hand in the business world, Wan Jinrong naturally knew that he had said the wrong thing. After all, Ning Feng's boss was here.
"But I still want to thank Mr. Ning for helping me this time.
In return, I choose to cooperate with your company."
"Pa."
As soon as Wan Jinrong clapped his hands, a man dressed as a bodyguard walked in and took out a golden membership card.
"This is my personal gift to Mr. Ning. I hope Mr. Ning can accept it. As the saying goes, don't hit a smiling person."
Although Ning Feng didn't know what this thing was used for, he still took the card and then signed a 20-year cooperation contract with Wan Jinrong. At the same time, a system prompt sounded in Ning Feng's mind.
"Ding, congratulations to the host for successfully completing the mission, Wang Lia's favorability +5.
Ding, congratulations to the host for successfully completing the mission.
1 million yuan has been deposited into your bank card.
Damn, the favorability level increases so slowly.
When will I be able to completely conquer Wang Lia?" Bang! Ning Feng, who was driving, didn't want to be hit hard on the head by Wang Lia.
Ning Feng was about to get angry, but he felt a chill on his back. "Don't think I don't know you're peeking at me through the rearview mirror.
If you do it again, I'll dig out your eyes."
Hold the fuck.
Is this the woman's sixth sense? I just glanced at her and she saw it? Or, was Wang Lia also looking at me? Otherwise, how would she know that I was looking at him?
Ning Feng originally wanted to argue with Wang Lia, but finally gave up and tried to prove that reasoning with a woman was the most unclear. Along the way, Ning Feng was almost driven crazy by what Wang Lia said.
Fortunately, I finally returned to the company safely.
Chapter 97 Chen Jiao was injured.
It was already past 6 o'clock in the evening.
After Chen Yao got off work, Ning Feng went back to the rental house with her. It was not until the next morning that Ning Feng wanted to go to work at the company, but he received a call from Mr. Xie. After understanding the situation, Ning Feng rushed over directly. As soon as I entered Mr. Xie's house, Mr. Xie came up to me with a worried look on his face.
"What's going on?"
Ning Feng glanced at the surroundings and saw Chen Jiao lying on the bed with his abdomen wrapped in several layers of bandages.
"Well." Third Master Xie sighed and said, "It's all my fault.
My brothers were too tired during this period.
I asked them to go back and rest last night, leaving only Chen Jiao. Who knew that several people would suddenly break in the middle of the night?
If Chen Jiao hadn't tried his best to protect me, I might have died."
"Have you found out who did it?"
Ning Feng frowned, a nameless anger surging in his heart. Let us not talk about Mr. Xie, just Chen Jiao alone. This kid had finally made some changes, but suddenly this happened to him, and the most important thing is that he has an elderly grandmother.
Bang!
Mr. Xie slammed his fist on the table and snorted coldly. "If I'm not mistaken, it should be Feng Wu who hired someone to do it."
"Is it him?"
"I didn't expect that after I gave him a warning yesterday, he forgot it today."
"This Feng Wu is really bold."
Third Master Xie smiled bitterly and said, "I guess Brother Ning has already met Feng Hu yesterday."
"Yeah." Ning Feng didn't intend to hide.
"This guy is very ambitious and has always wanted to make the Knights of Chengdu his own. So we old guys who are still struggling to survive have naturally become thorns in his eyes."
"Is that so?"
Ning Feng's expression turned cold, and a terrible idea suddenly popped up in his mind. If Feng Hu wants to rule Rongcheng, he alone may not be enough. Third Master Xie sensed a terrible tone from Ning Feng's words and immediately reminded him, "Brother Ning, don't do anything rash.
Feng Hu is not as simple as he seems." Ning Feng said calmly, "I didn't do anything reckless.
I just targeted him with a plan to let him know how high the sky is."
Bang!
The moment Ning Feng finished speaking, he suddenly grabbed a cup on the table and crushed it. "By the way, Third Master, according to what Feng Hu told me, his business is not clean. I want to start from this aspect." Mr. Xie was stunned for a moment, then he said, "It's no secret that Feng Hu sells powder, but he can still stand firm because he has someone to help him. Brother Ning, you have to think about it carefully."
"Is anyone there?"
But Ning Feng knew that there was a person who didn't care where the other party came from. As long as they were criminals, this guy would not hold back. "Don't worry, Third Master Xie.
I have my own way." "Well, in that case, Brother Ning, just ask whatever you want to know."
Ning Feng raised his eyebrows and sneered, "I want to know where Feng Hu hides his powder."
Boom! Mr. Xie's expression kept changing.
If it was just a small fight, it might not make Feng Hu anxious, but Ningfeng was going to stab Feng Hu in the heart.
Thank you, third master. It's okay to talk. I've already told you that I would help you get the ring back.
After saying that, Ningfeng looked at Chen Jiao, whose life or death was unknown, and his whole aura became cold. Of course, I'm afraid that this time, the forces under Feng Hu will also be given to Mr. Xie. In Chengdu, the 4 regions of Southeast, Northwest, Northeast and Southwest have their own bosses.
Unless something happens, there will be no intersection between them.
However, Feng Hu has become more and more powerful in recent years, so much so that the bosses of the other 3 regions keep their distance from him. It can be said that Feng Hu is now the most powerful of the 4 regions. Thinking of annexing Feng Hu, even Mr. Xie, who was already over 50 years old, showed a strange look in his pupils. It's like going back to the time when I was young and conquered the world.
Chapter 98 Chengdu is about to change.
After a long time, Mr. Xie came back to his senses from his yearning and smiled at Ningfeng. Brother Ning, I can only tell you that my brothers accidentally discovered a few days ago that Feng Hu's gang secretly transported something away from the harbor every 3 days.
I think that thing is what you want to see.
The words were made very clear and Ningfeng naturally understood them very well.
Thank you, third master.
Ningfeng grinned. I think the night in Ronqing should be changed this time.
It's always pitch black, which makes people unhappy.
Xia San's eyebrows raised involuntarily, and an inexplicable feeling surged in his heart.
Ningfeng added, as for Qinzhou, I'll leave him to you, third master. I have to go meet a friend. Brother Ning, don't worry.
Not to mention that Qinzhou is smart and clever, even for what happened last night, I will take good care of him. After getting the assurance from Mr. Xie, Ningfeng was no longer worried and drove directly to Ouyang Qian and the others' training ground.
Ouyang Qian was standing at the place where Ningfeng was supposed to stand.
There was nothing they could do because Ningfeng did not come to the training ground early in the morning to train De Lu and his gang.
Ouyang Qian glanced at Ningfeng intentionally or unintentionally, and the expression on her face suddenly became gloomy. Why did you come just now? Have you forgotten what you should do? This is not a joke. When it comes to training, Ouyang Qian does not allow any carelessness.
After all, this is the basic guarantee for the mission.
Captain Ouyang, you're here, so I slept in.
Ningfeng smiled awkwardly and walked over, but he didn't expect Ouyang Qian to punch him for no reason. Fortunately, Ningfeng dodged quickly, otherwise he would have suffered a lot.
Seriously, I think your training method doesn't work.
Ningfeng said with a smile.
Ouyang Qian stared at Ningfeng with eyes wide open and said, why not?
This is how I trained myself.
Ningfeng shook his head and said, aren't you the best proof? As soon as these words came out, Ouyang Qian became furious and kicked Ningfeng with a whip-like kick. Bang!
Fortunately, Ningfeng reacted quickly and blocked it with his elbow, but this little girl really didn't hold back and Ningfeng felt his arm go numb.
Stop!
Ningfeng quickly stretched out his hand.
Captain Ouyang, I have a reason for being late. It's all for the good of De Lu and his gang. Ouyang Qian half believed and half doubted, for their own good? As an instructor, you are late. I really regret handing them over to such a bad guy like you. Hey!
Ningfeng was not angry, but grinned and said, I'm serious, instead of repeating this meaningless training every day, it's better to have a real battle.
At this moment, Ouyang Qian's eyes seemed to shine with brilliance. In this day and age, how could there still be such stupid people? Yes, I found it today.
Afterwards, Ningfeng told Ouyang Qian the news that Third Master Xia had told him, and the girl immediately looked eager to try it out.
Are you telling the truth?
Of course it's true.
When have I ever lied?
Ningfeng was delighted, thinking that he had found the right person.
Captain Ouyang was really a man who hated evil.
He wondered what Feng Hu's expression would be when he found out that his things were intercepted by someone.
Oh, there's one more thing.
Ningfeng scratched his head and said with a smile, we may have to go on a mission tonight, are De Lu and the others. At this moment, on the track of the training ground, the men were already soaked in sweat and were gasping for breath. Ouyang Qian shouted at them, everyone come here and gather. Soon, De Lu and others ran over and looked at Ningfeng and Ouyang Qian with confusion. Chapter 99 Shield.
Ahem. Ouyang Qian coughed twice and said seriously, listen to me, didn't you say that you have never been given a chance to shine? Now the chance is here. What chance? Isn't it about catching a thief or something? Everyone was talking about it.
They were used to this kind of thing. At most, they would come back and have a meal to celebrate after it was over. Ouyang Qian raised her eyebrows, and Delu and others immediately dared not say a word.
Tonight, we'll catch the drug dealers. Ouyang Qian said calmly. Catch drug dealers? This aroused everyone's interest. Captain, could it be another one of those petty fights? Big Lu asked doubtfully. Bullshit. Ouyang Qian glared at Delu without giving him face.
Although Rongqing looks peaceful, there are many guys doing all kinds of transactions at night, but where do the things they have come from? Ouyang Qian deliberately beat around the bush and continued, to tell you the truth, most of the things in Rongqing come from a guy named Fenghu.
We are going to cut off their supply tonight. Good fellow.
Delu clapped his hands and said excitedly, Captain, this is really a big occasion.
Of course. Ouyang Qian said proudly, remember, everyone should be alert tonight. We need to capture their people and seize their goods. The most important thing is to pay attention to safety. If anyone is injured, we will all be trained again when we come back. Yes. Everyone returned in unison. Okay, let's all go and rest first. Ouyang Qian waved her hand, and Delu and the others dispersed.
At this moment, Ouyang Qian looked at Ningfeng again. There's something I almost forgot.
Come with me. Where are you going?
Ningfeng trembled inwardly, thinking that this guy might have some new tricks up his sleeve to mess with him. As Ouyang Qian walked, she answered, Last time you helped me beat Qin Feng in the race, my dad found out about it and said he wanted to meet you.
Is it okay not to go?
Ningfeng asked weakly, and suddenly felt a chill. He had to stick out his tongue and followed. Soon the two arrived at Ouyang Qian's high-end villa, but there was a brand new Maserati parked outside the villa today, and a man in a suit and tie, about 24 or 25 years old, was waiting at the door.
As soon as Ouyang Qian got off the car, the man came up to her. Qian, you're finally back. My uncle and my father have been waiting for a long time. Come on, it's not the first time. It was obvious that Ouyang Qian didn't like the man at all. She looked at him with disdain and said, and we don't seem to be that familiar with each other, right? Lei Jia, we'd better keep a little distance, otherwise my boyfriend will be angry.
After saying that, she grabbed Ningfeng's arm. Ningfeng wanted to resist, but was met with Ouyang Qian's angry face, so he didn't dare to speak.
Boyfriend?
The man called Lei Jia was obviously stunned, and asked in confusion, Qian, don't joke with me, I came here to propose marriage this time because I heard from my uncle that you don't have a boyfriend.
I just paid it, is that not okay? Ouyang Qian shook her long hair and walked into the villa with Ningfeng.
At this moment, Ningfeng finally understood that Ouyang Qian's statement that his father wanted to see him was probably false, and that he was really just trying to be a shield for her.
Depend on. Who did I offend?
Looking at Lei Jia again, his smiling face immediately turned gloomy and his eyes were full of resentment. After knowing that Ningfeng was brought into the villa by Ouyang Qian, he followed her in. Chapter 100 became a shield. In the hall of the villa, two middle-aged men were communicating with each other. Seeing Ouyang Qian coming in, the man in military uniform, who looked very energetic, walked over. He first looked at Ningfeng, then looked at Ouyang Qian, with an indescribable weirdness in his eyes, but he quickly recovered his composure. Qian, this is your Uncle Lei, who used to tease you when you were a kid.
I haven't seen him for a long time. Go say hello. Hello, Uncle Lei. Ouyang Qian stuck out her tongue.
Lei Hong stood up and said with a smile, girls really change a lot when they grow up. I haven't seen you for more than 10 years. The little black tan back then has grown into a graceful young lady. She is even wearing a military uniform and has the demeanor of your father. At this point, Lei Hong looked at Lei Jia who had just come in, and said in a deep voice, you little brat, didn't you see Qian just came back? Why don't you come over and meet her quickly? Lei Jia was very angry at the moment, but he couldn't lose his temper in front of Ouyang Feng, so he could only smile and say, I have already greeted Qian. When Ouyang Qian saw that things were not going well, she immediately pulled Ningfeng over. By the way, I forgot to introduce him to Uncle Lei. This is my new boyfriend, Ningfeng. As soon as these words were spoken, everyone's expressions became particularly ugly. It was Ouyang Feng who took the lead in breaking the awkward atmosphere. Well, Lao Lei, we haven't seen each other for a few years. There are a lot of things in our hearts that we haven't discussed yet. How about we sit down and have some tea first? Ouyang Feng asked tentatively. Ha ha. Lei Hong didn't say anything. He sat down beside the coffee table and said with a smile, I really can't tell, Qian is always so picky, I didn't expect she would find a boyfriend so soon. At this point, Lei Hong raised his eyelids, looked at Ningfeng, and said disdainfully, I wonder what industry you are in.
Depend on.
Ningfeng couldn't help but curse in his heart.
This Ouyang Qian is such a jerk. Looking at the old man Lei Hong's expression, although he didn't show it, he was intimidating without even showing it.
Seeing that Ningfeng didn't speak for a long time, Ouyang Qian secretly pinched Ningfeng, signaling him to answer quickly.
Do you really think I'm a fool? No matter how you answer this, it's a lose-lose situation.
It seems that this guy named Lei is not someone who was easy to deal with.
Ding! Congratulations to the host for triggering the strategy mission. Pretend to be Ouyang Qian's boyfriend and help her deal with this marriage proposal. Mission reward, Ouyang Qian's favorability plus 20, reward 2 million yuan.
Mission help, Yen country's top medical skills qualification certificate X1. When the system's voice fell, Ningfeng's heart sank to the bottom.
Uncle Lei is asking you a question, so please answer it quickly. Ouyang Qian was also anxious and urged Ningfeng. Never mind. I'll help you this time.
Ningfeng smiled helplessly and said, I have studied medicine for a few years and just graduated from college. I am looking for a job and will be helping Chanqian train her team members for the time being.
You. Ouyang Qian widened her eyes and wanted to scold Ningfeng. You said you could come up with a better job? You are so stupid. Ha ha.
Lei Hong suddenly laughed and looked at Ningfeng, saying with a smile, Mr. Ning looks to be about 24 or 25 years old.
From what you just said, you don't have a job for the time being?
If so, you must keep a close eye on Chanqian, otherwise it is inevitable that someone will take advantage of the situation. Ningfeng clearly felt that Lei Hong was mocking him, and his expression changed from contempt to disdain.
The boy will work hard. Ningfeng was not angry.
Instead, it was Ouyang Feng who noticed something was wrong, and clearly felt that the atmosphere was not right, so he tried to smooth things over. That old Lei, we should stay out of the affairs of young people.
After all, not everyone is like Xiaojie, a dragon among men. Uncle Ouyang, thank you for the compliment.
Lei Jie stood up at this time, although I am not as good as you said, I am still slightly better than the average person. And this time, for Chanqian, I specially accepted the invitation of Mr. Wan Jinrong from Rongqing to serve as their planning consultant, so it can be considered as so-so. Lei Jie said it lightly, but there was obviously some arrogance in his words. After all, Wan Jinrong from Chengdu is a real boss with a net worth of over 10 billion yuan.
He has always been very ambitious. To be recognized by him is enough to show how extraordinary Lei Jie is. Chapter 101 Chapter 101 Second Imitation. TSK, it sounds nice to be a planning consultant, but isn't that just working for someone else? Ouyang Qian couldn't stand Lei Jie showing off his achievements and couldn't help but speak up.
But Lei Jie was not angry.
Chanqian is right.
I am indeed working for Wan Jinrong now, but when the time is right, I will set up my own company. I believe that with my ability, I will definitely achieve something before I am 30.
Oh, yes.
Having said that, Lei Jie took out a small box from his pocket and handed it to Ouyang Feng.
I almost forgot.
This time when I came to visit Uncle Ouyang, I asked a friend to buy a small item for him.
I hope he likes it.
Ouyang Feng took the box, opened it and took a look, his eyes suddenly lit up. It turned out to be Zhu Dashan's 9 Dynasties and Wild Records. At this age, Ouyang Feng had long lost his desire to win, but he was particularly fond of antiques and jade. Moreover, the calligraphy and painting in front of him was created by Zhu Dashan. Although Lei Jie said it was light, this kind of thing cannot be bought with money.
Uncle Ouyang really has good eyesight.
Lei Jie did not shy away from saying, but this is not the original, it is just a copy made by a calligrapher in the Ming Dynasty.
Tisk, you're showing it off here when it's not the original. This kind of stuff is everywhere. Ouyang Qian snorted coldly. But he didn't expect to be glared at fiercely by Ouyang Feng.
Even if it's not an authentic work, you can't buy this 9 Dynasties and Wild Records with just money.
There aren't many imitations of the 9 Dynasties and Wild Records on the market.
As far as I know, the last time one appeared, the price was hyped up to 20 million.
20 million. Even Ouyang Qian was a little surprised. Uncle Ouyang is a real expert.
The calligraphy and painting in your hand was bought by my friend last time. I know Uncle Ouyang likes this kind of thing, so I raised the price a little and bought it for you.
Lao Lei, you are so polite. Ouyang Feng laughed and said, your Lei family has Xiaojie's support, so your future achievements will definitely be great. Lei Hong also laughed and said, it's okay.
Although I can't compare to the descendants of those super families, I'm much better than those working doctors.
It's all your fault. Ouyang Qian whispered something in Ningfeng's ear and looked very angry.
Ningfeng was not annoyed, but smiled and said, "Indeed, I am just a small doctor and naturally cannot compare with the rich and powerful young masters, but I can recognize that this copy of Juchu Yeji is a replica."
Tisk. Lei Jia looked at Ningfeng with disdain and said, "Is it interesting to talk after the fact like this? Everyone has recognized that this painting is a fake. What's the point of you still saying this?"
At this time, even the usually amiable Ouyang Feng began to dislike Ningfeng. If Ouyang Qian really liked Ningfeng, he would not care about Ningfeng's background, but he hated those incompetent people who were not humble the most.
"I'm sorry."
Ningfeng pretended to be embarrassed and said, "I didn't make it clear just now. What I meant was that this copy of Zhou Yeji is not a replica of Zhu Dashan's original work, but a secondary replica."
Boom.
As soon as these words came out, Lei Jia's face changed instantly.
"What nonsense are you talking about? You are just a low-level doctor. Do you think you can recognize this calligraphy? It's just so-so."
Ningfeng said neither humble nor arrogant. In fact, when Ningfeng said this just now, it was not only Lei Jia who felt emotional resistance, but also Ouyang Feng, because he was the first to say that this was a replica of the original. Now that Ningfeng denied it, he couldn't help feeling embarrassed.
"Qianqian, your friend seems a little arrogant. Does he think that everyone here has problems with their eyes?"
It can be heard that Ouyang Feng is very angry.
This.
Ouyang Qian pursed her lips, not knowing how to answer, and could only glare at Ningfeng fiercely. "You are a guy who is more likely to cause trouble than to do anything else.
It's fine if you don't understand, but you have to pretend to know here. Don't you think you've embarrassed yourself enough?" Chapter 102 Disguised Insults.
Seeing that the atmosphere was becoming more and more awkward, Ningfeng could only speak helplessly.
"This is indeed a second-hand imitation.
If we talk about its value, it's at most 1,000 yuan. At this point, Ningfeng's eyes swept across the people present, but if you insist on not believing it, I can't do anything about it. It's just a pity that someone would spend 20 or 30 million to buy such a second-hand imitation. I'm really not as good as such a rich young man."
"What did you say, kid?"
Lei Jia slammed the table and shouted angrily, "You said this is a second-hand imitation.
What evidence do you have?"
If you can't produce it today, don't blame me for speaking harshly."
He. Ningfeng sneered, "You want evidence, right? Then I will give you the evidence."
For a moment, the originally lazy Ningfeng's aura suddenly changed, giving people a feeling of sophistication.
Even Ouyang Feng's impression of Ningfeng changed.
After all, it is impossible for a small and insignificant doctor to have such momentum.
Ningfeng walked towards Ouyang Feng and said respectfully, "Uncle Ouyang, can you let me see this calligraphy and painting?"
Ningfeng took the calligraphy and painting and raised his lips. In fact, it is very simple to distinguish whether this calligraphy and painting is real or fake. After saying that, Ningfeng directly spread the calligraphy and painting on the coffee table, suddenly picked up a cup of tea and poured it on it.
"Boy, what are you doing?"
Lei Jia shouted angrily.
Even Ouyang Feng wondered if he had made a mistake.
But Ningfeng did not stop what he was doing. Instead, he soaked the entire painting. Until the end, there was still no change.
Lei Jia shouted angrily, "You little bastard, do you know how much this painting cost? How dare you do this to me? Can you afford to pay for it?" After a pause, Lei Jia continued, "Also, didn't you say this was a second-hand replica? Where's your evidence?"
Ningfeng pointed at the calligraphy and said with a smile, "This is the evidence."
"Do you think I'm stupid? There is no change in this painting. Where is the evidence? Isn't the lack of change the best evidence?"
Ningfeng raised his lips. As we all know, antique paintings and calligraphy from the Ming dynasty were all painted with ink.
Even imitations would use ink to improve the degree of simulation.
And this painting was soaked in water by me, but there was no change at all.
Isn't this enough to prove that this painting is fake?
Ink will be stained when it comes into contact with water. Even calligraphy and paintings that are many years old will be like this. Only by using special synthetic methods can it look like the original, but this is precisely its weakness. It will not change at all when it comes into contact with water.
Wonderful.
Ouyang Feng clapped his hands, and the expression on his face was completely revealed. "Mr. Ning is really amazing.
You have discovered this. Just pretend that I didn't say anything just now."
Ouyang Feng was willing to admit his mistake, but Lei Jia was too proud to admit it. The most important thing was that Ning Feng produced evidence. This painting was only worth about 1,000 yuan, but he spent 20 million to buy it.
Isn't this stupid? Uncle Ouyang, you are too polite. I just don't want everyone to be fooled by this fake calligraphy and painting.
As for Mr. Lei Jia spending 20 million, just consider it a lesson learned.
Flutter. Ouyang Qian almost laughed out loud.
This can be considered as a disguised form of insulting others. This Ning Feng is indeed not a simple person. At this time Lei Hong spoke, and the saying that old people are more experienced is indeed true.
At this moment he did not show any unhappiness.
Forget it, it's just 20 million, just consider it a lesson. Lei Hong patted Lei Jia on the shoulder and said, as long as you work hard for one Jinrong, you will be better than those little doctors who only know how to play tricks.
Chapter 103 A 300,000 yuan dinner. That's right.
Lei Jia's worried look disappeared instantly. He looked at his watch and said with a smile, I almost forgot. I specially booked a seat at Jinrong Hotel this time.
It's already noon now. Uncle Ouyang, Qian.
At this point, Lei Jia glanced at Ning Feng with disdain, and Mr. Ning, if you have time, why don't we have a simple meal together? Jinrong Hotel is a chain hotel owned by Wan Jinrong. It is much better than ordinary 5-star hotels.
It is said that a meal there will cost at least 300,000 yuan. Lei Jia invited Ning Feng on the surface, but in fact he was just showing off. Xiao Jia, you are so polite.
Since you are so respectful, we might as well obey your command.
Let's go together.
Ouyang Feng agreed directly, and by the way, Ning Feng and Ouyang Qian also agreed.
This made Ouyang Qian very unhappy. Then it's up to these, Mr. Lei. Ouyang Qian thought Ning Feng would refuse, but this idiot didn't say a word, but instead had a look of anticipation on his face. Bumpkin.
Lei Jia snorted inwardly. Afterwards, they came directly to Jinrong Hotel. It must be said that the decoration here is very gorgeous, and those who come and go are either rich or noble. As for Ning Feng, who came here wearing rags, he was probably the first one. As soon as he entered the private room, Ning Feng's stomach suddenly started to hurt, so he went to the bathroom. On the way back, because he was in a hurry, he bumped into a woman who was dressed up. The woman was caught off guard and fell to the ground. Ning Feng stretched out his hand and was about to pull her up, but he was suddenly opened by the woman.
Do you have eyes? Can you walk?
The woman stood up cursing and looked at Ning Feng.
I really don't know how a beggar like you managed to get in. Is the management of Jinrong Hotel so bad?
Ning Feng explained, I'm sorry, I'm not a beggar, I'm here to eat.
Eat? You?
The woman said disdainfully, this Jinrong Hotel is really getting worse and worse.
How come a poor loser like you can come here to eat? Humph, this is really beneath your dignity.
The woman never looked at Ning Feng directly from beginning to end, as if she was afraid of dirtying her eyes.
Ning Feng also got angry and snorted, I'm very confused. Do you need to have a high status to eat out now? Don't poor people even have the right to eat?
It's okay in other places, but not in this Jinrong Hotel.
Don't you know that the cost of eating here is at least 300,000, the woman said sarcastically.
Ning Feng pretended to be surprised, 300,000. The woman thought Ning Feng was frightened, so she sneered and said, it seems that you really sneaked in here, and you don't know any rules.
I'd better ask the management of the financial hotel to kick you out, otherwise everyone will think they can eat in a place like us.
After the woman finished speaking, she took out her cell phone and spoke on the phone for a while. Immediately, 2 young men in work clothes came over.
You're finally here.
Do you know that letting beggars like this in will really affect other people's appetite? Said the woman with a look of disgust. The 2 staff members looked at each other, and surprise was evident in their eyes. After all, people like Ning Feng who wore cheap clothes would not dare to come into the financial hotel.
Sorry, we'll take care of it right away.
After saying that, the staff asked Ning Feng to leave.
Chapter 104 Lei Jia's Little Thoughts. At this moment, Ouyang Qian and others were sitting in the private room waiting for Ning Feng to come back for dinner, but half an hour had passed and Ning Feng still hadn't come back. After all, there are 2 elders here, Ouyang Qian said a little embarrassedly. Why don't you guys eat first? I'll go and get Ning Feng back. I'll go, Qian, you just stay here with Uncle Ouyang and my dad. Lei Jia stood up, thinking he was a gentleman, and Ouyang Qian didn't say anything else.
So Lei Jia left the private room and walked towards the bathroom. But he happened to see Ning Feng getting into an argument with a woman, and the woman called the security guard. Just when the security guards were about to catch Ning Feng shook them off.
Can I eat here as long as I have money? Ning Feng sneered.
The security guard was stunned for a moment, then nodded and said, "This is the rule here. A purchase requires at least 300,000 yuan. If I took out 300,000, would your behavior just now be considered disrespectful to the guests?"
Ning Feng asked again.
This frightened the two security guards and they didn't know how to answer.
You and the poor loser, do you really think you have 300,000? The woman said disdainfully, "Stop pretending.
This financial hotel is not a place where anyone can act wild.
I don't have 300,000, but I have."
Before Ning Feng finished speaking, Lei Jie came running over and said, "Mr. Ning, what are you doing? Although I invited you to dinner this time, I didn't ask you to cause trouble everywhere." Just now when Lei Jie came over, he understood the whole story. Now he came out like this just to belittle Ning Feng.
So they're treating us.
I was wondering how a poor loser like you could come to the financial hotel for dinner, the woman agreed. Lei Jie had been severely criticized by Ning Feng before, so he seized the opportunity and walked up to the woman, apologetically saying, "I'm sorry, ma'am, my friend is from the countryside and has never seen the world. If I didn't feel sorry for him, I wouldn't have brought him to a place like this." After that, Lei Jie took out a business card from his pocket and handed it to the woman. "I am a newly hired consultant of Jinrong Group.
If you are really angry, I can also give you a satisfactory answer."
Lei Jie, General Consultant of Jinrong Group. The woman screamed and jumped up, her eyes full of excitement.
You are the newly hired consultant of Jinrong Group. I am so lucky to meet you here. In fact, I have wanted to meet you for a long time. Faced with the woman's series of topics, Lei Jie still kept smiling. But in Ning Feng's opinion, this is completely hypocritical. Lei Jie and the woman exchanged phone numbers.
The woman said gently, "Since he is Mr. Lei's friend, let it go this time. But I still hope that Mr. Lei will not be friends with such people in the future. It is beneath his dignity." Lei Jie smiled and said, "This should be the last time. After all, he and I are from different worlds." After that, Lei Jie walked towards Ning Feng. "Let's go, this kind of place is not a place where you can act wild.
Next time, you should consider your own identity. Not every person is as helpful as me." Ning Feng glanced at Lei Jie and snorted, "Do you really think I can't come here to eat without you? Don't be ungrateful, kid. Mr. Lei is helping you." The woman shouted angrily. He. Help me?" Ning Feng said disdainfully, "Do I need his help? A meal here costs only 300,000. Let alone one meal, even if I eat here every day, I, Ning Feng, can afford it." As soon as Ning Feng finished speaking, he immediately attracted the attention of many onlookers. This kid is crazy. This is not the way to brag. You come here to eat every day, do you think you are a billionaire? This is the first time I've seen such an ignorant kid. Chapter 105. He is just a temporary worker. Lei Jie's expression was clearly full of disdain. He patted Ning Feng's shoulder and looked very sad.
"Brother, reality is cruel, but you have to remember and accept it. Okay, don't continue to mess around here, or I won't be able to protect you. You take care of yourself."
Do you really think you know everyone's situation?
Ning Feng raised his eyebrows, a hint of displeasure emerging. Lei Jie grinned and said, "Although I don't know everyone's situation, I know that you, a little doctor, don't have this ability."
Do you really think so?
Ning Feng took out a golden card from his pocket calmly and handed it to Lei Jie directly. "Do you still think I am just talking big now?"
Lei Jie glanced at the gold card.
There was a wand character printed on it, and nothing else.
Do you think I'm a fool?
"Mr. Ning, although I have some relationship with you, you just made a card and said you can eat and drink as much as you want at Jinrong Hotel.
Not only the staff wanted to kick you out, but even I was really angry." At this time, the woman also came up and said, "Mr. Lei, why are you talking to him? Just have him thrown out. This is the first time I've seen such an ungrateful person."
Lei Jie pretended to think for a long time before he said to the security guard beside him, "Forget it, you guys can do whatever you want, I don't care about this anymore."
"Yes, let's do what we should do."
Ning Feng also echoed, saying the same thing to the two security guards. This made the people around him think that this guy was really crazy. The two security guards were hesitant at first, but they quickly made up their minds and walked over. At this moment, Lei Jie looked very smug and wanted to see Ning Feng make a fool of himself. However, before his smug smile faded, his expression froze. A security guard snatched the gold card from Lei Jie and handed it to Ningfeng respectfully, while the other security guard directly grabbed Lei Jie's wrist. Lei Jie couldn't stand this and screamed on the spot.
What are you doing? You should arrest Ningfeng.
I'm the planning consultant hired by Boss Wan.
Are you crazy? We did nothing wrong.
One of the security guards glared at Lei Jie and said, although you are a planning consultant, I have to tell you one thing. The gold card that Mr. Ning handed you just now can only be owned by one person.
Who?
Lei Jie had a bad feeling in his heart.
Boss Wan, the security guard said calmly, this is a gold card that Boss Wan personally asked someone to make. All our internal employees know that seeing the card is like seeing the person.
I think this Mr. Ning must have some great relationship with Boss Wan, so he has the gold card.
You farted. At this moment, Lei Jie no longer cared about his identity and yelled, I am also from your company, how could I not know?
What kind of lousy gold card is this?
The security guard explained, that's because the planning consultant is not an employee of our company at all.
At best, he is a temporary worker.
Boom.
As soon as these words were spoken, many people laughed at them. Shit, I thought the planning consultant was awesome at first, but it turns out he's not even a security guard. I was wondering how such a young guy could possibly become a senior manager under Wan Jinrong.
Then what he said at the beginning, that Wan Jinrong had spent a lot of money to invite him here, was also false?
All kinds of vicious words came out at once, and at this moment Lei Jie really wanted to find a hole in the ground to crawl into.
The key point is that what other people said was true.
He boasted that it was Wan Jinrong who invited him, but in fact it was his father who used his connections and gave a lot of gifts, so he got the title of planning consultant under Wan Jinrong. Who knew that instead of trying to show off, he ended up becoming a joke?
Chapter 106 Chapter 106 Give someone a taste of their own medicine.
The security guard's cold voice sounded again, also, what Mr. Ning said just now is correct. As long as he has this gold card, he can spend money at all branches of Jinrong Hotel.
Of course, it's completely free. If he doesn't get tired of it, he can eat there every day. Boom. The onlookers were excited. The Jinrong Hotel is a place that many ordinary people dream of but cannot visit. Even the rich people only come here when they have a dinner party.
After all, a meal of 300,000 is really not a low cost. At this moment, they compared themselves with Ningfeng and lowered their heads, feeling ashamed of themselves. As for Ningfeng, he remained calm and composed from beginning to end.
At this moment, two security guards looked over and said respectfully, Mr. Ning, what about this planning consultant?
Ningfeng waved his hand and imitated Lei Jie's previous tone and said, forget it.
After all, I have met Mr. Lei once. It's not good to throw him away like this. How about we forget about it today? If there is a next time, you don't have to give me face.
Okay. The two security guards let go of Lei Jie and immediately stood next to Ningfeng. At this moment, Ouyang Feng and others in the private room had not seen Lei Jie and Ningfeng come back for a long time, so they put down their tableware one after another. As soon as they came out, they bumped into Lei Jie and Ningfeng who had returned.
What's going on?
Lei Hong looked displeased.
I asked you to go out and find someone, but why did you come back so late? Did Mr. Ning run into some trouble?
You are such a fool.
Aren't you a planning consultant for Jinrong Group?
Why are you taking so much trouble to solve such a small matter? Lei Hong's words were obviously intended to raise the value of his son.
But what he didn't know was that a planning consultant was equivalent to a temporary worker. Lei Jie kept winking at his father, asking him to stop talking, and he was almost crying. This is probably because they have troubles that they can't express.
Ningfeng on the side laughed out loud.
What are you laughing at, kid?
If my son hadn't helped you, a poor loser like you would have been thrown out if you caused any trouble.
Lei Hong still didn't understand and looked arrogant.
Ouyang Feng also felt that Ningfeng was going too far, and immediately said, yes, Xiaofeng, they helped you, you should say thank you, why are you mocking them? Ningfeng couldn't hold it in any longer, so he told Lei Jie everything that had just happened. However, Lei Jie's expression became more and more uglier, and he turned as pale as liver.
In the end, Lei Jie couldn't help it and said, stop talking. He roared with all his might and ran over.
Lei Hong, who had been so smug just now, also looked downcast. He wanted to teach Ningfeng a lesson, but he still followed Lei Jie. Ouyang Feng was afraid that something might happen, so he followed them. In the end, only Ningfeng and Ouyang Qian were left. At this moment, a system prompt sounded in Ningfeng's mind.
Ding!
Congratulations to the host for successfully completing the mission.
Ouyang Qian's favorability plus 20.
Ding! Congratulations to the host for successfully completing the mission.
1 million yuan has been deposited into your bank card.
At this time, Ouyang Qian patted Ningfeng on the shoulder and said with a sly look, "You were such a bad boy.
Do you know that you have offended Lei Hong by saying what you just said? So what?"
Ningfeng said indifferently. Not very good. Lei Hong is just a deputy director of Rongqing, but he is confident that he can deal with a mere ordinary person like you. I told you, I'm not an ordinary person.
And what are you?
Ningfeng slapped his forehead, as if he had run into a long-time enemy, and said helplessly, "I am a doctor, but I can also cure people with bad intentions."
This is called curing mental illness. He. Ouyang Qian was immediately amused and burst into laughter. Chapter 107 Buyer is also seller. After leaving the financial hotel, Ningfeng stayed at Ouyang Qian's house in the afternoon until 11 o'clock in the evening.
At this time, Lu De and others had already ambushed at the harbor early according to the instructions. As it was late at night, there were not many people at the harbor, only a few scattered people moving goods.
Brother Feng, is your information accurate? Why hasn't this person shown up yet?
De Lu looked anxious, fearing that his trip tonight would be in vain.
Why are you in such a hurry? Who said that no one came?
In the dark night, Ningfeng's eyes were like an eagle's, always paying attention to the surrounding environment.
Where is it? Why can't I see it?
De Lu still looked confused.
Ningfeng was about to speak, but Ouyang Qian spoke first. There are no ships coming to the port now. If it is normal, the workers who are moving the goods will take a proper rest. After all, they are here 24 hours a day. After that, Ouyang Qian pointed at one of the thin men and said, "Look at this man, he looks very nervous, his hands are always on his waist, intentionally or unintentionally, but he is thin, why is there a bulge on his waist?"
Lu slapped his forehead and said, "Gun?"
Yeah.
Ouyang Qian nodded. It could also be the goods that were shipped tonight, but no matter which one it is, it means that the big fish of tonight has appeared. Then let's rush out now and catch them red-handed. Big Lu was eager to try, but was held down by Ningfeng.
Why are you in such a hurry? These are just small fry.
If I'm right, there will always be someone who can have a say in large-scale transactions.
Oh. Lu seemed to be thinking, Brother Feng is very smart.
Just as several people were talking, a man in a black cloak appeared in everyone's sight, and all the people dressed as porters immediately moved towards him. The big fish has appeared. Ningfeng in the dark was delighted.
De Lu touched his waist and said nervously, "Brother Feng, can we charge now?"
Ningfeng looked at De Lu as if he were an idiot, then looked at Ouyang Qian, meaning how could you have such an idiot under your command? But Ouyang Qian turned her face away, as if she did not admit it.
You are their current instructor. You're so cruel.
Ningfeng glared at Ouyang Qian somewhat unwillingly, and shifted his gaze to the harbor again. About half an hour later, still no one came to pick them up, and instead all those people got on a small wooden boat.
Not good. Ningfeng came back to his senses and yelled at De Lu, "Weren't you going to rush out just now? If anyone runs away today, you will have to train twice as much when you go back."
Upon hearing about the training, De Lu's face turned green and he rushed out with his brothers.
What's going on? Ouyang Qian was also confused.
We have always had a misunderstanding that since it is a seaport, there will be 2 waves of people to complete the transaction, but I was wrong because no one has seen them complete the transaction, and no one knows that they are both buyers and sellers.
What do you mean? Ouyang Qian was even more confused.
What this means is that there might be a real boss behind Fenghu.
If we want to deal with Fenghu, we are bound to clash with that person. Crack. Ouyang Qian didn't care at all.
She loaded her gun and rushed out. Since I've run into him, I don't care who's behind him.
If he's pissed me off, I'll take him down together. Chapter 108 Calling Deer.
Hold the fuck.
This girl is really fierce.
Ningfeng also rushed out. It must be said that the training of De Lu and his team during this period was effective. Those gangsters were subdued by them in just a few moves. However, the man in the black robe seemed to be very powerful, and Lu and his men couldn't take him down for a long time.
Get out of my way.
Ouyang Qian pulled away the 2 team members blocking her way, glared at the man in black robe and said fiercely, "You are quite good at fighting, right?
Today I will beat you until you doubt your life."
After saying that, Ouyang Qian rushed over and kicked the black-robed man in the neck with a whip kick.
Bang!
The man in black robe stretched out his hand to block Ouyang Qian's attack, and it seemed to have no effect. I don't like hitting women, even though you guys ruined my business today.
You actually look down on me? Ouyang Qian's expression turned cold. She turned around and kicked him again.
This kick was more powerful than the previous one. But the man in black remained unmoved. He just stretched out his hand and blocked Ouyang Qian's attack.
Ouyang Qian was very anxious, and yelled at Ningfeng, who was watching the fun behind him, "You still have the mood to watch the fun? Why don't you come over and help?"
After the two attacks just now, although Ouyang Qian didn't say it, she knew in her heart that she couldn't keep the man in front of her, only Ningfeng could do it.
"Captain Ouyang, didn't you just swear that you would catch the person behind Fenghu? Can't you even catch a guy who doesn't dare to show his true face?" Ningfeng said jokingly. "What on earth do you want me to do to help you, you bastard?" "Help?"
Ningfeng raised the corner of his mouth. When he met Ouyang Qian before, this guy always gave him unexpected surprises, such as using him as a shield in the morning. Thinking of this, Ningfeng showed a wicked smile, "Unless you call me dear." As soon as these words were spoken, Lu De and the others were all stunned.
It's over. Has Brother Feng gone crazy too? The captain is probably going to kill someone if he says that. Impossible.
Ouyang Qian's face flushed, and she threw another punch at the man in black robe, but it was obvious that the man in black robe just blocked it with his hand and thus eliminated the power of Ouyang Qian's punch.
Oh, then I have no choice. Captain Ouyang can only watch them escape today.
Ningfeng said with a wicked smile.
Escape?
What Ouyang Qian can't tolerate the most is that the prisoner escapes from her hands. Since Ningfeng is unreliable, she can only rely on herself.
You guys come with me. Just because one person can't do it doesn't mean that the human wave tactic can't do it. Even if the black-robed man is very powerful, can he beat more than 20 soldiers who have undergone rigorous training? And they all carry guns. With De Lu and others joining the battle, the man in black robe was obviously not so relaxed.
Every time he avoided Ouyang Qian's attack, there would always be someone rushing up from behind him, and he was almost hurt several times.
Get out of here!
The man in black robe roared, forcing back the two people behind him. He then rushed forward and struggled to break through the encirclement of De Lu and his men.
The man in black robe was very fast, and Ouyang Qian didn't react until he completely broke out of the encirclement.
Seeing that the man in black robe was about to run away, Ouyang Qian was extremely anxious. Then she looked at Ningfeng, who was still standing there lazily.
"Honey, catch him for me."
No one knew what was going on, but Ouyang Qian suddenly yelled. At this moment, Lu and his team almost forgot that they were catching drug dealers.
Oh my goodness, did you hear that? Am I hallucinating? It seems to be true.
Captain Ouyang actually called Brother Feng dear. As for Ningfeng, he just said it as a joke, but he didn't expect Ouyang Qian to actually dare to shout in order to catch the criminal.
"I've already called you, what else do you want?" Ouyang Qian's face flushed, and her eyes widened, as if she wanted to eat Ningfeng. Chapter 109 Chapter 109 The Man in Black Robe.
Ningfeng slapped his forehead and said, "Captain Ouyang, I will not let you down." Ningfeng moved sideways and just blocked the black-robed man who was trying to escape from him. The man in black robe frowned and said, "I don't hit women, but I didn't say I won't hit men."
If you don't want to die, get out of here.
Ningfeng put his hands in his pockets and tilted his head to look at the man in black robe. "I don't want to die, and I don't want to get out of here.
I want to catch you." "Just you?"
The man in black robe shouted angrily, raised his hand and punched Ningfeng. The wind from the fist was mixed with the sound of breaking through the air, which was much stronger than Ouyang Qian's fist. "If this is all you have, you'd better stay here tonight." Ningfeng's face darkened and he raised his hand and threw a punch.
Bang!
Under the tremendous force, the man in black robe took a step back, while Ningfeng stood still like a hill.
The winner is immediately apparent. Are you a warrior? The black-robed man didn't seem to be angry because he was not as good as Ningfeng. Instead, he was a little excited. "I haven't seen other warriors outside for a long time. Today I can finally have a good fight." Call.
The man in black robe tore off his black robe, and a young man with a handsome face, no more than 20 years old, immediately appeared in everyone's sight. The man's face did not look like his explosive muscles, but instead had a cold feeling. "I never kill nameless people, but today is an exception." "Tell me your name and I will give you a quick death," the man said confidently. He.
Tear off your cape and expose your muscles, and you think you can beat me? Ning Feng said disdainfully, I just won't tell you my name. It doesn't matter.
The man shook his head and said, You are going to die anyway, it doesn't matter whether you know your name or not. In an instant, the murderous intent from the man spread out, giving people a very uncomfortable feeling. Ice cold, as if falling into an icy cave. This was the feeling that the man in black robe gave people right now. The man in black robe took a sudden step forward and shot towards Ning Feng. I have practiced the Vajra fist for more than 10 years. Your death is not unjust. The man used the force of this step to punch Ning Feng hard. At this moment, even the wind seemed to stop, and everyone's eyes were focused on this punch. Not good. Ouyang Qian, who was far away, had also practiced martial arts since childhood, and could feel the horror of this punch even more. It could be said that this was a fatal punch that carried endless murderous intent. But she was so far away from Ning Feng that it was too late to remind him. A trifle. Ning Feng raised the corner of his mouth and threw a punch at the opponent. Bang! This time the man did not step back. Ning Feng took 3 steps back. But the man's attack did not end, as if the step he just took gave him endless strength. Another punch. Ning Feng had just stood firm, but without hesitation, he also punched forward. Bang! Ning Feng retreated and took another walk. Bang! Another punch. Ning Feng has retreated 9 steps. The man in black robes finally stopped and looked at Ning Feng coldly. You deserve to die for being able to take 3 of my punches. My Vajra fist is all about strength. When you fought me just now, my strength has already penetrated into your body. If you want to stop me now, it's just wishful thinking. Do you really think so? Ning Feng still had a faint smile on his face. The man in black did not continue speaking. He stood with his hands behind his back, intending to walk past Ning Feng. Break! At this moment, Ning Feng swung his body violently. Bang, bang, bang. The ground behind him immediately made an exploding sound, which spread to a distance of more than 10 meters before stopping. The man in black robe was stunned by everything he saw before he even stepped foot on the ground. How is this possible? He had practiced the Vajra fist for more than 10 years. Even a true inner strength warrior would have to avoid the sharp edge. How could Ning Feng take it? And he was unscathed. Chapter 110 Overcoming Hardness with Softness. What kind of martial arts is this, kid? The man in black robe looked terrified. Ning Feng struck a pose and uttered 2 words. Tai Chi. Bullshit, how could that kind of fitness punch be able to block my King Kong fist? The man was furious. Even though he failed to defeat Ning Feng, he was unwilling to admit that he lost to the old man's boxing. Ning Feng changed his posture again. Use softness to overcome hardness. As soon as he finished speaking, Ning Feng became fierce. He took a step forward, and his right hand suddenly turned into a fist, hitting the black-robed man in the abdomen. Although I can't take you down, you can't take me down either. The man in black robe also took a step forward. Bang! The 2 exchanged punches again. This time the man in black robe retreated 10 steps, but Ning Feng stood still. Lu and the others in the distance were stunned. Is this still a human? He is simply a god on earth. If Ning Feng were given a set of armor, he could be the real-life Iron Man, right? Captain Ouyang, should we go help Brother Feng? No need, it's 1 point to win or lose. The moment Ouyang Qian finished speaking, the black-robed man's legs seemed to be out of control and he knelt down. Puff! A mouthful of blood spurted out. I never thought that I would lose to the humble Tai Chi. The pupils of the man in black robe seemed to have lost their luster. They were dark and very scary. I told you to use softness to overcome hardness. Unfortunately, my Tai Chi just happens to overcome you, so you had no chance of defeating me from the beginning. So you'd better follow us back to the police station. Go back to the police station? The black-robed man sneered, although I am not as skilled as you, it is not difficult for me to not go with you. Do you think you have a choice? Ning Feng raised his eyebrows, ready to take action at any time. Unexpectedly, the man in black robe raised his palm and pressed it against his face. Boy, even though I lost, as long as I die, someone will come looking for you soon. And don't think you can take down Feng Hu by being a little clever. I can only tell you that you are still too naive. I have never considered Feng Hu as my opponent. He is not qualified. Ning Feng said calmly. Good, very good,
you will regret everything you said today. Bang!
As soon as he finished speaking, the man in black robe slapped himself in the face and died on the spot.
At this time, Ouyang Qian also rushed over with De Lu and the others. Are you okay? Do you think your man is that weak? Ningfeng asked Ouyang Qian. Go to hell. Ouyang Qian kicked over with a whip kick.
Ningfeng did not dodge, but Ouyang Qian stopped on her own.
What's wrong with Captain Ouyang today? De Lu and others were discussing it. What else can I do?
My dear has already called out to me.
Could it be possible that she is really going to murder her own husband? That's right.
Only a godlike man like Brother Feng can subdue a fierce woman like Captain Ouyang.
Everyone looked at Ningfeng with admiration. If you keep talking nonsense, I will punish you now. Ouyang Qian turned around and looked at De Lu and the others with cold eyes. Don't you have to work? This is such a big case, and someone died.
Hurry up and report it to the higher-ups.
Yes.
Big Lu stuck out his tongue and took his brothers to catch people.
At this time, only Ouyang Qian and Ningfeng were left. After hesitating for a long time, Ouyang Qian finally spoke. Did you really use Tai Chi just now? Haven't you experienced this a long time ago? Ningfeng smiled evilly. It was referring to the last time in the interrogation room. Ouyang Qian's face turned red immediately. After today, I realized how ignorant I was. Ningfeng, can you teach me Tai Chi? Ningfeng shook his head. Why? Ouyang Qian opened her eyes wide. I can give you money, as much as you want.
Ningfeng still shook his head. It's not that I won't teach you, it's mainly because this thing uses softness to overcome hardness.
Look at you, your whole body is like a macho man, how can you learn it? Ningfeng. Ouyang Qian roared and punched Ningfeng. Chapter 111, Dragon Out of the Sea, Tiger Down the Mountain. In a private room of Tianhai Hotel.
At this moment, Feng Hu looked extremely embarrassed.
My things were robbed? Who did it? Don't they know that they belong to me, Feng Hu?
A gangster raised his head tremblingly, looked at Feng Hu, then looked at the gentleman beside him, and his body couldn't help but shiver. Master Tiger, according to the information we received, it was Ningfeng who brought a group of police officers to the police station to take over.
Is it him? Feng Hu quietly closed his eyes and then lay down on the sofa. Where is Mo Yun's man?
With him here, Ningfeng shouldn't be a concern. Although Ningfeng has shown extraordinary strength during this period, Feng Hu still has enough confidence in Mo Yun.
Master Mo, he's dead. Boom.
Feng Hu stood up from the sofa at once and wanted to grab the gangster by the collar to find out what was going on, but the man next to him was faster and stepped on the gangster's chest.
What did you say? My brother is dead?
The man's eyes flashed with ferocity, and a strong murderous intent burst out.
Master Mo, please spare me, Master Mo, please spare me. This is indeed the news we received. I was just conveying the message.
The gangster begged for mercy quickly. He knew that the man in front of him was not as gentle as he seemed. On the contrary, he was a real killer.
Roll. The man kicked the gangster out.
Feng Hu walked over, patted the man on the shoulder and said, "It seems that we have underestimated Ningfeng. Your brother is a leader among the outer sect masters. Even if he met an inner sect master, he would be able to fight. But he was defeated by that kid. If my guess is correct, this Ningfeng should be a true master of internal strength." Feng Hu said, with a look of surprise in his eyes.
So what?
The man tilted his head and looked at the coffee table beside him with his black pupils.
Bang! The exquisite marble coffee table was instantly shattered into pieces. Releasing internal energy? Mo Chen, have you reached the Grandmaster level? Feng Hu opened his mouth wide, even more surprised than before.
Mo Chen waved his hand and pushed away the flying debris. I'm not a Grandmaster, but I've just touched that threshold.
Killing Ningfeng should be enough.
After saying that, Mo Chen walked straight out of the room. Looking at Mo Chen's departing back, Feng Hu couldn't help but reveal a longing smile. The dragon goes out to sea, the tiger goes down the mountain. I just don't know if this dragon crossing the river can withstand the angry attack of this fierce tiger.
It's really exciting.
As for Ningfeng, after the action at night, he had given Feng Hu a slight warning, so he had a good sleep.
Who knew that I would sleep until noon the next day?
Grandpa, that grandson called again. He was sleeping soundly when his cell phone suddenly rang.
Ningfeng pressed the answer button without even looking at it. Who is it? You disturbed me so early in the morning. Are you looking for trouble? Come over and beat me up. I'll be waiting for you in the office.
The voice on the phone was so cold that Ningfeng felt a chill from head to toe. He wanted to explain, but there was a busy tone on the other end of the phone.
Damn, it was Wang Lia who called. Damn, what does this girl want to do?
Ningfeng trembled again. Although he didn't want to leave the bed, he still got up.
Half an hour later, Ningfeng finally arrived at Wang Lia's office. Mr. Wang, are you looking for me? Ningfeng asked cautiously.
Wang Lia raised her eyebrows and said coldly, It's nothing, I just want to ask you if you really meant to beat me up after you said that on the phone?
Damn, is this girl crazy?
Could it be that she likes the rough type?
Bang! Wang Lia slapped her palm on the table and said coldly, What are you looking at? Don't think I don't know what's in your head.
Hurry up and erase your disgusting thoughts.
Also, as the deputy manager of the Human Resources Department, how many days have you been in office? How many days of leave did you take? Don't think you can hide it from me just because Chun Yao is covering for you. You must give me a satisfactory answer today. Chapter 112 Shen Lang's Little Thoughts. What explanation do you want? Ningfeng asked back.
Where have you been these days? Wang Lia did not hesitate at all, because this question had been in her mind for a long time. She admitted that Ningfeng did have extraordinary abilities, but this kind of person was also the most dangerous. He can help you conquer the world, but he can also destroy you to the point of being worthless. Therefore, Wang Lia had to pay attention to whether Ningfeng had reached any agreement with other bosses.
I don't think I have the obligation to tell you this.
Ningfeng spread his hands. Although I am your employee, I have asked for leave for the past few days.
This period of time is my personal time. Mr. Wang, don't you think you are meddling too much?
To be honest, Ningfeng is no longer the same as before. As long as he wants, there are plenty of rich people out there who will try to please him. If it weren't for satisfying the sense of conquest in his heart, he would have left long ago.
You? Wang Lia was choked and speechless.
Ningfeng grinned and said, So, Mr. Wang, please leave some space for us to meet again in the future.
I understand your little thoughts. I can only promise that I will not touch Marumi's interests. As for the rest, I have nothing to say.
This is not arrogance, Ningfeng does have the ability. Now in Rongqing, as long as he wants, he can really become a big boss out of thin air.
At this moment, Wang Lia stood there in a daze, not knowing what to do.
She clearly wanted to teach Ningfeng a lesson, but she didn't want to be taught a lesson by others.
Also, whoever is hiding behind the curtain, please stop hiding. You are making me uncomfortable. Boom! At this moment, Shen Lang behind the curtain couldn't help but tremble. He had obviously hidden himself well, so why was he discovered?
He was just about to walk out from behind the curtains, but Ningfeng had already left. Wang Lia's eyebrows jumped, and she said in a deep voice, Come out, you have been discovered anyway.
Forehead. Shen Lang smiled awkwardly and finally walked out.
Lia, I'm right, this Ningfeng is very unreliable. Shen Lang has been in a very bad mood since he was taught a lesson by Ningfeng last time, so he reported to Wang Lia for various reasons.
Wang Lia's doubts about Ningfeng just now were raised by Shen Lang.
It seems that our relationship is not that good. Wang Lia said coldly, I'm still used to you calling me President Wang, so as to avoid gossip.
Li.
Shen Lang's cheeks trembled, but he didn't say it in the end. Boss Wang, Ningfeng is not as simple as we thought. From the conversation just now, we can see that he is ambitious.
If we continue to let him do whatever he wants in the company, maybe. That's enough. Wang Lia interrupted Shen Lang, at least he hasn't shown it yet. He.
Shen Lang sneered, man-eating tigers don't talk.
Mr. Wang, have you forgotten about your father? Boom. Wang Lia's heart suddenly tightened. In the past, Marume could be said to be the largest enterprise in Chengdu. However, because her father was too permissive towards his subordinates, Marume eventually fell into decline.
Wang Lia's father could not bear the blow and lived in a daze all day, immersed in his own world. At that time, Wang Lia was only 20 years old. She was a talented student studying abroad. In order to help her father, she gave up her studies and returned to Marume.
She used drastic measures to stop Marume's decline.
But Marubi has declined and become a third-rate enterprise. In order to help her father cheer up, Wang Lia has been cold and icy all these years, just to make Marubi bigger again. Seeing Wang Lia suddenly realize what he was thinking, Shen Lang smiled strangely. I know Mr. Wang is very reluctant to accept this fact, but we can give Ningfeng a try.
How to try? Wang Lia frowned.
His method of modifying the beauty serum. Shen Lang knew that Wang Lia had taken the bait, and his smile became even wider. He said that he was the only one who knew this method. I don't believe it, and I don't think Mr. Wang believes it either. As long as he is willing to come up with a transformation method, even if Ningfeng really does something against the company in the future, we will not be at a loss. Chapter 113 Preparing to buy a house. Okay, I'll do as you say. Wang Lia gritted her teeth and finally agreed to Shen Lang. At this time, Ningfeng had returned to the Human Resources Department. Since he hadn't seen Shen Yao for a long time, Ningfeng came to her office.
Wind. Shen Yao stood up in surprise. Yao Yao, are you busy with work again? Don't be too tired all day long. Ningfeng patted Shen Yao's shoulder with some tenderness. I'm fine.
There are just a lot of new employees joining the company recently, and I need to complete some onboarding forms. Unlike Ms. Wang, she has been very busy these days because of the company's expansion, and there is no one to share the burden with her.
Company expansion? Wang Lia asked me to go to her office just now. Why didn't she tell me about this?
Ningfeng said with some surprise. Shen Yao poured a cup of tea and handed it to Ningfeng. I don't know about this, but Mr. Wang is a very strong-willed person.
He likes to keep everything in his heart. But Ms. Wang is also quite pitiful.
I heard that she gave up studying abroad in order to help her father cheer up. She used tough measures to stabilize the shaky foundation of Marumi. As she spoke, Shen Yao couldn't help but reveal an envious look. It would be great if one day I could be as capable as Mr. Wang.
Her? A cold and strong woman?
Ningfeng pretended to be surprised and said, forget it, I still like you as you are now.
I just said it casually.
Shen Yao smiled awkwardly and said, I am destined not to be an iceberg beauty like President Wang in this life, nor to have her achievements, but I have you, which is something no one can compare to. After saying that, Shen Yao showed a sweet smile.
Fool.
Ningfeng scratched Shen Yao's nose and then walked to her computer. I see you are tired these days, let me help you sort out the employment form.
At the end, Ningfeng showed a very stern expression. Don't refuse. He.
This made Shen Yao burst into laughter. Ningfeng also started his work. It must be said that thanks to the computer technology experience card given by the system last time, doing these things was as easy as eating and drinking.
It only took one afternoon to finish Shen Yao's half-month work. Ningfeng looked at his watch and said, Yao Yao, how about we go and look for a house after dinner?
Ningfeng felt very sorry for Shen Yao for always living in a rented house, especially now that he had the ability.
Buy a house? Shen Yao opened her mouth wide.
She had been working so hard just to buy a house in Chengdu. After all, only with a house could she have a home in Chengdu.
Feng Rongqing's housing prices.
But Shen Yao was embarrassed to say that the cheapest house price in Chengdu was 80,000 yuan per square meter, and an ordinary person could not afford to buy a toilet in his entire life.
Don't worry, let alone a house, even if it's the stars in the sky, as long as you like it, I will pick them for you.
For some reason, Shen Yao felt a sweet feeling surge in her heart. Afterwards, the two of them had their meal and went straight to the Blue Moon community.
Blue Moon community. It can be considered a high-end residential area in Chengdu.
Both the public environment and security conditions are quite luxurious.
Ningfeng took Shen Yao directly to find the sales manager of Lanyue community.
The sales manager is a middle-aged man with a Mediterranean hairstyle and small, cunning eyes, giving people a sophisticated and smooth feeling.
What kind of apartment do you want to buy?
I want the biggest, most luxurious one. The manager's expression suddenly brightened up. It seemed that he had met a big client today.
Wait a moment, both of you.
The manager put down the work in his hands and immediately took Ningfeng and Shen Yao to a building that looked very luxuriously decorated.
Chapter 114 The system is also angry. What do you two think of this place? This is the best apartment type in our Blue Moon community.
The manager introduced tirelessly. After all, as long as he sold the house, he would get a commission. Moreover, for an apartment of this size, he could get a commission of at least 200,000 or 300,000 yuan.
Can we go and see for ourselves?
To be honest, Shen Yao was a little excited and a little scared at this moment. She knew the housing prices in the Blue Moon community. A large house would cost at least 7 or 8 million.
All right.
Although the manager appears to be very generous on the surface, he has actually changed inside. He has been in this business for a long time and knows that if he looks at it, there is almost no hope, but he doesn't know how to say it out loud.
The building is on the 6th floor, 601. Go and see for yourself. Be careful not to break anything.
After saying this, the manager left.
Ningfeng brought Chen Yao to the 6th floor. The room was very new and looked like someone cleaned it every day.
Chen Yao seemed to like it very much and kept touching here and there. After a while, Chen Yao returned to Ningfeng's side.
Feng, I think we should just forget it. This house should be quite expensive. I said, as long as you like it, I will buy it for you. Ningfeng touched Chen Yao's hair and said lovingly.
If it was the first time she met Ningfeng, perhaps Chen Yao would have believed it, but she knew that Ningfeng was just a worker who was slightly better than ordinary people. Even the gift he gave her last time, he said it was left by his parents for him to marry a wife.
In fact, Chen Yao is already very satisfied.
Even if she can't live in a big house, it is much better than those years under Lu Yi's scolding.
But we live in such a big house. I'm a little scared. Why don't we find a smaller house? Chen Yao stuck out her tongue.
At this moment, a woman with heavy makeup and seductive clothes walked over from the other end of the corridor.
There are still people who complain about the size of their houses? I think they don't have the money to buy one.
The woman looked at Ningfeng and Chen Yao and sneered, "You look like ordinary workers. I don't know how you got into this Blue Moon community."
Ningfeng raised his eyebrows and looked at the charming woman. What does it have to do with you whether we buy a house or not? Don't say anything hurtful, right? Hee hee.
The woman put her hands on her hips and said with a playful smile, "I'm talking about you."
What do you think?
To tell you the truth, I have to talk about poor losers like you who have no money and no power every day, and I can say whatever I want. At this point, the woman stretched out her right hand and symbolically rubbed a jade ring on her finger with her left hand. But poor losers like you will never experience the fun of us rich people in your lifetime. Ningfeng clenched his fists. "I have one last piece of advice for you.
Take back what you said."
Seeing that Ningfeng was about to get angry, Chen Yao pulled Ningfeng's wrist with some fear, signaling him to stop talking. This scene happened to be seen by the woman, and she felt that Ningfeng and Chen Yao were just pushovers.
So what if I said it? I'm just a poor loser, how dare you do anything to me?
After saying that, the woman pushed Chen Yao towards her. Because she didn't stand firmly, Chen Yao bumped into a vase behind her.
Bang!
The vase fell to the ground and broke into pieces in an instant.
"Oh, sorry, I was a little too rough just now."
The woman covered her mouth with a smile on her face. "But you broke this vase, little girl.
If you don't pay for it, you may not be able to leave today." Ningfeng quickly ran over and helped Chen Yao up.
Seeing the woman's increasingly smug smile, Ningfeng's anger suddenly surged up.
Ding!
Congratulations to the host for triggering the extra strategy mission. Teach this woman in front of you a lesson.
Task reward, 500 lottery points, prize money of 10 million yuan. Hee hee. It seems that the system can't stand this gossipy woman just like me. In that case, let us have some fun. Chapter 115. I'm always here for you.
Ningfeng strode towards the charming woman.
The woman was shocked. What are you doing? Don't mess around, you broke the antique vase and beat people up. Do you still have the law in your eyes? Fuck you. Bang!
Ningfeng swung his arm and hit him hard.
Women are usually spoiled, so they have never experienced this. When a burning sensation spread across her face, she roared, "Boy, you dare to hit me? Do you know who my cousin is?
I want you to die without a burial place."
Bang!
In response to the woman's roar, Ningfeng slapped her again. "Although I can't win an argument with you, I can beat you in a fight. You're a woman, and you don't have a man around you, yet you dare to point fingers here. You're really brave. I'm going to fight you." The woman also became furious. She was used to bullying people, and most people didn't dare to mess with a rich person like her, so she just endured it. Who knew that Ningfeng would dare to hit her? But as soon as she raised her hand, she felt someone pinching her wrist. Ningfeng looked at the woman with a wicked smile, pinched her wrist, and suddenly exerted force and slapped the woman directly in the face.
Bang! If you do that again, I'll break your arm next time.
The woman clearly sensed murderous intent from Ningfeng and couldn't help but tremble, but she was also a person who had seen the world, and some unruly people were indeed difficult to deal with.
You are so good at bullying a woman like me. If you are really capable, just wait here and I will ask my cousin to deal with you. I'm at your service any time.
Ning Feng said indifferently. The woman rolled her eyes, took out her cell phone from her pocket and made a call.
Hello, cousin? It's me, Lan Lan. I've been bullied in the Blue Moon neighborhood. If you don't come and help me, I'm going to die. Well, I asked them to wait. Come quickly. I know my cousin is the best.
The woman was crying and finally hung up the phone with a smug smile on her face.
The next step was waiting time.
The woman also moved a chair out of the room, crossed her legs, and looked down on Ning Feng and Chen Yao. Ning Feng, on the other hand, had an indifferent attitude. Compared to Chen Yao, she was extremely scared at this moment.
Blue Moon Community.
At this moment, the sales manager was planning to call Ning Feng and others out and then go off work, but who knew that a Toyota Prado suddenly stopped at the gate of the community?
5 people came down from above.
The leader was bald, with a gold necklace around his neck and a cigar in his mouth.
He looked particularly domineering.
The manager's eyelids twitched when he saw him, but he still went to greet him. Brother Ba, how come you have time to come to my place today?
Bang!
Brother Ba slapped the manager in the face and said, Stop trying to fool me.
My cousin was bullied in the neighborhood. How do you manage public security as a manager? Brother Ba.
The manager covered his face, looking aggrieved. I see. A man and a woman came tonight and said they wanted to look at houses, so I took them to your cousin's house.
I guess they are the ones who caused the trouble. Bang! Brother Ba slapped him again. Are you crazy about money? You bring anyone in there. I'm telling you, if anything happens to my cousin, I'll be the first to destroy you.
After saying that, Brother Ba waved his hand and rushed in with his 4 younger brothers. The manager was afraid of something happening, so he gritted his teeth and followed, and soon they arrived at the door of 601. When the manager saw the scene, his expression suddenly changed. Chapter 116 Pull the Wind.
What are you doing? You actually broke the antique vase at the door?
Do you know that the vase is an antique from the Qing dynasty and is worth at least $500,000? The manager ran over angrily, and his heart was broken when he saw the broken vase on the ground. At this moment he regretted deeply that he should not have let these 2 people in.
We didn't break the vase. Ning Feng frowned. If not you, then who else could it be? Breaking the vase is fine, but you also beat up the residents here? Do you know whose cousin Xiaolan is?
The manager's eyes were red with anger, but in fact he was just acting to show his loyalty in front of Brother Ba. After all, this Brother Ba is not someone you can easily mess with in this area.
Just hit me, so what?
Ning Feng raised his eyebrows, his tone full of provocation.
This really choked the manager, but Xiaolan was different.
Now her backer had come. She pulled Brother Ba's sleeve, pointed at Ning Feng, and said pitifully, Cousin, look, why is he like this?
He is so arrogant when he beats people. It's obvious that he doesn't take you seriously. Don't worry, I'll get you back on track.
Brother Ba patted Xiaolan's body, and the smooth feeling immediately made his blood boil.
Brother Ba put his hands in his pockets and walked towards Ning Feng. Boy, you touch my people on my territory, do you know what the consequences are? Ning Feng also imitated Brother Ba and said loudly, I don't know. Fuck you.
Brother Ba's anger suddenly surged up.
You don't know? I'm going to make you unforgettable.
Brother Ba shook his head, and the 4 younger brothers immediately understood what he meant. They rubbed their hands and walked towards Ning Feng.
Ha, you want to fight? I always say you guys are all the same rude. The man at the front glared and said, there are even more rude people coming. Today we will not only beat up your men, but also take your women. After saying that, the man's eyes swept back and forth over Chen Yao. Then you try it.
Ning Feng originally wanted to teach these guys a lesson, but they should never have focused their attention on Chen Yao, which meant that they were doomed to a bad end.
What about you? Are you so jealous of me?
The gangster in the front shouted angrily and raised his hand to slap Ning Feng.
Bang!
Just at that moment, Ning Feng also moved. He turned sideways, dodged the attack of the gangster, and punched the gangster in the abdomen.
Ah!
The gangster flew backwards for several meters like a kite with a broken string, and when he landed on the ground, he was unconscious. Brother Ba at the back stared with his eyes wide open, and it took him a while to react.
What are you all just standing there for? This idea is hard to come by, come on together. Brother Ba roared, and the gangsters finally reacted, but it was obviously too late.
Ning Feng, who had already taken action, was destined not to stop.
Bang, bang, bang.
3 more punches, and the 3 thugs fell to the ground unwillingly.
Ningfeng, the instigator, put his hands in his pockets, tilted his head, looked at Brother Ba, and hooked his finger at him. Don't you want me to remember this forever? Come on.
Several younger brothers were dealt with in 2 or 3 moves.
How could Brother Ba dare to go up?
At this time, his legs were trembling and he almost knelt down.
Xiaolan, who was standing by, didn't understand what was going on.
She thought that even if Ningfeng killed 4 thugs, he wouldn't dare to touch Brother Ba. After all, Brother Ba was famous for his tyranny in this area. She pulled Laba's wrist again. Cousin, you should teach him a lesson, otherwise no one will dare to bully me in the future.
Fuck you.
Brother Ba was in a state of grievance at this moment. If he hadn't cared about his face, he would have slapped the woman long ago. The person you are dealing with is not an ordinary person, he is clearly an evil star. At this time, the sales manager also ran to Brother Ba. The antiques were broken, and he was counting on Brother Ba to help him vent his anger.
Brother Ba, you must not let this kid go today.
You also know that the owner of this Blue Moon community is the 3rd master. If you help me teach this kid a lesson, I will definitely speak well of you in front of the 3rd master.
Chapter 117 Real Boss. 3rd Master?
Brother Ba slapped his head fiercely and pretended to be calm. You are right, this is the territory of the 3rd master. Logically, I should not interfere in this matter, but it is not good to trouble the 3rd master. I happen to know Brother 9, who is under his command. How about this, I will let Brother 9 handle this matter. After Brother Ba finished speaking, he looked at the sales manager with gratitude.
Brother Ba, you actually know Brother 9?
The manager was a little surprised. I heard that he is a favorite of the 3rd master.
Hey, how can you survive in the underworld without knowing a few people? Brother Ba smiled evilly and took out his cell phone.
Ningfeng has been paying attention to the conversation here.
Could the 9th brother they are talking about be Chenjiu? That would be interesting.
Even now, Ningfeng was still laughing. Xiaolan couldn't stand it anymore and pointed at Ningfeng and said bitterly, "Boy, you will cry later."
Ha, let's wait and see. Ningfeng was looking forward to it.
At this time, Brother Ba had finished his call and looked at Ningfeng with a sly smile. Boy, I guess you don't know who Brother 9 is, so you act so nonchalant. Let me tell you, in our area, no matter big or small, they all belong to the 3rd master. And Brother 9 is the most popular person under the 3rd master, so just wait for him to take care of you.
Bang!
Ningfeng raised his foot and kicked a piece of vase fragment on the ground towards Brother Ba, but Ningfeng deliberately kicked it off track, and it slipped past Brother Ba's cheek. If you keep talking nonsense, I won't wait for that 9th brother and I will deal with you now. Ningfeng said coldly.
Brother Ba shuddered and dared not speak anymore. After a while, a thin man with an extremely powerful aura appeared in everyone's sight.
Seeing this, Brother Ba hurried over and said, Brother Jiu, that's the guy. Brother Ba pointed at Ningfeng and sneered. 9th brother looked in the direction of the finger, his expression obviously surprised, and at this moment Ningfeng's eyes also looked at 9th brother. After a moment, Brother 9 took a deep breath and slapped Brother Ba in the face.
Brother Jiu, what are you doing?
Brother Ba suddenly felt aggrieved.
You're looking for a beating, aren't you? Brother 9 grabbed Brother Ba by the collar and said viciously, Do you know who this is? Who is it? A bad premonition came over Brother Ba.
But he is somewhat famous in this area and has never seen Ningfeng.
Could it be a big shot from somewhere else?
Thinking of this, cold sweat broke out on Brother Ba's forehead.
He's my benefactor, 3rd master's brother, and you want me to take care of him? How many heads do you have? Boom! Brother Ba was suddenly struck by lightning. Even Xiaolan and the manager beside them turned pale.
I originally thought he was just a poor loser, but it turns out he is a real big shot. Chen Zhou carried Brother Ba to Ningfeng and threw him to the ground like a dead dog. Ningfeng folded his arms and said, Not bad, Chen Zhou. You look quite impressive these few days. Brother Feng, please forgive me.
I am doing this all thanks to you.
Besides, the 3rd master said that he is old, so he asked me to come up and help him manage things. Chen Zhou touched his head and said awkwardly. Ningfeng patted Chen Zhou on the shoulder and said, You are such a famous person, but you are not competent for your job. There is a guy like Brother Ba who bullies the weak and fears the strong in your territory.
If it were someone else today, he would probably be punished. Chen Zhou understood what Ningfeng meant and kicked Brother Ba. Are you fucking blind? How dare you touch anyone? Come with me later and see how the 3rd master will deal with you.
In the underworld, everyone knows that the third master is loyal, but also ruthless. He always uses iron-blooded methods to deal with his subordinates who don't obey his discipline. Brother Ba shuddered, pulled Chinjio's trousers, and begged, "Brother Jio, I beg you, I was blind and didn't recognize the great man, can you let me go this time?" Chinjio remained unmoved. At this moment, Brother Ba's heart sank, and he could only pin his hopes on Ningfeng. "My lord, all the mistakes are my fault, please forgive me, I am nothing, not worth your concern. I can spare you." When Brother Ba heard this, he was immediately delighted. Ningfeng grinned and said, "But your mistress is really powerful. She came up and called me a poor loser. She also pushed my girlfriend and falsely accused us of breaking the vase. She is really rich and powerful." Chapter 118: The Corrupt Manager. Brother Ba understood the meaning of these words very well. He hardened his heart and rushed to Xiaolan. Cousin, what are you doing?" Bang! Brother Ba swung his hand and slapped him. "I usually tolerate you too much. You even dared to mess with Master Phone. Don't you look at yourself? You are a prostitute. If you were not a little pretty, I would not want you. Now you dare to call me a poor loser?" Bang! Another slap. Brother Ba was really trying hard to show his loyalty. He slapped Xiaolan's face into a pig's head with just 2 slaps. After doing all this, Brother Ba returned to Ningfeng's side. "Master Phone, I have already taught that bitch a lesson. Am I so superficial that I have to make things difficult for a woman?" Ningfeng said with a wicked smile. No. Brother Ba didn't dare to refute Ningfeng. Now half of his life was in Ningfeng's hands. Seeing that Chinjio had calmed the situation, Ningfeng lost interest and waved at the manager, who came over with a smile on his face. "Master Feng, I was blind and didn't recognize a great man before. I hope you can forgive me and treat me as a fart, okay? He. People in this world are so interesting. They always like to treat themselves as a fart." Ningfeng raised his eyebrows, "But I'm not interested in fighting with a fart." "Thank you, Master Feng. Thank you, Master Feng." The manager was as if he had been pardoned and thought that everything was fine, but Ningfeng grabbed his collar and said, "But since we broke your vase, we should pay for it." After that, Ningfeng took out a gold card and handed it to the manager. "But this vase is really not worth $500,000. If I recognize it correctly, this is an ordinary imitation of blue and white porcelain, 100 yuan on the market. I don't know if you deliberately made 2 fakes to embezzle, or if you deliberately wanted to cheat me today." Boom! The manager's expression changed again and again. "Master Feng, please don't scare me. Every house in the Blue Moon community has 2 blue and white porcelain decorations at the door. These are real ones." "Oh?" Ningfeng raised his eyebrows and said, "That's interesting. Now this real thing has become a fake. Chenjiu, don't you think it's very interesting?" Chenjiu understood Ningfeng's meaning and his expression immediately turned cold. "Manager, you'd better explain this to me clearly. My benefactor is not an ordinary person. He never misjudges anything. If you tell a lie, you know what will happen." Thump! The manager knelt down immediately, kowtowed, and begged, "Master Feng, Master Jio, it's all my fault that I was confused for a moment and tried to make some money by passing off fake things as real. I beg you, can you please let me go this time?" Ningfeng nodded his head. "If my estimate is correct, there are at least 100 houses in this Blue Moon community. The blue and white porcelain in each house is worth 1 million, which is 100 million. You spent 10,000 yuan and earned 100 million. This income is not bad." Chenjiu's face turned green. The Blue Moon community was the property of the third master, and now he was asked to be in charge. If Ningfeng hadn't discovered such a big thing, he might never have known about it in his entire life. Bang! Chenjiu stepped on the manager and said viciously, "How dare you tamper with third master's money? Go back and wait for the punishment of the family law. Master Jio, please spare me, Master Jio, please spare me." The manager kept begging, "I have no use for that 100 million, I will return it to you now, Master Jio, please spare me." Snort! Chenjiu snorted coldly. "The money originally belonged to the third master. I will take it back, but if I make a mistake, I will be punished." Bang! Chenjiu snapped his fingers, and Brother Ba hurried over when he saw him. "Take him back to the third master." "Okay, Brother Jio." Brother Ba laughed awkwardly, and then dragged the manager out like a dead dog. Chapter 119 Ouyang Qian's Little Thoughts.
By the way, Brother Feng, why didn't you tell me before you came to buy a house?
Chen Jiu was a little embarrassed. After all, such a big thing happened under his hands.
I didn't know this was your territory.
Ning Feng patted Chen Jiu's shoulder, but you are so powerful now, you have become the ninth brother.
That was you who helped me, Brother Feng.
Chen Jiu's eyes turned and he pointed at Chen Yao and said, Brother Feng, this is my sister-in-law, right?
Soon.
I don't know why, but when I heard Ning Feng's answer, Chen Yao felt a warm feeling in her heart and she couldn't help but take Ning Feng's arm. Seeing this, Chen Jiu smiled evilly and said, Brother Feng is here to buy a new house.
How about this? You don't buy it either.
Recently, Third Master gave me a villa in the Blue Moon community. Consider it my gift to Brother Feng and sister-in-law.
Good job.
The villas in the Blue Moon community must cost at least hundreds of millions.
Ning Feng couldn't help but glance at Chen Jiugao.
It seemed that this boy was better than he had imagined.
Brother Feng, don't refuse. You know I am just a small thug.
I am used to hardship and I am not used to living in this big villa.
And my grandma doesn't want to move either.
She said she is used to living in that small house all her life. After saying that, Chen Jiu took out a bunch of keys and put them into Ning Feng's hand.
Thank you for your kindness, then. Ning Feng was not polite and gave the key back to Chen Yao.
At this moment, Chen Yao's heart was pounding.
This was 100 million, and she got it just like that?
Oh, by the way, Brother Feng, Third Master has been talking about you a lot recently. When do you think you can go there?
Ha ha.
Ning Feng laughed and said, I was wondering why you were so generous today. It turns out you had other intentions. Ning Feng pondered for a while and said, I'll go after I've dealt with Feng Hu's issue. I'll bring the Third Master's leopard-spotted jade ring with me.
Then I'll trouble you, Brother Feng.
Chen Jiu had also heard about the agreement between the Third Master and Ning Feng, so he didn't say anything. It was also not good to disturb Ning Feng and Chen Yao's world of two, so he left. When Ning Feng and Chen Yao went to the villa, they realized what true luxury was. However, they had no plans to move in the next few days. After all, Jiang Yan was still in the hospital taking care of his father.
After viewing the villa, Ning Feng went home with Chen Yao.
Until the next day, Ning Feng still did not go to work at Marume.
Because he received a call from Ouyang Qian. Captain Ouyang, why did you call me here so early in the morning? What's the matter?
As the saying goes, one never visits a temple for no reason.
Every time Ouyang Qian called me, it was always something bad.
Ouyang Qian pretended to be mysterious and said, You must be interested in this matter, about Feng Hu.
Feng Hu?
Ning Feng and Feng Hu are now on opposite sides. If it really has something to do with him, Ning Feng would be very willing to listen. But looking at Ouyang Qian's expression, she must be thinking something.
It still counts. We just paid off his kindness yesterday.
If we touch Feng Hu now, we will be like touching Tai Sui.
Hey, why are you like this? Ouyang Qian was a little anxious.
Last night he saw Ning Feng's Tai Chi and was extremely envious, but the other party refused to teach him. So he had an idea and asked his men to inquire about the gray industry under Feng Hu, intending to use this as a condition to let Ning Feng teach him.
What's wrong with me? I'm just trying to protect myself. Didn't you see the man in black robe last night? I believe this Feng Hu was not that simple.
Ning Feng sat down on the sofa and said lazily.
I think you just don't dare. Ouyang Qian was also angry. What am I afraid of? Tell me about it.
Ning Feng said with a wicked smile. As far as I know, this Feng Hu not only sells powder, but also has several pornographic businesses.
I know of 3 of them.
At this point, Ouyang Qian realized that she had let the cat out of the bag and glared at Ning Feng fiercely. You actually tried to trick me.
No, you said it yourself.
Ning Feng said with a smirk.
Chapter 120, Gossip. Forget it, forget it.
Ouyang Qian waved her hands, looking helpless. In fact, only you can do this.
What's going on? Why is it so mysterious? Is there anything that Captain Ouyang can't handle? Ouyang Qian nodded and said, although I have found the location of their pornographic business, I don't have any evidence. We need someone to go inside and collect evidence before we can take action. Oh. Ning Feng looked as if he understood. It seems that Captain Ouyang wants me to sell my body. Fart. Ouyang Qian rolled her eyes and said unhappily, isn't that what you stinky men like?
If Ouyang Qian had no other choice, she would not have looked for Ning Feng. After all, she needed someone to collect evidence, and she couldn't go herself. The police in the bureau were not convenient either, as they were all public figures. So the only one left was Ning Feng, whose mortal enemy.
Ning Feng looked at Ouyang Qian with interest and said, "Captain Ouyang, you may be wrong.
Compared to those soulless fallen women, I am more interested in you.
I have to say that although Ouyang Qian has a bad temper, her figure is really amazing.
Ordinary women can't compare to her at all."
Shameless.
Ouyang Qian glared at Ning Feng fiercely and shouted angrily, "Just tell me whether you are going or not."
I tell you, you have already offended Feng Hu.
As the saying goes, it is better to strike first than to gain the upper hand.
Don't regret it.
But no matter what Ouyang Qian said, Ning Feng still looked as if it had nothing to do with him. Instead, he poured himself a cup of tea and savored it carefully.
Let's see how long you can keep showing off. Ouyang Qian got so angry that she slammed the door and walked out. Haha, how could I not know this?
Besides, I don't take Feng Hu seriously at all. But just as Ning Feng finished speaking, a system prompt sounded in his head. Ding, congratulations to the host for triggering the strategy mission. Help Ouyang Qian and destroy Feng Hu's pornographic den.
Mission reward, Ouyang Qian's favorability plus 10, reward skill, explosive step.
Explosive step can greatly increase the host's attack speed. Hold the fuck.
Ning Feng almost choked on his tea, and he even used some martial arts skills?
This shit is something that hasn't appeared in 1,000 years.
It seems that I have no choice but to go.
Putting the teacup on the table, Ning Feng sighed and finally walked out of the office.
Shortly after Ning Feng disappeared, Ouyang Qian and Delu appeared in a corner. Captain, you are really smart.
You actually calculated that Brother Feng would go alone.
Snort. Ouyang Qian shook her head and said proudly, "Don't I know Ning Feng's little tricks?"
He always likes to be alone, and as long as it's about Feng Hu, he can't help but care. After all, he doesn't like to let the enemy jump around for too long.
Oh no. Delu slapped his head, as if he remembered something. Since Brother Feng went there first, doesn't that mean he took all the credit? Ouyang Qian grinned and said, "Why panic?
He is going to lead the charge, and we are the focus.
Hurry up and gather the people. We are going to play a big game this time." 2 hours later. Rainbow Entertainment Club. Ning Feng looked at the colorful lanterns hanging high and finally walked in.
"Hey, boss, are you here to have fun so early?" A middle-aged woman with heavy makeup and revealing clothes staggered over.
"Why? Not welcome?"
Ning Feng took out a gold card directly from his pocket, and the woman's eyes immediately lit up.
"How can that be possible? Guests are welcome here. As long as you are happy, you can stay here every day." The woman said with a wry smile, "It's just that it's so early in the morning. Boss, are you going to sing, give me a massage, or?"
After saying that, the woman showed an expression that said you know and looked at Ning Feng meaningfully.
Chapter 121 Gentle Killing Intent.
Ning Feng shook the gold card in his hand. "I'm here to have fun.
Don't mention singing to me. It's unromantic. I like to have fun with something exciting."
"Boss, you are so real." The woman grabbed Ning Feng's hand and said with a wicked smile, "It just so happens that a new beautiful girl came here this morning."
Do you want to be more direct? Of course it's a full set. Hey, have you ever seen a pig run even if you haven't eaten pork?
It would be boring to come directly here. Besides, I am here to do serious business today.
You really know how to have fun.
After saying that, the woman took Ning Feng directly to a small room, and soon she brought in another girl. She is very beautiful, petite and cute, and looks particularly seductive in a thin work outfit.
This is the girl we brought here. Her name is Xiaolian, the woman introduced. Okay, you go out first.
The woman understood, gave Xiaolian a look, and left the room. It can be seen that the woman did not lie to him. The girl was a little scared when she saw Xiaolian.
She must be a novice. Come here, why are you still standing there? Ning Feng waved at her. Oh.
Xiaolian nodded subconsciously, her cheeks turned red instantly, but since she had done this, she was mentally prepared, so she walked to Ning Feng's side.
Hey, boss, later can you? Xiaolian was still a little scared. I know what you mean.
I'll believe you if you just give me a massage.
Forget about the rest. Real?
Xiaolian let out a long sigh and put down the tools in her hands.
Actually, what I'm good at is massaging people.
They all say that my massage is very comfortable. As she spoke, Xiaolian began to massage Ningfeng, but she was a little shy and didn't like to talk much.
Although Ningfeng felt a little itchy, he didn't do anything out of line.
After all, he had several beautiful girls at home, each with their own unique style.
Your technique is quite good.
After a while, Ningfeng felt sleepy and his whole body was filled with warmth.
Xiaolian didn't say anything, but worked even harder. If you are so afraid of this kind of thing, why do you come to such a place?
Ningfeng muttered again. But as soon as I finished speaking, I felt a chill on my back.
Actually, I don't want to come to a place like this, except to kill you.
This is. Ningfeng clearly felt that Xiaolian's tone had changed, and it was no longer shy. He wanted to turn around and take a look, but he didn't expect to find a shiny dagger pressed against Ningfeng's back. They all say you're very difficult to deal with, but I think you're just average.
All men in the world are the same. After that, Xiaolian slid the dagger back and forth on Ningfeng's body. Should I start from your kidneys? Or from your heart and liver? In an instant, Ningfeng woke up from his sleep and frowned. Are you Feng Hu's man?
Of course.
Xiaolian did not hide it. You think your actions are very covert?
To tell you the truth, you have fallen into our trap since you came in.
Trap? Xiaolian smiled and said, that's right. You must have listened to others and came to make trouble here, right?
It's a pity that those rumors were just our trick to lure you into the trap.
What a deep scheme. Since you know I'm back, don't you know that other people will come? Based on Ningfeng's understanding of Ouyang Qian, this girl will definitely follow me secretly.
After all, she is a person who hates criminals extremely.
Ningfeng's guess was correct. Ouyang Qian did bring De Lu and the others here, and they sneaked in.
It was a pity that they were blocked by someone.
Chapter 122 Chapter 122 Mo Chen.
At this time, in the backyard of Tianhong Club,
a man who looked very gentle and handsome blocked Ouyang Qian's way. Where are you going, everyone? Facing the sudden arrival, Ouyang Qian's heart tightened. We are just strolling around. What? Even strolling around for a while is not allowed?
The man smiled gently. Of course men can go shopping here, but women can't.
Don't you agree, Captain Ouyang? After being recognized, Ouyang Qian knew that this matter would not be so simple, so she got straight to the point and said, since you know I'm a police officer, why don't you get out of the way? Are you trying to stop the police from investigating the case? Ha ha. The man suddenly burst into laughter, and his expression became unusually ferocious. Since I'm here, isn't this the best explanation? Bang! The man suddenly pulled out the dagger from his waist, and his aura became fierce. De Lu stepped forward and said to Ouyang Qian, Captain, leave this sissy to me. Go find Brother Feng. I feel like something is wrong today.
The man licked the tip of the knife and sneered at De Lu. You look stupid, but you are actually quite smart. The Ningfeng you are talking about should have died in the land of gentleness by now.
Team leader. De Lu was a little anxious. Then you guys hold on. I want to see if Ningfeng is still alive.
After saying that, Ouyang Qian tried to bypass the man, but a shining flying knife shot towards her at high speed.
Fortunately, Ouyang Qian reacted quickly, otherwise it would have been dangerous. Want to leave?
The man raised his eyebrows and said, my brother died in your hands.
Don't even think about escaping today. Fuck you, what the hell are you talking about? De Lu roared and punched the man. Bang! The man didn't even look at him. He turned around and punched De Lu in the abdomen. De Lu immediately collapsed like mud.
The man waved his hand and said, I forgot to tell you, my kung fu is not as good as my brother's.
If you look down on me, you will die. Ouyang Qian came over, helped De Lu up, and looked at the man seriously. Are you Mo Yun's brother?
Both in terms of clothing and appearance, the man in front of him looked extremely similar to the deceased Mo Yun.
My name is Mo Chen.
As soon as the man finished speaking, he stretched out his hand, and the flying knife that had just been fixed on the wall seemed to have eyes and returned to his hand.
I'm here to take your lives today. Whoosh! Another attack, this time the flying knife was many times faster than before. Ouyang Qian could only push De Lu aside.
At this moment, the flying knife cut off a strand of her hair.
Team leader.
The remaining team members rushed up immediately but were stopped by Ouyang Qian.
Take De Lu to find Ningfeng. This is our only chance to survive. Fast! Ouyang Qian roared angrily, which frightened the others.
Although they were a little worried about Ouyang Qian, the overall situation was more important. Only Ningfeng could deal with this kind of master.
Want to leave?
Mo Chen groaned, and the flying knife returned to his hand. He shot it directly at De Lu and others.
Do you really think I, Ouyang Qian, am easy to bully? Ouyang Qian took a step forward, stood in front of De Lu and others, and pulled out a scimitar from her waist. Bang!
The flying knife collided with the scimitar, and Ouyang Qian retreated several meters before she could steady herself. However, her right hand had already been shaking so much that she could hardly hold the scimitar. However, it was this attack that created an opportunity for Lu and his men to escape from the backyard.
That's really touching, Captain Ouyang.
I wonder if my next attack can kill you, the man said with a sneer on his face.
Ouyang Qian barely stood up and snorted, at least I can hold on until Ningfeng comes back. Chapter 123 Ouyang Qian's Crisis. As for Ningfeng, Xiaolian had already told Ningfeng all their plans.
At this moment, she was holding the dagger tightly, ready to stab it into Ningfeng's heart.
Thank you for telling me so much, but I still want to live.
At this critical moment, Ningfeng kicked Xiaolian in the waist without any warning.
I have no interest in a woman like you who likes to kill people. I advise you not to follow me.
Ningfeng put on his clothes and was about to go outside.
You actually underestimated me.
Just now, Xiaolian thought Ningfeng had given up resisting, so she relaxed and gave Ningfeng an opportunity. The fact that her prey tried to escape completely enraged her and made her want to kill. She clenched the dagger in her hand and stabbed Ningfeng in the air.
Act recklessly.
Ningfeng's face turned cold, he stomped his right foot on the ground suddenly, and retreated several meters. At this time, Xiaolian's dagger fell down, but it pierced into the ground.
Tisk, TSK, that's really powerful. Base.
Xiaolian pulled out the dagger from the ground and stared at Ningfeng with cold eyes. I will definitely stab your head with the next blow.
Then you have to have a chance too.
Just now from Xiaolian, Ningfeng also knew that Ouyang Qian was in great danger now, and the news was spread by the other party. They must have made sufficient preparations, so Ningfeng did not plan to get entangled with Xiaolian anymore. He suddenly rushed towards Xiaolian. His speed was so much faster than before that Xiaolian didn't even have time to react and was grabbed by Ningfeng's wrist.
Crack!
Ningfeng exerted force with his 5 fingers, and a heart-wrenching feeling immediately made Xiaolian lose the strength to hold the dagger.
Bang!
The dagger fell directly to the ground.
Bang!
Ningfeng threw Xiaolian to the ground and said, "Remember, I won't kill you. I hope you won't bother me, or I'll crush your head next time."
Boom!
A strong murderous intent made Xiaolian stunned. He had also felt this murderous intent from Mo Chen. Could it be that this guy's strength has also reached? While Xiaolian was thinking, Ningfeng had already left the room and ran into De Lu and the others.
Why are you here? Where are Ouyang Qian's people? De Lu barely raised his head and said weakly, "Brother Feng, it's great to see you. Unfortunately, we were ambushed. There is a very powerful master in the backyard. Captain Ouyang is fighting him to protect us."
"Brother Feng, please go and save Captain Ouyang."
"Yes, Brother Feng, when we ran over here just now, Captain Ouyang seemed to have been injured in order to create opportunities for us.
Now the team members can only place their hopes on Ningfeng."
"Don't worry, I'll go right away." Without any hesitation, Ningfeng rushed directly to the backyard.
At this moment, in the backyard, Ouyang Qian's clothes were all cut by the flying knives, and the blood from the wounds dyed her clothes red, making her look particularly scary. However, she still stood up with her tenacious perseverance.
Mo Chen played with the dagger in his hand. "Captain Ouyang, why are you doing this?
If you give up resistance, at least you can suffer less physical pain."
"There is no way I will bow to evil forces like you." Ouyang Qian gritted her teeth and said viciously. "Evil forces? Us?" Mo Chen couldn't help but burst into laughter.
"Who in this world can call themselves a good person? My brother died at the hands of Ningfeng.
Do you think you can be called a good person?
This is such a joke. He committed a crime and should be dealt with by law."
Ouyang Qian said calmly. "Law?" Mo Chen was stunned, then sneered, "You are right.
At that time, you had the power of fists, so of course you could say anything. But now I can control your life and death at any time, so—"
Mo Chen's eyes turned cold, and the flying knife shot directly at Ouyang Qian.
"So, go to hell." Facing the rapid attack, Ouyang Qian knew that she no longer had the strength to block it, and could not help but smile bitterly. "Ningfeng, if there is a next life you must teach me Tai Chi. It would be too depressing to die like this."
Chapter 124 Chapter 123 The Terrible Mo Chen.
The flying knife seemed to have eyes, and it rushed towards Ouyang Qian's eyebrows. If it hit her, Ouyang Qian would definitely die. At this time, Ouyang Qian had lost the strength to resist and closed her eyes. Emo Chen clasped his hands across his chest, as if killing was not something strange to him. Just think of it as collecting some interest first. But just as Emo Chen finished his words, a flying knife shot over from the side, aiming at Emo Chen's flying knife. Moreover, this flying knife was even faster, spinning and making a whistling sound as it pierced the air. Bang! Finally, this flying knife successfully hit Emo Chen's flying knife. Bang! But the flying knife continued to move forward and penetrated directly into the wall. Attacking the police? You are so brave. If I don't teach you a lesson, you won't know why the flowers are so red. A faint voice sounded from the left. The voice was not loud, but it made Ouyang Qian open her eyes suddenly, and she felt an indescribable joy. You're finally here. At this moment, Ouyang Qian collapsed to the ground like a deflated ball, but her eyes never left that direction. At this time, Ningfeng stood with his hands behind his back and slowly walked into the backyard of the club. He had a smile on his face, but this smile was more terrifying than any other expression. This is the prelude to the coming storm. You're finally here. Emo Chen's expression changed, but he soon returned to smiling. I wanted to kill this woman before looking for you, but since you're so anxious to die, I'll send you both down together. Whoosh! He just flipped his hand, and the dagger that fell on the ground instantly returned to his hand. Ningfeng still didn't look at him. I can send your brother down, I can send you down, and finally I will send Fenghu down. Having said that, Ningfeng naturally came to Ouyang Qian's side and picked her up. Of course, I will also send the mysterious organization behind you to prison. The moment Ningfeng finished speaking, an extremely powerful murderous intent spread from him. At this moment, he was like the god of death, invincible. Whoosh! Emo Chen swung his hand and his flying knife shot towards Ningfeng again. Then I will send you down first, so that you can stop thinking about it. At the moment when Emo Chen threw out the flying knife, his men also rushed out and followed the flying knife with a heavy punch. It's just a trifle. Ningfeng's expression condensed, he stepped suddenly and jumped up, then he took another step and touched the flying knife. Bite! The flying knives made a sound of iron clashing, as if they were filled with unwillingness and anger. However, after Ningfeng's step, it changed direction and rushed towards Emo Chen. Whoosh! Emo Chen failed to dodge and his cheek was scratched, leaving a bloody mark. It's really powerful. My brother's death deserves to happen. Emo Chen clenched his fists, and an enormous fighting spirit surged up. But you're still going to die. Whoosh whoosh! He suddenly swung his hands, and a 3-inch dagger flew out every time he swung, so that in the end dozens of flying knives shot towards Ningfeng at the same time. Swish, swish, swish. The flying knives continued to fly forward with unstoppable force, and with so many of them flying out at the same time, even Ningfeng could only avoid their sharp edges. After finally dodging the attack of the flying knives, Ningfeng found that these flying knives seemed to have eyes. They turned back and rushed towards Ningfeng again. See, this is the difference between you and me, Ningfeng. You are destined to die in my hands today. Chapter 125, Grandmaster can also be killed. Emo Chen simply stretched out a finger, as if doing juggling. Every time he waved his finger, the flying knife would fly in his direction. He is indeed a tough opponent. Ningfeng had just dodged a flying knife when several more flew towards him at the same time. There is only one way. Ningfeng made up his mind and rushed towards Emo Chen like a wild bull. Humph, no big deal. Emo Chen waved his fingers again, and the 3 flying knives seemed to have eyes and blocked Ningfeng's way. Swish, swish, swish. The flying knife was of very high level and stabbed directly into Ningfeng's heart. I will end you with this strike. Emo Chen showed a sinister smile, and suddenly turned his fingers, and the flying knives behind him also shot towards Ningfeng at the same time. Being attacked from both sides created a fatal situation. You've been fooled. At this moment, Ningfeng suddenly stepped on the ground, stopped the inertia of diving, touched the ground with his toes, and jumped high. Ding ding ding. The flying knives from the front and back collided fiercely and fell to the ground one after another. Looking at Emo Chen again, he was the controller of the flying knives, and he was just wrapping the flying knives with his powerful internal energy. At this moment, the flying knives collided with each other, causing his internal energy to collide with each other, and he directly spurted out a mouthful of blood. It's not over yet. Ningfeng grinned, landed on the ground, and punched Emo Chen. Bang!
Under the huge force, Mo Chen was knocked flying backwards.
Ningfeng also breathed a sigh of relief, put Ouyang Qian down, slowly walked towards Mo Chen, and grabbed him by the collar.
With this little strength, you still want to avenge your brother? Bang! Ningfeng threw another punch directly at Mo Chen's abdomen.
In an instant, Mo Chen felt as if he was hit by a truck, his heart and courage shattered.
You? Mo Chen opened his eyes wide, a look of disbelief. Are you a master? I don't know what the grandmaster you're talking about is.
I only know that even if you are a grandmaster, I will beat you down today.
Mighty. Domineering.
This is probably the highest level of pretense.
No matter who you are, I'm going to kill you. Ha ha.
Mo Chen's gentle face turned ferocious, and he couldn't stop laughing. I never thought that a small city like Rongqing would have a master like you. It's not unfair for us brothers to lose. But even if you are a master, if you touch Fenghu, it will be equivalent to infringing on the interests of certain people, and you will die miserably.
Hee hee.
Ningfeng sneered, instead of discussing my life or death, you should worry about yourself. Assaulting a police officer or being involved in pornography, either one of them is enough to get you killed without a burial place.
Humph.
Mo Chen snorted unwillingly. People in our line of work have long disregarded life and death, but even if I die, I will not go back to the police station with you.
Crack.
There was a sound of something being bitten into pieces coming from Mo Chen's mouth, and a stream of blood oozed out of his mouth.
Bite your tongue and commit suicide? TSK, TSK, TSK.
What a ruthless person. Since the funds were dead, Ningfeng was no longer interested. He threw him to the ground and walked towards the unconscious Ouyang Qian. At this time, De Lu and the others also returned and went back to the backyard again, but this time they were accompanied by Ouyang Feng and a group of fully armed soldiers.
Xiaofeng, how is my daughter?
Ouyang Feng was sweating profusely at this time, and it was obvious that he was very anxious.
He's probably exhausted. He just ran into a master.
Ningfeng smiled bitterly and said, by the way, the rest of the people in this club must be not clean either.
Don't let them escape.
They were arrested a long time ago, and none of them escaped. Ouyang Feng said seriously, I never thought that there would be an internal force master in such a small club. Ouyang Feng also practiced martial arts since he was young, and his skills have reached the level of releasing internal strength externally. Just now when he was arresting someone in the front yard, he felt an inexplicable sense of danger. But it looks like it has been resolved. Thinking of this, he couldn't help but glance at Ningfeng.
Chapter 126, Realm System.
Just as Ouyang Feng said, everyone in the club was caught, and Mo Chen was killed on the spot. This news soon reached Fenghu's ears.
What? Even Mo Chen was killed? Fenghu was shocked. Others didn't know Mo Chen's strength, but he knew it very well.
A man with strong internal strength who would soon become a grandmaster was not Ningfeng's opponent. This made him feel the threat of death.
Good job, Ningfeng, I really underestimated you.
Fenghu exerted force with his hand and a Buddhist bead was directly crushed by him, which shows how angry he was at this moment.
Master Hu, what should we do now?
It seems that Ningfeng intends to fight us to the end.
A gangster asked weakly. Fenghu said coldly, what else can I do?
I, Fenghu, have been in the underworld for so many years.
If I didn't have some skills, I would have been killed long ago.
Since this Ningfeng wants to play with me, then I will play with him properly.
What does Tiger Lord mean? Fenghu waved his hand and said, since he was able to kill Mo Chen, this Ningfeng must be a master-level expert. Hurry up and call the southwest border. They will find a way to solve it.
On the southwestern border of Yen State, there is a group of desperate criminals, and the reason why Fenghu was able to gain a foothold in Rongqing is because of his cooperation with this group of people.
Yes. The gangster bowed and went down. Chengdu Hospital.
At this time, 2 days had passed since the siege of the club. Since completing the last mission, Ningfeng had acquired a new skill, Explosive Step.
But this is not the point. What puzzles Ningfeng is, what exactly are the internal force masters and grandmasters they are talking about? System, can you explain it to me?
What the host is talking about is a realm of martial arts. Then the system explained the realm of martial arts to Ningfeng. It turns out that ordinary people who practice martial arts are at best laymen. Only those who can truly punch and emit hidden power can be considered masters, that is, internal strength. And when one can release internal strength externally, he has reached the level of a grandmaster and can establish his own school.
So that's how it is.
Ning Feng nodded subconsciously. But at this moment, a blue projection appeared in front of Ning Feng.
Host, Ning Feng. Cultivation, peak of internal strength.
Experience value, 0. Completing tasks can gain experience, and when the experience value reaches a certain level, you can level up. Points, 800. Points can be used for lottery draws or exchanged for items in the mall. Skills, Tai Chi, Shan level, Explosive Step, Shan level, Tiger Fist, Ordinary level.
Mission, none.
According to the system's instructions, there are 4 levels of martial arts: mortal level, mysterious level, earth level, and heaven level. Of course, the latter 2 can be considered as superb skills, which are generally not seen.
Hey, what are you doing?
Just when Ning Feng was immersed in his own world, Ouyang Qian slowly woke up from the hospital bed. How can you take care of patients like this?
You didn't even know I woke up?
Ouyang Qian tried hard to roll her eyes, but maybe she was too weak and didn't even have the strength to speak.
Captain Ouyang, you're already so injured, and you're still thinking about slandering me?
Ning Feng said speechlessly.
Huh, don't you know how to comfort me? I was injured like this just to save you, right? Save me?
Ning Feng said with a wicked smile, my Captain Ouyang, who is saving whom? If you hadn't caused trouble, I could have defeated them all by myself. Ning Feng is not bragging. Among those people in the club, only Imochen can be considered a master.
The others are not even good enough for Ning Feng to warm up with. You.
Ouyang Qian was so angry that she wanted to sit up, but she touched the wound and her face immediately became paler.
Can't you just give in to girls? Are you not a man at all?
Ouyang Qian tried to stay calm, so her voice was a little low when she said this. This actually made Ning Feng feel weird.
Could it be that this girl likes me? Chapter 127 Chapter 127 Call me dear again.
Please don't look at me with your dirty eyes. Ouyang Qian was extremely disgusted and wanted to beat Ning Feng up, but because of her injury, she didn't dare to move. Ning Feng said with a wicked smile, what's wrong with me being dirty?
You were almost dying in the backyard of the club, but you were still thinking about me? Aren't you dirty? You. Ouyang Qian's cheeks turned red instantly. She didn't know what was going on.
She was about to die, but she suddenly thought of this bastard for no reason. She must be thinking that only he can save her, she must be.
It's all out of the instinct for survival. Ouyang Qian made up an excuse for herself.
At this time, Ning Feng put away his playful smile and said seriously, if I remember correctly, before you fainted, you were still complaining that I didn't teach you Tai Chi?
No. Ouyang Qian denied it flatly.
I begged you to teach me before, but you didn't.
What? Now you are pretending to be so? If you don't want to teach me, then forget it. I'm still learning. Ouyang Qian pouted like a child. Well.
Ning Feng sighed and said, I originally wanted to teach you well, but now it seems that you don't want to learn anymore, so forget it.
What did you say?
Ouyang Qian blinked her big eyes, looking incredulous.
It's nothing.
Since you don't want to learn, forget it. After saying that, Ning Feng stood up and was about to walk out of the ward.
I learn.
Without caring about the pain in her body, Ouyang Qian stood up immediately.
Just kidding, although Tai Chi is a martial art for the elderly, it has been transformed into perfection by Ning Feng. Ouyang Qian is confident that if she also learns Tai Chi, she will be able to fight against a master like Imochen.
Ning Feng raised the corner of his mouth and said with a wicked smile, this is a gift for becoming a disciple.
That's easy. I'll give you whatever you want. Ouyang Qian tried her best to learn Tai Chi. Call me dear again. Well.
Before Ouyang Qian could get angry, Ning Feng said, I'm not trying to take advantage of you, but I have my own rules. My skills will only be passed on to those closest to me.
Get lost.
This is clearly taking advantage, and it is also justified and well-founded, which is simply too much.
The most important thing is that there is no reason to refute it. This is something you don't want to learn. Etc.
Ouyang Qian took a deep breath, as if she had made a heavy decision.
Honey. The sound is like the buzz of a mosquito. This is the bottom line.
If this bastard goes any further, I will stop learning from him.
If this bastard is willing to teach me, then I won't lose anything. This is a matter known only to God and the earth. No one else knows. Well.
Ning Feng pretended to enjoy it and replied, the voice of a beautiful woman is so pleasant to listen to. But you are injured now, so it is not convenient for me to teach you.
I will definitely teach you when you recover. What are you going to do?
Ningfeng did not stop until he reached the door and said, I have been absent from work for several days to take care of you. My boss said he would fire me if I don't go to work.
What do you think I should do? Don't worry, it's almost noon now. Your father will be here soon. I'll leave first. Ningfeng waved his hand and walked out of the ward. Not long after Ningfeng left, Ouyang Feng came to the hospital with a lot of bags. Daughter, I just met Ningfeng on the road.
He looked very sad.
Did you have a fight? Dad, what are you talking about?
Faced with this disrespectful old guy, Ouyang Qian really had no idea what to do.
I'm not talking nonsense.
Ouyang Feng said mysteriously, I'm telling you, my daughter, this Ningfeng is not ordinary. He has a lot to do with Wan Jinrong, and his vision is also extraordinary.
The most important thing is that he is very likely a master.
At that time, Ouyang Feng saw that Ningfeng killed the internal strength master Emochen without suffering any injury, so Ouyang Feng deduced Ningfeng's cultivation level.
Grand Master? Ouyang Qian widened her eyes.
They are legendary masters, each of whom can establish his own school.
That's right, so you must not offend him. If possible, it will definitely be good for you to spend more time with him. Dad. Ouyang Qian complained, stop worrying about it, okay? There's no chance for him and me. Ouyang Qian was also drunk. How could there be such a father in the world who would push his daughter into someone else's arms?
Seeing that his daughter was unhappy, Ouyang Feng could only sigh secretly and think of finding another opportunity in the future.
Chapter 128 Beauty Essence Manufacturing Method. Marubi Company in Ouyang Qian's office.
Ningfeng sat on the sofa and laughed. I wonder what Mr. Wang wants to talk to me about this time. Looking at Ningfeng's appearance, Wang Lia immediately felt a little disgusted, but she did not forget her purpose today. Wang Lia forced a smile and said, Manager Ning, I know I was wrong last time, and I hope you won't hold a grudge.
What did Mr. Wang say?
I have completely forgotten the discord that happened last time.
In fact, Ningfeng was just saying this on the surface. I didn't forget anything.
Last time, you were the one who put on airs in front of me and hid someone behind the curtains.
What? Are you afraid that I will do something bad to you? Just forget it.
Wang Lia put down the contract in her hand. This time I went to see Manager Ning mainly because I think you have made great contributions to the company recently, so I want to give you a raise.
It was 8,000 before, now I'll give you 15,000, what do you think? Ningfeng's brows were knitted together, is this woman crazy? Although I have made some achievements, it is not enough to increase my salary, right? Besides, if I take leave every few days, can I still say that I have made a great contribution? Manager Ning, don't be nervous.
You have indeed helped me a lot these days. To be honest, since I took over the company, although I have stopped the company's losses, I am also unable to cope with many aspects.
After all, I am a woman.
When she said this, Wang Lia showed a sad look.
I've also heard about your story from Yao Yao. You gave up studying abroad in order to help your father. You are truly worthy of admiration.
Ningfeng said with a smile.
Manager Ning is a very reasonable person.
Wang Lia smiled bitterly, but these days my father has become more addicted to the antiques and calligraphy industry.
He often gets angry with others and ends up losing a lot of money. I want to expand the company as soon as possible so that I can let him take over the company. Do you understand my feelings?
What Wang Lia said was an expression of emotion, and even Ningfeng was moved by her.
Mr. Wang, do you need my help?
Ningfeng raised his eyebrows. Manager Ning is really a smart man.
I do need your help.
You helped me a lot with your special beauty serum a few times before, but I can't always trouble you, so I hope you.
Ningfeng interrupted, what method do you want me to make for you?
But I've said it before, this method is only mine, and no one else can learn it.
Is there really no other way? Wang Lia's expression dimmed in an instant.
To be honest, Ningfeng also sympathized with Wang Lia's situation.
I'll try to figure it out.
Ningfeng gritted his teeth and finally agreed.
Thank you, Manager Ning.
Wang Lia said gratefully.
System, is there any method for making a very effective beauty serum in the Points Mall?
Host, please check it yourself. Royal Concubine Beauty Liquid, a beauty method used by ancient imperial concubines. It can remove facial oppression, the effect is obvious, and requires 200 points.
Queen's Skin Care Lotion, the queen in ancient times won the emperor's heart with this method. 500 points are required.
Fairy Beauty Essence, after using it, your skin will be as smooth as a baby's.
It requires 2,000 points. Oh my goodness, it really exists, but the price is too expensive. I earned 800 points by fighting hard.
Ningfeng glanced at Wang Lia again, who was looking at him expectantly.
Never mind. I'll help you this time. How to make the Queen's Skin Lotion.
Ding, congratulations to the host for successfully redeeming the Queen's Skin Care Lotion by spending 500 points. The moment the system finished speaking, a parchment scroll appeared in Ningfeng's hand.
It's really high-end. Chapter 129 Chapter 129 Wan Lia invites you to dinner.
Ningfeng then handed the parchment scroll directly to Wang Lia. This is what you want, I hope it can be helpful to you.
Wang Lia's hands were shaking.
Having this thing would be a huge help to Marume and her father. She excitedly took the parchment roll and said with a smile, Manager Ning is indeed a good person. I promise that I will give you 30% commission for every bottle of parchment roll produced according to your method.
This amount is very large.
After deducting the costs, it can be said that Ningfeng made the biggest profit. But Wang Lia firmly believes that as long as this manufacturing method is available, it will be able to completely change Marube's current situation.
Thank you very much, Mr. Wang. Ningfeng was not greedy for this little money.
Now as long as he wanted money, there were a lot of people who gave him money, mainly because they felt sorry for Wang Lia.
Then it's nothing important, I'll leave first. Ningfeng asked tentatively. Okay, Manager Ning, I'd like to invite you to dinner tonight. Are you free? Wang Lia's heart was pounding when she said this.
This was the first time she invited a man to dinner, so it could be considered a sacrifice. It would be a pleasure to have dinner with a beauty like Wang Lia.
Ningfeng readily agreed and walked out of the office. Not long after Ningfeng left, Shenlang walked in from outside.
Because of what happened last time, he didn't dare to hide in the office.
Lia, what happened? Shenlang was a little excited and a little scared.
But what he feared still happened.
Wang Lia shook the parchment and said, Shenlang, I hope you won't have any complaints about Ningfeng anymore.
If you take out the thing he just gave me, it will be worth at least tens of billions, if not tens of billions.
This thing is indeed precious.
If a big company gets it, it can monopolize the sales of all skin care products on the market.
Lia, do you trust him so much? Shenlang's brows twitched, feeling unwilling.
Wang Lia frowned and said coldly, I said, although we are classmates, this is a company, I am still used to you calling me President Wang. At this moment, Shenlang felt as uncomfortable as if he had eaten shit. He suppressed the anger in his heart and said, Yes, Mr. Wang.
All right.
Wang Lia handed the parchment scroll to Shenlang and said with a smile, Shenlang, this is the manufacturing method. I hope you can produce the product according to the method. As for the materials, just ask the finance department to reimburse you for as much as you need.
Yes. Shenlang didn't say anything else in the end. He tightly grasped the parchment in his hand and finally walked out of the office.
As for Ningfeng, he had nothing to do in the afternoon, so he wandered around his office the whole afternoon.
Anyway, no one said anything to him.
When it was almost time to get off work, Wang Lia came to his office with a smile on her face. It can be seen that Wang Lia is in a very good mood and has dressed up specially. The fashionable beret, paired with the white floral skirt and a pair of crystal high heels, is particularly charming.
Boss Wang, what are you doing? Manager Ning is too polite. Just call me Lia. Didn't we say we would have dinner together tonight? It's 6 o'clock now, isn't it?
Oh, I just forgot about it.
In that case, let's go now.
Ningfeng tidied up his office casually and followed Wang Lia.
But the HR department was in an uproar. Oh my god, what did I see? President Wang invited Manager Ning to dinner? Boss Wang is a well-known iceberg beauty. Why would he invite Manager Ning to dinner? I feel like I've been dumped. That's because Manager Ning is so outstanding. You're heartbroken.
There was a commotion in the office area, and of course Chen Yao saw it all.
She sat in the office with a worried look on her face, muttering, Foam, is it because I'm not good enough? Chapter 130 Restaurant Incident. Romantic House is a very romantic Western restaurant.
It was nighttime, so there were many couples on dates. Ningfeng and Wang Lia sat in an inconspicuous corner. To be honest, it was Ningfeng's first time having dinner with a beauty like Wang Lia, and he felt very satisfied. Hey, those 500 points were worth it. Ning Feng was thinking while stuffing steak into his mouth.
On the contrary, Wang Lia didn't eat a single bite and just looked at Ning Feng. What are you looking at? Ning Feng asked puzzledly. It's okay. It's okay.
In the past, when Wang Lia went out to eat, she would either be with important clients or with some close friends.
They were basically educated since childhood not to talk while eating or sleeping, and they didn't smack their lips while eating.
They were nothing like Ning Feng, who wolfed down her food.
Ning Feng's eating noise might be a little loud.
After all, people come to a Western restaurant to eat for the atmosphere. He was the first one like him, and he immediately attracted a lot of people's attention.
Especially the man and woman at the table next to them.
The man looked gentle and was probably in his 20s, while the woman was relatively older, wore heavy makeup, and looked extremely seductive.
The man suddenly came over, knocked on the table, and said coldly, "Boy, can you be a little quieter when you eat?" Ning Feng swallowed the food in his mouth, looked up and said, "Is my loud eating noise disturbing you? If you can't stand it, you can find another place to eat." You.
The man was so angry that his face turned red.
He shouted angrily, "This is a Western restaurant. People come here for the atmosphere. Aren't you disturbing everyone's atmosphere by doing this?" This person's words immediately aroused unanimous agreement among everyone. That's right. At first glance, that boy is a bumpkin.
It's impossible to find someone eating like him in a Western restaurant.
The way you eat is so ugly.
Ning Feng frowned and stood up, but he was much taller than the man. "I was born like this, what can you do about it?"
You.
The man was very anxious.
He looked at Wang Lia, then looked at Ning Feng and said, "I really don't know how a country bumpkin like you can know such a beautiful woman. It's really ironic that a beautiful flower is stuck in cow dung."
Wang Lia was drinking tea, but her expression suddenly turned cold. However, she was taught since childhood that she should not get angry in public. At this time, the charming woman also walked over with her slender waist, looked at Ning Feng, and answered his companion's question first. "How can we know each other?"
"Seeing this boy is so fair and clean, I guess he is someone's lover." "Oh, so that's how it is,"
the man said thoughtfully, "but it's a pity that such a beautiful woman would find such a country bumpkin."
He. Ning Feng was too lazy to explain.
He could only fight back against this kind of guy who imposed his ideas on others.
"Yes, I am a gigolo, so what?
I smack my lips when I eat, but I can make 200,000 a month."
"Can you do that?" Ning Feng glanced at the man with disdain. "Look at you, you can't handle it even if I give you a chance, right? You."
The man was shaking with anger.
Are all gigolos so arrogant these days?
It was obvious that the woman with heavy makeup was more difficult to deal with. She patted the man on the shoulder and comforted him. "Don't worry, at most you can just take some more medicine at night."
"You can do it too." "What?" Ning Feng was confused by this.
From the sound of it, he seemed to have guessed correctly.
This guy is just not good enough. Chapter 131, the highest level of living a life of freeloaders.
Feeling Ning Feng's malicious gaze, the man became angry.
"What are you looking at? What's so great about a gigolo like you who lives off his wife? Ha, it's just amazing, so what? Hey!"
As soon as Ning Feng finished speaking, there was a sigh.
Since when did living off someone become so legitimate?
The woman's expression changed, and she immediately pulled the man behind her, sneering, "Girl, you are so arrogant even though you are just a gigolo.
Don't you feel disgusted at all?"
The woman was sarcasm to the extreme and her words were full of sarcasm. At this time, Wang Lia also stood up, pulled Ning Feng over and took his arm.
"I'm willing to let him be my gigolo. I have plenty of money. As long as he's willing, I'll buy him the entire restaurant, not to mention his arrogant words. I have plenty of money, I don't care." Boom! The woman's expression was wonderful. Seeing this, Wang Lia said to Ning Feng, "Don't you know how to act cool?
The next time someone says you eat too loudly, just buy the restaurant and tell them to get out."
"What?"
Ning Feng rubbed his ears to confirm that he had not heard wrongly.
"What happened to Wang Lia today?
She is so awesome that she has changed her usual behavior."
"You're so cruel."
The woman gritted her teeth and dragged the man out. "Oh, my dear, be gentle, be gentle." They walked for a long time and the men's voices could be heard throughout the restaurant, which made Ning Feng feel a chill.
This man is so sissy.
After they left, Wang Lia's expression returned to normal again and she took out a gold card and handed it to Ning Feng.
"Go settle the bill."
The remaining several million will be your pocket money for this month.
Gulp.
The couples who had been watching this side swallowed their saliva.
A few million, pocket money?
But they didn't dare to say anything else, because it was a gold card, which showed that the person's status was not ordinary. Thinking of this, everyone cast envious glances at Ning Feng.
This is the highest level of living off others.
Ning Feng took the gold card, paid the bill, and then walked out of the restaurant with Wang Lia.
As soon as the two got in the car, Ning Feng asked, "Boss Wang, what's wrong with you today? This is not like your style. Isn't it normal that an iceberg beauty would consider other people's feelings?" Wang Lia blushed.
She didn't know why, but she just couldn't help herself. Now that she thought about it, she had actually done something ridiculous.
"Nothing, just to repay you for giving me the parchment scroll."
Ning Feng deliberately glanced at her and said with a wicked smile, "Is it really just like that?"
"Nonsense."
As soon as she finished speaking, Wang Lia stepped on the accelerator and the car rushed out suddenly.
Half an hour later, the car arrived near Ning Feng's rental house. "Do you live here?"
Wang Lia parked the car aside and looked at the old rental house with a puzzled look on her face. In her eyes, although Ning Feng is not as rich as a country, there are many people who will give him money for free as long as he is willing.
"The new house is being renovated, so I'm staying here temporarily. Would you like to come in and have a seat, Mr. Wang?"
Let's just forget it. It is never good for a girl to go to someone else's house at night, so Wang Lia refused. Ning Feng did not try to persuade her to stay and walked along the dim path.
Wang Lia just stared at him.
Soon Ning Feng arrived at a turning point. Suddenly, a strong wind blew over. Ning Feng stood still with a cunning smile on his face. The wind tonight is really strange. It always makes people feel uncomfortable. Whoosh! Just as Ning Feng finished speaking, a flash of silver light appeared in the darkness. The silver light flashed and rushed towards Ning Feng with a sound of breaking through the air.
Chapter 132 Shinyo Sword Technique. You came just in time.
Ning Feng's eyes narrowed, and he dodged the silver light by leaning sideways. He stretched out his right hand, and a half-meter long steel knife appeared in his hand. This is the thing that rushed out of the darkness just now. It seems you have discovered me a long time ago, but you will still die today.
An extremely cold voice suddenly sounded.
Relying on his intuition, Ning Feng felt that there was a person rushing towards him in the darkness.
And it also carries endless murderous intent. Bang!
Ning Feng blocked the steel knife in front of him, and suddenly a huge force made him retreat several steps.
It seems you are not as good as they say.
The man raised his hand and swung the steel knife in his hand heavily at Ning Feng.
Bang!
Ning Feng clearly felt a crack on the steel knife in his hand. I was immediately shocked, this man is so strong. Of course, that person clearly intended to attack Ning Feng. After the first attack, he swung the weapon in his hand violently again and aimed it at Ning Feng. Ning Feng turned sideways, grabbed the man's arm, and swung him.
Call out.
The man flew out directly, his feet touched the tree, and he landed naturally and steadily.
You really have some skills.
The man in the darkness made a voice of approval.
Ning Feng folded his arms and said with a smile, "If I didn't have any skills, how could I let you follow me all the way from the restaurant to here?"
You have discovered us a long time ago, the man was shocked. Your tracking skills are too low level.
I think anyone can discover it.
It's just that there were other people around me just now, so I didn't expose it on the spot. Ning Feng was calm and composed, as if everything was under his control.
I admire your courage. The man said coldly, "How dare you come here alone, knowing that I am here to kill you? Who dares to go to Liangshan without 3 Bang!
The moment Ning Feng finished speaking, he also moved, taking a sudden step forward, breaking a brick on the ground, and then using this huge force, he rushed directly towards the man.
You came just in time.
The man also raised his steel knife and rushed forward.
Bang! This time the two were evenly matched. The man was surprised and said, "It seems that the news is indeed correct. You are indeed a master-level expert. But I'll kill you anyway."
Swish swish. He just exerted force on his wrist, and his steel knife actually began to spin on top of Ning Feng's steel knife, forcing Ning Feng to drop the steel knife. The man took the opportunity to grab two steel knives and slash directly at Ning Feng.
Shinyo Sword Technique?
Ning Feng had seen this kind of double sword technique in the Points Mall. It was extremely domineering and was a profound sword technique that had been passed down for hundreds of years.
The boy has some knowledge, but that's all. The two swords fell suddenly, chopping Ningfeng's two arms. Do you really think so?
Suddenly, Ningfeng raised the corner of his mouth and uttered two words lightly.
Explosive step.
In an instant, Ningfeng's body seemed to be filled with infinite explosive power, and he disappeared from the spot at a strange speed. When Ningfeng appeared again, he was already behind that person.
Bang! Ningfeng punched the man on the head.
The man wanted to dodge, but it was too late. The huge force caused his two swords to fall out of his hands, and he fell directly to the ground, unable to move.
Ningfeng waved his sleeves as if he had done something insignificant. If you hadn't used the Shinyo sword technique today, you would have died just now.
Ningfeng's voice was not loud, but it made the man feel as if he was falling into an icy cave.
You won't kill me just because of this? Don't forget, I'm here to kill you today. The man said coldly.
The Shinyo sword technique is a secret sword technique of the Qi family army, a hero of Yin country.
If I guess correctly that your last name is Qi, I will not kill you for this reason alone. Chapter 133 Grandmaster. Qi family? Ha, it's just a joke. The man couldn't help laughing wildly. That was all hundreds of years ago. No matter how powerful the Qi family army was, it was only in the past. What can we, the descendants, get now?
At this point, the man's expression suddenly became gloomy. On the contrary, if I kill you, the higher-ups will give me a generous reward.
Do you think you can kill me today?
Ningfeng raised his eyebrows.
I can't kill you, but someone can. Call out.
The moment the man finished speaking, a barely perceptible red light appeared between Ningfeng's eyebrows.
I am just an internal force cultivator. Of course I have no intention of successfully killing you. I am just buying some time.
The man supported himself with his hands and slowly stood up.
TSK, TSK, TSK.
Ningfeng shook his head helplessly, a helpless bitter smile appearing on his face.
Why are you laughing? Nothing, I just think you're stupid. Do you think I can spot you but not others?
Having said that, Ningfeng suddenly stepped on the ground, and the steel knife on the ground bounced up. Ningfeng stretched out his hand, grabbed the steel knife, and suddenly shot it towards the direction where the red dot came from.
Ah!
With just a scream, the man hiding in the dark died on the spot. There was only a few tenths of a second, so he didn't even have time to pull the trigger.
You!
The man who was originally confident of victory opened his mouth in disbelief when he saw this scene.
Trash is just trash. I am not afraid of any of them. I will not kill you today.
You can take care of yourself. After taking a final glance at the man, Ningfeng walked towards the rented house.
Am I really wrong?
Shi Jin's eyes suddenly dimmed, and no one knew what he was thinking.
You are indeed wrong. You shouldn't let Ningfeng go.
Suddenly, an extremely cold voice came from behind Shi Jin. When he was about to look back, he saw that his chest had been pierced by a bloody long knife.
This is what happens when you fail to complete your mission. Bang!
The owner of the cold voice kicked hard, and the long knife on Shi Jin's chest shot out directly, aiming at Ningfeng, who had not yet walked far. Feeling the sound of breaking air coming from behind him, Ningfeng turned his head habitually.
Whoosh!
The long knife flew past his hair.
Bang! It inserted directly into the tree trunk in front. The matter is not over yet.
Why are you in such a hurry to leave? The man threw Shi Jin to the ground and looked at Ningfeng with a sneer. Ningfeng turned around and saw a middle-aged man with a square face, a beard, and wearing a tang suit appeared in front of him. At this moment, he was looking at him with a smug look on his face.
Are you here to kill me too?
The man did not deny it.
But I'm different from them.
I just entered the Grandmaster realm not long ago, and I want to test the level of other Grandmasters.
Grandmaster? Ningfeng frowned.
It was difficult for ordinary people to enter the realm of internal strength in their lifetime. Even if they became masters of internal strength, some people could not reach the threshold of a Grandmaster in their entire life. I didn't expect that this time this group of people would actually send a master to kill me. It seemed that they were determined to kill me.
I'm really curious about what kind of organization is behind you.
Ningfeng said lightly.
The dead don't need to know.
As soon as the man in tang suit finished speaking, he quickly rushed towards Ningfeng. When he was within 10 meters, he waved his sleeves and 3 beams of silver light rushed directly towards Ningfeng.
Hidden weapon? Ningfeng was shocked.
He didn't expect to meet a master of hidden weapons here. However, Ningfeng had not yet figured out the master's true strength, so he did not resist head-on but dodged by leaning sideways. At this time, the man in Tang's suit also arrived. He jumped high and stepped towards Ningfeng.
Chapter 134, Thousands of Trees Flying Flowers. The man's kick was so destructive that even Ningfeng could sense the danger. Explosive step.
Ningfeng stepped on the ground with his right foot and in an instant he was out of the attack range of the man in Tang's suit.
Bang!
Just at this moment, the man in Tang's suit had landed on the ground, leaving a deep pit on the ground. Such strong destructive power, worthy of being a master. A trace of displeasure flashed across the eyes of the man in the Tang suit. He stood with his hands behind his back and looked at Ningfeng. Are you not a master? Others could not see it, but he, a master, could see it, because the aura Ningfeng exuded just now could only be considered as the peak of internal strength. Although there is only a fine line of difference between the two, there is a world of difference between them. The man in Tang's suit shook his head, the expectation in his eyes gone. I originally wanted to test my own strength, but now it seems that I was just wishful thinking.
You were able to kill Brother Imochen because of your skills, right?
The man in the Tang suit said coldly, but it won't work with me.
So what if I'm not a grandmaster?
Ningfeng imitated the man in the Tang suit and said, I can still kill a grandmaster even if I'm at the peak of my internal strength.
Okay.
The man in Tang's suit actually showed a look of relief. Although he has only been a grandmaster for a short time, most internal force warriors would not even think of resisting him.
Only Ningfeng could still speak so arrogantly. Kid, remember my name.
My name is Tang Jian, and I am from the Tang clan in Shu.
If you report this name in the underworld, maybe you can be reborn into a good family in your next life.
The Tang clan in Shu is a family of hidden weapons and is proficient in medicine. Although most of them are not good at martial arts, they still have a great influence with their powerful hidden weapons.
Even among masters of the same level, the Tang clan has an absolute advantage.
Moreover, it is not difficult to hear their arrogance from their words. They even claim that even the King of Hell has to give them some face.
It's still unclear who will live and who will die. Okay, then I'll let you know the gap between us. Tang Jian raised his arm and more than 10 kinds of hidden weapons flew out from his body.
They were wrapped by his internal energy and floated beside him.
Pretentious.
As soon as Ningfeng stepped on the ground, the gravel jumped up. Ningfeng followed suit and also wrapped it with internal energy, but his level was not high enough and it was much more difficult than Tang Jian.
Interesting. Tang Jian's eyes turned cold and he shouted angrily, Go!
More than 10 hidden weapons rushed directly towards Ningfeng.
Get out of my way.
Ningfeng also shouted angrily, and countless stones rushed out, but at this moment, Ningfeng also moved.
Explosive step.
His figure was like a stream of light, fleeting, turning a corner and passing through stones and hidden weapons, and came in front of Tang Jian.
Tang Jian was stunned, as if he thought of something.
Boy, your physical skills are pretty good, but if you think you can fight me like this, you are wrong. The moment Ningfeng approached Tang Jian's figure began to become erratic like a ghost.
It's even faster than explosive step? Ningfeng was shocked.
The erratic Tang Jian finally stopped not far away and said with a smile, Boy, I am Tang Jian from the Tang sect. Everyone thinks that the Tang sect's hidden weapons are unparalleled, but they don't know that the foundation of the Tang sect is body movement, which is the foundation of our existence.
Fuck, why are you showing off?
When Ningfeng saw Tang Jian's confident look, he became furious.
Is there any way for the system to kill this guy?
Suddenly, a martial arts technique appeared in front of Ningfeng. 10,000 trees flying flowers, one of the 10 unique skills of the Tang sect.
Once used, it will lock onto the target and kill the enemy. It consumes 300 points.
Exchange for the flying flowers of 10,000 trees.
Ningfeng didn't hesitate at all. In an instant, a huge amount of information flooded into his mind. It really is a unique skill, it's really amazing.
Even though he had only seen the secret manual of the martial arts, Ningfeng felt its power.
Boy, what are you laughing at? Tang Jian snorted coldly.
Ningfeng raised the corner of his mouth. I laugh, you can't kill me today, and you will die.
Fart.
A master, even if he meets a master of the same level, can still escape if he cannot defeat him. This Ningfeng actually wanted to kill him with just his internal strength, which was simply a challenge to his master's authority.
Chapter 135 Tang Sect.
The dignity of the Grandmaster cannot be challenged.
Tang Jian waved his sleeves again, and countless hidden weapons floated out from his body.
Relying on his powerful strength, he actually used his internal energy to release external energy and covered all the hidden weapons in the sky.
Boy, this is what happens when you brag. Let me go. Whoosh.
Countless hidden weapons rushed towards Ningfeng like rain, making people feel as if they were surrounded by the breath of death and extremely scared. But Ningfeng still didn't move.
Are you scared, silly?
Tang Jian raised his eyelids, as if he saw Ningfeng who was beaten into a sieve. But as soon as he finished speaking, Ningfeng suddenly opened his eyes, waved his hands lightly, and a stream of vitality emanated from behind him. Just like the rebirth of all things in spring, it gives people an unfathomable feeling. All the hidden weapons shot by Tang Jian fell to the ground the moment they touched the life force.
This is... Tang Jian opened his eyes wide, looking incredulous.
Flowers flying from thousands of trees. Ningfeng's lips moved slightly. The vitality behind him began to grow into young buds of small trees, which leaped up and became towering trees. A strong wind blew past, and the leaves slowly fell and floated towards Tang Jian. The leaves were moving very slowly. Tang Jian wanted to hide, but found that all his escape routes were surrounded, leaving him with nowhere to run.
Whoosh whoosh.
At this moment, the leaves seemed to have eyes and pierced through Tang Jian's body directly.
Puff.
Tang Jian opened his eyes wide, spat out a mouthful of blood, and finally fell to the ground.
Call.
Ningfeng took a deep breath, and the vitality behind him slowly dissipated.
Is this one Shu Fei Hua? It's really amazing. Killing a master is as easy as drinking tea and eating.
But the commotion here is quite loud. It seems that we should ask Ouyang Qian to come over. Ningfeng curled his lips and dialed Ouyang Qian's number helplessly.
This girl is really amazing.
She dragged her injured body and brought De Lu and the others here.
Of course, Ouyang Feng also followed because he was worried. Ningfeng, what on earth is going on?
Looking at the ground where she used to wander and the three people who died tragically, Ouyang Qian couldn't help but frown. If my guess is correct, it should be the mysterious organization behind Fenghu.
What? Ouyang Qian's face immediately darkened. These people are really brave.
They dare to act so blatantly. At this point, Ouyang Qian snorted coldly. It seems that we have to teach them a lesson.
What do you want to do?
This girl was very fierce. Ningfeng really regretted revealing the identities of these people.
Ouyang Qian looked at his father and said, "Old Ouyang, they have openly come to our territory to cause trouble. Can't you do something about it?" Ouyang Feng waved his hands repeatedly. "I am just a weak cultivator, I can't control this matter." Ouyang Qian didn't believe her father's lies. Although his cultivation was not good, the Ouyang family was not a simple family. It could be said that it was a real ancient martial arts family. However, she was a girl and could not touch upon this. Seeing that his daughter didn't believe him, Ouyang Feng shook his head, walked to Tang Jian's side, and said with a wry smile, "If my guess is correct, this person is from the Tang sect in Shu." Combining the hidden weapons scattered on the ground, Ouyang Feng immediately guessed Tang Jian's identity. His vision was really sharp. Tang sect? Ouyang Qian asked doubtfully. That's right.
Ouyang Feng explained, the Tang clan in Shu is a hidden ancient martial arts family. However, they are famous for their hidden weapons and have a very high status in the field of ancient martial arts. I didn't expect that one of their people would be among the assassins this time.
It seems difficult to deal with it. Is there no other way? No. As far as I know, people from the Tang sect usually don't come out. Even if they do, their cultivation is only at the level of internal energy or above.
With their unique advantages, internal energy masters have the strength to challenge grandmasters. At this point, Ouyang Feng couldn't help but glance at Ningfeng. It seems that this kid is really a master, otherwise he wouldn't be able to kill the people from the Tang sect.
Chapter 136 The Parchment is Lost. So, does that mean Ningfeng is dead?
Not to mention the power behind Fenghu, even if Ningfeng killed the people from the Tang clan, it would have caused a lot of trouble.
Ouyang Qian couldn't help but worry. There is another way.
Ouyang Feng said mysteriously.
What is the solution?
Ouyang Qian moved closer to her father, but the more she listened, the redder her cheeks became.
Dad, what are you talking about? Anyway, this is the only way. You can handle it yourself.
Ouyang Feng spread his hands, looking as if that was it.
I won't tell you anymore. Ouyang Qian turned around and said to De Lu and the others, "Pack up quickly and remember not to tell anyone about what happened tonight, otherwise." Ouyang Qian raised her little fist.
De Lu and the others were frightened and nodded and started to clean up.
What? Even the people sent over there failed?
Feng, who was taking a bath in the bathhouse, preparing to welcome the good news, but a younger brother came over and told him that Tang Jian and the others were dead.
He was so angry that he almost jumped up. Who is Tang Jian?
Not to mention that he is a guest official there, even his status as a member of the Tang sect does not allow him to go out and do things. Now that he is dead, if the higher-ups blame him, they will tear his head off.
Master Hu, what should we do now? We can't hide this.
The younger brother looked terrified. Feng, who thought about it for a moment and seemed to have made a decision.
There is no other way.
The person is dead now, and we haven't killed Ningfeng yet.
The higher-ups will definitely blame us. Let's not spread the news for now. I'll think of a solution.
Okay, Tiger Lord. The gangster retreated immediately. Feng, who took out his cell phone, gritted his teeth, and made a call.
It's me, Feng Hu. A very charming voice came from the other end of the phone. What do you want to talk to me about, Tiger Lord? Feng Hu couldn't help but shiver.
When he knew the other party's identity, he immediately calmed down.
Help me kill a man.
It has been confirmed that he is a master.
I am willing to pay any price. Master.
The man thought for a while and said, no problem, but our rule is to pay first and then kill.
2 billion, Master Tiger, you understand. 2 billion? It's damn dark. What? Master Tiger doesn't want to? Then forget it. After all, he is a master, and it's not that easy to kill him.
Okay, I agree. Feng, who was also at his wit's end. His only hope now was to kill Ningfeng and bring his head back. Perhaps he would still have a chance to survive.
Master Tiger is straightforward.
After saying that, the man hung up the phone. As for Ningfeng, after everything was settled, Ningfeng returned to his rented house and had a good sleep. He had nothing to do the next day, so he went to the company. Unexpectedly, Wang Lia called her over as soon as she arrived at the company. Xin Lang was also in her office, looking at her sinisterly, as if they had an irreconcilable feud. Ouyang Shen leaned on the office chair, closed her eyes, said nothing, and looked very sad.
Mr. Wang, is there anything you want me to do? Ningfeng asked. Wang Lia did not answer.
Instead, Xin Lang stepped forward and snorted, Ningfeng, stop pretending.
Since you don't want to hand over the method of the beauty serum to the company, why do you take it out and then steal it back yourself? What do you mean?
Ningfeng frowned and looked at Xin Lang.
You know what I mean.
I thought you really wanted to help the company, so you took out the manufacturing method.
Who knew that the parchment scroll disappeared just after we bought the materials for it? Do you know how much money this will cost us? Chapter 137 Chapter 137 A Man's Dignity. I don't know what you are talking about. Ningfeng said coldly, a bad premonition coming to his mind. Okay, you're pretending to be ignorant, right?
Xin Lang pointed at the tip of Ningfeng's nose and said, only you, me and Mr. Wang know about the parchment scroll.
Now it's gone. Who do you think stole it? Ningfeng raised his eyebrows, so you think I stole it? Why didn't you steal it yourself? You.
Xin Lang looked furious and snorted, Ningfeng, stop quibbling.
Mr. Wang and I are old classmates. How could I steal the parchment scroll? Besides, I am in charge of the factory. I bought a lot of materials. If I steal the parchment scroll myself, wouldn't that be asking for trouble? What if you just want to cause trouble for yourself? Ningfeng's tone turned cold and he glared at Xin Lang. You. That's enough.
At this moment, Wang Lia, who had been resting with her eyes closed, slowly opened her eyes and opened the notebook on the desk. Ningfeng, take a look for yourself.
What is that? Ningfeng walked over and saw that it was a video.
He saw a man dressed similarly to himself and sneaking into the production factory. He then opened the safe used for storage in Xin Lang's office and stole the parchment scroll. At the end of the picture, the person deliberately looked towards the camera. Ningfeng was stunned on the spot. That face was exactly the same as his own.
Do you have anything else to say? Wang Lia took a deep breath, and her previous good impression of Ningfeng disappeared. Boss Wang, are you kidding? You were the one who sent me back yesterday. Ningfeng explained, how could I come back to steal the parchment scroll? How is it impossible?
Wang Lia said in a deep voice, it was 8 o'clock when I sent you back, and the parchment scroll was lost at 2 o'clock in the evening.
This time is more than enough for you. Call.
At this point, Wang Lia closed her eyes deeply and said with a sad expression, Ningfeng, if you don't want to give me the parchment roll, you can just say so, but please don't use such despicable means to cause losses to our company, okay? As soon as Wang Lia got the parchment roll yesterday, she asked Shen Lang to buy a lot of materials. However, these materials cannot be used in ordinary cosmetics, so it can be said that all the materials were lost.
Boss Wang, you just don't trust me?
Ningfeng was also a little sad.
After all, everything was fine yesterday. Wang Lia even fought with others for him.
To be honest, Ningfeng was quite touched. But at this moment, he felt extremely uncomfortable.
Wang Lia pointed at the computer screen and said, "It's not that I don't believe you, but the evidence is irrefutable. Unless you can produce evidence to prove your innocence."
Evidence? Ningfeng did have it, and Ouyang Qian and other women could prove it for themselves, but what happened last night was too unbelievable. Who could believe it? And this matter cannot be spread at all.
You can't pay it, right? Wang Lia said coldly, "It doesn't matter.
Just think that I misjudged you. I will find a way to save the company's losses."
But Manager Ning, I think you are no longer suitable to stay in the company. Please go to the finance department to settle your salary and leave the company later.
Leave? Ningfeng suddenly pulled out a gold card from his pocket and threw it on the table. Boss Wang, you underestimate me, Ningfeng.
I never take back what I give out. On the contrary, I will never take anything that someone doesn't want to give me.
The gold card was given to Ningfeng by Wang Lia last night, and now she has returned it. Ningfeng felt that there was really no need to stay here. Although he wanted to conquer Wang Lia, his own dignity was more important. Not long after Ningfeng left, Shen Lang spoke up, "Lia, I've told you long ago that Ningfeng is unreliable.
Look at him now." "Shut up."
Wang Lia roared angrily, "The reason why our Marume can stand firm in the market is because of our strength. Even without the sheepskin roll, I can still make Marume bigger."
Shen Lang's eyelids twitched, but he didn't say anything in the end. Chapter 138 Tang Yi Ching Yi. Ningfeng did not go to the finance department to get his salary. To be honest, he didn't care about the money at all. He wanted to go out for some fresh air, but he met Ouyang Qian just after leaving the company. Today, Ouyang Qian was not wearing a uniform.
She had long hair, wore a refreshing dress, and high heels that she had never tried before.
This made Ningfeng laugh so hard that she almost fainted. "Why are you laughing?" Ouyang Qian slammed the car door shut, rushed over viciously, and kicked Ningfeng in the crotch.
Fortunately, Ningfeng dodged quickly, otherwise the rest of his life would have been over.
"Captain Ouyang, you don't have to be so cruel, right?"
Ningfeng took a few steps back, feeling terrified.
"Who told you to laugh at me?" Ouyang Qian raised her head and said angrily. "No way?"
He can control everything in the world, but he can't control shit and fart.
"Is it illegal for me to just smile?" Ningfeng showed an innocent look. "If I don't allow you to laugh, then you are not allowed to laugh." Ouyang Qian showed her young lady's temper to the extreme, grabbing Ningfeng and dragging her into the car. "Hey, what are you doing? If you still want to live well, follow me." "What does that mean? Does it mean my life is coming to an end?" Without giving Ningfeng any room to resist, Ouyang Qian threw Ningfeng into the passenger seat. Then she also went into the cab. Boom, boom, boom.
With a step on the accelerator, the car rushed out quickly.
Ningfeng staggered and almost hit the car window. "Captain Ouyang, what on earth are you going to do?"
Although Ouyang Qian looks like a rich lady after dressing up, her temper is really not commendable.
When it comes to driving, is there any girl as aggressive as her?
Ouyang Qian did not answer, but drove the car to a villa called O House. A servant who looked to be in his 50s came up to them immediately.
"It's the eldest daughter who's back.
The head of the family has been talking about her these days. You should go and meet her as soon as possible." The old man was very kind, as if he had seen his own granddaughter.
"Uncle Lin, please stop the car for me. I'm going to see Grandpa now."
After saying that, Ouyang Qian threw the key to Linbo and pulled Ningfeng inside. Uncle Lin took the key, was stunned for a moment, and then smiled a smile that I understood. It seems that the eldest lady has really grown up and brought her boyfriend back.
The head of the family must be very happy now.
O House, as the name suggests, is a house of the Ouyang family, and the person living in it is the current head of the Ouyang family, Ouyang Changfeng, who is also Ouyang Qian's grandfather.
The house has an ancient flavor in terms of feng shui and layout.
At this moment, in the small pavilion in the courtyard, two white-haired old men were playing chess. One was wearing Tang Dynasty clothes and cloth shoes, looking more energetic, while the other was wearing green clothes and linen, looking a little sloppy. No one would have thought that these two old men would be the best friends in the world. The old man in green landed on the ground and suddenly moved his fingers and said with a smile, "Old Ouyang, you have a big happy event today." The old man in tiny smiled and said, "Old Kai, I know you are good at calculating, but don't try to fool me or divert my attention. I will never let you win this game." The old man in Tang clothes looked particularly serious. A black chess piece fell to the ground, forcing the white chess piece into a desperate situation. "Hey!" The old man in green clothes said unconvincingly, "Old Ouyang, when did I, Kai Ching, ever lie to you?" As if he had the ability to bring the dead back to life, the old man in green made a move and completely reversed the situation. The old man in Tang's suit frowned and thought deeply, "It's hard to say. I'm already old, and no one knows how long I can live. How can there be any happy event?" Just as the old man in Tangy finished speaking, a somewhat angry voice suddenly appeared behind him. "Grandpa, you are talking nonsense again. Your body is very strong. You can live another 20 or 30 years without any problem." The old man in Tangy was stunned for a moment, then smiled and said, "It seems that I am really old. I didn't even know that my precious granddaughter came back. Old Kai, I lose this time." The old man in Tangy was straightforward and conceded defeat cleanly. He pulled Ouyang Qian to his side and said lovingly, "Girl, I haven't seen you for so long. Do you miss Grandpa?" Chapter 139, The Land God's Transcendent Realm. "Of course I miss Grandpa, but I've been busy lately, so I haven't been able to see him." Ouyang Qian was like a little girl, without her former domineering attitude. This was probably her true face. "Humph, there's no point in playing this game, it's so corny, so corny." Kai Ching pretended to be angry and pushed the chessboard away. As expected, other people's things are other people's things. No matter how well the old man treats her, he doesn't even bother to ask about her when he comes back. "Grandpa Kai, what are you talking about?" Ouyang Qian showed a quirky smile and said, "I know that Grandpa Kai is good at fortune telling, so I want to test you. What am I doing here today?" "I don't deny that." Kai Ching thinks that he has no other skills, and no one can match his fortune-telling ability, because he is the only successor of the contemporary fortune-telling school. Kai Ching stretched out his right hand, pointed his fingers, and suddenly frowned. "How is it? Did Grandpa Kai figure it out?" Kai Ching shook his head. Ouyang Changfeng suddenly laughed out loud. "I didn't expect that there are things in this world that old man Kai can't figure out. It's really strange." "Who said that?" Kai Ching glared at Ouyang Changfeng and snorted, "I can't say I didn't figure it out." "What do you mean?" Ouyang Qian was indeed Ouyang Changfeng's granddaughter. The two of them looked at Kai Ching with the same expression. "Half and half, I figured out that Qian came back this time to seek shelter for her beloved lover." "Grandpa Kai, what are you talking about?" Ouyang Qian's pretty face suddenly turned red. Ouyang Changfeng laughed and said, "What about the other half?" Kai Ching shook his head and sighed, pointing at Ningfeng and said, "The other half is about this young man." The old man wanted to see who won the heart of Qian girl, but in the end he found out that he knew nothing about this young man. Everyone looked at Ningfeng at the same time. Others may not know, but Ouyang Changfeng knows how powerful this sloppy-looking old man is. He is a man of many plans and strategies, and can take the enemy's head from thousands of miles away just by talking about military strategy on paper. "I'm Ningfeng, a young man, and I'd like to greet the two seniors." Ningfeng bowed. At the same time, he was extremely surprised. It turned out that Ouyang Qian brought him here today to find a shelter for him. Although this girl is usually not very nice, she is much better than Wan Lia, who turns her back on people. Thinking of this, Ningfeng felt warm in his heart. Kai Ching waved his hand at Ningfeng. "Boy, there are only two kinds of people that I can't see through. One is the dead, who are beyond calculation, and the other is." At this point, Kai Ching deliberately gave a detour to attract everyone's attention. As for the other kind, it is the land immortal that is far superior to the Grandmaster, that is, the extraordinary realm. Being beyond mortals, even the immortals on earth naturally cannot calculate his fate. How can mortals talk about destiny? As soon as these words came out, Ouyang Changfeng couldn't help but gasp, "Girl, your friend is no ordinary person. You brought him here to seek asylum? Aren't you overestimating me, Ouyang Changfeng?" The strong men in the extraordinary realm are all unrivaled in ancient and modern times. Their abilities are far beyond the general concept. Him? Transcendent realm? Although it was the first time that Ouyang Qian heard of this realm, she could not believe that Ningfeng was the kind of godlike figure who was superior to all the masters.
Grandpa Kai, you didn't make a mistake, did you?
I would rather believe that this guy is dead than believe that he is that kind of strong man.
Snort. Kai Ching seemed a little angry. When have I ever told a lie? Unless I am old and confused, I would never make a mistake. Kai Ching is quite adorable.
Even though he is old, he acts like a little kid, throwing tantrums and fooling around.
Chapter 140 The Secret of the Tang Sect. Cough cough cough.
Ningfeng coughed awkwardly. He heard their conversation clearly, which means that there are other realms above the Grandmaster. But the key is that he is only at the peak of internal strength.
The reason why old Kai couldn't figure it out is probably because of the anomaly of the system.
But I can't force myself not to pretend.
People have already said that unless he has Alzheimer's disease, can I go out and say that he has Alzheimer's disease?
Thinking of this, Ningfeng bowed to Kai Ching and said, "Senior is indeed amazing.
Since I am not beyond calculation, then there is another explanation."
Hey! Kai Ching slapped his thigh and said, "I told you I was pretty good at calculating.
I'm really a god on earth. Old Ouyang, your family has found a treasure. TSK, what land immortal? I think it's more like a scam." Ouyang Qian said unconvincingly, "Grandpa, what's so strange about this? Didn't you say that there are masters who surpass the masters? We have them in our family." Qian.
Ouyang Changfeng suddenly interrupted Ouyang Qian and said to Ningfeng, "By the way, young man, since you are a strong man in the extraordinary realm, there should not be many people in this world who can pose a threat to you.
Why did Qian bring you to my Ouyang family?" Ouyang Changfeng is a wise man with age.
As the head of the family, he can see the problem at a glance.
What's the point of you coming to my Ouyang family to solve this problem that even the immortals on earth can't solve? In fact, Ningfeng didn't want to come. He was not a land immortal.
In order to save some face for old man Kai, Ningfeng had an idea.
To be honest, I offended some people some time ago. It was easy to deal with at first, but then they sent people from the Tang sect. Yeah. Ouyang Changfeng nodded and said, "Xiaofeng told me about this."
The Tang sect's internal strength masters are indeed difficult to deal with. He's not an internal energy expert, he's a master who knows the Tang sect's unique skill, 10,000 trees flying flowers. Since he was bragging, Ningfeng might as well exaggerate a little, otherwise he really wouldn't be able to justify himself.
Tang sect's unique skill, 10,000 trees flying flowers? How is that possible?
Ouyang Changfeng and Old Man Kai stood up at the same time, looking surprised. It is rumored in the martial arts world that 10,000 trees flying flowers is one of the 10 great skills of the Tang sect.
Back then, the Tang sect dominated the world with this skill. Wasn't it said that the skill was stolen later? How come it has reappeared in the martial arts world? Hold the fuck. There is such a thing? My bragging even involves the Tang sect's secret from many years ago?
After a moment of silence, Ouyang Changfeng finally spoke. A master-level expert who has mastered the 10,000 trees flying flowers may indeed be able to fight against the immortals on land.
That's right.
Ningfeng forced himself to hold back his smile. At that time, I fought him and barely defeated him, but in the end I was still injured by the flying flowers of the 10,000 trees.
So that's how it is. After hearing this, Ouyang Changfeng understood why Ouyang Qian brought Ningfeng here. However, with 10,000 trees flying and flowers reappearing in the world, the Tang clan will definitely not sit still.
I think it won't be long before they come looking for you, because you are the only one who has seen 10,000 trees flying in flowers.
Ouyang Changfeng frowned, not knowing what he was thinking. Grandfather. Ouyang Qian shook Ouyang Changfeng and said coquettishly, "Anyway, I'm here today, you have to help him no matter what." Qian, you are not kidding, are you? Ouyang Changfeng showed a surprised expression, and then asked, "Although my Ouyang family is not afraid of the Tang sect, it is somewhat unreasonable to protect an outsider." Who said he is an outsider?
Ouyang Qian was furious, and did not think too much for a moment. "He is my boyfriend, future husband, and your grandson-in-law." After saying this, Ouyang Qian realized something was wrong and quickly covered her face and stopped talking.
Chapter 141 Ouyang Changfeng's hidden illness.
As soon as these words came out, everyone present was stunned.
After a while, Old Man Kai laughed loudly. "Old Man Ouyang, you made a good move. You got a grandson-in-law who is in the transcendent realm. You should know that he is only in his 20s. If he cultivates for a few decades, the whole world will belong to your Ouyang family. Go! Go! Go!" Ouyang Changfeng snorted coldly, "Old man Kai, you are just here to watch the fun."
You know that the 10,000 trees flying flowers is one of the 10 unique skills of the Tang sect. Now that it has reappeared in the martial arts world, it has also brought out the 10 unique skills of the Tang sect.
How many people in the world are coveting this piece of fat meat?
Old man Kai's eyes suddenly turned cold, completely different from his previous momentum. You can't hide from what's coming. Since you can't hide from it, then kill them. Back then, my divine calculations sect was afraid of trouble, so someone came to snatch the heavenly book.
If I could do it again, I would definitely kill him to pieces.
Suddenly, the aura of old man Kai became stronger, and a strong murderous intent spread out. No one would have thought that this was the old man in blue who looked amiable on the surface.
Oh, no more. The murderous aura came and went quickly.
The old man stood up and said, "That's about it, old man Ouyang.
This is the last time I will treat you. I don't know when we will meet next time. Let's hurry up."
Have you decided?
Ouyang Chang sighed.
At this moment, Kai Ching looked determined. "We have found some clues recently.
It is time to settle the old scores. Otherwise, they will think that our divine calculations sect is dead. Since you have made up your mind, I will not try to persuade you to stay."
"But we have been friends for so many years, old man Kai.
If you have any problem, just let me know."
"Hey." Kai Ching grinned, "I will solve my own problems myself, so I won't bother you. If you have a son-in-law like this, you will have no less trouble." After saying that, Kai Cheng walked to Ouyang Changfeng's side and began to take his pulse and ask questions.
Kai Ching's head shook like a wave.
After a moment, he withdrew his hand and said, "Old Ouyang, it seems that you are not much better than me. The hidden disease back then became more and more serious, causing you to fall from a master to an internal force expert. If this continues, your life will not be in great danger, but it is a pity that your cultivation level is so low."
"Grandpa Kai, don't you have any solution?" Ouyang Qian asked anxiously.
"If Hua Tua were reborn, or Bian Ke were reborn, maybe we could give it a try."
This was tantamount to a death sentence. Hua Tua could not be reborn, and Bian Ke could not come back to life.
Ding, congratulations to the host for triggering the strategy mission. Help Ouyang Changfeng cure his hidden disease.
Mission reward, Ouyang Qian's favorability plus 20, experience plus 1000, points plus 500. Quest help, the Immortal Doctor's Divine Needle. The Immortal Doctor's Divine Needle, 100% cure for all diseases. What? Isn't the reward for this mission too generous? And this magical needle of the Immortal Doctor, isn't it equivalent to bringing back the dead?
It's just a pity that it can't be exchanged in the Points Mall, it's out of print. Ningfeng thought for a moment and said, "Isn't it that Mr. Ouyang feels that his internal energy is rushing out of control recently, causing his heart, liver, spleen and lungs to feel like they are about to explode?"
"How do you know?" Ouyang Changfeng was shocked.
He didn't tell anyone about his situation because he was afraid that his family would worry.
"I know a little bit about medicine, so I should be able to cure your illness."
Kai Ching's face suddenly turned awkward. "Boy, what you mean by that is that I am not good enough in my art? Just now people said that only Hua Tuai and Bian Ke can cure it, and now you come out and say that you can cure it.
How can people not be angry?" Chapter 142 Immortal Doctor's Divine Needle.
Seeing that Kai Cheng was angry, Ouyang Qian hurriedly explained, "Grandpa Kai, don't be angry, this Ningfeng just likes to brag, don't bother with him."
"Humph." Old man Kai snorted coldly and turned away.
This made Ningfeng feel a little embarrassed. He had good intentions, but who knew that he would anger Kai Cheng? Ningfeng bowed to Kai Cheng and said, "Senior, I'm not saying that your medical skills are not good.
It's mainly because I'm the only one who can cure this disease. Doesn't that mean I'm not capable?"
Kai Cheng raised his eyebrows, very unconvinced.
"Well."
Ningfeng shook his head helplessly. He had no choice but to take out the magic needle of the Immortal Doctor from his pocket. Suddenly, a white and extremely holy light appeared in everyone's sight. Although no one could see clearly what was in the light, they could clearly feel that there was endless vitality hidden in it. It is no exaggeration to say that this thing can bring people back to life or bring bones back to life.
"What is this?"
Old man Kai was also attracted.
"This is a magic needle that I got by chance."
"It's not because I have superb medical skills, but it's mainly because this thing can really cure people."
"Ha ha."
Kai Ching suddenly burst into laughter and said to Ouyang Changfeng, "Old Ouyang, although I am not convinced, there is nothing I can do. Congratulations, you have finally found a cure for your hidden illness.
You are me? At this moment, Ouyang Changfeng was trembling constantly.
As a cultivator, the fallen realm was a blow to him. It was no exaggeration to say that if he had not been afraid of making his younger generation sad, he would have died long ago.
Please take off your coat, Senior Ouyang. I will treat you right away.
Ningfeng did not explain. This thing could not be explained.
He could not say that it was given by the system, right?
Seeing Ouyang Changfeng not moving for a long time, Kai Cheng became anxious and stripped Ouyang Changfeng's clothes off.
I'm sorry.
Ningfeng walked over, picked up a needle, and stabbed it directly into Ouyang Changfeng's abdomen. Immediately, the white light poured into Ouyang Changfeng's body like a spring, making him feel extremely refreshed.
It's amazing. I feel like my realm is slowly recovering.
Whoosh!
Ningfeng inserted another needle into Ouyang Changfeng's chest.
Because his meridians were blocked, the white light stayed for a short time and then rushed in instantly. I feel my meridians are unblocked. The reason why his realm fell was because his meridians were blocked, and Ningfeng just happened to help him open them up.
Whoosh!
This was the last needle, which pierced directly into Ouyang Changfeng's heart.
Boom! In an instant, a strong wind blew up in the Zhou dynasty.
In addition to the spiritual energy on the silver needle, even the spiritual energy in the air was madly gathering and entering Ouyang Changfeng's body.
Get out of the way.
Kai Cheng was an experienced man, and he knew what was going on.
He quickly pushed everyone away and said, Old man Ouyang, this is a blessing in disguise. I think he will make a breakthrough. Breakthrough? Yes.
Kai Cheng nodded. The fall into internal strength is only temporary. Old man Ouyang's foundation is still there, and he is expected to enter the Grandmaster stage.
Boom boom boom.
The moment Kai Cheng finished speaking, Ouyang Changfeng suddenly opened his eyes. For a moment, it was as if the world had just opened up, and he felt extremely refreshed. However, the spiritual energy did not stop. Instead, it flowed into Ouyang Changfeng's body at a faster speed.
What is this?
Kai Cheng's face was filled with ecstasy.
What's going on, Grandpa Kai? Ouyang Qian didn't know what was going on and was almost crying.
Grandmasters are called Grandmasters because they can release their inner strength and use external forces to their advantage, forming an inner elixir, which represents the immortals on Earth, the extraordinary realm.
If my guess is correct, Old Man Ouyang is about to make a breakthrough. As soon as these words came out, Ouyang Qian was overjoyed.
Her grandfather had turned a disaster into a blessing and was about to make a breakthrough.
Chapter 143 Qimen Divine Calculation. After a while, the strong wind dissipated and Ouyang Changfeng breathed a sigh of relief. Both his energy and spirit were no longer the same as before. Old Ouyang, have you really entered the legendary realm? Kai Cheng asked tentatively.
If I achieve the extraordinary realm, I will give up the position of head of this family and help you to seek revenge.
How about that? Ouyang Changfeng was so happy at this moment that he even made a joke.
Tisk.
Kai Cheng waved his hand disdainfully. Why are you pretending? Ha ha.
Ouyang Changfeng shouted to the sky, although I haven't taken that last step yet, I have reached the peak of the Grandmaster level.
I believe that day will not be far away.
After saying that, Ouyang Changfeng bowed respectfully towards Ningfeng. Thank you so much, Mr. Ning. It was Ningfeng who helped him recover and break through, so Ouyang Changfeng began to respect Ningfeng.
Hey, what's wrong with you guys?
The younger one calls the older one grandpa, and the older one calls the younger one benefactor.
You're messing up the generations. You're messing up the generations.
Kai Cheng kept waving his hands.
Ha ha. Everyone burst into laughter. Ding.
Congratulations to the host for successfully completing the mission. Ouyang Qian's favorability plus 20, lottery points plus 500, experience plus 500.
Wow, this reward is really rich. Ningfeng was also secretly happy.
Ding, congratulations to the host for reaching 80 in favorability with Ouyang Qian, triggering an additional strategy mission. Help Ouyang Qian become the next head of the Ouyang family.
Mission reward, 1000 lottery points, 500 experience points. Oh my god, this person is exaggerating. Help her become the head of the family? Are you going to do something chaotic?
Just when Ningfeng opened his mouth wide, not knowing what to do, Kai Cheng patted his shoulder and said with a smile, Boy, even though you cured old man Ouyang, it doesn't prove that your medical skills are better than mine. If I hadn't been busy, I would have competed with you. Whenever you come back, I will be there to accompany you. To be honest, Ningfeng really likes Kai Qing's free and unrestrained personality.
This kind of person is a real hero in the world. I don't know. Maybe you won't be able to come back this time.
If that's the case, then I'll give you the title of the #1 genius doctor. Kai Qing waved his hand and was about to leave.
Although they had just met, Ningfeng was impressed by the old man's personality.
Since you're going to seek revenge, I'll help you.
System, is there any technique suitable for Kai Qing?
Host, please check it yourself.
Qi mentioned Swan. This is a technique learned by the ancient sorcerer Zhuge Liang.
It can change feng shui and change good and bad luck.
It costs 500 points. Do you want to redeem it?
TSK, TSK, TSK. It's even more expensive than the flying flowers of 10,000 trees. What a pity for my newly earned points.
Exchange.
Suddenly, a parchment scroll appeared out of thin air in Ningfeng's hand.
Whoosh! Ningfeng threw it directly to Kai Qing.
Senior Kai, I hope this helps you. Kai Qing instinctively turned around, grabbed the parchment, and opened it with some curiosity. But the more he looked, the wider his eyes became, until he finally burst into laughter. It is in vain that I call myself the strongest person in the divine calculation sect. Today I realized how high the sky is. The divine calculation can calculate all the good and bad fortunes in the world, but I don't know that this calculation is also a kind of numerology, and it can also control the fate of the world.
Boom!
The moment he finished speaking, countless spiritual energies from heaven and earth gathered towards him, like a trickling stream that never stops.
Grandpa Kai, what happened? Ouyang Chongfeng's eyes were shining brightly. He knew why this happened because he had experienced it just now. This old guy is lucky. With this kind of means, even if he can't find all the enemies in the world, saving his life is not a big problem. Save your life? Ouyang Qian suddenly thought of something. Is Grandpa Kai also going to break through? Grandmaster Peak.
Ouyang Changfeng only emphasized 4 words, but they were extremely heavy. He is only one step away from becoming a land of immortals, and only a master at the peak of his powers has this qualification.
Chapter 144 Chapter 144 Unexpected Discovery. Call.
After a long time, Kai Qing let out a long sigh and looked at Ningfeng with excitement. Thank you, Brother Ning. If you need me in the future, I, Kai Qing, will never refuse.
You're welcome, Senior.
Ningfeng returned the greeting.
Kai Qing was quite carefree and easygoing.
He jumped up and went straight out of the courtyard. At this time, Ouyang Qian's eyes had widened, and she almost believed that Ningfeng was truly a powerful transcendent. He achieved the peak of 2 grandmasters with just one move.
What does this mean? Mr. Ning, thank you for your help today. From now on, you will be the VIP guest of my Ouyang family.
If the Tang sect dares to cause trouble for you, my Ouyang family will be the first to disagree. The old man had a breakthrough in his cultivation, so his words naturally became much tougher. However, he knew that all this was due to Ningfeng, so he did not dare to neglect it.
You are so polite, old man. Ningfeng scratched his hair and finally asked, I wonder what plans Senior Ouyang has for the future. I am already over 70 years old. I became the head of this family because I had no hope of breaking through. Now that I am about to break through to the extraordinary realm, I plan to concentrate on cultivation in the future. As for the position of the head of this family, I will start a competition. Any young man in the Ouyang family who can win the first place in the competition can become the head of the family. Then Ouyang Qian can also do it? Ningfeng asked tentatively, but was met with Ouyang Qian's rolling eyes. What are you talking about? This is all about men. Damn, if it wasn't for the experience and points, I wouldn't bother.
Ouyang Changfeng pondered and said, originally, girls are not allowed to participate, but since Mr. Ning has this intention, I can make an exception. After all, Xianxian has a land immortal like you standing behind her.
Grandpa. Ouyang Qian pulled Ouyang Changfeng's wrist and said shyly. Girl, it's different now that you have a boyfriend. You've learned to act like a spoiled child. Ouyang Changfeng scratched Ouyang Qian's nose and walked out of the pavilion. I don't have much time. I think the competition will be held in 3 days. If Mr. Ning is interested, you can come and watch it. Thank you, old man.
Ouyang Changfeng's figure was getting farther and farther away, and at this time only Ningfeng and Ouyang Qian were left.
Miss Ouyang, you dragged me here so early in the morning. It's already noon. Don't you want to treat me to something to eat?
After all the commotion just now, Ningfeng was really hungry, but there were people around, so he was embarrassed to say it.
Eat, eat, eat. All I do all day is eat. Ouyang Qian glared at Ning Feng fiercely.
She originally thought that she would eat at her house, but she found out that their family always started eating on time. It was already past 2 o'clock in the afternoon, so there was nothing to eat.
However, Ouyang Qian did have some conscience.
She took Ning Feng to a medium-sized hotel and ordered whatever food and drinks he wanted. Ning Feng didn't hesitate and asked the waiter to serve the more expensive ones. However, Ning Feng overestimated the strength of his stomach. Halfway through his meal, he suddenly felt a stomachache. Just as Ning Feng was on his way to the toilet, he suddenly saw a familiar figure.
Why is Shen Lang here?
Shen Lang sneaked into a private room, and Ning Feng followed him out of curiosity. At this time in the private room, Shen Lang was talking to another man.
Mr. Feng, thank you so much for this. If you hadn't given me advice, I would have fallen into the hands of Ning Feng. Boss Shen is too polite. We are all on the same boat. Our goal is to kill Ning Feng.
After saying that, the man drank a glass of wine and said angrily, "Damn it, last time Ning Feng tried to snatch Chen from me, if my men were useless, I wouldn't have driven away and ended up having a car accident. I was only discharged from the hospital this time.
But I won't let Ning Feng have an easy time this time."
Shen Lang raised his glass and said flatteringly, "Don't worry, Mr. Feng. I have already pinned the blame for the lost parchment on that guy as planned. Now he has been fired from the company. It would be as easy to kill him as to kill an ant."
Chapter 145 Wang Lia's Crisis.
It turned out to be him. Ning Feng finally saw the person inside clearly.
Wasn't this Feng Hao who had evil intentions towards Chen Yao from the beginning?
It turns out that the reason why the parchment scroll disappeared was because of this guy.
Hello.
Ouyang Qian appeared behind Ning Feng at some point and patted him, scaring him half to death. This also attracted the attention of the people inside. Shen Lang and Feng Hao both ran out, but Ning Feng had already pulled Ouyang Qian away.
It should be fine. Shen Lang looked around but didn't see anyone. Feng Hao nodded and said, "That's good. Let's proceed according to the original plan.
First, we will destroy Wan Mei, then we will deal with those two stinky women, and finally we will deal with Ning Feng."
Good. The two nodded and walked away. After a while, Ning Feng brought Ouyang Qian out of the private room next door. What is going on? Ouyang Qian was confused.
Ning Feng could only explain the whole process to her, and then told her what had just happened.
There are such shameless people. Do you want me to help you catch them? Ouyang Qian clenched her fists, looking eager to try.
Ning Feng sneered, "No need. Since they want to play, let's play bigger."
Doesn't Feng Hao's father have a company? Let's take him down this time. Marubi Corporation. In Wang Lia's office.
Shen Lang walked into her office with a dejected look. "Lia, Ning Feng stole the parchment this time, which has a huge impact on us, and
what?
Wang Lia was very upset today because she could not produce special skin care lotion.
Many customers were very angry when they found out and demanded compensation from Marume. Well. Shen Lang sighed and said, "It's probably Ning Feng's fault."
After knowing that Ning Feng had resigned, the customers he had helped us attract asked not to purchase our products anymore.
The loss this time is huge. Boom. This was like a bolt from the blue. Marubi was already in a bad state. If the previous customers withdrew their investment, it would be a devastating blow. Lia? Seeing Wang Lia didn't speak, Shen Lang called out.
It took Wang Lia a while to react, but her face had turned extremely pale.
"You don't have to worry about this matter. I will handle it myself.
You just need to take care of the production."
After saying that, Wang Lia went straight out of the office.
Seeing Wang Lia's anxious look, Shen Lang showed a cunning smile. Wang Lia, you forced me to do all this.
If you hadn't been so good to Ning Feng, I wouldn't have resorted to this desperate measure. Hey, now that you have no one to rely on, you still have to rely on me, right?
As for Wang Lia, after leaving the company, she called Ning Feng countless times, but no one answered.
"Ning Feng, you bastard." Throwing the cell phone into the car, Wang Lia drove aimlessly and wandered around.
Before I knew it, I had arrived at the Western restaurant where I had dined with Ning Feng.
An indescribable feeling suddenly came over me. It would be great if we could always stay like that. Wang Lia smiled bitterly.
Although Ning Feng seemed to be mischievous at that time, he was still responsible. But now, problems such as withdrawal of investment and capital chain have all come.
If possible, I really want to support you for the rest of your life like I did back then, but the prerequisite is that you can't betray me.
Wang Lia gritted her teeth, trying her best not to let the tears flow.
Chapter 146 Chapter 146 No one else can touch my woman. Hello, beautiful lady.
Just when Wang Lia felt lonely and helpless, a hand suddenly rested on her back.
Wang Lia hurriedly took several steps forward and finally got rid of the man. What do you want to do? Wang Lia asked vigilantly. What are you doing?
The leader looked at Wang Lia and sneered, You forgot about me so quickly, beautiful lady.
Weren't you very domineering in the restaurant last time? You even said that the pretty boy wanted to be killed, so what did you buy for him? The man rolled his eyes and asked, Why? Your boyfriend dumped you so soon? Is it you?
Wang Lia finally recognized the man, but today he was dressed like a little gangster, and was followed by a few little brothers who were about 15 or 16 years old.
Yes, it's me.
The man gritted his teeth and said, Last time you made me lose face in front of my girlfriend, and finally dumped me.
I didn't expect to run into you again today. How about?
The man rubbed his hands together, looking filthy, which made the guys behind him laugh.
I warn you not to mess around.
Wang Lia took a few steps back and found that she had been forced into a corner.
Don't worry, I will be gentle. The pretty boy doesn't want you, but I want you.
After a pause, the man continued, Although I may not be as good as the pretty boy in bed, I am very powerful after taking the medicine.
Ha ha.
The guys behind him burst into laughter.
Rogue. Wang Lia's cheeks were flushed, which just aroused the man's evil fire, and he reached out to grab Wang Lia. Ah!
Wang Lia screamed, closed her eyes tightly, and waited for the devil to come. However, for a long time, that evil hand was not put down.
Boy, it's you again, the man roared angrily. What? Since you don't want this girl anymore, why don't you allow us to be friends?
If you touch my woman, you will die.
What is this sound?
Wang Lia suddenly opened her eyes and saw Ningfeng's unruly face suddenly appear in front of her, which made her a little surprised and a little angry.
I called you so many times before, but you didn't answer. Why are you here now?
Ningfeng didn't even look at Wang Lia, but kept watching the man's movements.
Alpaca, who do you think you are?
Just because you say I can't touch you, I can't touch you.
Lusan, just don't believe that.
Shensan endured the pain and yelled to the younger brothers behind him, Come on, everyone, we caught this woman today, and everyone will get a share.
A fat boy suddenly showed an evil expression and rushed up. Bang!
Ningfeng kicked him and said, If you move again, I'll beat you so hard that your parents won't recognize you.
What to do? What to do? After all, they were just a group of guys about 15 or 16 years old, and they were immediately stunned by Ningfeng's aura. After discussing with each other for a while, they looked apologetically towards Lu San. Boss, this idea is difficult. Let's retreat first.
After saying this, he ran away without waiting for Lu San to answer.
Damn, what a bunch of bastards. Lu San roared unwillingly, but it was too late.
Whether in terms of height or aura, he was not on the same level as Ningfeng.
Sir, please forgive me, I am blind and don't know the real master. Well said.
Ningfeng raised the corner of his mouth and punched Lu San's right eye. Since eyes are useless, what's the point of having them?
Bang!
Another punch, and at this moment Lu San's eyes turned into panda eyes.
Roll!
Ningfeng kicked him on the butt, and Lu San rolled like a ball, stopping a long way away.
Chapter 147 Chapter 147 Feeling of Heartache.
After Lu San ran away completely, Wang Lia said, I called you so many times before and you didn't answer.
Why are you coming to save me now?
Ningfeng pointed at Ouyang Qian, who was eating melon seeds and watching the fun not far away, and said, I don't want to either, but the police officer said that if I don't help you, I will be arrested and taken back.
You.
The little bit of good impression she had of Ningfeng was now gone. Wang Lia puffed her cheeks and walked several meters away from Ningfeng before she spoke, You are really not a good person. I tell you, Ningfeng, no matter what tricks you play, I will not let Marume fall.
I want to make it better. He. Ningfeng said disdainfully, Boss Wang, let's not talk about such trivial things. The most important thing is that I really didn't steal the parchment scroll.
I, Ningfeng, would never do such a thing.
It really wasn't you? But how do you explain that video? Ningfeng waved his hand, I can't explain the video. If you insist on an explanation, I can only tell you that it is synthetic. Also, do you think the people around you are really reliable? Is it really reliable? In fact, Wang Lia has been thinking about this problem. Everything happened because Ning Feng was kicked out of Marume. If Ning Feng was still in Marume, none of this would have happened.
But there was only one person who had been telling him subtly to drive Ning Feng away.
But how is that possible?
He is my classmate, he would not do such a thing.
That's a deal.
Ning Feng took out a USB flash drive from his pocket which he had used to copy the files from the system, and threw it directly to Wang Lia.
If you still think it's fine after hearing this, I have nothing to say. Also, this is not synthetic. If you don't believe me, you can ask someone to test it.
After a pause, Ning Feng continued, one last thing. If you listen to this recording, believe me, don't make it public, and pretend nothing happened. I promise there will be a huge surprise waiting for you. After saying that, Ning Feng walked towards Ouyang Qian, and the two got in the car and left. After just a few words of conversation, Wang Lia realized that she was too impulsive at the time and fired Ning Feng without even checking whether the video was synthesized.
Well.
Wang Lia sighed, walked into the car, and used the tool inside the car to plug in the USB drive. The conversation was very clear, and Wang Lia easily recognized the owner of the voice.
Shen Lang.
It turns out that he was really the one behind all this. Wang Lia clenched her fists and wanted to find trouble with Shen Lang immediately, but Ning Feng's voice appeared in her head.
Let's see what this guy is up to. Boom. After hesitating for a moment, Wang Lia finally stepped on the accelerator and headed back to the company.
As for Ning Feng, it was already past 8 o'clock in the evening. He asked Ouyang Qian to drop him off at the door of his house, while Ouyang Qian drove back.
Feng, you're back.
At the door, Chen Yao had been waiting, which made Ning Feng feel sad.
It's so late, why are you still waiting for me here?
Ning Feng held Chen Yao in his arms, feeling indescribably sad. After all, during this period of getting to know each other, he discovered that Chen Yao was just a weak woman who needed a sense of security and had become dependent on him.
Because I was afraid you wouldn't come back. Chen Yao's tears still flowed down, dripping on Ning Feng's chest. Boom.
Ning Feng stood there in a daze, as if struck by lightning. In the beginning, she only wanted to complete the tasks to make money, but now Chen Yao has become a part of her life. It can be said that she has given her too little.
Silly boy, I will never leave you in this life.
In fact, Ning Feng's heart is very complicated now. He has indeed gained a lot in the process of completing the system tasks, but he also owes many favors.
Feng, please don't leave me tonight, okay?
Chen Yao mustered up her courage and finally said it. Ning Feng nodded and returned to the house with Chen Yao.
Chapter 148 Marumi Crisis. The next morning, shocking news came from Chengdu.
Marubi, a 20-year-old company, is facing bankruptcy, and companies that have cooperated with it are withdrawing their investments.
Marubi will face the most difficult time in its history. In Wang Lia's office.
Lia, now there are rumors outside that Marumi is in trouble. If we don't take some actions, even if we can stabilize ourselves, the rumors outside may swallow us up.
Shen Lang said hypocritically.
At this moment, he no longer had the respect he had for Wang Lia before, and instead he was teasing her. You treated me badly before, so now you just wait for my revenge. As soon as Marumi collapses, you will face tremendous financial pressure, and it will be impossible for you to recover without someone to help you.
In this situation, Wang Lia's first choice is of course Shen Lang. Wang Lia didn't expose Shen Lang because she heard what Ning Feng said. She pretended to be worried and asked, so what should we do now?
Hold a press conference. At least we can use the power of the media to dispel rumors. I have gathered reporters from several newspapers this morning, and they should be here soon.
Call. Wang Lia took a deep breath and stood up. Okay, this is the only way.
After saying that, he walked out of the office, and Shen Lang smiled and followed him. A large number of reporters gathered in the lobby of Marubi Company early in the morning. Since Shen Lang had given instructions before, the security guards did not drive them out. As soon as Wang Lia appeared in their sight, these reporters started asking questions like crazy.
Boss Wang, I heard that Marumi is heavily in debt. Is this true? Mr. Wang, if Marumi really goes bankrupt, what will you do next? Mr. Wang, what do you think about the partner's withdrawal of investment? The reporters' questions were so tricky that Wang Lia was unable to answer them.
Unable to answer means unable to refute the rumor, which is exactly what Shen Lang wants to see.
He wants to use this to completely break Wang Lia's inner thoughts and then possess her. Everyone, I really can't answer your questions.
Just as Wang Lia finished speaking, a guy at the back who was broadcasting live with his cell phone suddenly started yelling. After verification, it is clear that Marubi has indeed reached the point of collapse. Even President Wang is powerless to save the situation. All Marubi employees, please be prepared to lose their jobs. This guy not only did a live broadcast, he also posted a serious message on Weibo. Suddenly, almost everyone in Chengdu knew that Marume was in trouble.
Wang Lia was full of anxiety at this moment.
If Ningfeng didn't come up with a solution quickly, Marume would be really finished.
Great, let's just keep going like this.
Shen Lang, who was hiding aside, was happy and excited. But it was only for a short while, because then his eyes froze. A fat middle-aged man walked in, escorted by a group of bodyguards, followed by a woman and two men. These journalists are all know-it-alls and recognized everyone at once. The one in the front is Wan Jinrong of Jinrong Group, the woman is Mali, the business manager of Qingqingliren, and following closely is Ouyang Feng, a big boss of a military and police family with great authority, and the last one is the famous Mr. Xiesan. These people had nothing in common originally, but now they are all here.
What are they doing here? Could it be that you are here to make fun of Marumi as well? Although Marumi is finished, it's still pretty impressive. The reporters were talking about it. Shen Lang was a little surprised. Although Fanghao's family had some power, it was impossible for them to invite so many big shots, right? Chapter 149 shocking the whole audience.
I saw 4 powerful bosses standing beside Wang Lia.
Everyone, my name is Wan Jinrong. I don't know who is spreading rumors.
I have always had a pleasant cooperation with Marubi Company, and I plan to further expand the cooperation projects.
If you let me know who is spreading rumors, I promise to make him unable to survive in Chengdu.
Wan Jinrong's voice was so shocking that the reporters all shut their mouths. After all, no one wanted to offend such a business tycoon.
Shen Lang's heart suddenly skipped a beat as a bad premonition came to his mind.
Mali also spoke up, everyone, I am the business manager of Qingqingliren. I am here on behalf of Qingqingliren to announce that we will also expand our cooperation with Marubi and explore the market.
If both of us suffer losses due to rumors, we at Qingqingliren will hold everyone responsible to the end. Boom.
Although Qingqingliren does not have as much influence as Wan Jinrong, it is a local, established and solid company.
Who would dare to spread rumors about it?
I saw that Master Xiesan, who had been silent all this time, also spoke up. I know that some of you want to fish in troubled waters. Knowing my character, I believe you should know what will happen if you are caught by me.
This Wanmei is the territory of my good brother. If anyone bullies his confidant, I will be the first one to not let him go. Confidant? Ouyang Feng was stunned. How come a love rival for his daughter appeared?
But before coming here, Ouyang Changfeng had already said that no matter what else happened today, the most important thing was to protect Marumi.
Pa!
Ouyang Feng clapped his hands, and immediately several fully armed soldiers came over, dragging a few people.
Everyone recognized the person at a glance. Tianhong Group boss Fang Tianhao and his son Fang Hao. There is also a clear indication of the newspaper's president, Lan Yi. Hong Qiu, president of Tianming Daily. Many reporters from these two newspapers lowered their heads. It has to be said that Ouyang Feng's oppressive power was very strong.
Among all the people present, no one dared to speak, and even their breathing became rapid.
As far as I know, they are the ones who spread the rumors.
I believe there are far more people spreading rumors than just them.
In order to stabilize public opinion, they will be punished by law.
When saying this, Shen Lang, who was hiding aside, couldn't help but tremble. None of the 4 people who came today was someone he could afford to offend. The most important thing was that he was involved in this matter. If Fang Hao confessed everything, he would be finished.
Thinking of this, Shen Lang decided to leave first.
Unexpectedly, just as he took a few steps, Ningfeng appeared in front of him, looking at him with a smirk on his face. He lifted Shen Lang up and said, "Thank you so much, Mr. Shen.
If you hadn't helped us find so many reporters, I wouldn't know what to do."
You.
What are you talking about? Don't even think about running away.
Just like lifting a puppy, Ningfeng lifted Shen Lang into everyone's sight.
Lia, save me. Bah! Wan Lia rarely acted like a lady and kicked Shen Lang in the chest.
She then asked Shen Yao, who had been prepared, to play the recording. Everyone in the hall could hear clearly the dirty deal between Fang Hao and Shen Lang.
What else do you have to say now? I trusted you so much, and this is how you treat me? Wang Lia roared. So you already knew all this.
Things had come to this point. Shen Lang no longer hid it, and simply stood up. I worked my ass off for you, rejected offers from big companies just to pursue you, and finally Ning Feng came along and got in the way, and you still stayed with him. What did I want? Shen Lang said viciously, if I let you see that all this is about to slip away from my hands, I certainly can't just let go. I originally wanted to find you and then teach Ning Feng a lesson, but now it seems impossible. Suddenly, Shen Lang turned around and pointed at Feng Hao. It was this idiot who disrupted my plan. If it weren't for him, I would have gotten you a long time ago. You really deserve to die.
This is probably Shen Lang's true face. In order to get Wang Lia, he did not hesitate to cause a sensation in the city.
Ouyang Changfeng was furious and winked at the guard. This is a serious criminal, he must not be let off lightly.
Yes. The two guards saluted and dragged Shen Lang away. At this time, Ning Feng said to the crowd below, everyone, didn't you have a lot of questions just now? Keep asking, and I, Ning, will answer you one by one now.
After saying that, Ning Feng directly moved a stool and sat in front of the reporters. These guys' faces turned green, so they didn't dare to ask a single question.
Since no one is talking, I have a question. Since Tianhong Group has caused such a huge loss to Marubi, should it compensate Marubi? Ning Feng's imposing manner frightened the young reporters.
Some of them couldn't help but shouted, should be. The reporters immediately shouted, I think Marume suffered a huge loss this time, and the entire Tianhong Group should be used to compensate.
Legal procedures can be used, and we support Tianhong Group compensating Marubi. Hearing this, Ning Feng couldn't help but reveal a hint of disappointment on his face.
Looking at Feng Hao and his father, they had already fainted. After years of hard work, they were ultimately defeated by just one wrong move.
Chapter 150. The 150th chapter ends.
The crisis of Marubi was resolved, and these reporters, fearing being implicated, ran around like dogs that had lost their homes. Wan Jinrong and the others also left after saying hello to Ning Feng. At this time, only Ning Feng and Wang Lia were left.
Thank you. After a long time, Wang Lia finally spoke.
Only now did she realize how stupid her previous behavior was. If it weren't for Ning Feng's help, Marume would have been gone by now. Whenever she thought about her previous behavior towards Ning Feng, she felt extremely upset.
I just don't want to be framed. If you want to keep me, I think you'd better forget it. Ning Feng waved his hand and was about to leave. Wang Lia was anxious and angry.
If it were a normal person, they would have softened their hearts after she begged, but this Ning Feng.
Maybe this is his charm.
Before, I was bullied by Lu San and his gang.
You said I was your woman. Are you serious?
At this moment, Wang Lia unexpectedly said this sentence, and she herself didn't know what was going on. As soon as the words came out, her face turned red with embarrassment. At this moment, the icy president's aura disappeared, and at this moment she was like a young girl who was just beginning to fall in love. Ning Feng turned around and put his hands in his pockets. Don't be silly, I was just passing by. Besides, I just couldn't stand Lu San, so I wanted to piss him off.
I didn't have any other ideas at all. You.
The little heart that was beating fast just now stopped instantly, and Wang Lia once again returned to her appearance as an icy female president.
As expected, what men say cannot be trusted.
Wang Lia gritted her teeth and said, okay, just treat it as my wishful thinking, but can you accompany me to the hospital to see my father?
What do you mean? Ning Feng asked in confusion. Are you trying to force a woman of good character into prostitution?
Even if I meet your old father with you, I will not obey you.
Don't get me wrong. Wang Lia explained, although my father hasn't been working at Marume in recent years, this is his hard work after all. When he heard about Marume's trouble, his old illness came back.
After a pause, Wang Lia continued, and the doctor also said that he won't last long in this condition, so I hope you can pretend to be my boyfriend and reassure him.
He. You give me this trick again. What if I say no? Please. Wang Lia had tears in her eyes and looked very sincere.
Ding, congratulations to the host for triggering the strategy mission, help Wang Lia's father cure his illness.
Mission reward, Wang Lia's favorability will increase by 50, and the reward is 5 million yuan. Quest help, Dragon Beard Fruit.
Dragon Beard Fruit, a mysterious elixir that can moisten the human body, expel all toxins, and gain vigorous vitality.
Oh my goodness.
In the past, every time Wang Lia's strategy mission appeared, the favorability was only 5 or 10 points, but this time it was 50 points.
This made Ning Feng rekindle his hope of conquering Wang Lia. Okay, I promise. Thanks. Wang Lia ran over quickly, and as if her evil plan had succeeded, she took Ningfeng's arm and walked out of the company. Soon the two arrived at Rongqing People's Hospital. Ningfeng went to see Jiang Yan first. After all, it was not easy for her, a girl, to take care of her hospitalized father in the hospital. Then they came to Wang Lia's father's ward. Rich people are rich people. This guy is being taken care of by more than a dozen professional doctors. It seems that the hospital takes Wang Lia's father's condition very seriously. Chapter 151 Dragon Beard Fruit. Wang Lia asked all the doctors to leave first, leaving only them and Ningfeng in the ward. The middle-aged man on the hospital bed slowly opened his eyes. Lia, you are here. Dad, don't move. The icy female president also showed her normal behavior of a little girl in front of her father. She slowly helped her father up, but the man did not look well and he leaned against the head of the bed. Marumi, what happened? After all, it was the result of a lifetime of hard work, so Wang Kaishan was still very worried. Don't worry, Dad. Wang Lia pointed at Ningfeng and said, everything is over now. Now Marume has turned a disaster into a blessing and acquired a company. It can be said that things will get better and better in the future, and all this was done with the help of my daughter's boyfriend. Boyfriend? Wang Kaishan also looked at Ningfeng, with a gleam in his eyes. Good job, young man, you were able to help Lia in a critical moment. She really didn't misjudge you. Uncle, you're too kind. To be honest, Ningfeng felt very comfortable after being praised by Wang Kaishan, and he didn't mind Wang Lia saying that he was her boyfriend. Well, I might as well just be a good person to the end. If the majority of male compatriots knew what Ningfeng was thinking now, they would probably vomit 3 liters of blood. Yeah. Wang Kaishan nodded. He was becoming more and more satisfied with this son-in-law, who was humble and reliable. Dad, don't talk about this. Your most important task now is to recover from your illness. When you recover, if you want to study antiques, calligraphy and paintings, your daughter will never say anything bad to you again. Wang Lia also thought it through. Her father was old and the blow he suffered back then was indeed quite heavy for him, so she just let him be. Alas. Wang Kaishan's head suddenly drooped, and he said with a sad face, I know my own body very well. It cannot be cured. The doctor also said that I can only survive for a month at most. Now my greatest hope is that you can live well. Wang Kaishan grinned and said, but with Xiaofeng helping you, I believe you will be better in the future. Dad, what are you talking about? You will be fine. Wang Lia couldn't help but burst into tears. Her father died of illness when she was 3 years old. Now her father was the only one left, and he was in this state. She couldn't control her emotions for a moment. Wang Kaishan patted the back of his daughter's hand and consoled her, people will eventually die. I'm tired after all these years, and it's time for me to go down and accompany your mother. Dad, you will be fine. I will definitely find a way. Wang Lia said excitedly. At this time, Ningfeng also walked up. Uncle, Lia is right. The dead are gone, and the living should live well. Do you have the heart to leave Lia alone? Well. As a father, who would have the heart to abandon his children? This is also a helpless act. To be honest, Uncle, I know a little bit about medicine. I think your condition is just heart failure, insufficient qi and blood, plus depression. I have a way to treat you. Young man, stop teasing me. I know my own situation very well. Wang Kaishan said with a wry smile. I can really cure it. Ningfeng said seriously, taking out the dragon beard fruit from his pocket, this is something I got by chance. I've read in medical books that it says this can bring the dead back to life. Resurrection from the dead? Wang Kaishan's eyes suddenly brightened, but soon dimmed. That's just a legend. There is no such thing as resurrection from the dead in the world. Wang Lia was anxious. Dad, just trust Ningfeng. His medical skills are really amazing. Maybe he can really cure it. Last time at Wan Jinlong's place, Wang Lia had witnessed Ningfeng's medical skills with her own eyes. Although not to say they were superb, they were certainly very good. Maybe he could really cure her father. Chapter 152 Healing Wang Kaishan. All right. Although he didn't believe he could recover, Wang Kaishan agreed to it in order to make his daughter happy. Ningfeng paused and handed over the dragon beard fruit. Wang Kaishan smiled bitterly and took the dragon beard fruit. Suddenly, an extremely holy feeling surged into his heart. Even the yin and yang began to beat violently,
as if the dragon beard fruit had resonated with his heart.
Bang bang bang.
Wang Kaishan was stunned for a moment, then he put the dragon beard fruit into his mouth, and an indescribable feeling filled his whole body.
This feeling?
It was like a dry well that was suddenly opened up, and a steady stream of vitality was flowing into his body.
It feels so good. Wang Kaishan couldn't help but get excited. What is going on? Wang Lia was happy and surprised.
Her father's illness was indeed improving at an incredible speed, but she had never seen such a magical thing. Although the dragon beard fruit cannot bring the dead back to life, it can give people vigorous vitality.
Congratulations, uncle, you are cured.
Ningfeng bowed without any pride in his eyes. After a moment, Wang Kaishan slowly exhaled a breath of turbid air. At this time, his face was rosy, his whole body was full of strength, and the vigorous vitality in his body told him that he was really well.
It's amazing, Mr. Ning. I, Wang Kaishan, really have no way to repay your kindness.
Wang Kaishan immediately got up from the bed and bowed deeply to Ningfeng.
Uncle, you are too polite.
Ningfeng hurriedly helped Wang Kaishan up. After all, in some ways, I am someone's son-in-law now.
Ding, congratulations to the host for completing the strategy mission, Wang Lia's favorability plus 50, reward 5 million yuan. Ding, since Wang Lia's favorability has reached 80%, an additional strategy task is triggered. Use antiques, calligraphy and paintings to please Wang Kaishan and gain Wang Lia's favor. Mission reward, Wang Lia's favorability plus 20, points plus 500, experience plus 500. Mission help, Golden Eyes. Golden eyes, able to see through the origins of various antiques, calligraphy and paintings and distinguish true from false. Good man, what I need most now is not money, but points and experience. Moreover, if I kill Tang Jian, that mysterious organization and the Tang sect will come looking for me sooner or later. Improving my cultivation is the best way to deal with it. Why are you laughing? Wang Lia pushed Ningfeng, looking confused. I thought to myself, is this kid thinking about anything dirty? It's okay. It's okay.
Wang Kaishan, who was an experienced man, said quickly to ease the embarrassment, Lia, now that I am well, staying in the hospital will only make me uncomfortable.
Why don't you help me with the discharge procedures now? Wang Lia was a little worried and looked at Ningfeng for advice.
When she saw Ningfeng nod, she went to go through the discharge procedures. It's strange to say, Wang Kaishan has become obsessed with antiques in recent years. The first thing he did after being discharged from the hospital was to take Ningfeng and others to the antique market.
Just what I wanted.
Ningfeng followed behind Wang Kaishan and his wife. Soon we arrived at a small stall. The owner of the stall seemed to be very familiar with Wang Kaishan and came over immediately.
Hey, isn't this Boss Wang? What brings you here? We just received a batch of top-quality antiques, calligraphy and paintings today. Would you like to take a look? Perhaps fearing that it would not be attractive, the boss added, there are paintings and calligraphy by the talented Tang Bohu in it.
Whether in ancient or modern times, Tang Bohu is a master of calligraphy and painting, which immediately attracted Wang Kaishan's attention.
Chapter 153. It's all fake. Why don't you take me to see it?
Wang Kaishan urged the shop owner to take him in.
Ningfeng and Wang Lia looked at each other and followed in.
The boss was very enthusiastic and, at Wang Kaishan's urging, took out a dozen pieces of calligraphy and paintings by Tang Bohu.
Boss Wang, I know you won't believe me when I show you so many Tang Bohu paintings and calligraphy.
You also know that we run an antique shop, and there are some things that we can't tell the buyers.
I can only say that one of these 10 paintings is an authentic one. The original works of Tang Bohu are rare treasures in the antique industry.
There was once a picture of the Sound of Pines on a mountain road, which was finally auctioned off by a wealthy man at a sky-high price of 100 million yuan and became a legend.
Since then, there has been no news about Tang Bohu's calligraphy and paintings.
Although Wang Kaishan didn't know much about this, he didn't want to miss such a treasure, so he quickly started to study it. But after studying for a long time, I found nothing. At this time, Ningfeng walked over and said, Uncle, I know a thing or two about antiques, calligraphy and paintings.
I wonder if I can appreciate them with you.
Of course. Wang Kaishan said with a smile, I didn't expect that you, Xiaofan, understand this.
To be honest, I am also a half-baked person and I am also crossing the river by feeling the stones.
But today I really don't want to miss Tang Bohu's original work.
The shop owner chuckled and said nothing.
Ningfeng picked up a painting titled Spring Mountain Companion Picture and shook his head, saying, "As far as I know, the real Spring Mountain Companion Picture has people and houses, springs and rocks, and winding mountain roads.
It is very ingenious and can vaguely see the skeleton of Song Dynasty landscape painting." At this point, Ningfeng looked at the boss meaningfully, and this one, although the signature and imitation are very lifelike, the scene in the picture is stiff. It must be fake, don't you think so, boss? The boss's expression changed and he complimented, "This gentleman is really knowledgeable, you are right."
Ningfeng put the painting down and said with a smile, "Just now the boss said that one of these 10 paintings is an authentic Tang Bovo painting.
What if I identify them one by one and they are all fake? How is that possible?" The boss's tone was obviously insufficient when he answered. "How about this, if there is no original painting, why don't you give us the shabby calligraphy and painting hanging at the door?"
The boss couldn't help but shudder because he saw a terrible look in Ningfeng's eyes.
No problem, no problem. I was just joking, just kidding."
Ningfeng suddenly laughed heartily, and then opened all the remaining 9 paintings. In fact, it is very easy to distinguish the authenticity of paintings.
The boss runs a small antique calligraphy and painting shop.
If it is a replica, he will ask the painter to use the cheapest rice paper. As far as I know, Tang Bohu always uses Yendi paper to make his paintings look more imposing and high quality.
If I guess correctly, none of these 10 paintings are authentic.
The reason you lied and claimed they were authentic is just to attract people's interest, deceive those who don't know much about it, and sell your fake paintings.
Boom!
Ningfeng revealed the boss's thoughts in one sentence, which scared him so much that he broke out in a cold sweat.
So that's how it is, Lao Liang.
I always come to you to buy antiques, calligraphy and paintings, but it turns out you've been fooling me every time.
Do you really think I, Wang Kaishan, am a fool?
Wang Kaishan got angry and threw the 10 fakes on the ground, put his hands on his hips, and glared at the boss.
Boss Wang, don't be angry, don't be angry. I'm just trying to make a living.
Just be generous and don't take the small things into consideration.
This guy just said that if they are all fake, I will give you the painting at the door.
After saying that, the boss brought in the pale yellow painting at the door and handed it to Wang Kaishan.
Chapter 154 Gold in the Wood. Lao Liang, what you have here are all fakes. What's the point of giving me this thing? Anyway, if you don't give me a reasonable explanation today, I will not let it go. Wang Kaishan snatched the pale yellow painting, opened it, and shouted angrily, "Do you really take me for a fool?
This is the 5 oxen painting, which has long been a national collection.
Do you really think I know nothing about it?"
After saying that, Wang Kaishan was about to tear up the calligraphy and painting, but Ningfeng was quick to snatch it away.
"Xiaofeng, what are you doing?" "Uncle, the 5 oxen painting was indeed handed over to the country, and this painting must be a fake. But I specifically asked for this painting, so I have my reasons. Is there a mystery?"
As soon as Wang Kaishan raised this doubt, Ningfeng denied it. Tear. He simply tore up the entire painting, and tore it up very thoroughly. Only 2 scrolls were left.
"Xiaofeng, what do you want these 2 rolling pins for?"
"They're pitch black." Ningfeng grinned and said, "This is not a rolling pin."
"Uncle, think about it. This painting is fake.
I'm sure the forger wouldn't use shiny and bright wood.
This would be easier to conceal. But this person doesn't know it."
Ningfeng deliberately kept the secret.
"Don't know what? Boss Liang, can I borrow your knife?"
Yes, yes."
Lao Liang wiped the cold sweat from his forehead and quickly took out a carving knife.
Ningfeng took it and scraped off the black surface of the scroll. The texture on the scroll was unexpectedly eye-catching, like a jumping stream.
"What is this?" Wang Kaishan asked puzzledly. "Wanwali is known as the gold among trees.
Its texture resembles leaping streams, moving sand dunes, and gentle hillsides.
It is extremely rare.
If I guess correctly, the price of these 2 scrolls alone is over 10 million.
Boom!
Even Wang Kaishan was amazed.
2 scrolls? 10 million? At this time, Boss Liang's eyes were wide open.
He could never have imagined that all the calligraphy and paintings in his shop had been checked, and he did not take out any of the better ones. But this point about the scroll was overlooked.
10 million.
He could not earn this much even if he sold antiques, calligraphy and paintings all his life. Ningfeng handed the scroll to Wang Kaishan's uncle. "You must have come here often to buy antiques and calligraphy and paintings before, right?
I guess you were cheated a lot.
These 2 scrolls can be regarded as the boss's apology to you."
My scroll.
Lao Liang wanted to fight for it, but Ningfeng glared at him and said, "Boss, you better think about it.
If you take this scroll, we will call the police.
When the counterfeit is found after the expiration date, you will probably spend your next life in jail, not to mention the scroll."
Well.
The boss slapped himself hard, really losing the big picture for the small. Wang Kaishan put away the scroll and said excitedly, "Nephew Ning, you are truly a genius. Not only are you an expert in medicine and have a sharp mind, but you are also an expert in antiques, calligraphy, and paintings.
You saw through the clues at a glance. I really admire you. It was just a coincidence."
The moment Wang Kaishan finished speaking, a prompt sound came in Ningfeng's mind. "Ding, congratulations to the host for completing the final strategy mission, Wang Lia's favorability plus 20.
Congratulations to the host for obtaining 500 points. The host's experience value is plus 500.
Detect that the host's experience value meets the upgrade standard, whether to upgrade."
Damn, there are prompts for upgrading?
The key is that we can't upgrade now, let us wait until there is no one around.
No.
Ningfeng refused directly.
At this time, Wang Lia on the side couldn't stand it anymore.
If these two continued to flatter, it would never end.
Alright, let's stop bragging. It's already late and I'm starving. Oh.
Wang Kaishan finally reacted and said apologetically, "Come on, Nephew Ning, I will cook for you tonight.
We won't go home until we are drunk.
I'll stick with you till the end, kid." Watching the people leaving, the shop owner regretted his decision so much that he closed the shop in a rage and began to check all the scrolls.
Chapter 155: Successfully Breaking Through Grandmaster.
After dinner, Ningfeng came to the villa in the Blue Moon community. As there was no one here and the security measures were very good, he chose to break through here.
System upgrade.
The moment Ningfeng finished speaking, everything seemed to stop, and even his own heartbeat could be heard. The extremely powerful internal energy in the body instantly gathered towards the dantian, like a surging sea, and actually formed a whirlpool. The speed of the vortex kept increasing, and it actually began to devour the power from the outside world.
Boom, boom, boom.
A sound like waves crashing against the shore rang out in Ningfeng's lower abdomen.
Every time external force entered his body, the vortex would become faster and more violent.
Slowly, it began to materialize.
Boom, boom, boom.
There were several more loud noises.
Ningfeng's current condition is far worse than the situation when Ouyang Chanfeng broke through. If there were any cultivators here, they would be shocked. How can this special code really lead to a breakthrough to the Grandmaster level? It's simply a human-shaped natural disaster.
After a while, the speed of the vortex slowly slowed down, and Ningfeng could see clearly that a wrinkled shape of an inner elixir appeared inside his dantian. There is a terrible power hidden within the wrinkles of the inner liner.
No wonder the Grandmaster is so powerful.
The amount of internal energy stored in him is beyond the reach of ordinary people.
Call.
Ningfeng exhaled a breath and slowly stood up.
Now his whole person, both in terms of momentum and himself, were completely different from before.
Chengdu in a villa surrounded by countless gunmen.
An elderly man in his 70s suddenly opened his eyes. What is this?
There was a girl next to the old man.
She asked curiously, "Grandpa, what's wrong?"
The internal energy is gathering, just like a whale swallowing the sea. I never thought that another master-level expert would appear in Rongqing.
Together with the one I felt before, this is already the third one.
Chengdu, in a dense forest.
A girl in her 20s was walking her dog.
Suddenly, her eyes lit up and she looked towards the Blue Moon community from afar. A puppy next to her kept barking at the Blue Moon community.
Xiao Bai, did you feel it too? The puppy nodded as if it understood what the woman said.
I didn't expect that the power I felt last time would appear again.
It seems that this time it will be really interesting.
In Feng Hu's villa in Chengdu. Feng Hu was lying on the sofa enjoying a massage from several beauties, when suddenly he felt a chill on his back.
Who? Don't be afraid, it's just a joke.
A cold voice sounded, leaving Feng Hu stunned.
We have found the man, and we will help you kill him tonight.
As for Ningfeng, he had just made a breakthrough, which made him feel extremely happy.
Open the properties panel. Host, Ningfeng. Cultivation, Grandmaster. Experience, 0. Points, 500.
Kung Fu, Tai Chi, Explosive Step, Tiger Fist, and Flying Flowers.
Mission, help Ouyang Qian become the head of the Ouyang family.
Looking at the greatly improved attribute panel, Ningfeng showed a proud smile.
But I still have to continue doing quests to gain experience.
I really want to know what it feels like to be in the legendary transcendent realm. This was the first time that Ningfeng had such a huge desire for power. By now, the villa that Chen Jiu gave him has been completely renovated, so Ningfeng called Chen Yao and asked her to pack up her things. He then drove to pick up Chen Yao and her mother.
Chen's mother was quite sensible.
She directly dragged the luggage and went to the villa to pack up, while Ningfeng and Chen Yao enjoyed their nighttime walks.
Chapter 156 Villa Crisis. Chen Yao held Ningfeng's arm and said happily, "Feng, can we stay like this forever?"
Of course. Ningfeng scratched Chen Yao's nose and said lovingly, "Now I will buy you a big villa, and I will also hire a nanny for you in the future to give you the best happiness in the world."
What about Sister Yan?
When it came to this question, both of them were stunned. Indeed, if you have several wives, it seems like an irresponsible behavior.
And how should I explain it when they ask me? You can't hide away forever, can you?
Just when Ningfeng was hesitating about what to do, Chen Yao spoke again. "Actually, it's not that I can't accept that you have someone else." In Chen Yao's opinion, there is really no one as outstanding as Ningfeng at his age, and he is also so warm-hearted. She does not ask to possess him alone in this life, as long as she can be with him.
I'm just afraid you'll abandon me. How could that be, Yao Yao?
Although I, Ningfeng, may be a little unreliable in doing things sometimes, I have never abandoned my woman.
Wind.
Ningfeng turned his head and looked at Chen Yao, but he didn't expect a touch of tenderness to come up to him directly, and then he quickly retreated like a dragonfly touching the water. Looking at Chen Yao again, her cheeks had already turned slightly red. She shyly pushed Ningfeng away and ran back to the villa.
Hee, what a good girl,
Ningfeng said to himself. At this moment, a discordant voice suddenly sounded in the darkness.
It's true that this couple is so talented and beautiful that outsiders envy them. But I can't stand this kind of affectionate scene. Who? Someone appeared next to him, but he didn't notice it.
This made Ningfeng alert.
The one who wants you dead.
The voice in the darkness jumped up, a silver light flashed in his hand, and he rushed directly towards Ningfeng.
Explosive step.
Ningfeng stomped the ground hard, and rushed forward like a stream of light. The silver light was fast and sharp, but Ningfeng was even faster. With the help of his explosive steps, he jumped directly over the man in the darkness.
Tiger fist. Boom, boom, boom.
The man felt a chill coming from behind him and turned over to block the silver light from his chest.
Boom, boom, boom.
But he still underestimated Ningfeng's strength, and his body retreated violently, leaving a shallow scratch on the ground.
Ningfeng landed and looked at the masked man coldly. You want to kill me with this little ability? Tell me, are you from Feng Hu's side or the Tang sect?
The masked man was slightly stunned, then snorted coldly. I said, I am the one who wants you dead. The masked man rushed forward again. His speed was many times faster than before, even comparable to Ningfeng's explosive step.
What a fast speed! Ningfeng was secretly shocked.
At the same time, his eyes focused and he was ready to take the attack.
Whoosh!
Suddenly, a sound of breaking through the air was heard, and it rushed towards the silver light in the black-clothed man's hand at an incredible speed.
Bang! It was because of this attack that the man in black stopped his attack.
He slowly raised his head and looked in the direction where the hidden weapon came from. Ningfeng also looked over and saw a young woman standing on the high roof, and next to her was a lovable little white dog.
Is it you?
The man in black seemed to recognize the person coming and frowned.
Since when did your killer alliance become interested in this kid?
The woman held her head high with pride, seemingly not taking the man in black seriously.
The employer pays us, and we kill people. This is our rule.
I hope you don't interfere, otherwise.
What else?
The woman's eyes turned cold, and she stretched out her little hands that had been in her pockets. The man in black snorted coldly. If it was the Tang sect of the past, our killer alliance might still be a little afraid of you, but now. The man in black showed a smug smile.
Whoosh!
However, the man in black answered with a flying knife.
Bang!
The man in black quickly blocked with his sword, but still retreated several steps. He was about to fight back, but felt something was wrong.
I forgot to tell you one thing.
I am from the Tang sect, but I am also a poison sect member. The Tang people are divided into the weapon sect and the poison sect. Originally, when the weapon sect possessed the 10 great Tang sect skills, the poison sect was stronger than the weapon sect, but now it can be said that the entire Tang sect is dominated by the poison sect.
The man in black's eyes were obviously not so relaxed anymore. He looked at the woman and then at Ningfeng.
Boy, you are lucky this time, but this woman alone can't protect you. After saying that, he jumped up, and after a few leaps, he disappeared.
Chapter 157 Blue Butterfly. Someone from the Tang clan?
Ningfeng also got a general idea from the conversation between the two just now. If it was someone from the Tang sect who came to find him, Ningfeng could still understand it, but why did the people from the Killer Alliance also want to kill him?
Whoosh!
The woman jumped down, and the puppy beside her jumped onto the tree as if it had received professional training. With the help of the rebound force, it gently fell into the woman's arms.
It is indeed this aura.
The woman looked at Ningfeng carefully and nodded repeatedly.
Do you have something to talk to me about? Ningfeng asked. The woman pouted, and her previous momentum was completely gone. I just saved you, don't you even know how to say thank you? This. For a moment, Ningfeng really didn't know how to answer. It doesn't matter if you don't tell me. My purpose today is not to save you anyway.
The woman waved her hand.
Just passing by? It can't be considered as just passing by. I just happened to catch you and then ask you some questions.
The woman spoke very casually, as if she didn't take Ningfeng seriously.
Are you so confident that you can capture me?
The woman thought for a while and replied, I didn't have confidence at first, but seeing that you couldn't even beat that guy just now, I think it should be no problem.
Who is this guy? System, check the data. Name, Blue Butterfly. Age, 18. Favorability, 30. Inner secret, she grew up in the Tang clan's poison sect.
She has a clever and eccentric personality and hates being called a little poison creature. Tips for conquering her, although she hates being called a poisonous creature, she really likes poison. The host can conquer her by playing to her preferences.
Give him what he likes?
Fuck you, they're dealing with drugs and they can kill you if you're not careful.
Ningfeng rolled his eyes. Have you made up your mind? Will you come with me?
Lan Dai blinked her big eyes, without showing any scheming in her mind. However, everyone who knew her knew that this seemingly harmless girl would become ruthless, and even the elders of the Tang sect would be afraid of her.
No, I want to go home and sleep now.
God knows what will happen after I leave with her.
Will she use poison to force me to answer? It's so scary. Ningfeng waved his hand and was about to go home. That's not up to you.
Lan Dai's aura suddenly changed, and even her eyes turned purple. A faint fragrance emanated from her body and floated towards Ningfeng at a strange speed.
It smells so good.
Ningfeng was about to turn around to see what was going on when he felt dizzy and fainted on the spot.
Humph, I told you not to follow me.
Lan Dai clapped her hands and said to Xiao Bai, Go, pull him over to me.
Woof woof woof. Xiao Bai seemed to be resisting, as if saying he was so big, how could I pull him? It doesn't work at all. I won't bring you with me next time.
Lan Dai picked up Xiao Bai and walked towards Ningfeng. Just as she was about to pick Ningfeng up, she suddenly froze.
Who?
Lan Dai stood up and looked around vigilantly.
Miss Lan Dai, don't panic.
I was just passing by and happened to have a connection with this young man, so I wanted to talk to him. In the darkness, a man in his 70s slowly walked out, and beside him was a little girl supporting him.
Although the old man didn't walk fast, he gave people a very threatening aura. That won't do.
I was the one who caught this guy first.
If you want him, you have to get my permission.
After seeing who was coming, Lan Dai was no longer so panicked.
Chapter 158 Chapter 158 Ouyang Family Competition. Then I wonder if the girl would agree?
The old man actually asked.
No.
Lan Dai flicked her wrist and a flash of silver light shot directly towards the old man. Swish, swish, swish. The speed of the silver light was very fast. If Ningfeng saw it at this time, she would definitely be extremely surprised, because her hidden weapon was even more powerful than Tang Jian's.
It's just a trifle.
Looking at the little girl next to her, she took a step forward and shook her hair violently.
Bang! It actually bounced the silver light away. What amazing hair!
Lan Dai's eyes rolled around. Forget it, since you like this guy so much, I'll give it to you. But you have to remember, this guy has been targeted by the Killer Alliance, so you have to be careful.
Thank you, Miss Lan Dai. He bowed. Snort!
Lan Dai held Xiao Bai in her arms and left with a few leaps. The woman supported him and walked to Ningfeng's side.
Grandpa, Why did you save this kid? The old man said sternly, Yen country is not the same as before. It is not easy to produce a good seedling. The future world will have to rely on these young people to maintain it. Him? The woman was very puzzled. What methods could a guy who was easily drugged by the incense have? Yes. The old man nodded heavily and said, Okay, Azi, let's go. Today's show is over. It's boring, boring. After saying that, the grandfather and grandson walked into the darkness and disappeared into the night. The next morning, when Ning Feng woke up, he found himself lying on a big bed. Chen Yao was lying on the head of the bed, and seemed to have just fallen asleep. But as soon as Ning Feng moved, she woke up. Feng, are you okay? What happened last night? Why did you suddenly faint? It's okay. Ning Feng touched Chen Yao's hair and comforted her. By the way, I have something else to do today, so I may not be back tonight. After saying that, Ning Feng got up. Because he was only drugged last night, there were no after effects. There were two reasons why Ning Feng was in a hurry to get out. The first was that today was the day when Ouyang Qian's family was holding a family competition. The second was that he wanted to ask old man Ouyang Changfeng about the Killer Alliance. You fainted last night, and you still want to go out? Chen Yao asked worriedly. It's okay, I was just too tired last night. After saying that, Ning Feng put on his clothes, took a quick shower, turned on his cell phone, and found that Ouyang Qian had made more than 10 calls. Oh no, I've been busy dealing with other things these past 2 days in Haven Tea taught Ouyang Qian Tai Chi. I guess this little girl must be anxious. In desperation, Ning Feng took a taxi directly to OS house. There are a lot of people at the Ouyang residence today, and all kinds of luxury cars are parked at the door. It can be seen that the Ouyang family is very powerful both in ancient martial arts and social abilities. Ning Feng was about to go in, but was stopped by the two servants guarding the door. Stop, outsiders are not allowed to enter, hurry up and leave. I'm here today to watch the Ouyang family's family competition. Obviously, the expressions of the two servants guarding the door changed when Ning Feng said this. After all, although the Ouyang family's family competition was no secret, only people of status knew about it. Ning Feng in front of him was in a hurry to go out, so he casually put on a set of casual clothes, which immediately aroused the servants' vigilance. They looked at each other and asked, How do you know about the family competition? Of course it was Senior Ouyang Changfeng who told me personally. Ning Feng explained patiently. Nonsense, the patriarch went into seclusion a few days ago, and just before he went into seclusion he mentioned the family competition. Apart from the post he requested, how could ordinary people know about it? Who are you, kid? Chapter 159 New Son-in-Law. I said I am your uncle, do you believe me? Fart. The servant's face changed and he punched Ning Feng. To be honest, no one believes it. It's really annoying. It seems like the only way is to force my way in. Ning Feng stretched out his palm and easily caught the servant's fist. The other person, seeing that something was wrong, also attacked, but he only used his legs. Good fellow. Bang. Ning Feng stomped his foot on the ground suddenly and let the man kick him. Bang. The man who used his legs only felt that he had kicked an iron plate and screamed in pain. You want to stop me with just this little ability? How naive. Ning Feng raised the corner of his mouth and threw out a punch and a kick at the same time. Bang, bang. The two servants flew back several meters as if they had suffered a heavy blow and fell directly to the ground. What's going on? Why's the noise? At this moment, a man in his 50s suddenly walked out of O's house. He looked at the two servants lying on the ground and seemed very angry. Don't you know what day it is today? Why are you making such a fuss? Butler, it was that guy who came to our house to cause trouble, and even pretended to be our son-in-law. You said the master of the family doesn't have a daughter, so where does the son-in-law come from? Isn't this deliberately looking for trouble? Because Ning Feng did not kill them, the two servants managed to stand up. Uncle? Uncle Lin raised his head and looked over. Suddenly his expression changed and he hit each of the two servants. This is indeed our Ouyang family's son-in-law. He is just Miss Qian's fiancé's husband. You dare to stop him? You are really bold. Of course they knew that the so-called Miss Qian was Ouyang Qian, and they immediately couldn't help feeling a chill. After all, she is the master's favorite granddaughter. If she tells the master about this, it will be over. It's okay. It's okay. Ning Feng didn't seem to mind at all.
He walked over and patted the two on the shoulders. Just remember me next time.
My name is Ning Feng. Master Feng.
The two of them bowed quickly. Son-in-law, the master, and the others have been waiting for you for a long time. You should go in first.
The venue for the family competition was set up in the backyard of the Ouyang family.
Due to the special circumstances today, there were many more guards in the courtyard. When Ning Feng entered the backyard, he realized how powerful the Ouyang family was. Sitting at the top of the stands was not Ouyang Changfeng, but several old men with white hair and beards. They had their eyes closed and were resting without making any movements. Ouyang Changfeng sat below those old men.
It could be seen that those old men were not simple people.
Further down were several elders who were about the same age as Ouyang Changfeng, and the rest were people of Ouyang Feng's generation and their juniors.
However, Ouyang Qian was an exception.
She actually stood behind Ouyang Changfeng, which showed how much importance he attached to him.
Senior Ouyang, I'm here. Ning Feng walked behind Ouyang Changfeng and bowed. Mr. Ning, you are too polite. I specially invited you to hold this family competition. It is only natural that you will be waiting for a while.
Brother, you made us wait for such a long time just for a young boy like this?
An old man who looked very serious said dissatisfiedly below Ouyang Changfeng. Changkong, don't be rude. Mr. Ning is not an ordinary person. Just him?
The moment Ouyang Changkong finished speaking, Ning Feng clearly felt a powerful aura rushing towards him.
Grandmaster? This Ouyang family is really full of hidden talents.
However, this mere pressure from a grandmaster really means nothing to Ning Feng, who is now at the peak of the grandmaster level. He just waved his hand, and the pressure instantly disappeared.
Chapter 160, Spirit Gathering Pill. Changkong, what are you doing?
Ouyang Changfeng is also a powerful master, so he naturally knows what has just happened, and the power of the head of the family is immediately revealed.
Ouyang Changkong said with a smile, Brother, why are you so angry? I am just saying hello to this young friend. Humph, is this the way you greet him? He is my honored guest. Ouyang Changfeng turned to Ning Feng and asked, Mr. Ning, are you okay? It's okay.
Ning Feng smiled faintly.
That's right, big brother, is there any need to be so angry? I was just saying hello to this young friend just now.
The old man who was sitting under Ouyang Changkong and had been smiling all the time also spoke up. Besides, after today, you are no longer the head of the family.
Second brother did this because he was afraid that someone with ulterior motives would sneak into our Ouyang family.
What do you mean, third brother?
Ouyang Changfeng slammed the table and stood up. All right.
The three old men sitting at the top, who had been silent until then, spoke at the same time. Wherever they looked, everyone shut up.
It's almost noon, let's start the family competition as soon as possible. Yes. Ouyang Changfeng bowed respectfully and walked onto the arena. Everyone here today is from our family. I won't explain any more about your wishes. Anyway, the winner of today's competition will inherit the position of the head of our Ouyang family.
Please work hard, young people.
After saying that, Ouyang Changkong took out a booklet. The first match is between Ouyang Yu from the branch family and Ouyang Liuxiu from the branch family. Let the competition begin.
As soon as he finished speaking, Ouyang Changfeng jumped off the arena and was replaced by two young men around 18 or 19 years old. It can be seen that the strength of the branch family is relatively weak. These two people have only practiced the outer martial arts to perfection, so there is nothing interesting to watch.
Ning Feng.
At this time Ouyang Qian pulled Ning Feng's sleeve and motioned him to come over.
What's wrong? Why are you here just now? What were you doing yesterday? Didn't you promise to teach me Tai Chi? After all, it is a family competition. Ouyang Qian doesn't seek to win, but also doesn't want to make a fool of herself. I was delayed yesterday. I'll teach you next time. No, you know I'm just an outsider.
I can handle ordinary people, but you should know that there are many internal strength masters among the younger generation.
Aren't you embarrassing me? Ouyang Qian said seriously, I don't care. It was you who asked me to participate in the competition. I don't want to be eliminated in the first round. He. I don't want to either. If you are eliminated in the first round, how can I complete this mission?
After much deliberation, Ning Feng made a decision.
System, is there any elixir that can improve one's cultivation?
Host, please check it yourself. Spirit Gathering Pill, a common pill that can help people quickly gather the spiritual power of heaven and earth.
It is very useful for beginners. It requires 300 points. Longling Powder, a mysterious level elixir, very useful for those who cultivate internal strength, and can help to quickly break through. It requires 1000 points. I'm going to your grandma. This special code is too expensive. The cheapest one costs 300 points.
Ningfeng rolled his eyes to show his resistance, but things had come to this point, so let it be.
Exchange for the spirit gathering pill.
After saying that, a white pill appeared in Ningfeng's hand.
It was surrounded by spiritual energy and even emitted a faint fragrance. Here you go. It's up to you whether you can break through or not. What is this? Ouyang Qian took it, looking curious. You will know after you eat it yourself. Ningfeng is feeling very painful now. 300 points are gone just like that. He only got 500 points for completing this task. Fortunately, there is still a consolation prize of 500 experience points. Chapter 161 Ouyang Qian vs Ouyang Lin.
Ouyang Qian blinked her big eyes and swallowed it in one gulp. Suddenly, the surrounding spiritual energy gathered towards him frantically.
Boom, boom, boom. Although the noise was not big, it still attracted the attention of the three white-haired old men, Ouyang Changkong and his younger brothers. Qianer, what's this? Ouyang Changfeng was overjoyed, but didn't say the rest. Yeah. Ningfeng nodded. That's great. Ouyang Changfeng nodded continuously.
After all, in his lineage, he only had one son, Ouyang Feng, and the younger generation was Ouyang Qian. It is no exaggeration to say that if Ouyang Qian had not won the competition today, their lineage would have suffered a serious blow. Now that Ouyang Qian has broken through her internal strength, she is able to fight. Qian girl is really lucky, but it must not be easy to compete for the position of head of the family right after breaking through the internal strength.
If you are not careful, someone may die. The speaker was still the sarcastic third brother. This guy has a smile on his face, but it makes people feel sick. Due to the presence of three white-haired old men, Ouyang Changfeng couldn't get angry and could only glare at him. Ningfeng, I have made a breakthrough. Ouyang Qian opened her eyes in surprise, madly feeling this strange power. Everyone knows about it. You took 300 of my points, did you know that? If you don't win this competition, I'll skin you alive. At this moment, the first round was over and Ouyang you barely won. Ouyang Changkong flipped through the booklet and said loudly, next is Ouyang Qian vs Ouyang Lin.
The moment Ouyang Changfeng finished speaking, a handsome young man jumped up. My dear ancestors, uncles and aunts, I am sorry to show you my poor performance. With this bow, Ouyang Lin immediately won a lot of favor, and the first one to be favored was the third brother Ouyang Changxiao. As expected of my grandson, not bad, not bad. TSK, Wang Pei is just bragging about her melons. Ouyang Qian retorted dissatisfiedly and jumped up. Sister Qian, I haven't seen you for a long time. You've grown up now. It's not nice to touch a girl. Why don't you go down by yourself? I'm afraid you won't be able to hold back. Bah, shameless and vulgar. Ouyang Qian snorted coldly, if you want to fight, just fight. Why are you talking so much nonsense? Sister Qian is right. Ouyang Lin still kept smiling, but when he attacked, it was a killing move. His 5 fingers directly grabbed Ouyang Qian's throat. Humph, just bluffing. Ouyang Qian was not jealous and she met the attack with a side kick. This was the fighting style she was good at, and since she had become a master of internal strength, the force of this kick was very strong. Originally, he was going to kick Ouyang Lin, but unexpectedly, the boy suddenly changed his tactics. He stomped his foot on the ground, took a few steps back, and used inertia to grab Ouyang Qian's legs with both hands. Sister Qian, it seems that you have not learned the Ouyang family's kung fu. Then I'd better ask you to leave. You are not suitable for the position of the head of the family. Whoosh! Ouyang Lin suddenly exerted force and threw Ouyang Qian into the air. Under the huge force, Ouyang Qian's body actually began to spin. Thump! Fortunately, Ouyang Qian had good balance and managed to keep herself steady on the edge of the ring. Good. Ouyang Changxiao was even more proud. You are worthy of being my grandson. You two are exactly like each other, as shameless as your grandfather. Ouyang Qian looked at Ouyang Lin coldly. No, this guy has already entered the stage of internal strength cultivation. If I delay this, I will definitely lose. I can't lose to such a sarcastic guy, so it seems I have no choice but to give it a try. Chapter 162 The difference in skills.
With this in mind, Ouyang Qian planned to defeat Ouyang Lin as quickly as possible, because the longer it dragged on, the more disadvantageous it would be for her.
Ouyang Qian suddenly rushed over and gave him another whip kick, but this time the force was much stronger.
Sister Qian, you are too violent. Ouyang Lin's expression showed obvious displeasure, because he didn't dare to take the attack head-on. Good opportunity. While Ouyang Lin was retreating, Ouyang Qian kicked him again, this time with greater force than the last time. Whoosh! Almost hit Ouyang Lin. Sister Qian, I'm really angry. Ouyang Lin's eyes suddenly focused, and he punched Ouyang Lin. Bang! There was no time to dodge, and Ouyang Qian also rushed forward with a punch. It's just that Ouyang Lin's internal strength was relatively strong, forcing Ouyang Qian to retreat several steps. Good opportunity. Ouyang Lin raised the corner of his mouth and took advantage of Ouyang Qian's unstable stance to attack again.
But this time when his fist passed, Ouyang Qian actually revealed a bright arc. She deliberately showed her defeat just now in order to lower Ouyang Lin's vigilance.
You've been fooled. Ouyang Qian rolled over and dodged the attack. Before Ouyang Lin could withdraw his attack, Ouyang Qian kicked him in the face with a whip kick. Bang! Ouyang Lin was stunned on the spot. Third Grandpa, I'm sorry for knocking your precious grandson unconscious. Before leaving the stage, Ouyang Qian did not forget to mock Ouyang Changshao. You. Third brother, do you really want to intervene in the fights between the younger generations? Ouyang Changfeng's protective attitude was clearly revealed.
Ouyang Changshao knew that he was no match for his opponent, so he just forced himself to hold back his anger. The following competition was not very interesting, so Ningfeng simply found a chair and began to sleep. After an unknown amount of time, the top four finally emerged. Ouyang Yu, Ouyang Qian, Ouyang Jian, and Ouyang Hua. Coincidentally, Ouyang Qian was facing Ouyang Yu, who practiced external martial arts. Of course, with this level of suppression, she could win with her eyes closed. Another winner was Ouyang Jian, who was Ouyang Changkong's grandson. His cultivation had reached the pinnacle and he was extremely powerful. Thank you, Sister Qian. Ouyang Jian was a man of few words. His expression was always cold, making it difficult to guess what he was thinking. I must win this game. It's already the finals, and Ouyang Qian also wants to give it a try. The two sides just exchanged a few words before starting to fight. It must be said that Ouyang Jian was very powerful. Both his eyesight and the application of martial arts were much better than Ouyang Qian's. Soon Ouyang Qian was forced into a dead end. Sister Qian, you'd better go down by yourself. You are no match for me. Ouyang Jian said coldly. No. Ouyang Qian hated being looked down upon the most, and her temper immediately flared up. She attacked Ouyang Jian again. Bang? However, no matter how hard Ouyang Qian tried, he still couldn't hurt Ouyang Jian at all, or it could be said that the two were simply not on the same level. Ouyang Changkong in the stands couldn't sit still any longer. Jenner, what are you waiting for? If they defeat Ouyang Qian, their family will become the head of the family, and then this lineage will also rise in power. Ouyang Jian frowned, pushed Ouyang Qian away, and said again, Sister Qian, I have to listen to my grandfather. If you don't admit defeat, don't blame me for being rude. Well. Ningfeng sighed. The gap in strength was too big. Ouyang Qian's chance of winning was less than 10%. Wait, a technique? I still have 200 points now, and I wonder if I can exchange them for some skills. System, is there any method that can help people achieve success quickly? As soon as Ningfeng finished speaking, a picture appeared in front of him. Spirit Gathering Palm can use internal energy to gather external demonic spirit energy, forming a terrifying killing force, requiring 200 points. Ningfeng looked at his attribute panel and found that he had exactly 200 points left. Forget it, now that it has come to this, I might as well be a good person. Exchange. In an instant, a parchment scroll appeared in Ningfeng's hand. Ouyang Qian continues. Ningfeng threw it directly to Ouyang Qian. Chapter 163 The Internal Fight of the Ouyang Family. Bang! Ouyang Qian kicked Ouyang Lin away and almost fell off the arena, but fortunately she caught the parchment scroll. Watch carefully. If you can't learn it, there's nothing I can do. Tisk, what's the matter? Why is it so mysterious? Ouyang Qian opened the parchment impatiently, and her eyes suddenly became clear. Ouyang Changshao, who was in the audience, sneered, sharpening your weapons before the battle? If this is possible, I think anyone can compete for the position of head of this family.
Linner, solve it quickly, don't drag it on. Ouyang Changkong shouted angrily.
It has come to this point, he doesn't want any accidents to happen.
Mr. Ning, what's this? However, Ouyang Changkong's attitude was completely different from theirs.
He had witnessed with his own eyes how Kai Ching became a master at the peak of his powers just by reading the parchment scroll.
It depends on her understanding.
The spirit gathering palm is just the most common Xian level martial art.
If Ouyang Qian can't even learn it, then it can only be said that this is her fate.
As for the hundreds of points Ning Fenghua spent, they were all wasted. Obviously, although Ouyang Qian's realm was not very high, her comprehension ability was very good.
She soon understood the essence of the spirit gathering poem. Sister Qian, please stop struggling. Ouyang Lin suddenly stomped the ground and rushed directly towards Ouyang Qian.
With this attack, he was determined to knock Ouyang Qian out of the ring and win the final victory.
Spirit gathering poem. Ouyang Qian shouted loudly and quickly raised her hand.
The spiritual energy between heaven and earth gathered towards her palm madly.
Even the people in the stands opened their eyes wide.
Linner, we must not let her continue to gather spiritual energy.
We must end this battle quickly. Ouyang Changkong roared.
It's a pity that it's too late for them to discover this problem now.
The spiritual energy in Ouyang Qian's hands has gathered to its peak. Let me get down. Bang!
Ouyang Qian slapped out with all her might, and it was as if the power of heaven and earth burst out at the same time, rushing towards Ouyang Lin.
Not good. Ouyang Changkong stood up directly. Unfortunately, it was too late. The tremendous power of the spirit gathering palm had already hit Ouyang Lin.
At this moment, he was like a kite with a broken string. He flew out of the field and his life or death was unknown.
What kind of skill is this? Ouyang Changkong's face was filled with anger and he flew directly to the arena. Chen girl, the skills you just used were not from the Ouyang family. You broke the rules. Ouyang Changkong pointed at Ouyang Qian and shouted angrily. Second grandfather, the rules of the competition don't say that you can't use other skills, right? Snort. Ouyang Changkong snorted coldly. There is no such rule, but this is where the Ouyang family competes for the position of patriarch.
You use other people's skills to win, so you are not worthy of being the patriarch of the Ouyang family.
Second brother, do you really think I don't exist? Boom.
In an instant, Ouyang Changfeng also stood up, and his strength as a peak grandmaster was fully exposed. Brother, you are no longer the head of the family.
Don't threaten me with the same tricks as before.
I must get to the bottom of the matter about Qian using other martial arts to compete today.
As expected, the position of the head of the family belonged to Ouyang Lin, but the sudden appearance of martial arts made Ouyang Qian's strength increase dramatically, and Ouyang Changkong was of course not convinced.
Not only did he want the position of the head of the family, he also wanted the parchment scroll in Ouyang Qian's hand, because this technique was so mysterious that he might be able to reach a higher level after learning it.
Second brother, don't think I don't know what you are planning. I won't let you succeed. After saying that, Ouyang Changfeng was about to jump up onto the arena.
Brother, even though your strength has increased dramatically, it's better for you not to get involved in this matter.
Ouyang Changshao stood up at some point and blocked Ouyang Changfeng's way. Chapter 164 Ningfeng takes action. Third brother, do you want to rebel? Ouyang Changfeng's eyes were almost spitting out anger. If he allowed things to continue, his granddaughter would be in danger. Hey, brother, you're exaggerating. I just wanted to catch up with you. Boom. In an instant, Ouyang Changshao also burst out with his strength. Grandmaster Peak? Ouyang Changfeng was shocked.
He didn't expect that the third brother, who had always been low-key, had also reached this level.
So, big brother, you'd better sit down quietly. If you really want to rush over, I can stop you for a while, even if I can't beat you. You. Ouyang Changfeng was filled with anger. He looked at the three old men at the top. It was obvious that the old men closed their eyes and approved of the actions of Ouyang Changkong and the others. Ouyang Feng on the side couldn't help it and wanted to go up to save his daughter, but two middle-aged men stopped him. Ouyang Feng, you are only at the level of internal strength cultivation, so you should just sit down and watch the show with us. Two internal force masters stopped him and there was nothing they could do. Ouyang Changkong slowly walked towards Ouyang Qian and stretched out his right hand. Chen girl, hand over the parchment scroll just now, and then you voluntarily give up the position of the head of this family, and I will let you go today. Impossible. With Ouyang Qian's stubborn personality, how could she possibly compromise? Then you can't blame me, your second grandfather. Ouyang Changkong's eyes suddenly turned cold, and he reached out to grab Ouyang Qian. Alas, it seems that I have no choice but to take action. Ningfeng shook his head and finally jumped up. You want to steal my apprentice's things, but you don't even ask me, your master, if I agree. Ningfeng jumped onto the arena after a few jumps, and his speed was even faster than Ouyang Changkong. Bang! After a brief fight, Ouyang Changkong retreated half a step, while Ningfeng stood motionless in front of Ouyang Qian. What are you doing? Ouyang Changkong frowned slightly. Although he didn't use his full strength just now, he was still shocked to find himself at a disadvantage in the first clash with his grandmaster. Ouyang Qian is my apprentice. Ningfeng scratched his hair. No, she is my wife-to-be. What do you think I am doing? When talking about this, Ouyang Qian's cheeks turned as red as apples, but her heart was warm. Boy, don't think I won't do anything to you because you are my big brother's VIP. You threw the parchment scroll to Qian, didn't you? This is a foul on the martial arts stage. Ouyang Changkong flicked his sleeves and said unhappily, Before I get angry, I advise you to go back to where you came from. The Ouyang family is not a place where a young boy like you can run wild. He. Ningfeng sneered, Don't make a mistake. My wife is now the only heir to the family head. I am her husband. You say I am an outsider. Then what are you, a side branch? You. Ouyang Changkong glared at Ningfeng with his eyes and snorted coldly, You are very good. It has been so many years. Even my eldest brother dare not say this to me. You are just a junior. I think you are looking for death. Then it depends on whose fist is harder. Ningfeng raised his fist and punched Ouyang Changkong. There was nothing to say to this guy who was taking advantage of his age. He just had to fight him. Get out of my way. Ouyang Changkong also met his attack with a punch. Bang! This time Ouyang Changkong used all his strength and barely managed to fight Ningfeng to a draw. You want to act arrogantly with this little strength? You are still far from it. Get out of my way. Ningfeng exploded again, and this time the power of the explosion was many times greater than the last time. Boom! Although Ouyang Changkong was very unwilling, he still took several steps back. With one strike, the winner is immediately clear. Chapter 165 2 Partial. Boy, are you really determined to help Ouyang Qian? Of course. Ningfeng waved his sleeves, calm and composed. Then we can only see the truth with our own hands. Boom! Ouyang Changkong was shocked, and his momentum suddenly rose. Although my cultivation is not as good as yours, my Ouyang family's skills are not vegetarian either. Wave step. Bang! Ouyang Changkong suddenly stepped on the ground, and an invisible airwave rushed towards Ningfeng. Although the airwave was invisible, it gave people an extremely dangerous aura. Not good. Ouyang Changfeng was shocked, but because he was blocked, he could only worry. Boy, if you take a step back, Shen girl behind you will be wiped out. Ouyang Changkong laughed crazily. Who said I want to quit? What? Ouyang Changkong widened his eyes. Although his wave walking step was not a very strange martial art, it had incredible destructive power. Could it be that this kid intends to resist? Obviously, Ouyang Changkong guessed right. Ningfeng had no intention of retreating at all. This level of attack was not enough to pose a threat to him. Tiger fist. Boom! A punch was thrown out, like a tiger charging forward. Suddenly, a roar like a tiger roaring in the mountains and forests was heard, which almost caused the stepping waves technique to collapse. Break it for me! Ningfeng roared again. At this moment, he could not move forward even half an inch with the wave step. Looking at Ningfeng's fist again, it seemed that he was getting braver and braver as the battle went on. He rushed forward like a tiger descending from the mountain. Bang! With just one punch, Ouyang Changkong flew backwards like a kite with a broken string. Good. When Ouyang Changfeng saw this scene, the gloom just now swept away and he cheered continuously. He glanced at the third brother and sneered, So? Are you still going to help the second brother now? Brother, you're joking. Ouyang Changxiao's expression changed, but quickly returned to normal. Ouyang Changkong, who was at the peak of Grandmaster level, was defeated with one punch. At this moment, the whole place was silent and no one dared to touch Ningfeng's brow. It's like a god of death reborn, no one dares to touch him. Ouyang Changkong struggled to get up. Elder, this kid is disrupting the competition. Are you guys just going to ignore it? With a roar, the three white-haired old men sitting at the top finally opened their eyes. Young man, even though you are Qian's man, you cannot disrupt the order. He. Just now you turned a blind eye to Ouyang Changkong's nonsense here, and now you want to intervene when I save people? This is too biased. Now that things have come to this, and Ouyang Qian has won the competition, can she become the head of this family? No.
Ouyang Changkong roared, "Three elders, our Ouyang family is still a family no matter how poor it is. If a woman becomes the head of the family, not to mention that the outside world will laugh at us, the most important thing is that she simply does not have the ability." The great elder frowned. Indeed, although Qian won the competition, it was ultimately due to her good luck. If she had no one to help her.
Grandpa, what do you mean? Ouyang Qian's unwillingness to admit defeat came up again. Step back. The third elder immediately ordered Ouyang Qian to leave.
The elder said, "It's not impossible for you to be the head of the family, unless you can find a master who has the strength to defeat one of the three of us. Only then can we safely hand over the position of head of the family to you."
Joke. These three old men are not simple characters. They are truly extraordinary people who truly hold the power of the Ouyang family. Qian girl, I think you'd better give up. It's impossible for you to find someone who can defeat the elder in such a short time. Ouyang Changkong sneered. Chapter 166 Challenging the Transcendent Realm. Grandpa, you are too partial. You favor boys over girls. Ouyang Qian was so angry that she started to complain. Qian girl, you are so rude.
The third elder stood up suddenly, and an invisible aura rushed directly towards Ouyang Qian. This kind of land immortal can pick flowers and flying leaves, and use his internal energy to hurt people from thousands of miles away.
Even if he is slightly angry, Ouyang Qian cannot resist it. Be careful, Qian. Ouyang Changfeng was extremely anxious, but helpless.
Not to mention that he was too late. Even if he rushed forward, he would not be able to withstand the attack of the land immortal. This was the difference in strength.
It's just a trifle. Ningfeng moved sideways and stood in front of Ouyang Qian. Break it for me.
An angry shout actually interrupted the remaining power of the third elder. Just now you said that as long as Ouyang Qian can defeat one of the three of you, she can become the head of this family, right?
Yes. The great elder nodded. Okay, then I challenge you. What? Not only Ouyang Changfeng, but everyone present was stunned.
No matter how strong Ningfeng is, he has only shown the strength of a peak grandmaster.
Challenging a strong man in the extraordinary realm at this level is like a moth flying into a flame. Ouyang Qian was also a little worried and pulled Ningfeng's sleeve. Forget it, they are so partial, it's obvious that they want to help Ouyang Changkong and the others. It's okay.
Ningfeng patted Ouyang Qian's shoulder and comforted her. When I defeat them, no one can stop you from becoming the head of the family. If Ningfeng defeated one of the three elders, everyone would certainly have no objection. After all, the elders were all powerful people in the extraordinary realm. If Ningfeng won, it would mean that Ningfeng also possessed the strength of the extraordinary realm. Boy, you'd better think it over carefully.
The three elders felt a little embarrassed to be challenged by such a young junior. I've thought about it.
Ningfeng nodded, but I don't want others to see our fight.
As you wish. The great elder waved his hand, signaling everyone to leave the backyard first. Although Ouyang Qian was very worried, she was still pulled away by her grandfather. Okay, now that there is no one else around, which one of us do you want to challenge? Asked the great elder. I have another request, I hope the three elders will grant it. Explain.
Ningfeng cupped his hands and said, I hope that no matter what happened in this battle, you three won't tell anyone.
I promise. Then thank you very much, three elders. Boom.
Ningfeng stood with his hands behind his back and said to the three elders, then please come forward together, three seniors.
What?
Not to mention the third elder, even the other two had their eyes widened. They were very clear about their own strengths, and any one of them who walked out would be a powerful existence.
A young boy actually wants to challenge three of them at the same time? This is simply a challenge to their authority.
Please three seniors take action, because once I take action, I am afraid that any one of you three will not be able to stop me.
Arrogant. The hot-tempered third elder flew directly to the arena.
Boy, let me see if you have what it takes to challenge the three of us at the same time. I'm just doing this for your own good. Ningfeng said calmly, still with a calm smile on his face. Humph, if you want to challenge the three of us, you have to show your strength. In an instant, an extremely powerful aura burst out from the third elder's body, and then he rushed out and attacked Ningfeng directly. If we only talk about realm, Ningfeng is no match for any of the three of them, but he has a skill called Thousand Trees Flying Flowers.
Chapter 167 1 verses 3.
Seeing the figure of the third elder rushing towards him, Ningfeng took 2 steps back, and the whole person seemed to have entered a state of emptiness. Immediately afterwards, endless vitality emanated from behind him.
A phantom appeared in the air, and countless grass sprouts began to grow, until finally they turned into towering trees. Call.
Ningfeng exhaled, and the shadow behind him was like leaves falling from the trees as if swept by a strong wind.
Playing tricks.
The third elder groaned. At his level, he had seen everything.
Relying on his powerful cultivation, he slapped the opponent with his palm. Boom!
It's a pity that after the palm strike, the shadow behind Ningfeng not only did not show any signs of collapse, but became more and more solid.
The third elder's domineering palm did not cause any harm to Ningfeng.
Third elder, take a good look.
This is why I challenge the three of you. Flowers flying from thousands of trees.
As soon as the words fell, the falling leaves seemed to have eyes and flew towards the third elder. Although the speed was not fast, the third elder felt as if he was surrounded by countless pairs of terrifying eyes and had nowhere to hide. Just when Luo Yi was about to reach the third elder, it suddenly accelerated and shot towards the third elder like thousands of arrows.
Not good.
The first elder slammed the table and flew directly to the side of the third elder. Third elder, we really underestimated this kid. If we don't work together today, it is very likely that someone will die on the spot.
Second brother, come and help. The second elder, who looked like an immortal, also moved.
If my guess is correct, this is the Tang sect's unique skill, 10,000 trees flying flowers.
It seems that we have indeed underestimated this kid. The second elder recognized Ningfeng's moves and explained. Flowers flying from thousands of trees?
The third elder's violent temper has been restrained a lot. He knows that none of the Tang sect's secrets are easy to mess with. Even if one is at the transcendent realm, one can die if not careful.
Let's find a way to block this attack first.
The great elder shouted loudly and immediately began to use his internal energy to resist.
Bang, bang, bang.
However, the trees behind Ningfeng will quickly wither after the leaves fall, and then grow new buds, and then grow into towering trees, repeating this cycle endlessly.
Bang, bang, bang.
Moreover, the power of the leaves became more and more powerful, and the other 2 elders also hurriedly practiced their skills.
3 elders, do I have the strength to challenge you 3 now?
As long as he locked onto his opponent, Ningfeng didn't need to do anything. At this moment, he folded his arms and looked at the 3 people who were struggling with interest.
Victory or defeat depends on a single thought. We underestimated you. Boy, you win today, said the great elder. Thank you. Call.
Ningfeng breathed a sigh of relief again, and the shadow behind him disappeared. The kid was able to win thanks to the flying flowers of thousands of trees.
It was just luck. Please don't be angry, seniors. Ningfeng bowed. Humph, what's the point of using Tang sect's hidden weapons? I don't accept it.
The third elder was angrily puffing his beard and glaring, just like an old naughty boy.
Ha ha. The second elder was more relaxed. We lost, so don't be unconvinced, third elder.
This young man just explained that his skills require the 3 of us to resist.
If we had attacked together from the beginning, we wouldn't have been defeated so badly. The second elder was right.
If the 3 of them attacked together at the beginning, Ningfeng would probably not even have a chance to attack. After all, they were powerful beings in the extraordinary realm, and their abilities could not be judged by conventional thinking.
Chapter 168 Killer Alliance. That's all.
The third elder said impatiently, since we lost, it is settled that Qian will be the head of the family.
I will leave first.
Hey, this third brother. The elder shook his head and said, don't worry, my friend. We will abide by our previous agreement. Since Qian has won the competition, she will be the head of this family.
Besides,
Ningfeng wanted to remind him, but the elder smiled and said, I know.
We will keep today's events a secret. No one else will know that you can make flowers fly from thousands of trees. As expected, he was an old and shrewd man. He immediately guessed the reason why Ningfeng asked them to keep it a secret. Well, the competition is over, and we should go back to practice. Xian girl has a master like you to help her. I believe the Ouyang family will flourish under his leadership. After saying that, the first elder and the second elder also left.
Ding, congratulations to the host for completing the task, experience points plus 500, lottery points plus 500.
It's finally done, and it looks like it won't change anymore.
It's just that I spent a lot of money for this girl Ouyang Qian, so these 500 experience points are just a consolation prize. Ningfeng was shocked and went to the front yard and recounted what had just happened. Of course, he concealed the battle.
Although Ouyang Changkong and the others were very dissatisfied, they had no choice but to obey since the elders had spoken.
In the end, only Ouyang Changfeng's lineage was left in O's house. Taking this opportunity, Ningfeng called Ouyang Changfeng aside. He did not forget the purpose of his visit today.
Killer Alliance? Ningfeng told Ouyang Changfeng about his situation last night, and he was shocked. Is this organization very powerful? Ningfeng asked doubtfully. They're not that powerful. The main reason is that they have a lot of people and are spread out over a wide area. Every mission they take on is a fight to the death. This is really troublesome. Ouyang Changfeng frowned. It seems that this killer organization is not simple. Xiaofeng, have you ever offended anyone?
As far as I know, the fees for the Killer Alliance to carry out missions are generally very high. It is impossible to hire them without a certain amount of financial resources.
Ouyang Changfeng reminded. A very rich person, or your enemy? Could it be Feng Hu? This is the only explanation.
Feng Hu is not only in cahoots with the drug lord, but also has the support of a mysterious organization. He has sabotaged their plans several times.
Maybe it was really someone hired by Feng Hu.
It seems necessary to go there, otherwise this guy will definitely think that I am a soft persimmon and will bully me at any time.
Xiaofeng, I think this matter is not simple. Do you want our Ouyang family to come forward and help you solve it?
Although we can't stop the actions of the Assassin Alliance, we can negotiate with the real culprit behind the scenes.
No need.
Since they have found me, I may have to settle accounts with them this time. Ningfeng clenched his fists, and an invisible murderous intent spread out. He had already formed a grudge with Feng Hu. No matter whether he was the real culprit behind the scenes, he had to get rid of him first. After all, this was a very troublesome matter. He also promised to help Mr. Xie-san get back the leopard-spotted jade ring.
Well, since you have made your decision, I won't say much. But if you have any difficulties, just tell me.
Although I, Ouyang Changfeng, don't have much ability, I still have some face in the martial arts world.
If it doesn't work, we can work together to kill those people. It was all because of Ningfeng that Ouyang Changfeng was able to save his life and make a breakthrough.
It was also Ningfeng who helped Ouyang Qian ascend to the position of head of the family. It is reasonable and moral that they should all help Ningfeng.
Chapter 169 I Want You to Die. Senior, you are too polite.
Ningfeng bowed. Well, since Ouyang Qian has successfully taken the position of the head of the family, I should also go and do my own thing. I believe that even if Feng Hu doesn't die this time, at least he will be seriously injured. And that Assassin Alliance, since we have provoked them, we have to find a way to root them out.
Boom!
In an instant, Ningfeng burst out with a strong murderous intent, and even Ouyang Changfeng, who was at the peak of the Grandmaster level, was stunned.
Senior, I'll take my leave now. After saying that, Ningfeng left the Ouyang family directly.
At this moment, Ouyang Qian came out from a corner. Grandpa.
I know what you mean.
My son-in-law from the Ouyang family cannot be touched casually, not to mention the Assassin's Alliance. Even all the ancient martial arts families in China cannot touch him casually. In Feng Hu's villa in Chengdu.
What, even you failed?
After his failure last night, the man in black did not tell Feng Hu directly, but notified the Killer Alliance's branch in Chengdu. After all, the Tang sect intervened, and it was said that even the most mysterious organization in Yin country intervened, so he had to be cautious.
Yes, the situation is very complicated now.
If we forcefully take action, it will probably be very troublesome.
Trouble? Does this mean you're not going to take action?
Feng Hu stood up and snorted. Don't forget the rules of your Assassin Alliance. Once you get the money, you must kill people at all costs. I haven't forgotten, but we accidentally found out something.
If you insist that we kill Ningfeng, we have to pay more. Mysterious secret? Feng Hu was puzzled.
The unique skills of the Tang sect have reappeared in the martial arts world, and they are closely related to this kid.
We can't find out his identity yet.
If he is really a member of the Tang sect, he will have to pay more. Having said that, the man in black held up 3 fingers.
300 million?
The man in black shook his head and said, 3 billion.
Call.
Feng Hu took a breath of cold air.
This special code was too expensive.
No way, a peak grandmaster, who may also have the unique skills of the Tang sect, even the extraordinary masters are not sure, you should think about it carefully. Also, Ningfeng is not a fool. He can easily find out our identities and infer that you are the one who hired the murderer. While you are considering this, you should send more bodyguards to protect you, even though it will be useless. The man in black smiled strangely and walked out of Feng Hu's villa.
Grass. Feng Hu was furious. 3 billion? Why don't you just go and grab it?
Besides, he didn't have 3 billion at all. If he used that money and the higher-ups investigated, he would be killed without a complete corpse. Damn it, I just don't believe that Ningfeng is so powerful. I've surrounded the villa with people, how can he still kill people so brazenly? Thinking of this, Feng Hu took out his phone, but the phone suddenly rang.
What's going on? Tiger. Master Tiger, something bad has happened. I feel like someone has come to the villa, but I don't know where the person is. Is it really coming?
Feng Hu took a deep breath, but all those years of living on the edge of a knife were not in vain, and he soon calmed down.
Call everyone over here and block the stairs on the 2nd floor.
If anyone shows up, no matter who it is, shoot them to death. I don't believe that no matter how powerful he is, he can be more powerful than bullets. Okay, Tiger.
Mad. Feng Hu hung up the phone and took a big gulp of tea.
Just when he was about to continue, the phone rang again.
What happened again?
Oh no, Master Tiger, I just called my brothers, but I couldn't reach most of them.
What? Feng Hu's eyes widened. What are you doing? More than 30 people, and more than half of them died before we even started? There's nothing we can do, Master Tiger. The opponent's strength is really...
Before the man finished speaking, another person's voice came from the phone. Feng Hu was very familiar with this voice, but he also hated it.
Master Tiger, this is such a big scene. There are more than 30 people blocking me. Can I stop them? What exactly do you want to do?
Feng Hu's forehead was covered with cold sweat, making him highly alert.
I want you to die. Beep beep beep. The call was hung up and the room fell silent again. Chapter 170 Absolute Strength. Bang! Feng Hu smashed his phone into pieces and sat down on the sofa.
Okay. I didn't expect that after working so hard for so many years, I would be defeated by a little kid.
Today I will see what you are capable of.
In the corridor of the villa, several gangsters looked around vigilantly. Suddenly, they felt a chill on their backs.
They wanted to turn around, but it was too late. Crack! Someone twisted his neck so hard that he didn't even have time to make a sound. The remaining 2 thugs reacted, but it was too late. Bang! Ningfeng quickly took action and knocked them unconscious. Feng Hu, you think you can stop me with just a few idiots? You are so naive. Ningfeng's eyes turned cold and he walked up to the 2nd floor. Feng Hu's villa has only 2 floors, and there is only 1 room on the 2nd floor. The rest are various entertainment facilities.
When Ningfeng walked up, he happened to see Feng Hu sitting on the sofa in the living room.
You're finally here. Feng Hu said.
Of course, it's rude not to reciprocate. Since Lord Tiger is willing to spend a lot of money to kill me, I will certainly be willing to kill you as well. Ningfeng walked to the sofa next to Feng Hu, sat down in a very formal manner, and leaned his back against the sofa.
Tell me how much money you want to spare me.
At the critical moment of life and death, Feng Hu would no longer consider money. As long as Ningfeng opened his mouth on the spot, he would even be willing to give Ningfeng all the money that was going to be handed over to his superiors.
I'm not going to pay for it. I came here today and only want to take away 2 things. What is it? Feng Hu was delighted.
It's the leopard-spotted jade ring, and also... Ningfeng raised the corner of his mouth, Master Tiger's head.
Boom!
Feng Hu suddenly became dispirited.
Ha ha ha! What are you laughing at, Mr. Tiger?
Ningfeng raised his eyebrows. I didn't expect that a master like you would be willing to work for Xie-san. Feng Hu spread his hands. It was already this time. There was no point in being afraid of death. It was better to face it calmly.
Master Tiger is wrong.
I came here mainly for personal reasons. I took back the leopard-spotted jade ring only to fulfill my promise. Of course, if I keep a powerful boss like you, Tiger Lord, who has a great background, I will be cutting off my own retreat. Ningfeng is no longer the weak Ningfeng of the past. Now that he has gained strength, his horizons have broadened a lot, and he still understands the principle of cutting the weeds at their roots. Especially someone like Fenghu, if you don't kill him, he will bite you back sooner or later.
Do you really want to kill me?
Fenghu slowly put his right hand into his pocket. Of course.
Ningfeng's eyes narrowed.
Then it depends on whether you can outrun my bullets. Suddenly Fenghu pulled out a black gun from his pocket and shot Ningfeng without any hesitation.
Bang!
The bullet, mixed with a billowing hot stream, shot directly into Ningfeng's chest.
He.
Ningfeng still looked confident of victory, and suddenly he stretched out 2 fingers.
Base.
The bullet that was coming at him with great force was caught by him.
Are you kidding? As a master, his strength cannot be judged by common sense. Ordinary bullets can't hurt him at all. You. Fenghu's hands trembled and he wanted to shoot again. Whoosh.
At this moment, the bullet caught by Ningfeng was thrown out by a huge force and shot directly towards the gun in Fenghu's hand.
Bang.
Under the huge force, Fenghu lost his grip on the pistol and was flung away. Master Tiger, you should just hand over the leopard-spotted jade ring and end your life yourself.
Maybe the pain will be less. Fart.
Fenghu has been active in the martial arts world for decades, but has never done such a thing. Besides, it is simply impossible for him to surrender and wait for death. Fenghu jumped up and ran towards the corridor.
Chapter 171, Returning the property to its original owner. Master Tiger, you really underestimate me. Bang.
Ningfeng picked up the sofa behind him and threw it directly at the fleeing Fenghu. The sofa was heavy to begin with, and Ningfeng used all his strength to smash it onto Fenghu. Fenghu only knew a little bit of outer martial arts, so he couldn't withstand such an impact and was smashed to the ground on the spot.
Puff. Fenghu couldn't help but spit out a mouthful of blood.
Ningfeng walked over calmly, looking down at the dying Fenghu on the ground, handed over. Maybe I can let you die more comfortably.
Death is scary.
Those who say they are not afraid of death have never experienced the threat of death. Fenghu is now standing on the brink of death and may fall into the abyss at any time.
He endured the severe pain, took off the ring in his hand, handed it to Ningfeng, and said in a weak voice, "Shu, please let me go."
Ningfeng took the ring and said, "Master Tiger, you are a drug dealer.
Have you ever thought about what those who were deeply harmed and begged for mercy thought? What are you thinking?"
Fenghu said with a silly smile.
The only way is to go down and ask them. Bang!
Ningfeng stepped on Fenghu's chest. Because of his strength, Fenghu had no chance to resist and died on the spot. So, people should not commit sins, otherwise they will suffer the consequences one day. After doing all this, Ningfeng called Chen Jiao and asked him to come over to clean up the mess, while he took a taxi to Xie San's residence. "Third Master, this is your leopard-spotted jade ring." Although this thing is priceless, it has no meaning to Ningfeng, so he returned it to Xie San. A leopard-spotted jade ring.
Xie San opened his eyes wide. It really is this, great. Xie San was very happy.
After all, this ring was the only token he gave to his beloved woman. Although she had passed away, the ring still carried his thoughts.
Brother Ning, thank you so much.
Third Master, you are too polite. I think from now on Fenghu's South District will become a place where no one cares about.
If you like, you can take it over.
However, the people under him are not clean, so they may need to be cleaned up. Fenghu started out as a drug dealer, and his subordinates must have tainted backgrounds. Ningfeng reminded him because he was afraid that Third Master Xie would suffer a loss in this regard.
Alas, I am old now.
I am satisfied to see this leopard-spotted jade ring again in my lifetime. I don't want to participate in the fighting in the martial arts world anymore.
Now is the world of young people. I think starting from tomorrow, I will give up all the power and hand it over to Qinjiu. Then I will go drink tea and fish. This is what an old man should do. Xie San was quite frank. He could get rid of the power in his hands so easily.
This made Ningfeng look at him with a higher regard.
By the way, Brother Ning, since you are here today, I want you to accompany me to meet someone. Do you have time?
Who? An old friend who came from Jiangnan. Maybe he can be of great help to you in the future.
Mr. Xie smiled knowingly.
Since Xia-san praised him, that person must be of extraordinary status.
Okay, I happen to have nothing to do today, so I'll go with Master San.
Banyan Bay, as its name suggests, is full of banyan trees, but no one will appreciate the scenery here because ordinary people can't come here at all. Some people say that ordinary people will die if they enter here, because the person living here is a super boss.
Chapter 172 Chapter 172 Yulao Air. The two-story building was tightly guarded by dozens of men in black.
Once there was any disturbance, there was no doubt that they would beat anyone who broke into pieces. Xia-san drove the car and stopped in a shady place, which immediately attracted the attention of the men in black. However, when they saw Xia-san's appearance clearly, they withdrew their gazes.
Third Master, who on earth lives here? It's quite a show.
An old man, a very powerful old man.
After saying that, Xia-san walked into the small building first. Although Ningfeng was confused, he still followed him in.
Inside the small building, which is filled with an ancient atmosphere, there is only a white-haired old man who was fiddling with calligraphy and paintings on the table. Although the old man is old, he gives people a very strong feeling.
Hey, Third Master Xia, why are you here just now? Come and take a look at the landscape painting I just drew. Seeing him running over quickly with the painting, he seemed to be very familiar with Third Master Xia. Damn it, I didn't expect to find inspiration in Rongshubei after not coming back for a long time. I have decided to live here in the future. You can stay as long as you want. There are few people in this world who can influence your decision. Xia-san said unhappily. Bah! What do you mean? Are you looking down on me, Yulao? Do I need others to tell me what to do? Yulao blew his beard and glared, almost getting angry.
Fortunately, Third Master Xia quickly changed the subject. By the way, I brought someone with you this time.
I believe there is a cure for your old illness.
Yulao had already noticed Ningfeng standing nearby, and initially thought that he was Xia Lao San's little follower. After hearing what he said, he took a closer look at Ningfeng.
You mean this young man can cure my back pain? Yulao San was a little unconvinced.
After all, Ningfeng looked to be only in his 20s. Over the years, because of his back pain, he had traveled all over the country and visited famous doctors everywhere, but it was still of no use.
Don't underestimate my friend. His methods are extraordinary.
Not to mention those useless Western doctors, even if Hua Tuo were reborn, he wouldn't be able to match his abilities. Xia Sunk had heard about Ningfeng's methods from Chenjiu before, and they sounded so miraculous that Xia-san was fascinated by them, so he brought Ningfeng here to take a look.
Don't brag. Yulao rolled his eyes, looking disbelieving.
At this time, Ningfeng came forward and said with a smile, "Old man, I see that your waist bones are broken. If it were an ordinary person, he would have been unable to move long ago. You must have used special methods to maintain your mobility.
There are steel needles on your first and second vertebrae.
I guess you rely on these things to barely maintain your movements. If I guess correctly, you are suffering from unbearable pain in your waist due to the wind and rain, and your life is worse than death."
Boom!
Ningfeng said it lightly, but Yulao's eyes were wide open when he heard it. The injury on his waist has always been a secret.
It was a sequelae left over from those years, a broken spine.
If his family hadn't been rich and he hadn't spent a lot of money to hire someone to maintain it, he would probably have died by now, let alone being able to walk. This young friend is truly a god.
Xia-san held his head high. I told you, the person I invited can't be compared to Hua Tuo even if he tries again.
Yes. Being able to see his problem at a glance, Yulao's attitude improved a lot and he quickly invited Ningfeng to sit on the sofa.
My friend, I don't know my situation. It can be cured. Really?
Yulao opened his eyes wide, full of surprise.
Really, and I promise that your spine will be intact. Chapter 173 Chapter 173 Golden Token. That's great. That's great. Yulao was overjoyed.
Although he had been able to take care of himself in recent years, he was still plagued by illness. The reason he returned to Rongshuan was to enjoy some peace and quiet in his last days.
Little brother, as long as you can cure my illness, I will give you whatever you need. Well. Xia-san suddenly interrupted. Yulao, do you think my brother is an ordinary person? Stop using your money-related tricks, they are useless. What should we do then? Yulao was now extremely anxious. A token, you're Yulao's token. I promise that my brother will help you cure all your illnesses. Master Xia finally stated the purpose of bringing Ningfeng here today. This. Forget it if you don't want to give it to me.
After saying that, Mr. Xia was about to pull Ningfeng away. To be honest, Ningfeng is still confused until now, but seeing that Third Master Xia doesn't look like he will harm himself. Seeing that the two were about to leave, Yu Laoer stomped the ground and made a decision. Okay, as long as this young friend can cure my illness, I will give him $10, not just one.
Hey.
Mr. Xia gave Ningfeng a look that seemed to indicate that his evil plan had succeeded. My dear friend, you better help me with the treatment as soon as possible.
I have agreed to Xia Laosan's request. Good. Although Yu Laoer's condition is completely incurable according to current medical treatment, it is very simple for Ningfeng.
He only needs to insert Hua Tuo's magic needle and use the huge vitality to make the spine grow again. Of course, it sounds incredible, but for Ningfeng, it is that simple. System, exchange for Hua Tuo's magic needle. Ding, congratulations to the host for successfully exchanging 300 points for Hua Tuo's magic needle. As soon as the system finished speaking, a pack of silver needles appeared in Ningfeng's hand, but the silver needles were wrapped in a white light, looking extremely mysterious.
It's amazing. Even though he was far away, Yu Laoer could still feel the huge vitality, which made him extremely surprised. Then let's get started. Okay, let's start now. Yu Laoer didn't refuse and took off his shirt directly. Whoosh! Ningfeng flicked his finger, and a flash of white light immediately pierced into Yu Laoer's back.
Suddenly, endless vitality surged into Yu Laoer's back.
So comfortable. Yu Laoer sighed. This feeling was like rebirth after the rain, making people feel refreshed. Whoosh!
Ningfeng fired again and inserted another silver needle.
Yu Laoer clearly felt that his spine was growing vigorously like bamboo shoots after a spring rain.
New sprouts began to grow in the place where the steel needle was fixed, trying to reconnect the entire spine.
Whoosh! Another shot.
After 3 injections, Yu Laoer felt that his spine had completely healed and his whole body was full of strength, just like a young man.
It's amazing. Yu Laoer moved his waist and felt no swelling or pain at all. Thank you so much, little friend. Well.
Although Xia Lao-san was also fascinated, he did not forget the purpose of his trip. Yu Laoer, don't be in a hurry to thank us.
Our sincerity is sufficient, right? Show your sincerity as well. Tisk, when did I, Yu Laoer, break my promise?
After saying that, he took out a small token made of pure gold from his pocket. There was a dragon and a big U engraved on it, which looked particularly domineering. Although the token is not big, it has an aura of dominating the world. My friend, just take it. If anything happens in Yin country in the future, just take out this thing, and not only ordinary people, but even those organizations that think they are very mysterious will have to listen to you obediently. This. Who is this person that Mr. Xia-san brought here to meet? Judging from the tone of his voice, he seems to be very powerful. Chapter 174 Auction. Hurry up and take it. Why are you standing there? Xia Lao-san snatched it away, seemed to take it very seriously, and quickly stuffed it into Ningfeng's pocket.
Thank you, senior. Why are you being polite to me? You've helped me so much. If word gets out, even without the token, those guys will have to be polite to you. So just accept it. Yu Laoer's words revealed his extraordinariness.
Ningfeng really wanted to ask about his identity, but it was not appropriate now. It seemed that he could only find an opportunity to ask Mr. Xia-san. Boss, that grandson called again. Suddenly, Ningfeng's phone rang, but the tone of the phone was a bit awkward.
He smiled and finally answered the call. Phone, it's me. Are you free to come over today? The call was from Wang Lia.
It was obvious that this guy's attitude towards her had changed completely since his favorability reached 100.
What's wrong? My father wants to meet you.
Wang Lia said shyly. After all, saying this made it sound like she was going to meet her parents to discuss marriage.
Okay, I'll be right there.
After saying that, Ningfeng hung up the phone.
Your girlfriend called, right?
Yu Laoer said with a wicked smile, go quickly.
I also know about Xia Lao-san's affairs. It's easy to quit the underworld, but it's not easy to leave. He will be fine with me.
Ningfeng then realized that the purpose of Mr. Xia's trip was not only to get the token for him, but also to find a place for him to live. With the protection of such a mysterious old man, Mr. Xia-san will surely be fine.
So Ningfeng went directly to Wang Lia's house. What's wrong? My dad wants you to accompany him to an auction.
Wang Lia explained, because of the treasure appraisal ability you showed last time, so.
No problem.
Ning Feng agreed readily.
Thank you very much. Why are you being so polite to me? Ning Feng smiled.
At this time, Wang Kaishan also came downstairs.
He was dressed in clothes and looked very energetic.
As soon as he got downstairs, he hugged Ning Feng and said, Xia Feng, you have to help me this time no matter what.
This is a once-in-a-decade auction in Rongqing.
I heard there are many treasures. After that, Wang Kaishan touched his pocket and said, I have prepared 100 million this time.
I will definitely find some treasures. 100 million.
It seems that Wang Kaishan's enthusiasm for antiques, calligraphy and paintings is increasing. Now Wang Lia has come to terms with it and did not stop his father. After all, with Ning Feng's help, his father will not suffer any more losses.
Uncle, I just took a chance last time. You are too.
Wang Kaishan, however, was very open-minded. Antiques, calligraphy and paintings are all about luck.
Xiaofeng, don't be so modest. You were able to see the clues of the scroll last time, so I think you will be able to show off your skills at the auction this time.
Without giving Ning Feng any chance to explain, Wang Kaishan stuffed Ning Feng into his car and headed for the auction. Wang Lia was in a very good mood when she saw that her father not only recovered but was no longer as depressed as before. And she had an excellent man like Ning Feng to help her, which made her feel warm in her heart. It seems that it was all my own fault before. If I had realized my shortcomings earlier, maybe I would be better than now.
If the company's employees knew what Wang Lia was thinking, they would definitely be shocked. After all, this is the iceberg female president in people's eyes. Chapter 175 Zizhou Plum Bottle. Chengdu Auction House.
Although it was night, there were still many luxury cars coming this way, not for any other reason, but because there was a valuable treasure to be auctioned at the Chengdu Exchange tonight. At this time, Wang Kaishan drove to the auction house with Ning Feng. Before getting out of the car, he felt an inexplicable surge of blood. Ning Feng looked out the car window and wherever he looked, he saw an endless stream of high-end vehicles and high-end people coming and going, dressed in gold and silver.
Uncle, it seems that the competition today is quite fierce. Ning Feng grinned.
Wang Kaishan had already parked the car. Although we can't compare with those super rich people, we are very lucky to be able to witness this auction. I heard that there will be valuable treasures in today's auction.
Heavy treasure? Doesn't this mean that today might be a battle without blood? Interesting.
Ning Feng curled his lips and followed Wang Kaishan into the auction hall. The auction hall was very large, and the huge auction area was full of people. Of course, they did not rest at all at this time because of the arrival of Ning Feng and the others, because they were attracted by the newly brought up treasure. On the auction table, a beautiful woman with heavy makeup held up a small vase. Everyone, as you all know, we have a valuable item for auction today. But before we auction the valuable item, let's take a look at this Yuan Dynasty Zizhou kiln Meiping.
Boom!
As soon as the auctioneer finished speaking, the auction hall was in an uproar.
Zizhou Meiping? That is a product of the Yuan Dynasty. That is an authentic high-end antique. I didn't expect that such a treasure would appear before the finale. Everyone showed a look of surprise. As wealthy people, they had no shortage of money and were very interested in the things that had been preserved, so they couldn't help but get their hands on them. Okay, we won't say any more.
The starting price is 10 million, and each bid must not be less than 1 million. As soon as the auctioneer finished speaking, someone immediately made a bid.
11 million. 15 million.
At this time, Ning Feng and Wang Kaishan were sitting in the back row.
Wang Kaishan was shaking constantly because he was too excited. Xiaofeng, what do you think of this Zizhou Meiping? Wang Kaishan rubbed his hands, looking eager to try.
Ning Feng said calmly, the belly of the bottle is bulging at the bottom and narrowing at the top, and the bottom heel is tilted inward.
If I'm not mistaken, this thing should be fake. Fake?
Wang Kaishan almost didn't say it, but Ning Feng forcibly covered his mouth. Uncle, don't be so loud, this bottle is indeed fake.
This is an auction house, how could it be fake? Don't they usually have experts to authenticate it? Wang Kaishan opened his mouth wide, with a look of disbelief. What if the auction house bribed the experts?
Ning Feng said with a wicked smile, if my guess is correct, there should be something wrong with this auction. Although Wang Kaishan didn't quite understand, the last incident with the scroll had a profound impact on him, so he decided to still trust Ning Feng. The competition for bids was very fierce, and the price had reached 20 million. People looked up and saw that the person who made the bid was a man in his 20s. There were two beauties sitting on his left and right, and he looked very handsome.
It's him? Someone recognized the man who made the offer. Who is it? If my guess is correct, it should be the famous super rich man in Jiangnan province who rose to prominence at the age of 20. He relied on his own strength to make him one of the top 3 geniuses in Jiangnan province in terms of wealth at the age of 23. Boom!
As soon as these words were spoken, everyone looked at them in amazement.
Chapter 176 Mermaid Night Pearl.
Being able to become one of the top 3 richest people in Jiangnan province at the age of 23, one can imagine how amazing this young man is. It is not an exaggeration to describe him as a genius.
Obviously, once people knew his identity, they gave up the idea of bidding. Then I would like to thank everyone present here.
The man bowed with a smile on his face.
Xiaofeng, are you sure you didn't see it wrong?
He has such financial resources at such a young age. Not only does he have strength, but he also has good vision.
Wang Kaishan felt a little regretful.
Ningfeng smiled evilly and said, being able to make a fortune does not mean he has high standards.
It is also possible that someone helped him. Uncle, you will regret it as soon as he gets this vase.
As expected, not long after Ningfeng finished speaking, the man suddenly threw the vase to the ground.
What's going on? The devil can just throw away something I bought for 20 million.
Everyone looked at him in confusion. At this time, the man stood up and said, everyone, the vase just now is not a Yuan dynasty Xizhou kiln Meiping, but a replica.
I don't want you to be fooled, so I spent 20 million just to prove it to you. 20 million? Buy a certificate? This special code is too arrogant. Wang Kaishan's eyelids twitched. Xiaofeng, it seems that this person is not only young and promising, but also extremely arrogant. I have seen many arrogant people, uncle. I will give you an absolutely wonderful show next.
For some reason, Wang Kaishan suddenly felt a little excited, as if something big was about to happen. Soon, the auctioneer took out the last treasure. She shook it in her hand and said, everyone, this is the last item for today's auction.
It is also the best item at the end.
It is the Mermaid Night Pearl. Legend has it that this was a token of love given by a king to his concubine in ancient times.
Mermaid Night Pearl? Is this the legendary treasure that will be photographed tonight?
However, because of the Xizhou Meiping just now, everyone cast doubtful looks at him. At this time, the man stood up again and said, everyone, I'm sure you're also worried that there will be fakes in the auction items. I can tell you clearly here that this luminous bead is real. It is a treasure given by the king of the southern kingdom to his concubine.
It can be said to be priceless. Boom!
Because of what happened just now, everyone believed the man's words very much. Mr. Sher said this luminous bead is real, so it must be real.
I didn't expect that the treasure tonight is this.
It's really worth the trip. I must take a picture of this luminous bead this time.
Judging from its color, it is definitely not an ordinary item.
The man ignited everyone's interest with just one sentence.
The auctioneer smiled and said, since everyone is so excited, I won't keep silent.
The starting price of this mermaid luminous pearl is 30 million, and each bid must not be less than 5 million. Although the price of 30 million is a bit high, everyone who can come here today is here for this last treasure.
Everyone is mentally prepared, and someone couldn't help but make an offer on the spot. 40 million. 45 million. 50 million.
The auction hall suddenly became lively. Even Wang Kaishan could no longer sit still. He wanted to stand up and make a bid, but was pulled down by Ningfeng. Xiaofeng, this is a rare treasure. Ningfeng said seriously, Uncle, this is also fake, it's just that this kid surnamed Sher is playing a trick with the auction house.
Fake? That's impossible.
That guy is so powerful, why would he still play with this?
Wang Kaishan was skeptical. Chapter 177 The excitement is about to begin.
I thought so at first, but now I understand that this is how this guy made his money.
Just ask yourself, how could a person in his 20s accumulate a net worth of billions unless he had a tremendous opportunity?
But Teacher Wang wanted to ask more, but Ningfeng looked unfathomable. Uncle, just wait and see, the excitement will begin later. The auction was getting harder and harder to control, because the reserve price had been driven up to an alarming, heart-pounding level. All this was because of a sentence from a man named Sher.
300 million. Boom! When the price came out, many people looked serious. 300 million, even the wealthy people with huge fortunes frowned, and many people who were not very powerful showed embarrassed expressions.
It seems that this mermaid luminous bead is about to find its owner.
Someone sighed. But this auction is destined to be won by whoever has more wealth.
After a long while, no one spoke. The man who offered 300 million yuan slowly stood up and said with a smile, "Excuse me, everyone. I will accept this mermaid night shining pearl." The man was a balding middle-aged man with a proud look on his face, looking very arrogant and domineering. Just as the man finished his polite remarks, Shirtian suddenly stood up and said, "I'll pay 400 million. He bowed to the man and said, "Sir, I'm sorry, there were too many people around just now and it was difficult for me to help.
Now there are only 2 of us left, so I want this mermaid luminous bead too." "What do you mean?" The man's smile immediately turned into anger. It was obvious that this guy was also a rich and powerful person. He pointed at Shirtian and shouted, "Boy, don't think you are great just because you are rich. I want this mermaid luminous bead today." After saying that, the man stretched out his hand, 500 million. Tear. Everyone couldn't help but gasp. A fight was about to break out. The most frightening thing at an auction is a rich and powerful person fighting with you, because the price may be raised to an uncontrollable level. Moreover, all the participants in this kind of auction are wealthy, and no one can afford to lose face. 600 million. It was obvious that Shirtian did not take the money seriously. 700 million. The man was also angry and kept raising the price. 1 billion. Shirtian's expression suddenly turned cold, and he looked at the man. "Boss Liang, I really like this mermaid luminous bead, and I must get it tonight. If you continue to bid, I'm afraid your financial resources." The meaning of this statement is very clear. You are not qualified to fight me. Boss Liang was also a well-known person. He took a deep breath and said, 1.1 billion. Boom. The reserve price of the mermaid luminous beads was 30 million, but now it has risen to 1.1 billion. The auctioneer is already laughing so hard that her body is shaking, because the higher the price of the item, the more commission she will get. Shirtian still looked calm and composed. As for Boss Liang, 1.1 billion was already a lot for a boss of a medium-sized enterprise. He was just acting like this today just to get angry. If Shirtian raises the price again, he won't be able to keep up. This is how an auction works. Although it's not like a casino, everyone is trying to make a living. Some people become rich overnight, while others lose all their fortune. After a long while, Shirtian smiled and said, "Well, since Boss Liang wants this night pearl so much, I, sure, would be ignorant if I bid anymore. This time, you win." Shirtian waved his hand and sat on the chair. Boss Liang heaved a sigh of relief, and his nervous expression finally returned to normal. "Thank you, Boss Sure." After saying that, this guy walked directly to the center of the auction hall, which was where the mermaid night pearl was placed. The closer the distance was, the more Boss Liang felt the extraordinariness of this mermaid night pearl. It exuded residual warmth all over its body, giving people a very comfortable feeling. It's really a great treasure. Boss Liang picked up the night pearl and began to admire it. Chapter 178. It's hard to be a good person. Just when everyone's eyes were fixed on the mermaid luminous beads, Ningfeng quietly walked to the center of the auction hall. "You spent 1.1 billion yuan on a fake product, but you are still so happy. I really admire you." Boss Liang, who was originally excited, suddenly froze. He turned around, pointed at Ningfeng and shouted angrily, "Boy, what are you talking about? This is a genuine mermaid luminous bead. Look at the color and brilliance. It is amazing. Besides, even Boss Sure said that the mermaid luminous beads are real. What makes you say it's fake?" Ningfeng sneered and said, "Why can't it be fake? Didn't a faked Xizhou Meiping appear before? So what? The boss was willing to spend 20 million to buy that Xizhou kiln plum vase and told us it was fake. He is a person who can naturally believe it. So if he says the mermaid luminous bead is real, then it is real." Madness. Ningfeng walked up quickly. Maybe because of fear, Boss Liang quickly took several steps back. But Ningfeng wanted to take something. How could an ordinary person stop him? Ningfeng snatched the luminous bead from Boss Liang's hand and threw it on the ground. Bang! He crushed the luminous beads into powder with one foot. Suddenly, the glow on the luminous bead disappeared, replaced by residue like ash. "What on earth are you doing?" Boss Liang opened his eyes wide. This was 1.1 billion yuan, and it vanished in the blink of an eye. No one would find it hard to accept. Yeah, where on earth did this guy come from? Does he know the rules? Could it be that he is here to take revenge because he failed in the bid just now?
Everyone was talking about it, and at the same time, they looked extremely disgusted with Ningfeng. Boss Liang reacted and immediately shouted angrily, "Security, security, quickly catch this lunatic for me. If you don't give me a satisfactory answer today, let the police station handle this matter." Boss Liang's shout immediately called over 4 or 5 security guards from the auction house, who gathered around Ningfeng.
It's really hard to be a good person.
Ningfeng sighed, "I was pushed around by others, and I kindly reminded them, but I was still regarded as a bad person."
You're a good person?
If you don't handle this matter today, I'll kill you.
Boss Liang waved his hand and said, "Catch this guy quickly. If he runs away, will you compensate me?"
The 5 security guards looked at each other and finally made a decision. After all, they are just ordinary people. If they go on a business trip, the 1.1 billion yuan will be too much for them to pay off in several lifetimes.
Boy, you'd better surrender.
The security guard, who seemed to be a bit stronger, walked towards Ningfeng first, and the others followed closely behind.
What if I don't? Ningfeng raised his eyelids. It's not your fault if you commit a crime.
The burly security guard shouted angrily and rushed directly towards Ningfeng.
Bang!
Ningfeng didn't hesitate at all and punched him first.
Are you kidding?
A grandmaster is a respected figure wherever he goes.
How could he be afraid of a small auction house? Bang, bang, bang.
After a few more punches, the security guards who had been so aggressive just now fell to the ground in an instant.
Boss Liang was frightened by this scene.
Ningfeng clapped his hands, as if he had not done what he did, and said lazily, "Originally, this matter has nothing to do with me. But I just can't stand some people using despicable means to make money, so I'll tell you the truth of the matter."
Chapter 179, The Truth. The truth?
Everyone looked at each other, confused.
Could it be that this auction is a conspiracy?
Some people made bold guesses, but then shook their heads. Those who came here were all well-known figures. If the auction designed them to make money, it would be asking for trouble. But he still underestimated the power of the auction.
To tell you the truth, this night light pearl is fake. You saw that it looked warm, but it just appeared to be taken out from a specially treated place. If it was really a night light pearl, how could it not withstand the force of my kick?
After hearing what Ningfeng said, everyone felt that it made some sense.
You're talking nonsense. Is boss sure going to lie to me? Boss Liang still didn't believe it. Why wouldn't she lie to you?
Ningfeng sneered, "Didn't you notice that before the auction of the Zizhou plum bottle, he had never made a bid, and you hadn't recognized it?
Could it be that he hadn't found any treasures he liked before? Your reason is too far-fetched." Someone disagreed.
Good.
Ningfeng nodded, "Then let's start with the Zizhou plum vase. Before this, you all only heard that there would be a treasure auction tonight. Why did the auction venue temporarily take out this replica of the Zizhou plum vase? Don't you think it's strange? Why? This time Boss Liang was confused.
The reason is that they need this fake to highlight Shi Tian's status and make you all believe him. Do you remember that he said the night pearl for this mission is priceless, but no one present has even heard of it?
There is some truth in what he said. Everyone couldn't help but look at Shi Tian. Everyone, I'm just a buyer. Why are you looking at me like that?
Everything that brother said just now was just speculation.
How can you prove that everything I said was a lie? Yes, this kind of thing requires evidence. Everyone looked at Ningfeng. Evidence? Then I would like to ask Boss Shi, is this luminous bead you mentioned real? Is this true? Shi Tian raised his hand, "That's right." Very good.
Ningfeng suddenly bent down and picked up the luminous beads that were crushed into powder on the ground. He blew gently, and the powder dispersed, and a layer of shiny substance immediately appeared on his hand.
What is this? Boss Liang was the closest and his eyes widened immediately. Glass shards.
Ningfeng explained, "If this thing is really a luminous pearl, then how could there be glass shards left?
So there is only one possibility, this thing is synthetic and there is no such thing as a mermaid luminous pearl." Boom! Only then did everyone react.
Ningfeng was absolutely right, the mermaid luminous beads were fake.
But what was going on? Why did Shi Tian lie to them? Ning Feng raised the corner of his mouth. Didn't you say before that boss sure had endless wealth at such a young age?
In this world, a young man with no qualifications and no background wants to rise.
What does he rely on? Is it really just talent that will do? Boom! Sure Tian finally couldn't help it and stood up from his chair. What do you want to say? Nothing. Ning Feng waved his hand. I'm just curious.
It's only now that I understand how Boss Sure got his millions of dollars.
How did you get it? Everyone looked at Ning Feng. Chapter 180. The player's heart frustrated. The reason is him.
Ning Feng pointed at Sure Tian and snorted coldly. He always acts as the one who raises the price at the auction. He is familiar with everyone's financial situation. He will raise the price to a level that others can accept and then give up. This is how he makes his fortune. Boom! Everyone was shocked again. Isn't this just collusion with the auction house? This is a high-level argument. What nonsense are you talking about? I, Sure Tian, have plenty of money. Why should I do these things? Sure Tian roared. I was just about to say this. Ning Feng raised his eyebrows. If I remember correctly, everyone said that you became famous suddenly. No one had ever heard of you before. Even if you are a genius, how could you suddenly become one of the top 3 richest people in Jiangnan? Everyone present here is a big shot, so you naturally know how difficult this is. Yes, I have worked hard all my life but only have assets worth hundreds of millions. Suddenly I have become a super rich man in Jiangnan. It's incredible. A balding man sighed. I still had to find connections and get help from others, and that's how I became a middle-class person in Chengdu and ranked among the top in Jiangnan. I never dared to imagine that. Another man looked fascinated. Bang! Ning Feng snapped his fingers. That's right, even you have struggled all your life and still can't achieve it. How can Sure Tian do it? Everyone knew that they had come to a critical point and held their breath. The reason he was able to do this is that everything he had was fabricated by others. The main reason was that he helped others to act as a trustee at the auction house. However, his trusteeship was quite clever and he climbed up step by step to achieve his current success. He always felt that he was very smart and could not forget the feeling of playing tricks on others, so this scene happened today. Boom! Everything is very clear now. This auction is a trick designed by Sure Tian and the auction house. The purpose is to cheat these people out of their money. Fuck you, the auction house must give us an explanation for what happened today. Otherwise, we will kill you, not to mention a small auction house like yours, even if you are the king of hell. Do you really think we are idiots? You dare to cheat so many local tycoons? Today I have to demolish your auction house. And you, a fake tycoon, wait for jail time. At this moment, Sure Tian felt like he had been beaten severely. He sat down without any strength at all. Boss Liang, do you still think I'm a bad guy now? Ning Feng looked at Boss Liang, who had been stunned, provocatively and said with a wicked smile. No, sir, you are truly an amazing person. Everything is exactly as you said. I, Liang, admire you. In the beginning he was still shouting for war and killing, but now Boss Liang has completely surrendered. Just a few words could solve the problem of Sure Tian. If the other party really wanted to make things difficult for him, it would be too easy. He. Ning Feng sneered, left the auction stage, and returned to Wang Kaishan again. Xiaofeng, you are really an expert. It's as if you knew everything in advance and revealed all the secrets of the person. Even Sure Tian was driven to a mental breakdown by you. Wang Kaishan was full of admiration. It's all small stuff. Having experienced so much, Ning Feng has matured a lot and his thinking has surpassed others by far. Is this a piece of cake? Wang Kaishan rolled his eyes inexplicably. Xiaofeng, I think this is much more magical than antiques and calligraphy and paintings. After all, antiques and calligraphy and paintings are dead, and human hearts are the most difficult to guess. This is not simple at all. Wang Kaishan felt more and more that Ning Feng was extraordinary, and at the same time he was glad that his woman had such a talented person to help her. Chapter 181. Goodbye Blue Butterfly. At this moment, the auction hall had become a mess, and Sure Tian, who was so arrogant at the beginning, had been swallowed up by the sea of people. However, Ning Feng did not choose to stay any longer. After all, there were so many wealthy people here, and if this incident happened, it would probably be a big deal. On the contrary, Wang Kaishan felt a little depressed. He couldn't help but feel disappointed that the auction, which he had been so excited about, had turned out like this. Then the two separated. Ningfeng wanted to go back to the villa, but he received a text message. We say farewell in a hurry, and I feel a little reluctant in my heart. If you don't want your friend to get into trouble, come to the woods in the southern suburbs immediately. The last signature was Lan Dai. This made Ningfeng a little angry. It turned out to be the girl from the poison sect again. I remembered that I was tricked by her last time. It seems like I have no choice but to go. Ningfeng smiled bitterly, hailed a taxi and headed for the woods in the southern suburbs. Lan Dai's outfit today is very different from last time. She has 2 ponytails and wears a cute little skirt. She looks like a little lowly. But Ningfeng knows very well that if he underestimates her, he may die at any time. What do you want from me? Ningfeng asked warily. Hey, you're still alive and well? I thought you had been torn to pieces by the Killer League long ago. Lan Dai looked over with a wicked smile, holding her dog. You underestimate me too much. Last time, I could have dealt with the killer by myself even without you. Ningfeng folded his arms. He. However, Lan Dai cast a disdainful look at him. Do you really think that the Killer Alliance is only this strong? To tell you the truth, you killed their employer, which is an insult to an old organization like the Killer Alliance. So they specially sent 2 masters to kill you this time. Expert? Ningfeng raised his eyebrows, somewhat unconvinced by Lan Dai's words. After all, this guy was known as a little poisonous creature. Not only could he use poison, but he also had a vicious heart. That's right, Xiong Man, who is ranked 10th on the killer rankings, is said to be extremely strong and brave, and there is also the 11th ranked beautiful lady Yen Ruyu. You have to be careful with this pair of tough and gentle people. He. At this point, Lan Dai couldn't help but giggle, her whole body was shaking, which was really adorable. Beautiful bride? Xiangman? It seems that he did go too far this time, but Ningfeng didn't say it. Now he also has to deal with the organization behind Fenghu, which is much stronger than any killer alliance. I suppose you didn't come to see me today just to chat with me? You are quite smart. Lan Dai stopped smiling and said seriously, to be honest, the purpose of my coming out this time is to take you back to Tang sect, because I have a sense of déjà vu about the aura on you. Could this guy have discovered that he could use the 10,000 trees flying flowers? If so, it would be troublesome. When the Tang sect's unique skills appeared, they would definitely fight hard for them. By then, some terrifying old guy might even appear. Suddenly, Lan Dai changed the subject, but I changed my mind. Now I am very interested in something in the Killer Alliance branch, so I want you to accompany me. He. Do you think I'm stupid or do you think I'm useless as a man? Going to the Killer Alliance branch, isn't that courting death? Do you think it's possible? That's not up to you. Lan Dai's eyes narrowed, and an imposing aura suddenly burst out. Grandmaster Peak? Is this Lan Dai's true strength? With her ability to use poison, she is indeed a genius at her age. But this is like asking me to surrender. Isn't it underestimating me? Boom! Ningfeng's momentum suddenly burst out, and it was even stronger than Lan Dai's. The aura formed by the 2 great masters immediately caused a strong wind to blow around them. Chapter 182 Unreliable System. Boom! Finally, the 2 forces collided with each other, making a dull explosion in the air. The 2 forces mixed together, forming 2 overbearing airwaves that immediately rebounded towards the 2 of them. Good boy. Although Lan Dai was somewhat unwilling, she still jumped and passed the attack of the airwave. On the other hand, Ningfeng just waved his sleeves, and the huge gust of air instantly disappeared. The difference is obvious after this comparison. It seems that I really underestimated you last time. Lan Dai curled her lips. Although she was unwilling, she knew that her strength was using poison. If it was really a fight of her life, she was confident that she could defeat Ningfeng. Are you sure you can get me to go with you to the headquarters of the Killer Alliance? Ningfeng said with a wicked smile. Certainly. Lan Dai was still so confident. Perhaps you forgot that I am a woman, not a gentleman. There are many ways to get you to go with me, such as using some tricks to deal with your confidants. As far as I know, among your female confidants, only one named Ouyang Qian cannot be moved, and the rest are just ordinary people. Boom! Ningfeng has his own bottom line. You can deal with him, but touching his woman will ignite his anger. Believe it or not, I can kill you here. At this moment, Ningfeng's expression was extremely gloomy. You can try. Although my cultivation is not as good as yours, you will definitely die if I use poison. Lan Dai did not retreat and met Ning Feng's gaze. A strong murderous intent erupted from the two of them. One is Lan Dai, who is both good and evil and is known as a little poisonous creature, and the other is Ning Feng, who can do anything for the people he protects. It can be said that both of them have their own beliefs. Ding, congratulations to the host for triggering the strategy mission. Help Blue Butterfly explore the Killer Alliance branch. Mission reward: Blue Butterfly favorability plus 20, experience 1000, points 500, and a body immune to all poisons. Mission help: a temporary experience card for immunity to all poisons. Hold the fuck.
What kind of plane is this?
I finally got serious, but you actually went on a mission, and your physical condition improved, which has never appeared before.
The key is that we are still facing each other like this. If we admit defeat, it would be too embarrassing. At this time, Ning Feng was caught in an extremely tangled ideological struggle. What should we do? Give up? It doesn't seem so shameful.
After all, the reward for this task is very generous.
Okay, I'll go with you.
After a fierce ideological struggle, Ning Feng finally agreed. He said that it was to protect his beloved woman, but in fact it was for the generous reward.
Tisk.
Lan Dai, who had been extremely serious just now, rolled her eyes and snorted coldly. I thought you were so tough, but it turns out you were just a coward who was afraid of death.
Who's not tough? If the mission hadn't been triggered, I wouldn't have agreed to your request no matter what. Don't look so reluctant. Let me tell you, going to the Killer Alliance tonight is not a bad thing for you.
You can also run into Xiong Man and Yen Ruyu.
What's the point of encountering them? Don't forget that they want to kill me now. Ning Feng rolled his eyes and retorted. You are really naive.
I am going to the Killer Alliance to get something, so naturally I will become enemies with the Killer Alliance.
So we are a united front. Even if we meet them, it will be the two of us facing them. Isn't this a good thing for you?
Lan Dai blinked her big eyes, extremely charming.
Chapter 183 Reaching an agreement. Etc.
Something seemed to suddenly pass through Ning Feng's mind. What Lan Dai said was right. Since the other party wanted to kill him, with his current strength, and with the help of Lan Dai, he could really give it a try. I just don't know what this girl is going to get from the Killer Alliance branch with so much effort.
Forget it, I don't want to think about it anymore.
Ning Feng shook his head. Then from now on we are allies.
Can you tell me why you chose me? Because there is an aura about you that is very familiar to me, like I haven't seen it for many years.
Lan Dai did not hide it.
A familiar breath. Could it be that this girl has discovered that I can use the technique of 1,000 trees flying flowers?
It seems that I can't use this method casually in the future. Ning Feng made up his mind.
It was already past 7 o'clock in the evening.
Ning Feng and Lan Dai had their meal and rested for a while.
The night became completely peaceful.
The Chengdu branch of the Killer Alliance is located in a villa in the Weiwu North District. It looks like a wealthy family's residence, but it is actually a very scary killer organization. Here, as long as you can afford the money, even if you are a powerful person in the extraordinary realm, they can still kill you. Some people say that the three leaders of the Killer Alliance have already surpassed the extraordinary realm and reached the unfathomable realm, which is also the foundation of their ability to survive.
Master Xiong, you are finally here.
A man with a pointed chin and a gloomy look came over with a smile on his face.
He did not dare to neglect the two guests who came today.
Cluck, cluck, cluck. The burly Xiong man did not speak. Instead, the woman next to him spoke first. Masterly, you are too biased. I came here with Xiong man as well.
Do you look down on me just because I am a girl? Has it been so long? Don't you miss me at all?
The woman was dressed very seductively, giving people the feeling of being charming with just a glance and a smile. I didn't know when she came behind Li Zhengshang, and a pair of tender white hands were placed on his shoulders. Her breath was as fragrant as orchid, which made people feel relaxed and happy. Of course, for Li Zhengshang, who was extremely familiar with the two people in front of him, this was undoubtedly a nightmare, because this delicate beauty might be joking with you the last moment, and you might become a dead soul in her hands the next moment.
After all, the bloodthirsty Rose Yen Ruyu's reputation is not in vain.
Li Zhengsheng dodged quickly, and said in a panic, Yen Fangjia is joking, but the higher-ups told me that Master Xiong will bring something very important, so I wanted to ask about the details. Xiao Yan, stop teasing Master Li.
We are all members of the Killer Alliance. Let's talk business now. Xiong Man's voice was not loud, but it was extremely intimidating.
After all, he was ranked 10th in the Killer Alliance, so his strength was very strong. In this organization where the strong are respected, his words are very influential. Yen Ruyu curled her lips and stepped aside. Brother man, you only know how to bully others.
Xiong Man's expression did not change much.
Instead, he took out a small box from his arms and handed it to Li Zhengsheng. This thing is very important, but I don't know what it is exactly. However, we have something important to do now, so I'll leave it with Master Li first.
Don't lose it.
Li Zhengsheng took the wooden box, and an extremely cold feeling spread throughout his body, making him feel nauseous.
This is? Don't ask. We don't know either. When we take Ning Feng's head tonight, we will take these two things away. Just pretend nothing happened, okay?
Yes. Li Zhengsheng agreed with a serious face. Xiong Man nodded, turned and walked out of the villa, while Yen Ruyu threw a coquettish glance at Li Zhengsheng and left as well. After they walked away, Li Zhengsheng heaved a sigh of relief. The people sent by the higher-ups are indeed not simple. Even with my peak Grandmaster strength, I still feel a huge pressure. I still hope they can finish their work and leave soon.
Chapter 184, Joining the Game.
As night fell, even the heat from the lights had dissipated. At this moment, Ningfeng and Lan Dai had arrived outside a villa. It was not as imagined. There were no people guarding the perimeter of the Killer Alliance branch.
We may need Xiong Man and Yen Ruyu later. If we can't defeat them, you should leave first.
In the dark night, Lan Dai stared at the villa in a daze, while not forgetting to remind Ningfeng.
Are they that scary? Ningfeng was a little unconvinced. Even the three extraordinary masters of the Ouyang family were defeated by him, so these two are more powerful than them?
I can only tell you that they are all strong men in the transcendent realm. Since they are all killers, they are more powerful than ordinary strong men in the transcendent realm.
Another extraordinary realm?
To be honest, although Ningfeng had fought with strong men in the extraordinary realm, he won by relying on the flying flowers of thousands of trees. Now he was really a little curious.
Whoosh!
Without waiting for Ningfeng to react, Lan Dai suddenly rushed into the inner courtyard of the villa.
Ningfen didn't think too much and hurriedly followed in.
However, what surprised Ningfeng was that Lan Dai seemed to be very familiar with this villa, and he even knew the mechanisms of the villa very well.
Soon the two came to the door of a small room. This is it.
Lan Dai looked very excited.
Hey, what are you looking for?
Ningfeng was becoming more and more confused about the little girl in front of him.
It's none of your business. You just need to keep an eye on him for me.
After saying that, Lan Dai entered the room, while Ningfeng stood outside the door, with a bad premonition coming to his mind. Logically speaking, this is a branch of the Killer Alliance. Even if there are no super masters, it is at least heavily guarded. But from the time I came in until now, I haven't seen many people except for a few hooligans who were already asleep.
Lan Dai, I feel something is wrong. Are you okay? Ningfeng reminded. Give me another 10 minutes. Give you 10 more minutes?
It would be troublesome if we were discovered.
I really don't know what this girl is looking for.
Just when Ningfeng was dissatisfied, an extremely cold voice came from the other end of the corridor. Sure enough, someone is here. It seems that my arrangement tonight is indeed correct.
Boom boom boom.
As the voice sounded, the lights in the corridor lit up, and a thin man with a pointed face and monkey chin appeared in sight, and behind him stood about 20 people. Ningfeng could feel that they were all masters of internal strength, and the one leading them had already reached the peak of the Grandmaster level.
Come in and have some fun. There's no need to make such a fuss, right?
Now that he had been discovered, Ningfeng had nothing to hide, so he clasped his arms and faced the group of people opposite him.
Play? Ha, do you really think this is an amusement park? Or do you think that I, Li Zhengsheng, can't control the situation anymore, and all the scumbags dare to come here and cause trouble?
The person who came was the branch leader Li Zhengsheng. Since he received the order from Xiong Man, he immediately filled the area with people, but everyone hid well and so were not discovered. It turned out that his plan was effective, and someone really came tonight.
Ha, what a coincidence, there is really no place that I, Ningfeng, dare not go. Ningfeng? Li Zhengsheng's expression suddenly became serious. Why are you here? Why can't I stay here? You all want to kill me, so should I just sit and wait to die? Ningfeng sneered. Okay, very good. It's true that heroes emerge young.
But since you've come to my door, I'll kill you on behalf of Mr. Xiong and the others. This will save trouble.
Chapter 185 Falling into a Trap.
Come on, whoever catches this guy will be rewarded handsomely. Li Zhengsheng waved his hand, and the group of people behind him immediately rushed forward. More than 20 people against one, they really didn't take Ningfeng seriously.
Boy, surrender obediently, and perhaps we will let you die more quickly.
One of them rubbed his hands together and unleashed all his internal energy without reservation.
Boom!
With one person taking the lead, the rest had no worries.
More than 20 internal force masters did put a lot of pressure on people. Even Ningfeng, a peak grandmaster, felt the danger. If we can't use Wanshu Feihua, today will be dangerous. Little poisonous creature, are you okay? People are here to find you. Ningfeng urged.
Okay, I found it. At this time, Lan Dai finally ran out from inside, holding a black wooden box in her hand and smiling.
You can still laugh at this time?
Of course. Lan Dai pointed to the wooden box. If we didn't have it, we would be in danger today, but I still found it, so. At this point, Lan Dai looked at the other side with a sly smile on her face. No one can stop us today, even if Xiong Man and the others come.
Oh my god. When did this guy become so confident? As Ningfeng looked doubtful, Lan Dai slowly opened the wooden box. However, after the wooden box was completely opened, she froze. What on earth is going on? Why is it empty? Ha ha. Li Zhengsheng couldn't help laughing and said, of course it's empty. I knew someone might come tonight. Do you think I would let you steal it?
Come on, don't let any of them escape today. Li Zhengsheng shouted angrily, and more than 20 internal force masters rushed over at the same time.
You really hurt me this time.
Ningfeng shook his head helplessly and went forward.
It's just a group of people. When have I ever been afraid of them?
Knowing that she was being tricked, Lan Dai's rage surged up all at once. Although her cultivation was also at the peak of the Grandmaster level, her attack was very effective because she knew how to use poison. Every attack will emit a black gas, and if the opponent touches it, he will lose consciousness for a short time. In just a moment, more than 20 internal force masters were defeated by half. Li Zhengsheng, whose face was already very gloomy, became even colder. He pulled out a dagger from his waist and rushed forward.
Get out of my way.
With a roar, the guy shot out directly, aiming at Lan Dai.
Boom! The dagger fell with an extremely sharp momentum, making people shudder. Bang!
Lan Dai knocked away the internal force master beside her, and when she stretched out her wrist, 2 strings of copper tubes appeared directly on her arm.
Bang!
There was only a brief collision between the dagger and the copper ring, and Lan Dai immediately took several steps back. On the other hand, Li Zhengsheng attacked again with the dagger in hand.
Bang, bang, bang. 3 more slashes of the knife forced Lan Dai into a corner.
What a great brute force!
Lan Dai frowned.
She really underestimated the branch master today. Although he was thin, his strength was not bad at all.
The best is yet to come.
Li Zhengsheng raised his eyebrows and rushed towards Lan Dai again.
Bang!
The dagger fell again, and no one knew what the dagger was made of. The copper ring on Lan Dai's wrist cracked inch by inch. The dagger cut her wrist, and blood immediately flowed down. He. Li Zhengsheng turned around and was already far away from Lan Dai. Little girl, you dare to come here to steal things with such little ability. Maybe it would be more powerful if you let the old poisoner from your poison sect come here.
Chapter 186 Battle against Li Zhengsheng. Just you?
Lan Dai took a sidestep and went to meet Li Zhengsheng. If my master came, he wouldn't even have to fight. He could force you to surrender with his aura alone.
Yes, you are right.
The old poisonous creature is indeed powerful, but he is not here now.
What can he do if I kill you?
Li Zhengsheng sneered.
You still want to kill me?
Lan Dai's tone turned cold, and a black and purple gas spread around his body. But in just a moment, an extremely cold feeling surged into his heart, and he actually suppressed the black and purple gas forcefully.
Ha ha.
Li Zhengsheng laughed wildly. Don't waste your energy.
Do you really think I'm unprepared to deal with you? The knife I used just now was made of cold iron. As long as blood is seen, the cold air will freeze your meridians. Use poison?
It will only accelerate the erosion of the cold air.
The older you get, the wiser you are.
Although they are both at the peak of the Grandmaster level, Li Zhengsheng suppressed Lan Dai with just one move.
Despicable. Lan Dai said dissatisfiedly. He.
This is a world where the strong are respected.
As for being despicable, isn't stealing despicable?
Li Zhengsheng said disdainfully. That thing originally belonged to my poison sect. Lan Dai suddenly realized that she seemed to have said something wrong and quickly shut her mouth. As the cold air blocked her meridians, she was unable to muster any internal strength and her face gradually turned pale.
Things from the poison sect? Looks like I need to capture you and interrogate you.
Suddenly, Li Zhengsheng leaped over again, the short knife in his hand flashed with a cold light, and went straight to Lan Dai's throat.
Alas, it seems that I have no choice but to take action.
Ning Feng, who was planning to watch the fun, shook his head.
Explosive step. Ning Feng's figure suddenly shot out. Tiger fist.
As soon as he finished speaking, his fist rushed towards Li Zhengsheng's head like a tiger descending from the mountain with unmatched momentum. Li Zhengsheng, who was determined to win, only felt an extremely dangerous aura approaching.
Relying on his instinct as a killer for many years, he tiptoed and retreated. Bang!
But Ning Feng did not stop, and his tiger fist hit it directly.
Boom!
There was a sudden tremor, and even the villa almost collapsed.
Good boy, I really underestimated you. Li Zhengxing's face was gloomy.
He swung the short knife in his hand, crossed it across his chest, and looked at Ning Feng seriously.
Who would dare to come to your roaching branch without some skills?
Ning Feng helped Lan Dai up and looked at Li Zhengsheng. The two looked at each other, and suddenly endless murderous intent spread out.
I just want to keep this little girl here today. I don't care if you want to leave. Someone else will take care of it anyway. This is my bottom line.
After the brief collision just now, Li Zhengsheng immediately came to a conclusion in his mind that Ning Feng was not as simple as he seemed on the surface, and he was not completely sure of defeating him. As a killer, not being completely sure is equal to no certainty, so he made the decision immediately.
What if I insist on taking her away? Ning Feng's eyes turned cold and he said in a cold voice. Kid, don't be ungrateful. If you are alone, I may not be able to keep you, but if you insist on taking this useless little girl with you, then you all have to stay today. Brush.
Li Zhengsheng swung his right hand and the dagger was already in his left hand.
Now he was ready to attack. Who knows if we don't try? Maybe killing you is not as difficult as I thought. Arrogant. Bang.
Li Zhengsheng took a step forward and shot towards Ning Feng again. With a flash of silver light in his hand, he rushed towards Lan Dai, preparing to attack both of them at the same time.
Chapter 187 Complete Victory. Whoosh.
The silver light was as fast as deadly lightning, and Li Zhengxing's fist was also very fast. Just based on this move, Li Zhengxing's strength was considered an expert among experts among the top masters.
This is the strength of the Hall Master. Look everyone, this is a true master. These two troublemakers today will not be able to escape. That's right. Do you really think that anyone can barge into our Killer Alliance branch?
Having been injured by Lan Dai just now, that group of internal force masters were very unwilling to accept the result. Now seeing that their cousin had the intention to kill them, they were all looking forward to it. However, Ning Feng blocked Lan Dai behind him, staring coldly at the flying dagger in Li Zhengxing's fist. Boy, you still want to block my attack alone, it's just wishful thinking. Dao Li Zhengsheng hadn't finished speaking when his facial expression froze. Ning Feng actually made a Tai Chi posture, trying to block the flying knife with one hand and the fist with the other. As both are top masters, unless there is a huge difference in strength, doing so will undoubtedly lead to self-destruction. Li Zhengsheng had already been at the peak of the Grandmaster level for many years, and he had never been looked down upon by people at the same level. Go to hell. Li Zhengxing's fist couldn't help but increase its strength, and it arrived in front of Ning Feng at the same time as the flying knife.
It's just a trifle.
Ning Feng raised the corner of his mouth, and an invisible force actually wrapped around his hands.
Tai Chi. Boom.
As Ning Feng finished speaking, his hands actually began to move slowly. Although the speed was very slow, it was as if everything had calmed down, allowing him to fiddle with it as he pleased.
Get out of my way.
Ning Feng just waved his hand lightly, and the flying knife that was coming at him with great force just now bounced back instantly. He stretched out his hand again and grasped Li Zhengxing's fist.
Come down here. Bang.
Li Zhengsheng was thrown to the ground like a 3-year-old kid, and all the strength in his hands was removed by Ning Feng.
Bang, bang, bang.
At this moment, the ground was particularly scary because of the deep hole smashed by Li Zhangshang. Hold the fuck. The internal force masters who were just watching the fun were all stunned.
What's going on with this special code? They are both masters, but his own home master was thrown to the ground like a 3-year-old child? Bang, bang, bang.
After a few more blows, Li Zhangshang was already dying.
Ningfeng stepped on him and said coldly, "Do you still think you can keep me here?" You.
Li Zhangshang's face flushed red, but he was seriously injured. Once he got emotional, his internal organs felt like they were hit by huge rocks and he felt very uncomfortable.
What the hell is going on? How could I lose so miserably when we are both at the peak of Grandmaster level?
Ningfeng leaned close to Li Zhangshang's ear and whispered, "Excuse me, I have something to tell you.
I once defeated 3 masters of the transcendent realm by myself. So, Grandmaster? Ha ha. You're just a joke in my eyes." Boom.
At this moment, Li Zhangshang's head felt like it was struck by lightning. There is an insurmountable gap between the peak of the Grandmaster and the extraordinary realm, but he was able to challenge 3 extraordinary realm masters with his own confidant.
How is this possible?
Li Zhangshang widened his eyes, his face full of horror.
Oh, right. Ningfeng just remembered, what is in this small box? Take it out for me quickly, otherwise.
At this point, Ningfeng's tone suddenly turned cold. "I will kill you."
Chapter 188 Ice Silkworm. That's impossible. Even if I give the things to you, I will still die.
Li Zhangshang smiled bitterly.
Others don't know the rules of the Killer Alliance because those who knew about it are dead.
As the leader of the alliance, Li Zhangshang naturally knows that once he hands this thing over, not only will the organization not let him go, but even Xiong Man and Yan Ruyu will torture him.
Especially Yan Ruyu.
Thinking of this, Li Zhangshang couldn't help but shudder. He looked at Ningfeng with a resolute gaze. "Go ahead if you want to kill me or chop me up.
I, Li Zhangsheng, have been a killer for so many years, and I knew this day would come." He. And he's so arrogant. Or let me do it.
Behind him, Lan Dai came forward, but her face was completely pale at this time, as if she was surrounded by ice, and she was shaking even when she walked.
Want to use poison?
Li Zhangshang said disdainfully, "I advise you to put away your little tricks. For a person who is not afraid of death, poison will only speed up his death.
You will get nothing. You."
Lan Dai's face became even uglier. Ningfeng patted Lan Dai's shoulder and said with a smile, "I have a way to help you, but you have to tell me first what exactly you are looking for, and why you know so much about the branches of the Killer Alliance." This has always been a mystery in Ningfeng's mind, unless there is some secret in it.
Don't you miss me? Lan Dai was a little angry. It's not that I don't believe you, it's just that this assassin organization is not as simple as it seems on the surface. Who knows what conspiracy is behind it? Originally, Ningfeng and Lan Dai were not familiar with each other. She wanted to kidnap him when they met for the first time. The situation was still tense when they met for the second time. This situation forced Ningfeng to be on guard, in case the thing that Lan Dai got might pose a threat to him. "This is my secret, I don't want to tell you." Lan Dai frowned, looking extremely distressed. "It's okay if you don't want to talk about it. If I don't take action, I believe you will die faster than Li Zhang. Then I will take action again, and that thing will be mine. I can study it however I want." Ningfeng simply squatted down and ignored Lan Dai. The cold air entered the body and froze the meridians, which was undoubtedly the greatest harm to a person. Moreover, this cold air seemed to be spreading and could take Lan Dai's life at any time. "You bastard!" Lan Dai shouted angrily, "What's the point of bullying a girl?" Ningfeng waved his hand and said, "Bullying a girl is not a skill, but you are a little poisonous creature, and I have never treated you as an ordinary person. Anyway, I've made my point very clear. I have a way to force Li Zhangsheng, but the prerequisite is that you tell me what that thing is." "It's that simple." Lan Dai pursed his lips, as if he was having a fierce ideological struggle. He didn't understand Ningfeng, and didn't know whether Ningfeng would actually do as he said. If I die again and that thing is lost again, wouldn't it be a win-win situation for this kid? Okay, I'll tell you. After a fierce ideological struggle, Lan Dai finally made a decision. "I'd like to hear the details." Ningfeng showed a cunning smile. "In fact, the box contains the poison of my poison sect, called Ice Silkworm. The reason why I know the branch so well is entirely due to my feeling for Ice Silkworm, that icy and bone-chilling feeling. No wonder I felt a chill when Lan Dai took out the box. Ning Feng said thoughtfully, continue.
Lan Dai glared at Ning Feng and said, the ice silkworm is the most precious treasure of my poison sect. If you want to master the highest level of poison skills, you must use its coldness to suppress the poison. However, this thing disappeared along with the 10 great skills of the weapon sect a long time ago. I didn't find it until now, so I broke into the Killer Alliance branch.
Chapter 189, Neither Living Nor Dying. Is it really like this?
This couldn't help but make Ning Feng feel a little confused.
What on earth happened to the Tang clan all those years ago?
Such important things as the 10 unique skills and the ice silkworm were lost.
That was a heavy blow.
However, according to what Lan Dai said, this matter did not pose any threat to her and there was no conspiracy.
Okay, I believe it.
Ning Feng nodded heavily.
Thank you. Lan Dai gave a bitter smile.
She didn't want to tell this matter at first. After all, it was a blow to both the Poison sect and the Tang sect. Ning Feng ignored Lan Dai and instead picked up the half-dead Li Zhengsheng. I have many ways to make you tell me where the ice silkworm is.
Don't force me.
If you tell me now, I can make your death more painful.
Ha ha.
Li Zhengsheng forced his eyes open and sneered. I said the things in the box were not simple.
Now that I know the secret, I can't give it to you.
Anyway, I'm going to die soon, so you don't have to scare me anymore.
As a veteran killer, he still has basic professional qualities. Ning Feng grinned and said, what if I made you want to live but not die?
After saying that, Ning Feng suddenly took out 3 silver needles from his pocket.
These were the ones he had used to heal Yu Lauer's injuries before, so they didn't have much spiritual energy left, but they could still help Li Zhengsheng recover from his injuries.
Whoosh whoosh. He stabbed directly into Li Zhengsheng's heart and temple, and instantly, the insignificant spiritual energy poured into Li Zhengsheng's body.
What exactly are you going to do?
Li Zhengsheng felt much better at this moment, but this feeling made him more dangerous.
You'll find out soon enough. Base.
Ning Feng moved his index finger slightly, and the silver needle began to shake continuously, but it was undoubtedly a nightmare for Li Zhengsheng.
The temple is a major acupoint in the human body, and if you are not careful, it can lead to death. Even if he is a strong man at the peak of the Grandmaster level, he cannot avoid this weakness. What on earth did you do to me?
Li Zhengsheng had a splitting headache at this moment, as if something was drilling into his head. Every blood ring was cracking inch by inch, but the 2 silver needles always emitted appropriate spiritual energy to repair the situation. This happened over and over again, and Li Zhengsheng felt that life was worse than death.
Nothing.
I just want you to experience what it's like to be on the brink of life and death.
Base.
After saying that, Ning Feng pointed again, and the silver needle trembled even more violently.
Ah.
After repeated torture, Li Zhengsheng's eyes were bloodshot and he wanted to resist, but he found that all his strength seemed to have been drained away and he was powerless to turn the situation around.
This guy is so cruel.
Even though he was an expert in poison, Lan Dai was a little scared. This method was even more terrifying than poison. Fortunately, she did not become an enemy of this guy. At this moment, Lan Dai was grateful.
Base. Ning Feng pointed again.
The blood ring in Li Zhengsheng's mind is undergoing repeated destruction and repair. This situation makes him feel like he is neither alive nor dead.
Why don't you tell me?
Ning Feng frowned and was about to flick out another finger. I'll tell you. Compared to death, Li Zhengsheng had been tortured to death. At this moment, he became listless, and the demeanor of a master at the peak of his powers completely disappeared. Okay, Ning Feng, I finally understand why you are so fearless in the face of being hunted down.
You are not simple.
Although Li Zhengsheng was defeated, he had to admire Ning Feng's methods. The ice silkworm you mentioned is in the room where the box is placed.
There is a refrigerator there. You put the ice silkworms in the refrigerator?
Lan Dai hesitated for a moment, then smiled and said, you are indeed a veteran killer.
You actually used the refrigerator to hide the breath of the ice silkworms. It's a pity that I was defeated by you in the end.
Li Zhengsheng smiled bitterly. After 20 years of hard work, I have achieved my own status and strength, but I am not as good as a junior.
This is simply a blow. Chapter 190, The Terrifying Power of the Ice Silkworm. Go and take a look.
Ning Feng gave Lan Dai a wink.
Thanks. Lan Dai nodded, feeling overjoyed. This was the Poison sect's long-lost ice silkworm. Now that she had found it, the Poison sect's strength would be enhanced. And Lan Dai didn't think any further.
She went straight into the room and came out after a while, accompanied by a chill that made people extremely frightened.
Is this the ice silkworm?
Ningfeng pointed at a small insect in Lan Dai's hand, somewhat unconvinced. Yes, it is absolutely true, because the ice silkworm is absorbing the coldness in my body, which other goo cannot do. While speaking, Lan Dai's expression had recovered a lot.
Ding! Congratulations to the group leader for successfully completing the task. Blue Butterfly's favorability plus 20, experience plus 1000, and reward points 500.
Ding! Congratulations to the host for completing the mission and gaining a physique that is immune to all poisons.
Hold the fuck. It was actually completed. Ningfeng couldn't help but feel overjoyed.
At the same time, a strange feeling emanated from his body, forming an invisible membrane on his body's surface.
This is the physique that is immune to all poisons. It really is something. Okay, now that you've got what you wanted, you can let me go.
Li Zhengsheng said helplessly.
Let you go? Lan Dai walked up quickly and sneered. The Killer Alliance has never had the experience of being killed at their doorstep, right?
If the headquarters knew it was us, they would definitely kill us without mercy.
What do you want to do?
Suddenly, a bad feeling came over Li Zhengsheng. Nothing, it's just that you almost killed me just now, and now I'm just giving you back the way you've treated me. Having said that, Lan Dai also looked at the internal force master who had been stunned for a long time. With just one glance, a strong chill spread over them.
By the time they reacted, it was too late.
Their legs had been frozen, followed by their waists, and finally they all turned into ice sculptures. The instigator, Lan Dai, touched the ice silkworm lovingly as if it was a trivial matter. I never thought that a little fellow like you could understand my feelings.
You are indeed the king of poisons. Could it be that this ice silkworm did all this? This special code is too buggy. If he can freeze someone in half with just one look, wouldn't he be invincible if he went out to fight?
Lan Dai looked at Li Zhengsheng again. Now it's your turn.
Boom!
As Lan Dai finished her words, an even stronger chill surged out, and in just a blink of an eye, Li Zhengsheng had turned into an ice sculpture.
It's so cruel. Ningfeng's eyelids twitched.
Don't worry, since you helped me today, I won't do anything to you. Lan Dai glanced at Ningfeng and turned towards the exit of the villa.
Ningfeng hurriedly followed him. You're just going to ignore it? What if someone comes back and saves them? Impossible. The ice silkworm's coldness is not as simple as it seems on the surface. It comes from the inside out.
If I guess correctly, all the blood of those people had already coagulated before they were frozen.
They couldn't survive for even a second.
Tear.
Ningfeng took a breath of cold air. It's so damn cruel.
If I had known earlier, I would have secretly taken this thing myself, and then I could just glare at whoever makes me unhappy.
What are you still in a daze for?
Lan Dai glared at Ningfeng in dissatisfaction. Xiong Man and the others are going to look for you tonight.
If they don't find you, they will definitely come back first. It will be troublesome if we run into them then. Ningfeng thought to himself, what are you afraid of? Just to look from you and I say that no one can defeat you?
However, Lan Dai seemed to have seen through Ningfeng's thoughts, and snorted coldly. Don't think that it is so easy to deal with masters of the extraordinary realm. With my strength, I can't bring out the power of the ice silkworm. If we run into Xiong Man and the others, it will be very difficult.
He.
At the beginning, you were bragging to me about how we could deal with them together, but now it seems that you were just trying to get me here to find something for you.
If it weren't for the reward, I would have left long ago. Chapter 191 People in the Villa. Half an hour later, the Killer Alliance Chengdu branch.
In the darkness, a burly man slowly appeared under the light, and with him came an extremely charming woman. The man was none other than Xiong Man, who had gone out to look for Ningfeng, but it was obvious that he did not smile at Ningfeng.
Brother Xiong, I feel something is wrong.
Maybe it was a woman's intuition, but Yenruyu's originally playful expression turned serious. It's the biting cold and the smell of blood. As a veteran killer, Xiong Man could smell the smell of blood even without entering the villa.
It seems that we underestimated Ningfeng. He lured the tiger away from the mountain. I guess our things have been stolen by him.
Xiong Man said sternly.
Yenruyu frowned. Brother Xiong, that's...
But before she could finish her words, Xiong Man interrupted her. I know, but don't let this matter be made public.
Let's kill Ningfeng in the next few days and hope to take that thing away from us.
In Lanyue community, outside Ningfeng's villa.
Okay, I'm home now. You should be able to go back now, right?
Since leaving the branch, Lan Dai has not spoken a word. She just followed Ningfeng, and no one knew what she was thinking. Lan Dai curled her lips and said, "To be honest, I came out this time to investigate the Tang sect's unique skills, but I unexpectedly got the ice silkworm. In this case, I won't take you back, but you still have to be careful. The Killer Alliance is far from being as simple as it seems." So what? In fact, up to now, the only people they sent out were Xiong Man and Yen Ruyu. Although they did not fight with them, they had Wan Chu Feihua, so they had no problem keeping their lives. The prerequisite is that Lan Dai, a member of the Tang sect, cannot follow him, otherwise he will be exposed. It's up to you. I'm just reminding you. Lan Dai waved her hand and finally disappeared into the night. What a strange woman. After taking a final look at Lan Dai, Ningfeng returned to the villa. But a bad premonition came to his mind. Because the villa was so quiet, there was not even the sound of the wind or the grass. Who? Suddenly, Ningfeng's eyes flashed, and the figure of an old man appeared in his sight, and next to him was a girl in tang suit supporting him. Young people have good eyesight. They spotted me so quickly. Seeing Ningfeng walk out of the darkness with the help of the girl, he looked at Ningfeng with curiosity. "I can't believe that you can escape from the branch of the Killer Alliance at such a young age. It's not easy. Are you Xiong Man and Yen Ruyu?" According to what Lan Dai told her, the two people were a man and a woman. The man was strong, but the old man in front of her. However, if this woman dresses up carefully, she can seem quite charming and beautiful. "My friend, you're joking. I'm not as famous as them." He still had a smile on his face. Ningfeng asked cautiously, "Then why did you appear in my house?" "Of course I'm waiting for you, my dear. You've kept me waiting all night. If it weren't for your sweetheart's kindness, I might have to sleep on the street." "Chen Yao?" The old man nodded. Ningfeng immediately became angry. "What did you do to them?" It was at this moment that Ningfeng's strength at the peak of the Grandmaster's power was fully revealed, and at the same time, murderous intent also appeared in the air. Others can deal with him, but if they deal with his woman, even if they are the king of heaven, they must die. The man didn't say anything, but the woman in tang suit took a step forward and burst out with the strength of a peak grandmaster, which was comparable to Ningfeng's momentum. "You are such an unreasonable person. If Grandpa hadn't saved you last time, you would have been taken away by that little poisonous creature. How could you still be here to scold us?" the woman said tenderly. Chapter 192: The Function of the Token. Were they the ones who saved me last time? No wonder he was fine after falling into Lan Dai's trap. It turned out that it was this grandfather and grandson who took action. But why would they help him? Don't think too much, young friend. We cried that day too. Just think of it as helping others when we see injustice. The old man was very calm and did not show any displeasure. At this time, Ningfeng couldn't be too overbearing, so he immediately put away his momentum and bowed his hands, saying, "I'm sorry, but I don't know why you came to me so late at night." The woman glanced at Ningfeng and snorted, "My grandfather can go wherever he wants. You, a peak grandmaster, can't control him." Ningfeng's brows immediately frowned, thinking that this girl was very domineering. Judging from her tone, it seemed that this old man was not simple. "Sooner, don't be rude." After scolding the woman, he turned to look at Ningfeng. "Don't mind it, my granddaughter is just too arrogant, I hope you don't mind it." "How could that be?" Ningfeng's expression was calm, without any change of emotion, which made the old man look at him with higher regard. "To be honest, I came here this time because I want to form an alliance with you." The old man finally spoke his true feelings. "What's the meaning?" The old man smiled and said, "I know that you had some friction with the Killer Alliance not long ago. To be honest, we are trying to find a way to eradicate the Killer Alliance, but they are very cunning. Every time we go out, we return empty-handed. So it was because of this." Ningfeng waved his hand and said, "Senior, from what you said, you and the Killer Alliance must have a very deep grudge, and I only killed a few of them. Maybe we can reconcile. If I help you, it means I will be an enemy of the entire Killer Alliance, and I don't think it's worth it." "Pooh." Sooner glared at Ningfeng and said, "My grandfather wants to protect you because he values your talent. Don't be ungrateful. Even a clay man has his temper." After being criticized again and again, Ningfeng also became furious. "They are just a Killer Alliance. I don't take them seriously at all. Why do I need your protection?" The old man frowned slightly and said, "My friend, you are going too far. The Killer Alliance is not as simple as it seems.
It is easy to deal with a master like you. He.
Ningfeng smiled indifferently and took out a small golden token from his pocket, on which was engraved the word "you." When he saw the token, he was stunned for a moment.
How did you get this token? It doesn't matter how I got it. I just want to ask, is it enough to protect myself? Bah. Sooner couldn't stand Ningfeng's smug look, and snorted coldly, you want to fight against the Killer Alliance with just a broken token? Dream on.
However, she was interrupted by the old man as soon as she finished her words. Sooner, don't be unreasonable.
Grandfather. The old man glared at her and said, it seems that we underestimated you. This token is indeed enough to protect you. I didn't expect that Yu Lauer actually has some status.
Ningfeng originally wanted to see whether this token was really that awesome.
Now it seems that not only is it awesome, it's also incredibly awesome. It seems that I have been worrying for nothing today. However, if you need any help in the future, you can come to me. Remember, people call me Boss Wu. I live at number 18 Jihuai Road. You can come to me if you have any difficulties.
Ever since Ningfeng took out the token, the old man became obviously more respectful, and finally left with Sooner. Ningfeng looked at the token and said to himself, it seems that things are getting more and more interesting. The Killer Alliance, and the organization behind Fenghu, now there is this strange grandfather and grandson, plus the Tang sect, who is not sure whether it is a friend or an enemy. At this point, Ningfeng suddenly grabbed the token and said, it seems that I have to improve my strength as soon as possible, otherwise this turbulence outbreak may put my life in danger. Chapter 193 Shi Tian's Revenge.
Open the Properties panel. Host, Ningfeng. Cultivation, Grandmaster Peak. Experience, 1,500, 500 points left to upgrade. Points, 1,000.
Kung Fu, Tiger Fist, Explosive Step, Tai Chi, and Flying Flowers from Thousand Trees. Ningfeng looked at his attribute panel and an idea came to his mind.
Since some people want to kill me so much, I will improve my strength as soon as possible.
Besides, I can also exchange other Tang sect's unique skills in the mall. If I reach the extraordinary realm, coupled with these Tang sect's unique skills, I really don't know what expressions those people will have.
Extraordinary realm. Tang sect's unique skills. It seems that the only thing I can do is to do more tasks.
As he was tired after a whole day and it was already past 3 in the morning, Ningfeng went to take a nap and was not woken up by Qingyao until the next morning.
Feng, get up quickly. Qingyao was dressed very uniquely today.
She was no longer wearing her usual professional attire, but a long dress with a pair of white high heels, which added a bit of temperament.
Ahem. Ningfeng coughed and asked quickly, what's wrong? What's wrong? Have you forgotten everything? Sister Yan and her father were discharged from the hospital today, and you don't even remember? Chen Yao asked with some blame.
Ningfeng patted his forehead. He had encountered so many things these days that he almost forgot about this.
So he got up quickly and went to wash up. Chengdu People's Hospital.
Jiang Yan was supporting her father as they walked out of the hospital when suddenly a black Mazda stopped in front of them. If Ningfeng were present now, he would definitely discover that it was Shi Tian who came. As soon as Shi Tian got out of the car, he supported Zhang's father with a smile on his face. Hello, Miss Jiang Yan, I was sent by President Ning to pick you up.
Since he is busy today, I will take you back. Jiang Yan frowned. Didn't Xiaofeng tell me that someone would come to pick me up today? Oh, it's like this.
President Ning originally wanted to give you a surprise, but something happened suddenly, so you didn't know about it. After Shi Tian said this, he had already helped Zhang's father into the car. Although Jiang Yan had some doubts in her heart, she saw that Shi Tian's words made sense, so she got into the car. Shi Tian sat in the passenger seat and gave the driver a look. The driver understood and rushed out with one foot on the accelerator.
However, the car didn't go far before Jiang Yan realized something was wrong. This doesn't seem to be the way home, right? Shi Tian smiled and said, don't worry, Miss Jiang, we will take you to where President Ning is now. So that's how it is. Jiang Yan was half believing and half doubting.
Soon the black Mazda arrived at the door of the auction house. Due to the commotion last time, the auction house had become extremely deserted. Not to mention luxury cars, there were hardly any people to be seen.
As soon as Jiang Yan got off the car, she felt a bad premonition. You said Xiaofeng is here? But it's so desolate here?
Having arrived at the entrance of the auction house, Shi Tian no longer pretended and winked at the driver, asking him to take Zhang's father directly into the auction house.
Hey, Miss Jiang, don't panic. Let's play for a while. That bastard Ningfeng will be here soon. You lied to me.
Jiang Yan wanted to escape, but Shi Tian grabbed her, hugged her tightly in his arms, and took a deep breath with a sick look on his face.
Miss Jiang, you smell so good.
I wonder what Ningfeng's expression will be when he sees that we have played with you.
Jiang Yan struggled desperately, but found that she couldn't escape Shi Tian's restraints. What do you want to do? What? Shi Tian's expression suddenly turned cold.
That bastard Ningfeng caused all my years of hard work to fail.
What do you think I should do?
After that, he pointed at the huge auction house and roared, "See, I have more than a dozen people working in auction houses like this.
This is all my wealth.
It's because of that bastard Ningfeng's interference that it has become like this.
I want to take revenge on him."
After that, he touched Jiang Yan's cheek and said with a smile, "But you don't have to be afraid, there will be other people to accompany you later, and then I will let all of you be buried with Ningfeng."
Chapter 194 Ningfeng's Fury. Boom! In an instant, Shi Tian's expression became extremely ferocious.
He had finally climbed to the pinnacle of his life from an ordinary college student, but was pulled down by Ningfeng.
It is conceivable how angry he was.
At this moment, another Mazda stopped at the door of the auction house, and two girls were pulled out of the car.
They were Ma Li and Wang Lia. Shi Tian looked at the two of them and sneered, "It seems that Ningfeng is really lucky. He is surrounded by beautiful women. TSK.
Shi Tian let go of Jiang Yan and walked to the two women again. I really want to know his expression when he sees his woman being toyed with.
Get out, what on earth do you want to do? Ma Li roared angrily. But Wang Lia was much calmer.
She looked at Shi Tian coldly and said, "I don't care what you want to do.
I believe Feng will come to save us.
By then, your fate will be very miserable."
He. Shi Tian showed a gloomy look and grabbed Wang Lia's hair. "Want to embarrass me? Do you really think that I, Shi Tian, am made of clay? Catch them all and I'll make you all happy later."
"Thank you, Mr. Shi." The gangsters smiled at each other, and saw excitement in each other's eyes. At the same time, Ningfeng and Shen Yao just arrived at the hospital, and when they asked the doctor, they were told that Jiang Yan and her father had been discharged from the hospital half an hour ago. Ningfeng didn't feel anything wrong at first, but at this moment his phone rang.
"Hello?"
Ningfeng frowned and answered the strange phone call.
"Mr. Ning is really calm. It seems that you don't plan to save the women in my hands."
An extremely sinister voice sounded on the phone, which startled Ningfeng.
"Are you Shi Tian? Boss Ning is really a forgetful person.
After giving me such a big gift last time, he forgot my voice.
But it doesn't matter. I'll let you listen to their voices."
As soon as Shi Tian finished speaking, a woman's frightened voice was heard on the phone.
"Don't come over here, go away.
The wind will surely come to rescue us."
Boom! How could Ningfeng not recognize the voices of these people?
In an instant, he couldn't help but burst out with murderous intent, "Let them go now, and I can still not kill you."
"Ha ha!" Shi Tian said disdainfully, "Ningfeng, you are still threatening me at this time? Who do you think you are? Do you believe that I will do all your women right now?"
At this point, Shi Tian suddenly thought of something. "By the way, I have a group of brothers here, and they seem to be very interested in your woman."
"Let him go,"
Ningfeng said, gritting his teeth.
"Okay." Shi Tian said playfully, "It's not impossible for me to release him if you want me to. You can come to the auction house now. When my anger subsides, I will release him."
"But my brothers have limited patience."
"Who knows, they might do something excessive. You better hurry up." Beep, beep, beep.
While Shi Tian was speaking, a busy tone came from the phone.
Shen Yao, who was standing by, sensed something was wrong and quickly asked, "What's wrong, Feng?" "It's okay.
Go to the police station to find Ouyang Chen first and tell her that I asked her to protect you."
"I have something to do now."
Ningfeng knew that Shi Tian must have gone crazy at this moment, and there was no telling what crazy thing he would do after he passed by, so the best choice now was to send Shen Yao to the police station.
After all, with Ouyang Chen there, they had no choice.
Although Chen Yao didn't understand what Ningfeng said, she judged from the terrifying aura emanating from him that something must have happened.
She didn't say anything else and took a taxi directly to the police station.
Ding! Congratulations to the host for triggering the additional strategy mission. Rescue the hostages in Shi Tian's hands and defeat Xiang Man and Yan Ruyu.
Mission reward, 1,000 points, 1,000 experience points. Quest help, none. Chapter 195 Shock.
It turned out that they were the ones behind the scenes.
No wonder Sher Tian was so bold.
Although Ningfeng was a little impulsive, he became serious since the matter involved Xiong Man and the others.
After all, they were two powerful men in the extraordinary realm. But as a man, there are some things you have to do.
Without much hesitation, Ningfeng took a taxi and arrived at the entrance of Rongqing auction house more than 10 minutes later. As soon as I got off the car, I saw Sher Tian, who had been waiting for a long time.
Hey, President Ning, you're finally here.
Sher Tian came up to Ningfeng as if he had met an old friend. He put his arm around Ningfeng's neck and said with a smile, "If you don't come, I won't be able to stop my brothers."
Don't blame me then. We don't seem to know each other that well, do we?
Ningfeng wanted to shake off Sher Tian's arm, but Sher Tian spoke again. "Boss Ning, you have to think it over carefully.
If you make me unhappy, you will be responsible for the consequences."
Ningfeng was stunned for a moment, but ultimately did not shake off Sher Tian's arm.
Boss Ning really knows the rules. Sher Tian smiled as he led Ningfeng into the auction house. Boss Ning, do you know how much effort I put into controlling those auction houses? Look, the huge auction house is now empty. It's so desolate. It's so tragic.
Ningfeng said coldly, "If you want money, I can find a way to give it to you."
It doesn't matter how much you want, as long as you release the person. He. Boss Ning, you really underestimate me, Sher Tian, by saying that.
I was able to start from scratch back then, and I can still do it now. It's just that I can't stand your unfathomable look, and I just want to play with you.
You are playing with fire.
Ningfeng said coldly.
Of course I'm playing with fire. I just want to see how big your fire is. Pa.
After Sher Tian finished speaking, he clapped his hands and several big men immediately brought Jiang Yan and the others out. However, their mouths had been sealed with tape, so they could only whimper but were unable to speak.
How about it, President Ning? Are you satisfied with my welcome ceremony?
Sher Tian walked to Ma Li's side with a sick look, grabbed her hair, and took a deep breath through his nose.
It smells really good. Mr. Ning has good taste. I think you don't mind if we all have some fun together?
After saying that, Sher Tian winked at the big men. The big men were startled for a moment, then they reacted. The man who grabbed Ma Li was about to reach out to pull Ma Li's clothes.
If you move again, you will die immediately.
Ningfeng stared at the big men with gloomy eyes. Based on his intuition as a peak grandmaster, he knew that these big men were nothing more than outer sect masters. As long as Ningfeng wanted to, he could kill them at any time. However, there are two people hiding here who can pose a threat to Ningfeng, so Ningfeng doesn't dare to move now.
The big man was stunned for a moment, then his face became more excited and he quickened his hands. Are you kidding me? What's wrong with me doing this to her? If you have the guts, you. Whoosh.
Before the big man could finish his words, a streak of light had already pierced through his head. His hand was destined not to touch Mary's clothes because he was already dead.
You. Sher Tian looked at all this in horror. He had never seen this before. He thought Ningfeng was an ordinary person.
Who knew that Ningfeng's horror was far beyond his imagination?
Let him go. Ningfeng said again.
Although Xiong Man and his men in the dark have not taken action yet, Ningfeng will not care so much if Sher Tian and his men do something too extreme.
Chapter 196 Ningfeng takes action.
At this moment, the auction hall was dead silent.
Everyone was shocked by Ningfeng's methods and stood there in a daze.
After a while, Sher Tiankai reacted. Boss Ning is really good at this.
I really underestimated you. But you still can't take these women away today. Pa.
Sher Tian clapped his hands again, and dozens of big men in black clothes immediately rushed out from all over the auction hall and surrounded Ningfeng. If you think they can stop me, your plan has failed. Ningfeng looked at all this coldly, as if he only had Jiang Yan and the others in his eyes, and he didn't care about this group of big men. But the more Ningfeng acted like this, the angrier Sher Tian became. Why are you still pretending at this time?
I don't believe that so many people can't kill you. Come on.
Sher Tian waved his hand, and the Dahan sect rushed directly towards Ningfeng as if they had colluded beforehand.
Dozens of people attacked at the same time.
Although they were all mediocre guys, the scene was extremely shocking.
Explosive step.
As soon as Ningfeng stepped on the ground, the surrounding ground immediately collapsed.
Tiger fist. Boom.
As Ningfeng finished his words, he swung his fist towards the gravel. Although it was only one punch, the fist shadow immediately dispersed.
2 punches. 4 punches.
In the blink of an eye, it turned into countless punches. Driven by the fist wind, those stones were as fierce as a tiger shooting out.
Bang, bang, bang.
Shirtian, who had been confident of victory just now, immediately regretted it because he saw an extremely horrifying scene. More than 30 people were knocked down by the stones in the blink of an eye, but Ningfeng's fists did not stop. His figure was like a stream of light, repeatedly moving in the crowd, and every time he paused, someone would let out a miserable howl. After just a few minutes, more than 30 big men had all fallen to the ground, and Ningfeng came to Shirtian and picked him up as if he had done something insignificant.
I've said it before, if you let him go, I can spare your life, but now.
At this point, Ningfeng's murderous intent suddenly surged. If you touch my woman, it would be unreasonable for me not to kill you.
Endless murderous intent surged towards Shirtian like an overwhelming tidal wave.
He was just an ordinary person, and the most powerful killers he had ever seen were ordinary killers. As for Ningfeng, he was just like Superman on TV. He had long been at a loss as to what to do.
Please, don't kill me. I'll let them go now, okay? Shirtian kept begging. It's too late.
Ningfeng sighed heavily. You guys are always like this.
At the beginning, you think I'm the best in the world, but in the end, you beg for mercy after I knock you down.
If I let you go, you will definitely not accept it, and you will even retaliate even more.
In order to prevent this from happening again, I think it's better to. Ningfeng didn't finish his words before he punched Shirtian.
He did not hold back on this punch.
If he hit Shirtian, he would definitely die. Perhaps sensing the danger of death, Shirtian roared at the top of his voice, Master Xiong, why don't you come out?
As his voice fell, a slight sound of breaking through the air was heard. The sound was not loud, but the speed was abnormally fast. Acting on his instinct, Ningfeng threw Shirtian away and then retreated violently, finally avoiding the slight sound of breaking air.
Bang!
But the sound of breaking through the air did not stop, and it directly hit the wall, causing the rubble to collapse. Ningfeng turned his head and looked, and couldn't help but frown, because the sound of breaking through the air just now was just a small rose petal.
Chapter 197 Chapter 197 Domineering Xiongman.
As expected of someone who can escape from my killer alliance branch, you can actually snatch my rose.
Awesome, awesome.
At this moment, a charming voice suddenly came from the top of the auction hall. Ningfeng looked up and saw a woman of incomparable beauty standing on the beam. She smiled at Ningfeng and then jumped down, like a fairy, pleasing to the eye. But if you break into our branch and steal our things, you'll have to pay a price. Another voice sounded, and it was from an extremely burly man. Although the man was just walking, his whole body undoubtedly revealed a domineering power. Soon, the man and woman walked to Shirtian's side and looked at Ningfeng jokingly. As expected of a master in the extraordinary realm, this aura alone is not something a grandmaster can resist. If I were not an ordinary grandmaster, I would have been crushed by this pressure at this moment.
Xiongman? Yen Ruyu? Ningfeng frowned.
Cluck, cluck, cluck. The woman's silver bell-like voice rang out again, just like a fairy from the mortal world, making people intoxicated. I didn't expect that Mr. Ning knew our names. It seems that this trip was not in vain. The moment Yen Ruyu finished speaking, Shirtian seemed to have lost his resistance and walked towards Yen Ruyu with lifeless eyes.
Yen Ruyu was not angry. She stretched out a finger and hooked Shirtian's chin. Am I beautiful?
Beautiful, beautiful, beautiful.
Shirtian nodded quickly in reply. Then can you give everything for me?
Sure. At this time, Shirtian was already intoxicated by Yen Ruyu's beauty, as if he was oblivious to everything in the outside world.
Crack.
But at this moment, Yen Ruyu, who had been smiling just now, suddenly stretched out her wrist and pierced Shirtian's chest directly. Blood gushed out immediately, and Shirtian came to his senses, looking at it all in disbelief.
Why? Bang.
Yen Ruyu kicked him away and looked at the enchanting blood on his arm. I have always been like this to men who have no strength but want to get me. Ningfeng frowned and watched all this coldly. She is worthy of being called Yen Ruyu. She can kill people while laughing. If she is not firm, she will probably die without knowing it, just like Shirtian just now.
As expected of a master in the extraordinary realm.
Ningfeng said calmly.
He. Yen Ruyu covered her mouth and laughed again. Mr. Ning, you are too kind. Although we are at the level of transcendent realm, we were still fooled by you, so.
At this point, Yan Ruyu raised her eyebrows and said, "In order to protect our reputation, you must die today." The moment Yan Ruyu finished speaking, Xiong Man, who had been silent, moved. He suddenly took a step forward and rushed towards Ningfeng. Wherever he passed, the ground cracked.
This momentum alone was enough to suppress Ningfeng.
Only now did Ningfeng realize that what Lan Dai told him was right. This Xiong Man was indeed brave enough to defeat 10,000 men. No matter how he wanted to escape, it was as if he had locked him down, with no chance of escape.
Let us fight. Ningfeng roared and rushed forward with a punch.
Against a master of this level, the chances of winning are already slim, and if you lose in momentum, you will definitely die.
Bang!
In an instant, the two fists collided, and Ningfeng's body was like being hit by a truck and sank directly into the wall. Looking at Xiong Man again, after one punch, he stood with his hands behind his back, looking at Ningfeng with pride. Grandmasters are powerful, but they are still vulnerable to us.
Chapter 198, Heavy Rain of Pear Blossoms.
After one blow, Ningfeng had no room to resist at all.
This is the true strength of a master in the extraordinary realm.
Even a pervert like Ningfeng cannot cross this gap.
Click. Ningfeng finally fell down from the wall, breathing heavily. It seems that there is only one way to survive today.
That's right, it was 10,000 trees flying flowers.
Ningfeng used this trick when he fought against 3 extraordinary masters alone.
But now it seems that Xiong Man has no intention of giving him this opportunity. Although he stood with his hands behind his back, his eyes never left him. This is the killer's instinct. He will never let his prey out of his sight.
It's so tricky.
If he used 10,000 trees flying flowers, he would probably be knocked away by Xiong Man before he could even use it.
Moreover, there was Yan Ruyu who could kill people while chatting and laughing.
It would be great if we could stop them from attacking us. Thinking of this, Ningfeng couldn't help but contact the system.
System, is there any technique that can temporarily stop the attack of a transcendent realm expert?
Ding, host, please check for yourself. Rainy Pear Blossoms, one of the 10 unique skills of the Tang sect, it ranks in the top 3 among the 10 unique skills.
It has powerful explosive power and covering attacks. It requires 1,000 points.
My goodness, this thing can be ranked among the top 3 of the 10 special skills, which shows how powerful it is, but it actually requires 1,000 points, which is way too expensive.
Ningfeng's eyelids twitched involuntarily. Exchange. It's a life and death situation. Why are you still thinking so much?
As Ningfeng finished his words, an exquisite little box quietly appeared in his hand. It seemed to have no use, but Ningfeng knew that it was a powerful weapon.
You too, it seems that you can't kill me today.
Ningfeng held the rain of pear blossoms across his chest and said in a cold voice.
Ha ha.
Yan Ruyu sneered, "Mr. Ning, you are too confident.
We know more about your background than others. Then give it a try."
Ningfeng took a deep breath, and his whole body became ethereal. Then, an extremely powerful vitality burst out from behind him. At this moment, Xiong Man frowned and said, "It seems that the information is correct.
This kid really knows how to make flowers fly. Let's catch him first."
After saying that, Xiong Man rushed towards Ningfeng. At this time, the vitality behind Ningfeng slowly turned into a virtual shadow. In the virtual shadow, a vast land slowly grew buds under the nourishment of vitality. A gust of wind blew, and the buds suddenly grew into towering trees.
Is this the flying flowers of the 10,000 trees?
I wonder which one is better compared to my roses.
Yan Ruyu also became serious.
She put her palms together, then quickly opened them, and a rose appeared out of nowhere. But this rose carries an endless smell of blood.
Whoosh!
Yan Ruyu flicked it lightly, and the rose flew out as if it was hit by gravity. Slowly, the rose began to scatter.
It turned into dozens of petals and quickly shot towards Ningfeng.
On one side were flower petals, and on the other side was Xiong Man's terrifying fist. Even Ningfeng had cold sweat on his forehead.
Boy, you are bound to lose.
Xiong Man raised the corner of his mouth and smashed his fist heavily on the phantom created by Ningfeng. At the same time, rose petals had also arrived.
Let me go.
Ningfeng roared angrily, and the shadow behind him passed by like a gust of wind. Leaves fell one by one and met the rose petals, but it could not get close to Xiong Man.
Chapter 199 Chapter 199 Counterattack. As expected of a master in the transcendent realm, Ningfeng's forehead was now covered with cold sweat.
After all, it was still a bit difficult for him to challenge two extraordinary masters with his cultivation level at the peak of the Grandmaster level. The most important thing is that they are killers, and their goal is to kill people. If he hadn't mastered the unique skills of the Tang sect, he would probably have become a corpse now. Boom! The flying leaves and petals kept colliding, and finally created a wave of air. The huge pressure rushed towards Ningfeng like an overwhelming tidal wave. Puff! Ningfeng couldn't help but spit out a mouthful of blood. The shadow behind him shook slightly and almost disappeared. Good opportunity. Xiong Man roared and threw another punch. The power of that punch was like a force of 10,000 pounds, which made people feel afraid. Puff! Ningfeng spat out another mouthful of blood, and the shadow behind him shook even more violently. But his eyes were unusually clear, as if everything was in his plan. Xiaoyu, good opportunity. Killers are killers, they never give their enemies any chances. Xiong Man's first attack was effective, and he immediately asked Yen Ruyu to attack again. He. Yen Ruyu still covered her face and sneered. Suddenly, she lightly tapped her toes and flew towards Ningfeng like an otherworldly fairy. Mr. Ning, it looks like you are doomed today. Falling flowers are ruthless. Just when she was about to get close to Ningfeng, a rose suddenly appeared in Yen Ruyu's palm, and the moment the rose rushed out, it was like a magic trick. Turned into 2 flowers. 4. In the end, there were countless flowers. The falling petals turned into the most terrifying killing weapon, rushing towards Ningfeng. The speed was so fast that it was even more unbelievable than the flying flowers on the trees. When Xiong Man saw this move, the power of his punch could not help but be reduced a little, because he knew that this was a sure kill move, and even the strong men in the extraordinary realm would not dare to confront it head-on. Do you really think you can kill me? Suddenly, Ningfeng's aura became violent. He came here to save people. He once said that no one could hurt his woman, not even a powerful person in the extraordinary realm. As Ningfeng shouted, the vitality behind him suddenly surged. The trees began to sway, and tender buds began to grow, creating a scene where all the trees were competing for glory. They are just 2 powerful men in the transcendent realm. I am Ningfeng. The enemies I will face in the future will not only be you, so I will not die this time. Murderous intent. Endless murderous intent spread, and even Xiong Man, a killer who made a living by killing, was shocked. He quickly retracted his fist and wanted to retreat violently, while at the same time reminding Yen Ruyu. Xiaoyu, hurry up. However, no matter how Xiong Man's throat moved, it was as if something was strangling it and he couldn't utter a word. And in his eyes he saw with horror that the rose petals, which had been moving incredibly fast at the beginning, now seemed to be still. You all want to kill me, but you never think about whether you will be killed. You all know that I can do the 10,000 trees flying flowers, but you've never thought that that's my limit? As Ningfeng finished speaking, he slowly opened the small box in his hand. Although his speed was not fast, the moment he opened it, 32 silver needles as thin as gossamer threads flew out of the box for no reason. Whoosh! The silver needles are flying around, just like the rain all over the sky, leaving people nowhere to escape. Finally, Yen Ruyu reacted and moved, but it was too late. Her movements were infinitely slowed down and she could only see countless silver needles flying towards her. Finally, it penetrated his body. Xiong Man opened his eyes wide and wanted to save people, but when he moved his body, he found that he was already covered with wounds. The silver needles pierced through the bodies of the 2 men and hit the wall with a loud bang. The entire auction house almost collapsed. Chapter 200. The ending is already determined. At the moment when the silver needle pierced the 2 people's bodies, the speed seemed to return to normal, but everything was too late. The 2 people's bodies had lost their vitality and fell heavily to the ground. Looking at Ningfeng again, he had just withstood the attacks of 2 powerful men in the extraordinary realm and was also seriously injured. When the shadow behind him dissipated, he sat heavily on the ground. Ding, congratulations to the host for successfully completing the task and gaining 1,000 experience points. Congratulations to the host for gaining 1,000 points. Call. Ningfeng breathed a sigh of relief. Finally, the mission is completed. If I hadn't shown my weakness before, Yen Ruyu probably wouldn't have been fooled, and I wouldn't have had the chance to release the torrential pear blossoms. If I had let any one of them escape, I would have been the one to die. Thinking of this, Ningfeng still dragged his tired body to stand up, and couldn't help but sneer in front of the cold and dead Xiong Man and Yen Ruyu who passed by. Hee, killer? Although you are very powerful, you underestimated my strength, and you are destined to die here. After that, Ningfeng came to the tied women and helped them to get comfortable.
Wind.
The women were already in tears. They were tied up and couldn't speak, but when they saw Ningfeng risking his life to save them, they were already deeply moved. The moment they were freed from their restraints, 3 people hugged Ningfeng at the same time.
It's okay, it's all over.
Ningfeng patted their shoulders and kept comforting them, but at the same time, a nameless anger surged in his heart.
It seems that my strength is not strong enough. If I can intimidate those people in the dark, how dare they attack my woman? Ha ha.
The Killer Alliance, the organization behind Fenghu, and those who want to get something from me, I will make you regret this idea. Ningfeng clenched his fists, and a tremendous anger spread.
However, this incident has passed.
In order to prevent any accidents from happening, Ningfeng took them all to his villa. He originally thought that there would be friction when the girls met, but now it seems that he was worrying too much.
Or perhaps it was Ningfeng's actions that touched them.
Just after Ningfeng arranged everything for the 3 women, Chenyao also came with Ouyang Qian.
I heard that something happened to you? Ouyang Qian's expression was a little gloomy. After all, they were in Rongqing. As the head of the Ouyang family, how could she not be angry when someone was causing trouble right under her nose? Ningfeng spread his hands. Do I need to hear this? It's already very obvious.
After saying that, he pointed to his clothes, which were already in tatters due to the extremely fierce battle.
Then what are you going to do next? Do you want me to publicize our relationship?
At this point, Ouyang Qian's pretty face blushed.
The meaning of this was very clear.
She wanted to tell people outside that Ningfeng was the son-in-law of the Ouyang family and asked them not to mess around. Ningfeng was stunned for a moment, then smiled and said, "Forget it.
My enemies this time are not ordinary. I cannot suppress them with just the Ouyang family. What I want now is to make a breakthrough.
Only in this way can I make those people afraid of me."
You mean breaking through the extraordinary realm? Ouyang Qian was shocked.
She knew what kind of people the extraordinary people were.
Some people could never reach the peak of the Grandmaster level in their entire life. Could Ningfeng really do it at such a young age? Yes.
Ningfeng nodded heavily, but now I have become the target of everyone's criticism. I believe that many people will not let me break through smoothly, so I want to break through with you.
That's no problem. I think the ancestor would not want to see the son-in-law of the Ouyang family being ambushed. Ouyang Qian said solemnly.